Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Final Four is set, and it's different than it would have been had we had the BCS. Had we had the BCS, it would have been Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State. And instead, it's Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, and Penn State. And I think Notre Dame. I don't know what you guys think, but the teams that had the bye all ended up losing. So the teams, is it an advantage? While remember we had our guy on college football guy,
Josh Pate.
Josh Pate says, what a disadvantage, or maybe I think you even said, you got risking injuries, and so many people made this argument to Josh Pate about if you play another game, look, that's a huge disadvantage. The teams that aren't playing have a huge advantage because they won't lose anybody, and yet all four of those teams ended up losing.
But let's really break it down. Two of them were underdogs, one by 13.5, one by, two of them were by 2 touchdowns, basically. Right. One of them was a pick 'em with with their starting quarterback out against Notre Dame. So I've heard this argument. The argument is a better argument if you talk about how badly some of them were beaten, but still 2 of them should have never had a bye anyway. It's a mistake. It was a flaw in the system. Yeah. So I heard that, I wanted to make that argument too. And then the more I looked at it, I was like, who were the teams? 3 of them were underdogs, and one of them was, a pick 'em against Notre Dame, and their quarterback was out.
But I will say this, though. I know a lot of you included. I don't like it. But here's the deal is we know Notre Dame is better than Georgia. We know that Ohio State is better than Oregon. And they wouldn't have been there if we didn't have this system right now.
Well, and could have. They could have expanded without going to 12, and you would have had it.
Yeah,
they could have expanded a little more slowly. I think
8 they could have.
College football has their biggest problem that college football has, John, is they've just gone all gas, no brakes. They haven't slowly grown things to check, and that includes NIL, includes transfer portal, includes everything. College football is just F it, go as hard as you can, and going from 4 to 12 was a lot. And had you gone from 4 to 8, and then maybe grown it to 12, after you saw had 8, but I'm not going to relitigate it. It's over. We've already talked about it. But I would say that, regardless, what Georgia would have been in the same spot Florida State would have been in. Had it been the old, you could have looked at it because Florida State was undefeated, and they didn't make it because of their quarterback.
Georgia ended up, but even after they lost their quarterback, they still were voted second. So they would have made it.
That would have been the fuss, is that why was Florida State and why not Georgia?
Yeah.
Well, and then Georgia was clearly hurt by, they were hurt some by not.
Well, here's the deal, though. While Florida State was, they were undefeated.
Florida State was much more. Well, the problem was it's impossible to see because Florida State was undefeated, but it's impossible to know because they got the brakes blown off of them, but they also had nobody playing. Everyone opted out of that Florida State game. Two guys who will finish in the top 5 for defensive rookie of the year on the defensive line, Fisk and Jared Verst. They didn't play. They didn't play in that game, and that would have been huge. Georgia's not as reliant on their quarterback. So that was to me, I don't use Carson Beck as an excuse. Notre Dame whipped the offensive line's ass from Georgia. Yep. But, Notre Dame didn't move it a ton. They didn't even get to 300 yards.
He ran for 80, threw for 90.
It
wasn't they were
had a running quarterback, a good defense, a good field goal kicker, and a kick return for a touchdown.
Listen, Marcus Freeman was a better coach yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
He was. Marcus Freeman was better than Kirby Smart, and that was supposed to be an advantage.
When was
for Georgia?
But when was Georgia good this year? When they played Texas twice.
That's it.
Ole Miss beat them up. It was kind of jarring to watch what Ole Miss did to them physically, and I watched it on tape yesterday. When I was watching some defensive players from Georgia, and I was like, man, Ole Miss really physically got after Georgia. It is a crazy year. Georgia, like the SEC, just isn't very good this year. Not really. This is not the same Georgia team. And John, I think the interesting. So on my Joe Moore Award text thread, Jeff Schwartz brought up the fact that the concern was that now you were going to have just the money schools, and it is money schools have a huge advantage, but it's not just the power schools. Like Georgia's not actually a monster money school. Alabama's not a monster money school. You may think they are, but they're actually not. It depends on your, like I think Florida has more money than those teams in terms of the alumni base, things like that. The transfer portal, which is really just free agency, evergreen free agency, has created a great deal of parity, and frankly, in some cases, inconsistency. And this may be the end of it may be the end of the Alabama and Georgia dominance, SEC dominance now, because they're not the money people. And you'll notice they don't bring in they try to hang on to their own. They didn't bring in a ton of big money guys. Texas did. Texas went and took, they took players from both those teams, including Isaiah Bond, who frankly,
including Matthew Golden
from Houston. Yeah.
Who
it was
a monster. Their only weapon the other day.
He was a monster the other day.
Yeah, I saw Brett Yormark. He wants to talk and he wants to get clarity on the targeting. How about get clarity on 4th and 13? Stop them on 4th and 13, and you win. Okay, if you didn't, and you lost, Brett Yormark. Although the targeting issue is real, it is real.
Does Brett Yormark watch Arizona State football? Like, there's no guarantee they make a field goal.
No,
they're bad.
Really,
like the 15-yard, as you mentioned, get the stop. But even if you get the 15-yard penalty, that field goal situation for them stinks. So there's no guarantee they're kicking it.
They've had to bounce kickers left and right. Yeah.
There was a better shot to get one stop than go drive and get a couple extra yards than kick a relatively long field goal.
He didn't have Bert Austin as his kicker.
Well, you remember Kenny Dillingham earlier in the year talking about, hey, anyone want to come try out?
Yeah,
kick?
He asked students to come try out.
Well, but hey, the same situation. Look at Notre Dame. They had a similar situation this year, and that dude stepped up. You don't know if a kid's going to. That's all.
You never know, but they still need to get in field goal range. They weren't guaranteed to make it. Sometimes you do know. And you know what? If your safety had better eyes, instead of staring into the backfield while Quinn Ewers is dropping back and not letting Matthew Golden run by him, you win the game.
How about the only thing you couldn't do is what they did? The only thing.
I think they
went. By the way, they went one high.
Well, they got what they wanted.
They blitzed.
Well, they got what they wanted.
High, and they didn't even get close to
they got what they wanted. They showed Texas all-out pressure, and they only wound up only rushing 5. They only rushed 5.
They simulated pressure.
They showed like there was cover 0 blitz. That's what a lot of people were tweeting about. They only rushed 5. They got Texas to keep guys in. So Texas only had 3 guys out in that pattern. You got to
know what Quinn's going to do. He's going to try. If he thinks pressure's coming, he's going to just throw it up.
Well, that's the issue. You know what he's going to do. Yeah. You wanted him to get the ball out quick and not see what you're actually putting out there, but the safety didn't get depth. He stared into that backfield and let Golden run by him. That's why
ultimately either one of those teams that lost had themselves to blame. You can talk about targeting or whatever, and I know but my God, you had 4th and 13 to win the game.
Yeah,
and you were done. You were in if you just handle your business.
And quote unquote, you actually tricked Texas into doing what you wanted. Your guys just didn't execute. Mm-hmm. Don't let the guy run by you. And you did. You lost.
And here's a great Texas team moving on.
Yeah, great Texas team. And you know why?
Great.
Why? I don't know why Joe didn't do it, because he's done it before.
Texas is back, folks.
Oh, he dropped a couple of
when you listen to Joe Tessitore speak.
He dropped a couple of Texas references in there.
But did he say the line? Did he say the line?
I don't think he did not say Texas is back.
He knows he's a meme.
No, he did not. He did not say that. No, you're right.
He knows he's a meme, but it's going to be. Texas did not play well against Georgia either time offensively. They were screw-ups against Texas A&M. I mean, they were pretty handily dominating Texas A&M, and yet here it was, a chance to be a one-score game if A&M can get 1 yard towards the end of the game. Texas and Quinn Ewers just have not put to. I thought Clemson was pretty good. But if you're not running a football, you don't have a chance at Texas right now. And what concerns me in this next matchup is Banks has been hurt for a while now, and he tries to play through it, and then he gets re-injured. Your right tackle, we'll see if Williams is back in the next game. Jake Majors had been hurt. He played this time, your starting center. If they're beat up on the offensive line, I don't know. I'm telling you, this is a really going to be a really, really tough matchup. And then that's before you even get to the fact that there's 3 legitimate NFL receivers on the other side of that field that you're going to have to cover, including 2 guys who are going to be first round picks, more than likely. One of them for sure will be a top 5 pick. And, you may be looking at the next Andre Johnson, Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson type. It's going to be, can Texas score enough? I don't know with Quinn Ewers at quarterback. I really don't. But we'll talk about it. Still, it's not for a little while. They'll have some time to heal up. This is a big deal, healing up their offensive linemen, because they've got to be as ready to roll as possible, because they have to run the ball this game. Not being able to run against Arizona State, I mean, it was just a killer, because we know Quinn Ewers cannot take a team on his shoulders. He hasn't shown it. You can't just keep talking about, well, he beat Alabama in Alabama. That was so long ago, I don't even care. I don't know the last time Quinn just said, you know what, man, jump on.
He just converted a 4th and 13.
That's one throw.
And then the next throw, he threw a touchdown pass to win the game.
How about the interception?
Understood. Yes.
Into double coverage.
Quinn Ewers is not a perfect player.
It's not one throw though. Can you if you're not running the football, can they rely on you to have a big
Quinn
game?
Ewers
Not a big throw, a big
Quinn
game.
Ewers is not a
You think
great,
you're beating Ohio State with a throw?
Probably not. Quinn Ewers is not a great pro prospect, but in the last time we saw him play, when it mattered most, he made throws. That's all you're going to ask for as a college quarterback. Sure, you want him to be consistent throughout, but let's maybe not think Quinn Ewers is a bona fide first. Stop it. Let's maybe, if we remove the whole...
He makes big plays and big times.
And let's remove the fact
there's way too much time in between them, though.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
there's way too much time.
Quinn Ewers isn't the prospect you think he is.
He's right. He does make big
throws. He's not that guy, pal. He's not the guy people think he is.
He's not a great college quarterback right now.
Understood. But what we've seen is when it has mattered most recently for Texas, even against Washington, that was a comeback that they didn't complete. He has found ways to make plays. He's just not the guy we thought he was. That's all.
Yeah, and that's what bothers me. Against this Ohio State team right now, this Ohio State team caught fire. And I don't know anyone who's going to stop them, although I will say this idea that Penn State was waltzing to the finals, that's over. No one thinks that anymore. And Notre Dame is they're rugged defensively, and their offensive line. I talked about it in the yesterday on the show.
Penn State was never going to walk into the finals. They had either Georgia or
Notre
Dame.
They were the third favorite behind it was Ohio State and Penn State, and then Georgia, I think, was third.
They'd have to play Notre Dame or
and then
Georgia.
Texas. Yeah. They're not. This Penn State Notre Dame is going to be a really good game.
I think it's
going to be a really good game, and
I
think
both a really good game.
And I think either one
find out how to stop Tyler Warren.
It'll be a close game. I'm not sure how good it'll be.
Well, okay, yeah, it'll be a close game.
It'll be a good game.
It'll be competitive. I don't know how aesthetically pleasing.
I don't know that it's going to be aesthetically pleasing.
Well, I mean, I like defense too.
Well, there's defense and then there's bad offense, and I think Notre Dame.
I like pretty defense.
I like pretty defense is fine, but watching Riley Leonard against athletes, they're for 100 yards. He's not going to be pretty.
It's grimy. That's fine. It's grimy.
That dude is like Tyler Hero.
What?
All right? He was a basketball player. He wasn't a football player.
Yeah.
That dude is athletic. Oh, he's not athletic. Did you see him jump
John,
over
did
those
I just
guys?
say he wasn't athletic? I just said he threw for under 100 yards. That's what I said. Didn't say anything about his athleticism.
You don't see against. You said you want to see him against what?
I like seeing him change.
No,
positions.
I saw him against a real athletic defense, and he threw for under 100 yards. They don't trust that man.
Riley Leonard and Jalen Milroe need to move to running back.
Thank you.
But you got to move to All-State Siding Windows.
All-State Window, and I have to move there. I'm already there. I've had All-State Windows and Siding come out and do a complete siding job for me. It was a big deal too because I had this vinyl siding that was after the hurricane in 2017. There was some hanging off of the home, and my homeowner's insurance said we're not going to insure you until you get this fixed. I'm like, I thought I was going to weasel by. And it didn't look good. I mean, I really needed to. Underneath it was old wood that was dilapidated. Somebody had done just a patchwork job. So I called Allstate Windows and Siding. This is before I was even speaking for them because I already knew they were the best in Houston and very trustworthy. good prices. And so I gave them a call. They came out. They kept a very clean workspace, which was very important to me after I had a filthy one in another job before that killed off all my grass, and it was a whole deal. They came out and they did a complete siding job, and it was a huge upgrade to the look of my home, the energy efficiency. But also I knew once I had it done once, it was done. No more painting, no more cleaning, no more repairing. It was good to go. The Hardy Plank is a solution. It's the solution, and it's going to make your house look great, and you're going to be done. The water, the humidity, whatever it is that you think is going to cause rotted wood won't happen with this Hardy Plank. So make sure that you call Allstate Windows and Siding. They've been here in business in Houston for decades, family owned and operated. And the great thing is they use top-notch quality materials, and they guarantee their work. So allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Mention you heard about it from me on ESPN 97.5, and they're going to give you a big discount when you get a complete siding job. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So how do the Texans approach this on Sunday? I haven't seen CJ in the injury report, right? If his shoulder is a problem, you would think they'd be resting him, at least limited participation. Nothing in the injury updates. He's been He apparently he's fine, because if you don't tell what the injury is, then you're facing some kind of fine. But if CJ is banged up, then he shouldn't play on Sunday. The most important thing is for him to be ready. Who cares if you win or lose this game? Now, I really think he needs to play to get better, because he was about it. The last taste in his mouth is what he did against the Ravens on Christmas, and that was terrible. It was the worst performance he's ever had. So it would be nice to get some momentum heading into the playoffs. Anything will be better than what he did on Christmas. So what do you do? There are guys that are on the report. I doubt you'll see Shaq Mason. He's got a knee. Foley, Fatukasi, you probably don't see him. There were guys that with limited participation. If they're banged up, you want to get them healthy, because you're going back at it next week for real. But apparently, there's no issue with CJ. He's not on any list, and he has been full participant. What do you do?
Well, the NFL's going to, they'll come down on you if you don't play him. So,
well, no, you can not play him and say the game's worthless.
But you need to start making that designation now.
Well, no, you don't have to tell them he's not playing. Not if the game doesn't matter, you don't have to tell them.
Right, but don't they? Are you sure they don't have?
No.
If there is an injury, you need to disclose it.
What is it?
But you could say he's not playing, because it doesn't mean anything.
Well, have the Chiefs put Mahomes on their injury report? Because that came out that he wasn't going to play, and we know why he's not going to play. They don't need the game.
But did they say it publicly?
They haven't, but all the reporting suggests that he's not going to play.
Yeah, I know the league does not like those surprises, and it's all for gambling purposes.
Yes,
they don't want any.
This is what I'm asking. The question is, do the Texans need to say he's limited by an injury, or say we're just not activating him? We're going to deactivate him for the game.
I don't think you have to say anything, but I can tell there are places that are definitely – the Eagles are 2.5-point favorites this week against the Giants at home, which tells me they're not playing anybody.
No, we already know Saquon's not playing.
Yeah, he's not playing. Right?
So, and that's why, it's best – that's why the line makers have to really curtail the numbers just in case. The Texans don't show any signs of not playing CJ.
No.
But I really would think twice about it, just because if he is a little beat up, give him an extra week. Just give him an extra week.
Here's the thing about Mahomes. So Mahomes doesn't play. He played Christmas, right, which was the 25th. He doesn't play this week. He doesn't play next week, which would put him at not playing again. It's literally 3 weeks, over 3 weeks, almost a month that he's not going to play football.
Mm-hmm.
That's way too long. His
last game was against Michigan, where they got their asses kicked.
That's not the same.
That's right.
Is that Will Howard you're talking about?
That's right. Never mind.
That was it.
I just get him and Will Howard.
You mistook Patrick Mahomes for Will Howard.
Well, after the first half the other day.
I tell you what, Will Howard's having a better couple of weeks than Mahomes is.
Well, Mahomes, the last time he played, he had 3 touchdowns against the Steelers.
Yeah,
3 touchdown passes
better.
And 320 yards.
Is he? Was he?
Well, if there's one guy that won't be affected by it, it's Pat Mahomes. He plays his game isn't really timing based; it's improv based, and so I'm not really that worried. And they find Andy Reid is so far ahead of everybody from an offensive standpoint. It's almost scary. I think some of it, I would say that some of it is just Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and it helps. But he did this with Donovan McNabb, and he the best season Alex Smith ever had was with Andy Reid. Donovan McNabb was a Pro Bowler over there with Andy Reid. Andy Reid just knows how to get the ball to playmakers in unique ways.
I don't think there's any question how good he is. But you know what? They haven't been that good this year. They just haven't.
No, offensively, and some of that's been on. And it is a direct. You cannot look at this and not think of Travis Kelce, because when Tom Brady offensively, the numbers are staggering. No one wants to believe this, but the numbers out there, we had it from NFL research. The numbers with Pat when Tom Brady had Gronk and didn't have Gronk are alarming. It's alarming how far his production dropped when when he didn't have his number one safety blanket in Gronk. The same thing I think is happening to Pat Mahomes right now. He didn't make Pro Bowl for the first time in his career, I guess. And, look, he was up against three killers at quarterback in that division. In the AFC. But there has been a direct correlation to his number one, and let's face it, he's a number one wide receiver. He lost one of them, Rashee Rice, early in the season. And then his other number one, Travis Kelce's just not really that anymore. He's just fallen off a cliff pretty quickly. So it hurts Pat Mahomes when he doesn't have Travis Kelce. He is not Superman, if I tell you, okay, Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, is having this incredible year. Josh Allen's having the best year of his career, and they look so dangerous without Stephon Diggs. They look like a better team. And yet I can't ever bring these games up when I talk to other people, and it doesn't just turn to, well, it's Pat Mahomes. Like, I don't care what the Chiefs look like. I don't care if they've been lucky. I know you probably think that too, John. You probably think it too, Dell. We can say whatever we want about how it's looked all year long. But when it comes time to the playoffs, it's like, it's Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. Ultimately, you can't disrespect that. You have to respect that.
Yeah. No. I don't. But if you want to know the truth, I'd rather go through Kansas City than Baltimore or Buffalo.
Yeah, on paper for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, but we'll see if you on paper for sure. We'll see if you believe that when the game's actually going on. But it's not just
Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes.
It's Chris Jones.
No, Steve Spagnuolo too.
Steve Spagnuolo
it's all of
a
it.
problem.
So when it comes down to it,
that's why they've got so many wins.
Yeah, it's everybody that is important shows up when it matters, no matter what you think is going on in the regular season. Just wait for the playoffs. And we've had what do we have? Like Brady won in Tampa, but we thought of the dominant Patriots. We had a 2-year gap between one GOAT and then the other one stepping in. Mm-hmm. And we felt that way about the Patriots. And of course, they didn't always win. It usually happened if they had to go on the road in the AFC title game, or obviously the NFC East had them. But as soon as it was time, we expected that team to win, and it's the same for the Chiefs. I don't care about what Mahomes is doing. I don't care about Allen. I don't care about Lamar. When it matters, I'm saying, the Chiefs will find a way.
I honestly, when you say that, I used to say, well, you still have to beat Brady. I feel the exact same. You still have to beat Mahomes. Like, you can talk about it in the games on paper and all this stuff. All I know is who's the number one seed, no matter how they got there, who's the number one seed, and who's got home field throughout, and you still have to beat Pat Mahomes. And it's no matter what. The road to the Super Bowl is still going to go through Kansas City.
And he's lost 2 home playoff games. One is because Dee Ford was offsides. They would have won that game. They had to pick. He was offsides, and the other one,
Joe Burrow.
He had a awful second half. They were up big in that game, and Pat Mahomes probably had
remember that game.
The worst half. The AFC title game,
Super Bowl,
the Bengals.
Yeah, okay.
He had the worst half of his career.
AFC Championship game.
And I was like, and other than that, it's been, it's Mahomes. They'll win. They'll figure it out, and they generally always do.
Yeah, they did.
That said, over his last 5 games, CJ had his best game against Kansas City. Threw for 244, 2 touchdowns,
that's
2 interceptions.
Wow, what a game.
Shred him, Shroud. Yeah, great game by CJ. 2 picks, great.
2-2 and 246 yards. Man, he was balling.
Well, yeah. No, he had a better game, actually. He threw for 131 against Miami, and he actually had a better game there.
He didn't turn the ball over, right?
Didn't turn the ball over. That's right.
Shred him, Stroud!
What is that from?
It's John Gruden online or on Twitter. He breaks down quarterbacks, and earlier in the year, CJ had a great game, and he said,
"Shred him, Stroud."
Was it against Buffalo, maybe?
I don't know what game it was, but
that was not him barking.
That was him.
That's him. That's a good bark.
And that's show,
Gruden barking.
Part of it is him, and then there's some people behind him too.
There's some
reverb, backing vocals, whatever,
too,
maybe. But the show that I do, we want to play this.
Shred him, Stroud.
But CJ's not shredding enough, so Sean doesn't get a chance to play it.
Yeah, he's really not been shredding. I don't think shredding is a word. Okay, what was the last really good game he had?
Was it Buffalo?
That's a long time ago.
No. Was it Dallas?
Maybe.
Really good game? Are we going to use that? Are we going to use really good game?
Really good
yes,
game.
Okay,
really good game. We're not doing this 2 touchdowns, 2 interception thing.
No. Oh, no. Well, against Dallas, he had no touchdowns, 1 interception. But he threw for 257.
Thanks to Laramie.
That's not good.
Against Laramie Tunsil, he would have had, if not for Laramie Tunsil, he would have had 300 plus with Nico Collins. But that was like a screen. That didn't really count anyway. He didn't throw that ball more than a yard down the field.
They count now. They count them now.
No, but it's not shred them if he's throwing a ball a yard down the field and Nico runs for 70.
The last really good game.
His first half against Detroit was maybe.
Oh, my God. New England for 192 yards.
That doesn't count.
3 touchdowns. Then it's Buffalo, 331, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
Even then, he
Jacksonville, 345, 2 touchdowns, no interception.
That's the game.
Okay,
he had a passer rating over 110.
It's when the weather in that day was 100 degrees. The last time he had a really good game, it was
hot.
September 29th. September. And you could make an argument that, I would argue Buffalo at 331. I know it's 1 touchdown, 1 interception, but it was 8.7 yards a throw.
And that touchdown came very early.
He had 27 yards rushing. Yeah, it did come early.
And they held on.
They only won by 3.
Yeah, they held on to beat Buffalo in Josh Allen's worst game.
They only beat Jacksonville by 4.
Well, they don't beat up on the AFC South.
Yeah. Who cares?
The AFC South, they have a 4-point difference?
Even when he sunned Caleb Williams, he only had a touchdown.
Don't take all them sacks.
CJ didn't get to 20 touchdowns, kids.
Well, that's why maybe he's playing on Sunday to get to 20 touchdowns.
Maybe so, but I don't know that it's a lock.
19 and 12.
This is your quarterback?
Good Lord, this is Matt Schaub never had a year this bad.
The one you were taunting people over?
62% completion percentage. I know, and I taunted everybody.
So proud of your quarterback.
It doesn't seem like he's thrown for 3,600 either, but he has. All right. Woo! Shred him, Stroud.
No, you don't get to. Those stats say no, you don't get to play that.
Oh, he did that one game.
Against Jacksonville, yeah.
Shred him, Stroud.
Time to talk about Billy Brown. When people are shredding your toilet, okay, you need Billy Brown.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Good Lord.
That's what you need. Yeah. Well, it happens. Okay?
Shred him, Kevin.
Yeah, how many times do your kids
Jeff.
clog up the toilet?
Shred him, Jeff.
Okay. How many times do your kids clog up the toilet with they use the whole roll of toilet paper? They're terrible people. Children are terrible people. And so here's the deal. If you've got terrible people in your home, ruining your pipes, ruining your toilet, ruining somebody a buddy of mine called me yesterday. He said, I got hot water in the sink, but not the shower. Well, call Billy. That's all there is to it. And Billy will get there and he'll fix that problem for you. I don't know how that happens, but you did it. Here's the deal. If you've got any problem whatsoever, 281-488-6238, right, Lance?
Yeah, that's all it is. And it's big jobs, small jobs. For those of you who you sit there and you're looking at your toilet and you think, I feel like that water is lower than it should be. Could be a leak. Could be a leak in your pipes underneath your slab. And I can promise you, I had one and it does damage. So make sure that you call the experts. They'll come out there, give you a hydrostatic test, and they'll find out right away whether or not you have a leak. So whether it's leaky faucet or leaky pipes underneath your slab, from the big job to the small job, it's always going to be aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell, along with you at 713-780-3776. We'll take calls. Anybody wants to get in here and talk about anything that we have been talking about or anything else, you are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Hope you all had a great holiday. We're back now, back every day, and we want you to come on in, hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So it looks like Cam Smith is the Astros' number one. He is the Astros' number one prospect this year. He moves right in. He's 73rd overall. Boy, the Astros minor league system, just there is zero respect for the Astros minor league system. Mm-hmm. Of course, they're always bringing guys up and using them at the big league level, and they're performing. But it just seems like
not at the star level, though.
It's no, but it has been.
Although Yiner is going to be a all-star.
Yiner's going to be.
Yiner will be an all-star. And what's interesting is he wasn't the star. It was going to be Corey Lee.
Right.
Corey Lee was supposed to be the star, and Yiner comes up, and Yiner's the better player. Corey Lee's gone, and Yiner's got all-star potential. But I like the fact that you made a trade and you immediately get your number one prospect in your system. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. If you're going to move Kyle Tucker, you don't get some good talent. You got to get a guy who's number one in your system. That's why you move Kyle Tucker to replenish your system in part. And if this guy's number one, I don't care that he's 79. Let's just see how he plays. I mean, with Bryce and Cam, I like that we have a couple of guys in the system that appear to have some potential to be core players.
Yep. I wouldn't mind. Michael Schwab just put out one, Anthony Santander versus Jurickson Profar. I wouldn't mind Jurickson Profar at all. That would be nice. They got to do something in the outfield. But this, you guys, this is something that's pretty encouraging. Pete Caldera of NorthJersey.com had this to say, and I quote, "Before a March 1st exhibition game against Houston at Steinbrenner Field, word circulates that third baseman Alex Bregman has re-signed with the Astros on a $175 million deal." Pete Caldera of NorthJersey.com. Thank you.
What? Wait, I don't understand. Wait, what now? Before
He says he's predicting that Alex Bregman is going to be re-signed by the Astros. Okay?
Where's he going to play?
And he actually picked the time and place.
Okay. Well, so the topic has come up. We didn't broach it yesterday, but is he getting Borscht?
He is getting Borscht.
I mean, it feels like, who was it that got rid of Borscht? Was it Scott?
Borscht, yeah.
Who was it that got rid of Borscht because he screwed him? Was it
a backup? It was the Astros backup. It was they got from the Red Sox, the backup catcher.
Oh, that's right. Redhead Kingpin.
And he went to Kansas or
Kansas City.
Vasquez had like
did Blake Snell also or no? Remember when Blake Snell, the year before he got his deal, before he got his big deal, that he was like sitting out there, and like right when the season was starting, he didn't have a deal. Was that Scott Boras? I'm looking right now.
I'm looking. Not Randy Scott. Okay. I'm trying to find. I think it was Vasquez. I know it was a former Astros backup catcher that had a deal with Kansas City, and he refused it. Christian Vasquez. I think he had a deal with Kansas City for like $15 million. He refused it and ended up signing for $2 million.
Yeah. It was Vasquez, wasn't it? I just Googled fired Scott Boras.
And Vasquez came out?
Jordan Montgomery fired Scott Boras. Ex-Yankee players, the latest. Nick Castellanos fired Scott Boras. I'll have to see who else, but I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it was Vasquez because he just got completely screwed on a deal.
Maybe it wasn't Vasquez.
Or was it? No, you know who it was? I think it was Machete before he came back.
Oh, was it Machete?
Because remember, he thought he was going to get something sweet, and he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Christian Vasquez. Yeah. Did he fire Boris? Deserve more respect.
Anyway, it looks like right now. Anyway, it looks like Alex Bregman is caught. Now, here's the deal. Scott Boras walks into a meeting with teams that are looking to sign, and he's got like an encyclopedia. He's got like one of those gigantic books that have all the stats from every major league player, one of those books. And he's got everything you could possibly want to know about this player and compares them to historically to every player.
By the way, it was Martin Maldonado, 19, fired Scott Boras after he botched free agency.
How about that? It was Maldonado. Wow. So wasn't it Kansas City that offered him the deal?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And he got screwed. Now, the problem is the timing of free agency has become we've seen this over the last 3 years. It's become very critical that you understand when to strike. Typically, early money is what you want. And now Bregman doesn't have the early money. Now, for him, it may not matter as much, but it's starting to look less and less like, well, I shouldn't say that. Boris is always pretty good at the end of the day. Do you think – I still think there's a pretty good chance Bregman gets $200 million just because all Boris needs to do is create enough drama for the Red Sox to believe that another team can get involved. And I think
here's the deal, though. What if it's right around 160 and Alex Bregman left instead of coming back here?
I mean, unless he just wanted to see what it was like somewhere else, wanted to live somewhere.
He didn't know. He wanted to come back here.
Well, then he could have.
No, because he thought he was going to get 200 because Boris told him he was getting 200. Yeah, he wanted to come back, but not for 156.
You know what? If you really wanted
to sign somewhere at the end of the day for 160 or 165, wow. What a huge
I would argue even if it's 185, then you really didn't want to be in Houston because honestly, if you really wanted to stay in Houston, you probably could have just said, look, let's make it you could have just said, ultimately, the money is all that I'll ever be able to spend. It's all my children will ever need. I really want to be here. I know that's actually kind of Pollyanna. Players don't typically do that ever in any sport, but a lot of them are also not happy. A lot of players have been unhappy when they leave a good situation. Why do you think for sure that Alex Bregman, because the Astros, as he knows it, are changing year after year. Like it's not the same Astros team that it was when it was Altuve and Springer and Correa and Bregman. They were all giving each other hugs at press conferences and hanging on each other like a boy band. It doesn't look the same anymore. Matter of fact, Altuve's the only one left. Why do you think the Astros all want to be, the guys who are core players want to be here for the transition?
Why do I think they?
Yeah, why do you think that they're locked into like, I don't want to leave here? I mean, you're on your third manager. There is a transition going on. You're on your third general manager.
Although that manager has been here for a while. It's not like you just brought in somebody from outside. He had been here. Why? One thing is wives. You know what? They're raising the kids here.
Yeah, but Carlos didn't want to leave, and he left.
Well, but again, the Astros didn't. Didn't make.
You want to say that out loud again, or do you feel like getting a phone call?
The Astros didn't. Well, I know this for a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, I
say
know
it if you want.
Well, they offered him something he didn't want, and it's almost identical to Bregman.
Then did they take his call later on?
No.
That's not what I heard from the Astros. But also, I think that I don't think it's crazy to say, and I don't need to be. I know that I may get a lecture on how Jim Crane spends more money than anyone on earth, but the fact is, bringing in maintaining by bringing in 2-year deals on pitchers or trading for a pitcher is one thing. Spending to keep a core in place, Alex Bregman knows that's not happening. You know that's not going to happen. There's a good chance, that Jordan won't end his career as an Astro unless he takes less money.
Well, he's one just like Altuve.
I mean, does Bregman really want to do that?
And then they signed again. Here's the deal: is by the time his contract comes up, he'll be 7 years in. You give him another 5-year deal. That's a 12-year major league career.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, That's and they're going to give him big money. Jordan's going to be here. Jordan, I think, is going to be.
Why do you think Jordan's going to be? Jordan will only be here. He'll then you're banking on him getting early deals done for less than market value for him.
They already did that.
I know. You think he's going to do it twice?
Yeah, Altuve did it too.
Who's his agent? Altuve is an outlier. Altuve never wants to go. He's 5'3". Jordan is a bombing, strapping power hitter, and you better pray he doesn't get Scott Boras as an agent.
Yeah, I don't know who his agent is.
Because Scott Boras will take his ass right up out of here.
Well, we don't have to use ugly language. Okay, we could have just said it regular. And all I know is Alex Bregman maybe isn't. The market ain't there.
Yeah, I do. I guess I don't feel bad for Alex Bregman. I don't actually care, but I guess like for radio's sake, I'll say I feel bad for Alex Bregman. Mm-hmm. I don't feel bad for people who have millions and millions of dollars. So I'll just go ahead and let me just state that first. But now, for radio's sake, I feel bad for Alex Bregman because he may end up not getting what he was hoping to get.
He may end up getting 170 or 80 million.
Well, he may not get what he wanted in terms of where to play, situation, financial package because of an agent who, frankly is very good at his job, but he also he's a Ronin who I don't know that he necessarily looks out what's best for you, for players.
All right. I know what's best for you, Taqueria Zarandis.
Oh, it's great for me. And I wish yesterday I had one of the tamales for lunch. I had that. I had just one. I had some from Christmas Day that I had been hanging on to and had frozen. And the Aranda's Bakery makes their tamales are so. I wasn't typically a tamale guy until I had Taquerias Aranda's, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is the way it's done. Perfect blend of masa and meat. Chicken tamales are way better than I ever anticipated. I'm usually pork tamale guy, beef tamale. You can go to Aranda's Bakery and you can get your tamales. You can get your conchas. You can get your pan dulce, your sweetbreads that they have. They have some excellent desserts over there. But there's so much to choose from over at Aranda's Bakery. And usually you're going to find those relatively close to Taqueria Aranda's. And what are you doing at Taqueria Aranda's? Well, you're stopping in and getting yourself a hearty breakfast this morning. It could be breakfast tacos. You can get them and take them on the road, wrap them up in the foil, take them to the office, get a packet of them for the office. And you're going to be the popular guy. But if you want to sit down and have a hearty breakfast, I highly recommend Taqueria Aranda's. Whether it's weekday or weekend, you're going to have a wide selection, and it is going to get your day started just right. You have authentic Mexican food available for you at any time of the day on their menus, and it's just a great place to go and enjoy yourself. The food, the fun, bring your friends along and enjoy, but start your day with a good breakfast from Taqueria Aranda's. And when you're ready for your sweets and your tamales, Aranda's Bakery. It's Taqueria Aranda's. Locations all over Houston, Taqueria Aranda's.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. When we get any calls, Del, let me know, and we'll go to the calls. Notre Dame wins yesterday, and they will be taking on Penn State, and it's Texas and Ohio State in the other game. And I don't know that anybody's given the Horns much of a chance in this one, which is a little bit crazy.
Line opened 4.5, went to 6.5.
Yeah. I mean, it's just shot right up.
My son, Alec, and I were talking about this. He goes, Texas is going to be right there. He goes, that's all they do is play close games. And he was making the point, and I thought, he's actually got a point. They do. I mean, they've got a good defense. They've got a good defensive line. Ohio State's beat up on the offensive line. Can Ohio State run the ball against Texas? We'll find out. I mean, they're going to be spread. When Ohio State, and remember, Michigan beat up Ohio State. Like, I can't get away from that game. I know how good they looked against Tennessee. I know how good they looked against Oregon. But, man, that Michigan game is like, I can't get away from the fact that Michigan just beat them up. And Michigan is a team that Texas handled easily. And the argument that is made by football people is when Ohio State tries to prove their toughness, they ain't tough. They're still finesse. And so they got to play finesse football. So I think that the Texas, like, can Texas, that's why the offensive line to me, if you have Wisner and Blue running the ball effectively and creating yards after contact, and I just think Sark has got to do a way better job of calling plays. I watched Isaiah Bond for my draft write-up, and I came away like, oh my God, Texas is absolutely, there should be an arrest made for what they're doing with Isaiah Bond. This dude should have a minimum of 4 touches a game, a minimum. And I don't care if it's a quick hitch throw. I don't care if it's a reverse. I know he had, but not the whole year.
No.
Not the whole year. I watched the whole year. And I'm like, how is this guy not getting more catches? He's used as a decoy so much, and Quinn doesn't target him down the field. That is a massive playmaking potential. He's a 4.3 40 guy with tremendous speed and ability.
How's his route running? Is he getting
open? It's
open?
Good. Yes, he's getting wide open. He's used as that's what I'm shocked about. He's used as a decoy, and he was at Alabama some too. But, Alabama, he had Jalen Milroe, who can't hit the broadside of a barn. And then you have Quinn, who just is not a good deep ball thrower. And so they ask him to clear defenses out. He does a lot of dirty work stuff because of his speed. He's a good route runner. He's better than anybody else that Texas has. He just does not get the ball. And I'm watching the other day, and I know the argument's, but he's been hurt. They haven't been hurt all year, and they haven't gotten him the ball all year. He has one game over 50 yards. One game over 50 yards. This is Isaiah Bond was a massive get from, and instead it's been all Matthew Golden and almost no Isaiah Bond. And Isaiah Bond has late first, early second potential as a wide receiver. He'll go early second. He's going to run really fast. He was a sprint champ in high school. And Texas does a piss poor job of getting. Do you know he's got 4 carries? All 4 reverses. 3 of them went for more than 20 yards. And that's all like. And because he's special with the ball in his hands, and they just don't. I don't know what Sark's deal is. I am trying to get him the ball in his hands as much as possible. I just, it got to the point where I was wondering, does Quinn Ewers does not have a good relationship with them? Is there something there? Because I promise you, he's looking for Matthew Golden every chance he gets. But I think that they've got a massive weapon, and they better activate him against an explosive offense like Ohio State, because they have to hit explosive plays if they're not going to be able to bully them on the ground. And we'll see if they can bully them.
King of all twitches.
Mm-hmm.
Sark is not that good a head coach. Not sure why he's not taking more ship.
Is he a good big game coach? There's a question.
Well, listen, he's 2 years in a row in the playoffs. I think Texas forgets where they were before Sark. Holy crap, you were irrelevant since Vince. You were irrelevant. Now you're 2 years in a row in the playoffs.
What? Being in the Final Four 2 years in a row? That coach blows.
He blows.
Well, he lost both games to Georgia.
And Quinn Ewers, you
Final
suck.
Four.
Lost both games to Georgia.
Quinn Ewers, you suck.
No, I
okay?
mean, do you think that they have played well, Texas, this year? Tell me their best game. Hold on, Dale. Hold on. Tell me their best game, John.
Florida, Michigan.
Florida against the backup.
Michigan.
Florida and Michigan. Michigan was the second.
Michigan turned out to be a pretty
Michigan was
team.
their Michigan
Ask
was their
Alabama
best.
how good Michigan is.
Not then they weren't.
Yeah.
Not then they weren't. They were not a good team early in the year. They took a lot of losses. They weren't very good. But they became a lot better. But yeah, that was their most impressive win. Was the second week of the season.
No offense to Texas,
and Florida was a really Florida. They rolled Florida.
You're posing. Texas cannot evaluate and suggest process means more than results. As John said, where have they been? Stop talking about how you got there.
Yeah, no.
Not you specifically.
You're right.
But as far as anyone is talking about, who have they beaten? Texas ain't got no leg to stand on about how it looked getting there. You got to the semifinal twice. You're in the Final Four twice in 2 years. You cannot criticize Sark. And I made fun of Sark because he was 8-4 Sark. Never spent a year losing less than 4 games until last year. What are we talking about? Texas ain't a team that can talk about, well, we beat teams by 35 points, and that's what it looks like for us. You got to the semifinal twice.
But what's
in a
their
row.
spread record?
That's for gambling purposes. But for this gentleman, whoever you're talking about, what are we talking about here?
Listen, it's not okay. I'm wrong. You're right. He makes great offensive adjustments. All I know is in overtime they threw and won the ball game. Holy crap! What do you want? 4th and 13. They converted it to a touchdown, and then they went the next play touchdown to Helm. I mean, honestly, what adjustments didn't he make? Now, listen, they didn't play great.
No, he didn't make any. What do you mean? He didn't make any adjustments.
Is this, but all I'm saying is this: Longhorn fan. I don't know where you think you should be, but I know where you were since 2009. I know where you were. You were mid-level Big 12.
No one's asking to fire him, John. They want him to be better in big games.
Well, he just won a big game.
They won a big game where they were 2-point. They lost a 16-point lead in large part because he got tight.
What are we talking about?
I understand. These are two different things. One is results. One is process.
He had Carrot Top missing 2 easy field goals.
That's very true. We got the preeminent Longhorn fan, Longhorn Scott, calls in.
What up, Longhorn Scott?
Hey guys, yeah, this is a no silliness call. Like, this is straight up. So, look, my humble opinion as a guy, I was a freshman there in '91, and since that season, I've missed 12 games in Austin only, and 5 of those were when I lived in California for a year in '98. So, look. I've sat through, and I'm talking from the eyes of Texas to the eyes of Texas. When you sit through all of that, you get perspective. And there's a lot of people who clearly don't have it. Are there opportunities for Sark? That's what's exciting for me is I'm thrilled with where we're at. When we're at a point where we're upset about ugly wins in the second round of the playoffs, like, we've got opportunity. Have they played 100% clean all year? I mean, maybe once or twice. At the end of the day, the goal is to win, and win whether it's ugly or not. I mean, I can think back to some teams here recently that won. Like, I feel like Ohio State had a team. I mean, hell, Georgia won it all because of a missed field goal by Ohio State. Like, just win, And so I, for one, am thrilled with where we're at. Bond has been hurt, by the way. So there's been a lot of injuries. So I think some of those guys are getting healthy. I think Bond is finally healthy again, and so. Guys, and by the way, I'll just say this too. The people that are making these really outlandish, ridiculous comments, like you just read whoever it was saying something about he's a terrible coach, he's not catching enough heat. I mean, those are either non-Texas fans or they're outliers. The average fan is like, hey, life's pretty freaking good right now. And by the way, Sooner fans, suck it. Aggies, suck it. Arkansas. I just took in Arkansas this morning. Your season was in Arkansas. Like, there's plenty to be pretty excited about. You told me in a season we beat Michigan, Arkansas, OU, A&M,
Florida.
And we're sitting here fiddling over, not being beating people by 20. I think we got a great chance this next game. We'll see. I don't know, man.
Thanks for the call. Can they win a national championship? Is Sark good enough to win a national championship?
We'll see.
I'm not talking about beating Vanderbilt on the road by 3. I'm not talking about getting by against Arizona State. I'm talking about beating the Georgias in Georgia game. Everyone else can beat Georgia this year. Can you win those games?
Tom Osborne took 19 years.
And then he got stone-cold criminals on his team who literally did prison time.
Well, then Sark.
It was different.
Tommy Frazier was a stone-cold criminal.
No, some of those other guys
you want to go now do Lawrence Phillips and the Peter brothers.
Yeah, well you got to make decisions.
We got a break. 713-780-3776. You got thoughts on this?
I think it's a fair question. When we come back, I want to get into it a little bit.
All right, I've got a fair question for you. What kind of beer are you drinking? Because if it's not Coors Light, it ain't as good as it could be. Your life is not as good as it could be. I need you to climb on. I need you to keep Texas chill. I know it's a little chilly there right now, huh? But here's the deal: is I don't care where you are, what you're doing. It is time for you to get a climb on board with the cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love it. I've always got some in the fridge in case somebody comes over or in case I'm just sitting around watching a game, whatever the case may be. I love me some Coors Light, and you will love you some Coors Light, too. It's a new year. Start something different. Try Coors Light. If you haven't yet, please do. I know if you have that you're drinking it. I love it. You'll love it. Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. All right. So far this bowl season, who is going to be remembered more? Number 39 for Georgia or number 55 for Arkansas?
Okay, so 55 for Arkansas. I didn't see what 39 did. 55 for Arkansas is the kid who stepped on the player's ankle.
The ankle, yeah. Stepped on, just stomped him. While he's on the ground, he stomped his ankle.
What happened with 39 in Georgia?
39 in Georgia, the referee, they're running down the sideline, and 39 is the referee runs into him, and they throw a flag, and instead of first and goal at this 4-yard line, they're moved back to the 25, and they kick a field goal. You know, it was early in the game. You didn't see that?
I didn't see the early part. I missed the first quarter because I didn't know the game started that early.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. I forgot that it started at the same time as it was supposed to start. Right.
So
I kept thinking it was a night game. I'm like, and I got a notification on my phone. Like, what the hell? It already started. So yeah, I missed that.
Yeah. So 39 is a kid who doesn't really look like a Georgia football player. He was on the sideline in just his shirt, and he's standing on the white line. And
he looks like Kirby Smart when Kirby Smart was a freshman at Georgia. He looks like what Kirby Smart was. Try hard safety. I don't know what position the kid plays, but yeah, he was in the wrong spot at the wrong time. You know what didn't help him? The broadcast continuing to show his face.
No, they continued to show him after.
At some point, leave that kid alone.
Yeah.
Leave him alone. You're making him famous for the wrong reason.
At the end of the game, they showed him again. It was like, oh, my gosh. It was like, oh, that kid's got to feel terrible. Except they lost by 13. Another 4 points would have helped, but I don't think it doesn't make a difference in that game.
Oh, inactive Georgia player wearing no pads. Oh, yeah. Geez. Holy crap. One of those weasels?
Yeah.
The guy who's his dad probably wrote a check.
Listen,
preferred walk-on.
Oh, yeah, look at him. This guy's This guy's got preferred walk-on. Dad wrote a check. Or I happen to be friends with a guy with a 5-star you're recruiting.
Yeah.
That happens too.
I sat a long time behind. My brother-in-law has seats right behind the LSU bench, and I am amazed at how many 39s there are. I'm like, how are you standing on the sideline at LSU? I know you're never going to play.
They really pop out during bowl season because everyone can go to the game. Then you see a lot of them. Like home games, they'll be there because there's a travel roster and a home roster.
And we're talking about good I've gone to Texas games with my wife, right? And I look on the sideline like, these dudes can't play. Like, there's at least 14 guys here on the sideline. They can't possibly play. How could they possibly be on a roster with jersey numbers? Granted, they don't have, shoulder pads on. But I'm just thinking, what is there? Like, I've always wondered, it's kind of like some of the guys at the end of the bench. Some of the guys, oh, no, they want to be part.
Well, I know.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the thing. You can say, hey, I was on that team. Yeah,
they want to.
You get to take
How does Texas and Georgia
camp bodies?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you need guys to do stuff.
Yeah.
But some of those guys get scholarships.
Well, that's changing now because they're going to up the roster to 105. Not everyone's going to go up to 105 as far as scholarships. So some of those preferred walk-ons, they're probably going to go away because now you can hand out scholarships if you have the money to do it. So the 39s of the world, unless your dad's paying your way, they'll just hand your scholarship. They'll just hand your spot to some three-star who's a better practice player than you are. And that's how college teams will move going forward. So the walk-on stuff is going to go away here pretty soon if you got the money to spend on scholarships. And Georgia certainly has.
Georgia's, they're going to have plenty of money. No question about that. That kid, I felt so bad for him.
Oh, I'm watching the whole video where he tries to sneak back.
Yeah.
Tries to slink away.
Then guys were like, right afterwards, a guy was sitting there next to him and kind of laughing.
But there's no penalty, right? It doesn't look like.
Oh, no. Are you kidding? Yes.
They had a penalty on it?
That was a 15-yarder. I think it was 15
from the end of the play.
No, from where? Well, maybe it was from the end of the play.
It must
not from the spot. But it took him way back to the 20-something yard line. It's instead of inside the 5. Yeah, it was a big play.
It was about the 10, and went all the way to the 26. So that was 11 to 26. Yeah, so there's the 15. Yep.
Yeah, right. That was and then 55 is officially the POS of the postseason.
So that was really. Now somebody made a point that the guy was on his teammate and wouldn't get off of his teammate, and his teammate was hurt, and so he did that. I don't know, but I know that the internet, do your job. Do your thing, internet. Put this out. This kid should be. Here's what I saw. He should be arrested. I saw arrested. I saw incarcerated. I saw kicked out of the school. Do you guys not know some of the dirty stuff that happens in games? He stepped on a guy's ankle. I get it. It looks like a really bad move. But my God, do you know some of the dirty things, way dirtier than that happens in games? And you're calling for this kid to be arrested, handcuffed, have him beaten, have him extradited. Like, guys, it's a 15-yard penalty and suspend him. That's what it is. Let's stop with all this crazy. Like, you really want to know how the sausage is made with some of the dirty stuff that goes on.
He never should play college football again.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's it. Yeah. And
do you know
he should.
when I was at Tulane, there was a guy, Perry Clark was bringing basketball back after there had been a point shaving scandal at Tulane with Hot Rod Williams years ago. And so we came back. So my sophomore year, Perry Clark had a big, he was very smart. He had a big walk-on tryout. So the whole school was there. We were all playing, and we all wanted a chance to be walk-ons, and one guy had a chance to earn a scholarship potentially, and I had some friends who could ball too. That's all we did was play. Well, that's all I did. They actually went to school and played, but so there were some good players, and we thought one of our guys had a chance. Stan Funches had a chance to actually make the team. He actually beat one of the assistant basketball. No, he beat a guy named Michael Christian who had come in from Georgia Tech. He beat him one-on-one. They said, if you can beat him one-on-one, we'll give you a scholarship. Beat him one-on-one. Then they reneged on that. But we had this big tryout, and we thought, okay, this is our chance. One of our guys, one of us is going to get a chance to make this team for the first year Tulane's back. And it was a pizza party, and we're all playing. All the gyms are filled with, the courts are filled with players. And you know who got it? Brett Just, who right now is the head of basketball coaches and executives at William Morris Endeavor. His dad was a huge agent, scratched a monster check off. And this guy, who had no business being on the court at any point, was all of a sudden now on the bench, waving the towel with the jersey. And that's when I realized, oh, so those spots go to check writers. That's how that works. That's how that works. And now this guy's the head of basketball at William Morris Endeavors. I mean, and he played, I'm going to look at his LinkedIn. I'm sure it's going to talk about how he played basketball at Tulane. Yeah, got a sweet check. Somebody wrote a sweet check. Don't think that's not happening at A&M, at Texas, at all these universities as well.
Yeah. No, it's happened. It's still, what do you mean? It's been happening forever and will never stop, which is why that whole, never mind. I don't even want to get into it. My buddy got in trouble for that, for the scholarship things that that was happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's been forever that people have been paying for their kids to get into school. We got a break. I got to talk about HRP. I got to talk about what the greatness is at HRP. We love them here. I want you to call up to our station and talk to Laura Beavers about it. She will tell you exactly what happens. We've got a one-person department. We had as many, and I don't know how many we have now. We had as many as 75, maybe more employees at one time. And we had one person, our CFO, Laura Beavers, in that department. And you know why? Because we got HRP. Because HRP takes care of all of our stuff. HRP is so good, so easy to work with. The technology is second to none. It's proprietary technology that people are trying to get from Mike Holly, and Mike Holly's like, no, I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing. I'm going to grow this thing, and we're going to be the biggest, and we're going to be the best. But it started here in Houston. Mike played at University of Houston, and he's turned this company into just a monster. And the reason that he's done it is because they just do it better. You're looking for a great way to get payroll to your people, HR to your people, get taxes done so easily, all of that. It's all at hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Hey, Allstate Windows and Siding. I talked to you about the siding job that I had done a few years ago. Windows are even better for me because windows add to your energy efficiency at a rate that you can't possibly imagine. It can knock your energy bills way down when you replace leaky windows with double pane, double strength windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. They upgrade the look of your home, so your home's going to immediately look a lot better. But these windows are built here in Texas. They're built to sustain Texas style weather, which we know is extreme in all different directions. But I think the thing that really stands out is that it adds a level of additional safety. It makes houses quieter. And then, as I mentioned before, that when it's sealed properly, you're going to have a much more energy efficient home. So now's the time to upgrade the look of your home and upgrade the energy efficiency with my friends over at Allstate Windows and Siding. Windows made right here in Texas and a name you can trust. Years in the business, family owned and operated, and they give you great discounts when you tell them you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where are we right now on Bobby Slowick? We haven't talked about Bobby since the Christmas Day game.
I mean, the masses want him burned at a stake,
right?
Because of what he's done to CJ.
He's ruined CJ.
He's ruined what he's done to CJ is criminal.
It is.
CJ was just sitting there, minding his business, being amazing, and then Bobby ruined him. Calling stupid plays. He called the bad plays this year for some reason. Here he comes with all the bad plays. He called the good ones last year. But this year he decided, I'm going to try out some bad plays where I have bad passing concepts, bad routes, and bad spacing.
Well, how about okay, so
that's the lamest. By the way, I'm saying that because I think you're super lame unless you're an offensive coordinator watching all 22 and somebody who actually knows what you're talking about, which is none of us, and including myself. You really shouldn't make now. You want to talk about the sideways passes, excessive, not working backwards where maybe you throw early to get CJ, easy throws. I'm with all that. I think
there are some routes that we saw. We talked a little bit about it. The dig routes that have been. How about that they can't pick up a simple stunt?
Yeah, well, that's going to be an O-line coach.
Okay, but as the coordinator, you're responsible for all of that offense. You got to get on that coach and say, okay, if it happens once or twice, I say, okay. But where is Bobby Slowick stepping in and saying, we can't have this anymore? Because Bobby Slowick is in charge of the offensive line as well.
Well, but that's also D'Amico's job too, as head coach. I can tell you now, I'm going to speak from experience here because I know how, like my dad and Bruce Arians would get into it at Pittsburgh. Bruce thought you could just run 5-man protections and everything was fine. He had everyone out in a route, and you just can't do it. You have to give your offensive line a better chance.
Bobby hasn't.
No, that hasn't been the case. Yeah. So that's not. So sometimes your O-line coach and your coordinator. The problem is not Bobby Slowick on this one. Your offensive line can typically either your quarterback or your center can change protections. Bobby will make a call. Protection's called, how you want to handle it. But a lot of this is on your O-line. It's pretty much all on your O-line coach because what you're talking about, John, is an inability to handle simulated pressures, an inability to snap twisters off and look for the twister coming back at you. That is an execution issue. The offensive line coach has almost no chance of coming back, in my opinion, because of all the issues you're talking about. I know people want to put it on Bobby Slowick's tab, but just trust me on my kids' lives here. This is not on Bobby Slowick. This is going to be, I know it would be better for your narrative for those of you who want to get rid of Bobby Slowick, but this is the O-line coach is the one who's going to pay the iron price on that one because it isn't good enough. I mean, it's really, and it hasn't been good enough since Brian Flores outed you with what he basically showed the rest of the league. Like, hey, you can beat Texans with this. If you guys want to use any of this, simulated A-gap looks, and you use long twists, short twists, tackle,
it was so
TE.
funny. It was still working against Baltimore on Christmas Day. Baltimore was still doing it, and the Texans were still falling for it.
I know.
It's Christmas.
I know.
But good Lord, you haven't figured it out yet?
No, that's why the line coach is going to be the one who gets whacked. But the fact is, these players, they're playing like dumb players. You have to have intelligence in football. This is why it is essential. Line coaches do not want football stupid guys from guard to guard. Guard, center, guard, you have so many games up front. You have so much to sift through that you have to be smart, you have to be a quick processor, and you have to have good football IQ where you recognize, and instincts where you recognize, okay, this guy's hitting this gap. I've got to squeeze him and look for somebody coming over the top in that direction or from the other direction, because sometimes it's exotic. And they're not doing it, John. You mentioned it's the same stuff over and over. There's no football intelligence, no football IQ from guard to guard for the Texans. And that's the killer. Tackles a little less so, but you need to have smart, strong guys from guard to guard, and it's a problem. So the offensive line coach, the Buck's going to stop with him, but I would argue that, man, what are these dudes doing? Like, how do they not recognize? Where's the recognition and instincts after you get beat this long, year long?
Ultimately, it falls on D'Amico. But then next is Bobby Slowick.
No, O-line coaches first. Then it's going to be Slowick. This how it works.
End of the line, it's D'Amico, and if he doesn't change it, that's on him.
Yeah, but that's the end of the line.
Bobby Slowick needs to do that as well.
Bobby can only do so much. He's got to. What he can demand is they fire the O-line coach and get a new one.
He's the coordinator telling.
It's not an O-line coach, though, John. That's not. They're not the same.
But wait a minute. He knows blocking schemes. He knows.
Yeah,
schemes,
he knows run schemes.
And when you got Dalton Schultz up against Myles Garrett 1-on-1, it's dumb. Okay, and it's ultimately it falls on Bobby Slowick. Ultimately, it does. Even though the offensive line, Bobby Slowick,
it will.
That's the play you got. That's what you.
It will ultimately. But protection stuff is not going to fall on a coordinator first and foremost. It's going to go offensive line coach first, then Slowick second, and D'Amico's third. And somewhere between coordinator and D'Amico is going to be changing players. Player change happens after that. The first guy out is going to be the line coach. He's going to be the first one out. Then it goes Slowick. Then it goes players. Then it goes D'Amico. D'Amico's the last one.
Odds on the offensive line coach being fired?
I'd put him at minimum 50%, maybe 60%.
I would go higher.
I just don't know how D'Amico acts. Like, I would say higher. My feeling is it's probably more like 75%, but I don't know.
If they don't do anything.
Did D'Amico make any changes?
It's a joke of an organization.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
I would argue it
and
probably
you know what?
is.
You've got to get some. You have got to prove that you really, really want to win. You have got to make a change on that offensive line. You have to. I hate calling for people's jobs, but it is. You talk about malpractice this year on that offensive line.
Well, I know the Colts. The Colts weren't happy with them when they had him.
It has affected CJ greatly.
The Colts.
What are the odds Bobby Slowick gets fired?
Well, I think low, 20%.
I'm going higher.
Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am. I don't think you go from offensive rookie of the year.
Brian Daboll gets fired.
I thought we're talking about results. The Texans are in the playoffs. Those are results. All I heard is that all that matters is results.
9-7. Yeah.
Well, results.
When they're a preseason Super Bowl favorite. 9-7. They're disappointing.
But
no, we're not just talking about
you're
results.
Not firing. D'Amico's not going to fire a guy who was at the helm of an offensive rookie of the year last year. Especially when the offensive line has played as poorly as they have. It's going to be easy for him to just say, look, we'll change Chris Strausser out of there. He wasn't good with the Colts. Great guy. They say he's a great guy, just couldn't pick up stunts. You know, by the way, this is, now that I remember the conversation I had, the Colts had the same issues with them. They couldn't pick up games up front. So that was what he was known. That's one of his issues in Indy was he couldn't pick up games up front. Say he's a great guy, but I mean, great guys don't last if you don't get guys blocked. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make that like 75% he gets fired. Bobby Slowick, 20%. You're not going to make wholesale changes after 1 year. I don't think D'Amico doesn't strike me as a panicky guy.
I don't know that this is panicking.
1 year?
One.
Well, did you like it last year?
It's a long year. Yeah, I loved it last year. And
okay.
I hate it this year.
Then it's
and
1 year.
And I hate it this year.
Then it's still panicking after 1 year. I hate it too, but you know, the guy who coaches a position that's been the primary issue is going to probably be gone first.
Real organizations see problems and make adjustments.
Real organizations also don't panic.
No, No, don't. This is not a panic. It wouldn't be a panic move to fire Bobby Slowick.
I think it would be.
I don't.
I think it would be. He had a good year.
So
he had
Especially
a good year
if
and a bad
somebody better
offense.
comes along. Look what Daboll did with Josh Allen. You know what? Brian Daboll gets if he becomes available and he's looking for a job, I don't think you can go, well, no, we got Bobby Slowick.
You know a lot of coaches. Do you think coaches would be okay with what you're saying in terms of a guy gets 2 years, one good, one bad, you're gone? I mean, that doesn't feel like you're pulling the trigger. I get that. I'm going to say something that's not popular because the popular thing is always just get rid of the offense coordinator and everything's going to be fine. That's always the popular thing. Then it turns head coach, then it turns GM. The first thing is play caller. These play calls are terrible, and we know CJ's not playing well. We know that. We know the protection's not good. Bobby Slowick has his own issues too. Is Bobby Slowick holding this team back right now? I don't think so. I think this is bad. I think it's bad protection. I think it's a quarterback who's shown some regression for whatever reason. Maybe it's he's hearing, footsteps or whatever. And there was a good year last year. This year is a disappointing year on offense. He's going to get 3 years. They're not going to, I think that is being, he was one of the toast of the town last year. Offense, he was one of the hot names.
They were going to lose him.
Right. With offense coordinator, I don't think you get a guy fired after that. They didn't win 4 games.
No, but they have really
Hey, we're
regressed.
It's not good on offense. It's not good enough. I agree with you, but you're going to get another year. Can you imagine Steven Silas getting 3 years and Slowick getting 2?
That's a whole different deal. They were trying to lose.
It is a different. No, he was really good.
Trying to lose. Hey, they trust me. They were trying to lose.
I know, but they're not firing a guy after 2 division championships.
Time to talk to right now. Well, I don't know if somebody is out there that's better. I think you might have to pull the trigger. I do.
We'll see.
Time to talk about. It might be the underdog, but you know what? It's in there. It's out there.
Underdog fantasy. I'm looking right now because underdog. A lot of times the boosts that they have don't come until a little bit later. I won something yesterday. I didn't even realize that. Looking at these numbers, I may have won the basketball, the pick and roll. So the pick and rolls, 20% profit boost on players. They have to score over 19.5 points. So are they going to score 20 points or more? And you get a series of players to choose from, and you just swipe right if you want to say yes and add them into your picks, or you go no. And the more picks you have, the greater the multipliers they have, and you have a chance to win more money. But they also have college football playoffs where you can go higher or lower on statistics. Did you know, and I learned a valuable lesson yesterday, for rushing stats for quarterbacks in college football, all those sacks count against them. So it's really, really, you better make sure when you're going higher on a running back's rushing yards that they're not going to take a bunch of sacks, because that's going to hurt. But this is what we're talking about. You get a chance to watch these games, watch Rockets games, watch your college basketball, whatever the case may be. They have golf, they have UFC. Play along with what you're watching. Go higher or lower. Take a look at the stats, find where they're soft, and find opportunities for you to make money. It's that simple. And Underdog Fantasy makes it really easy. When you use my promo code Lance, they're going to give you a free pick and up to $1,000 bonus cash. And as I mentioned, in your lobby, there's boosts and discounts all the time. Don't miss out on a chance to win real money and use your sports knowledge for good. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We told you get in. Greg is here. You want to talk Texans? What do you say, Greg?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Greg.
So listen, yeah, I was just listening to I just hopped in a few minutes ago, but first thing I heard was, I think it was Lance saying, it's not really on Bobby, and it's just hard for me to agree with that. So I just kind of wanted to voice a couple of things that I see Bobby doing that I think are just not wouldn't allow us to keep him next year. First of all, he should be responsible for the entire offensive scheme. Really, the offensive to begin with, he should be the last guy. I mean, he's responsible, in other words. So what I see a lot of him doing is things like his blocking scheme is terrible. His blocking concept is terrible. Yes, you're right. I know they can make adjustments. Formations are terrible. Game plan. I mean, look at his route concepts. I'll give you an example. When Tank Dell got hurt, he does this often. His route concepts, at least two of his receivers end up in the same area within a few yards of each other.
Is that which
that's
route?
One thing.
Quick question: which route concepts, like of all the different concepts that are out there, what is something that you don't see him doing in terms of that other teams are doing that the Texans don't do? Based on the Shanahan, like West Coast play action, boot action stuff. I don't know that's a levels concept, but what are some concepts that you'd like to see him do that they're not doing?
Well, just little things like when you're not getting a lot of protection and your quarterback is getting pressured a lot, you want to make some quick route concepts. Something that's fast developing.
I like that.
Often when we're third and long.
No, that's right. Now that's something I can agree with. Yeah, I agree with, and I think he needs to be throwing more on first down when the rush doesn't have their ears pinned back. I agree with all that kind of stuff. The stuff I get a little iffy about is talking about these route concepts are the oldest concepts. They've been here forever. They're worked out forever. Like it's tried and true. McDaniel runs them. Purdy runs them. They all run them. Sometimes the wide receivers are in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's my problem with talking about that stuff. I think what I agree with you, Greg, and I just want to kind of get it into this to give you the advantage here, is that why are you not calling, if you know the rush is going to be on your ass and you're always in third and long, why not throw quick? And look, he did try to some of that with those quick hitches, and they didn't work. He tried to get the ball to the perimeter, and it just didn't work, and he tried it multiple times. But I'm with you. Let's get a quick slant. Let's get 4 yards on the first play, a throw, and get CJ some of that. I'm with you on all that stuff. Slowick's got to get better at that. I don't know about the personnel, about the alignments and all that stuff. And in terms of the blocking scheme, it's a zone. You either have zone scheme, you have gap scheme, you have power. There's a finite amount of blocking schemes you can have in a run game. You got to execute them, or if a team is bared up on you, guard, center, guard, then you got to go to gap schemes. You can't run zone schemes because you can't get up to linebackers. So there's a certain amount of things that every coach will tell you, it's already been defined. You already know how to do it. Everyone knows football has been played forever. You know how to do it. It's going to be, if you want Bobby to be if you want to fire Bobby Slowick, I don't care. I think the one thing, John, I hadn't really thought about, because my dad, the only time he ever got fired was when Bruce Arians was supposed to get fired, and then Ben Roethlisberger overnight went to his agent. They made a phone call and they saved BA. So I was thinking about this. So they had to have somebody. So they went for a line coach. If CJ, I hadn't really thought about this, but if CJ doesn't like Slowick, he could be gone. If CJ has a problem with Slowick, he could be gone. I don't think they're at odds, but you never, I hadn't even thought about the fact that CJ behind the scenes, if he wanted to, could maneuver to get rid of Slowick. I guess that's out there as something to consider. I hadn't really.
I've never heard of any rift between them, but CJ can't be happy with what's going on this year.
No.
He can't be happy with how little time. He can't be happy with sitting there getting beat up every game. He can't be happy. Well, he can't be happy with his own play either, but
But Greg made a point that Bobby Slowick is ultimately responsible for all this. I would say that's fine if you want to say that. Then his responsibility, if he's not happy with his line coach, because his job is to handle the offensive line stuff. Receivers coach's job is receiver stuff. Running back coach's job is running back stuff. If he's not happy with what the line coach is doing, then your job is to replace that line coach with somebody who can get it done. And so I would agree with you on that. I think his responsibility, I mean, the offensive line coach's job is to get the blocking schemes, the technique, and all that stuff fixed. It's not the offensive coordinator does not spend time with offensive linemen working on them with hand placement and when they're going to, climb up to linebackers or when they're going to shift off and look, we're going to switch this off and I'm going to go get the linebacker and you're going to post up on this. That's an offensive line coach's job. And then, frankly, it's an offensive line's job to be smart enough to have the continuity to know how each other's going to play. And if it's not getting done the right way, Bobby does have a job. Maybe it's D'Amico, but I would say Bobby Slowick, your offense, go make a change and go find somebody that can do it. And if they don't get it done, then you're next up. And I think that is going to happen. I think Bobby Slowick will be next up next year. That's just how I see it. I just think that line coach is going to be the first to go because they have underperformed.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think the line coach, it's way more than 50-50.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
I don't think you could watch this team this year and go, well, that's good.
Well, they finished so bad. They finished so bad. I mean, they're what, 5-7? No, they're 5-6 in their last 11. I think that's terrible. It's not like you just, hey, we were really good and then we just kind of trailed off at the end due to injuries. No, this is a 2.5 month run of bad football.
Yeah, no, they have not played well. They haven't played well in a while. I mean, honestly, it's bad. So when asked, Bobby Slowick yesterday, when asked, Del, you got this? I put this in the rundown. It is Bobby Slowick talking about, you can pick it up. Now, it's over 2 minutes. You don't have it? Okay. He said, I could talk about this for 15 minutes. What we look at when CJ misses a pass. And it starts with footwork. You can do it, Del, find it right after the footwork stuff. You can pick it up there. Here's the thing. I'm looking at our Twitch, and Twitch is Twitch, but they're all calling him Coleridge Bernard now. You won't call him CJ anymore. He's Coleridge Bernard because when he doesn't play well, he's Coleridge Bernard. But they're saying that he's not smart. The CJ that I saw last year.
You're talking about, when you say they, you mean just some people in the chat room.
People in the chat room.
Okay. Now I don't hear that. That's not a national narrative right now.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But if you look at what we talked before the draft with the S2, you could make the argument if you didn't see him last year and you just watched this year, you might go, maybe that C2 thing, that S2 thing is dead on. Maybe that S2 thing is something that we need to worry about. If you didn't see him at all last year, because this year he doesn't look like the same guy.
Yeah, you're right. If you didn't see him, you would say he's not processing quickly. And once again, I have to say this because people get it's such a hot button issue. This is not it's not an intelligence tester. It is simply how quickly your eyes process. So there's 3 different phases of the S2, and one of them is how quickly you process moving parts and make a decision based on from your eyes to your decision making. It's used for hitters. It's used for a lot for hitters. It's used for fighter pilots. It's used for offensive linemen. It's used for a lot of positions. How quickly there's people with low IQs that score very high on the S2. There's people with high IQs that don't score.
It's reaction time.
Some of it
process reaction,
and it doesn't look, now that things have become more fluid in terms of how teams attack the Texans, it doesn't look great for CJ right now.
Well, it doesn't look great. I think the whole offensive line failed their S2.
This does not. This team does not look like an instinctive high football IQ team. No. Not on offense.
That's the last thing I would call them right now. But Del, what do you got it? So Bobby Slowick just broke down though. After the footwork thing, he said, okay, the first thing you look like, because you got a golf swing, your shooters, basketball shooters, they work on their footwork. And you know what? If you miss a shot, that's the first thing that we look at. And then how are you reading? How are you processing? Okay. And I just don't think. Well, let's do it on the other side because we're late to a break here. But we'll hear from Bobby Slowick talking about this and what they do and how they break it down and how they're working on whether or not we'll see whether or not it gets any better. We're 16 games into this season, and it has not only has it not gotten better, it's gotten the worst it's ever been. The last game was the worst it's ever been. So that is a bad sign with one game before the playoffs. Here, let's take a quick one. 713-780-3776. If you've got anything you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. We're talking about breaking down CJ and when he misses passes. And Bobby Slowick answered the question yesterday. Here is Bobby Slowick. It's after the footwork now. After the first thing they look at is the footwork. Here's what they do.
From there, so I would say it directly as it relates to like last game. Once you get beyond that, then I go to, okay, well, did I do my part in preparing us to actually run this play? There's no plays in the NFL in the pass game that aren't just extremely detailed all the way across the NFL. So did I make sure in the install I hit the exact depth that we're hitting this outbreak on? Is the receiver clear on how he has to break as far as the break point when we do this, so that our quarterback can feel confident as soon as it's indicated he can start to let that thing go? Did we get, like I referenced before, the routes on air rep? Did we get the rep for specific coverage? Did we get it as a primary or a backside? Like, there's a lot that you got to make sure everyone's on the same page with as you get into it. And that's really where I always start with once I get beyond the footwork. And then like everything in life, there's some forms of, in golf, you hit a bad shot. Tiger Woods didn't always hit the fairway. And I think that's part of it. But the more you're on top of all the other things, the more it just builds the consistency out. And that's really where we start all the time.
The footwork is a major. It's been one of the biggest differences you can spot is footwork stuff. And I'm sure it is because of the, I'm sure. So you want your eyes, you want your feet to follow your eyes. So if your eyes are followed left, you want that, you want that turn in your feet. If you're gonna working across the field with your progressions, and now all of a sudden you're looking to the right, so your head and your eyes go right, you want your feet to follow, because then your consistency, you're going to be more accurate, more consistent. And a lot of college quarterbacks develop bad habits, trying to make these, because they think it's, they want these arm angle throws. Caleb Williams will do this. Mahomes, everyone wants to be Mahomes. And it's a bad guy to chase. Don't go chasing Mahomes. You need to go chase guys who are really fundamentally sound. And I think some of that has gotten away from CJ. And that's a big part of why the accuracy, he's been incredibly accurate with ball placement. I've heard that there's a narrative that he actually is not an accurate passer. He's one of the least accurate passers last year because of on target, like some kind of PFF stat that they had. My God, we watched every game. If there was a ball that needed to be put on someone's hands, he did it. Give me a break. And that's something that's just not happening. And it's primarily outbreaking routes have been a big issue, John. And I don't know why these outbreaking routes, which were his bread and butter last year, he's missing them badly, either missing them high, which can be feet. It can be your launch angle, where your shoulder is, it can be a lot of different things. But it's just, it doesn't make sense for him to miss so many high and to miss so many so far out in front. Sometimes, he mentioned sometimes routes aren't run properly, so the timing gets off. But that cannot be the case this often, especially with guys like Dalton Schultz, who are veterans. Dalton Schultz is going to run the same route pretty much every time.
King of all Twitches said this: CJ and Nico equals Schaub and AJ, champs of the AFC South.
But there's a lot of people turning quick on the Texans, aren't they? It didn't take much to start slapping them in a slappy category.
Lance, they were. What do you mean slappy? That was they won the AFC South. They were.
Do you think that guy was saying? Do you think that guy meant that as
this team is not much
compliment
different than the Bill O'Brien 10-7 teams?
We don't know yet.
Well, we kind of
we don't know. No, Bill O'Brien had how many years?
When they played good teams last year, they didn't win. When they played good teams this year, they got their ass handed to them.
They started from literally the bottom. They were the worst roster in pro football.
No.
I just don't understand. Like, I get it. It's the nature of the business. It's a microwave society now.
No. My question was going to be this.
Okay.
That's not inaccurate what he said. It's not inaccurate.
No, but
he seems because that's what they are right now. We got to be realistic. I'm not saying that it's not. If the progression isn't nice, I'm saying now what do they need to not just be AFC South champions?
Yeah, they got to build on. Well, you think it's just personnel related?
What is it though?
I think it's you can't just point to one thing. It's not one. There's not a magic bullet. It's going to be a quarterback. It's going to be better protection, a quarterback that is confident, healthy, and more accurate. I think, to me, if you get the right pieces in place, I think play calling is kind of, to me, you can go find any number of guys that can have a good offense. Joe Burrow's had, look at Buffalo, look at how the offense. Now, I think Todd Monken has been phenomenal for what's his name, for Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson won he had a different offensive coordinator when he won his first MVP and won all these things. Pat Mahomes, it's been Andy Reid, but he's had a couple different offensive coordinators. Good quarterbacks and good offenses, the play calling becomes whatever. They'll get to the right plays and get to the right calls. You got to get better. I think you got to get better in the middle. You have to.
Both offense and defense.
Yeah, both offense and defense. I think you have to
look at what a dominant defensive tackle.
I think a good C.J. Stroud fixes a lot of this. I think a lot of this is over. If C.J. Stroud gets rid of the ball more quickly, because the offensive line is more talented this year than last year, and yet he was better last year. If CJ just plays better and feels more confident and protected in the pocket, I think a lot of this stuff goes away.
Are you quarterback poor now?
No. Stop turning on. Does that not make you a little mad? It's just a chat room, but people are quite, that he's dumb.
Question. No, but you were calling everybody else quarterback poor.
Yeah.
Your quarterback is like the 21st
my quarterback
in
my
the
quarterback's struggling, but I'm not going to call him an idiot. I'm not going to say he's dumb. I'm not going to say he's bad. I'm not turning on my quarterback, and I'm not turning on a head coach. I do think I am realistic. They are who they are, and it's not changing this year. I've said that multiple times. They're done this year. They'll get their, they'll maybe have a chance to beat a Steeler team or somebody like that in the first round, maybe, and then they're going to get smoked. They're not ready. They can't beat good teams this year in regular season. How do you think it's going to happen in the postseason on the road? It's not going to. I get it. I know that. So what do I need to see next year? I mean, I'd like to see Christian Harris healthy the entire year. I'd like to see, I love what they have. I'd like to see a replacement I'd like to see them figure out what they're doing with Jimmy Ward and maybe see if Petrie can play, as maybe change Petrie and get another cornerback in there.
Yeah, I'd like to play Petrie play where he's supposed to play. That'd be great.
You think it's that far? You think it's that far away?
I think they're closer, obviously. Yes, I think they're a playoff team, and I think they're around 10th, 12th best team in the league. But that's not even close to being
How far are they next year? Can they take a big jump next year?
It depends on CJ.
Yeah.
It depends on CJ.
We can say play caller, we can say offensive line. It starts with quarterback, and it always has. That's why these dudes get paid $50 million a year. It always starts with quarterback play. Always.
Yep. Always. We'll see. Right now, it just ain't good.
I'm not turning on them, but I know they're dead this year.
This has been an extremely disappointing year.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Had much higher hopes. I talked a lot of trash about how everyone else was poverty-ridden, and my quarterback wasn't. And we look like we're house poor right now.
Yeah,
we spent too much for our house, and we're not. We're house poor right now.
We're the sorry people.
We are the sorry people.
Shut up, Stroud!
But I'm not turning on him. But I'm not turning on CJ.
No,
and I'm definitely not going to call him names and call him Cornridge Bernard or whatever.
Coleridge Bernard.
Is that his name?
Coleridge or Collar? What's his name?
Is it
it's got to be Coleridge.
I think it's Coleridge, not Coleridge.
Coleridge.
It's Coleridge Bernard the fourth.
I've never heard it. Until today.
I didn't know that.
I am this year's old when I learned that his name was Coleridge.
Well, now you know why he goes by CJ.
Yeah.
That's
Coleridge.
Texans
Bernard.
are mid. Yep, that's right.
By the way,
Texans are mid.
Coleridge Bernard Stroud the fourth.
I know he's the fourth, so it's a family name. So, if your quarterback, if they announced him as Coleridge Bernard Stroud, like, you know what, I'm tired of being CJ. Like he told the NFL when he got drafted, call me Coleridge Bernard because I want to honor my family name. Would you feel great about him as a quarterback if he went by Coleridge?
No.
Lance put DeBrad on it right away.
Well, he didn't trust the hair. But if he was drafted and Roger Goodell was like, okay, Coleridge Bernard Stroud, would you have been thrilled with that as your quarterback?
No.
Been very disappointing.
Honestly, CJ's playing this year like I was worried he would play last year. This is the CJ I'm getting this year is the one that I was worried about coming out of the draft. And then last year he had put all I'm like, I was worried for nothing. This guy's exactly like the guy that played against Georgia. Everything's fine. Yeah. And then it's just like in reverse order. It's just been a reverse order thing where the year I was expecting his rookie year, I got in year 2. And what typically would be a big jump forward in year 2 has been actually a bit of a regression.
Oh my God. Twitch is a very bad place. Twitch is a very, very bad.
You got to stop allowing.
No, don't read. You stop reading this.
No,
just click the chat button and put it off there, and don't read what that guy said.
No, that's terrible. Time to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's wonderful. You know who's wonderful? John Clay Wolfe. You may not. I don't know if you like his sense of humor, his politics, whatever it is. What you'll love about John Clay Wolfe is he give you more for your vehicle. Who cares what he thinks? Who cares what he voted for? Who cares that he makes corny jokes or insensitive jokes? I don't care. Actually, I laugh at him because I like that. But you might care. But you're not going to care nearly as much when you're holding that check going, wow, I got more from John Clay Wolfe than I would have gotten from anywhere else. John Clay Wolfe does that every day. Every day, John Clay Wolfe is beating the competition by giving people more for their vehicle than they would have gotten otherwise. It's John Clay Wolfe time, baby. I love me some John Clay Wolfe. I sold Frankie's car to John Clay Wolfe. I got more for it than anyone in the world would have given me for it, and I thank John Clay Wolfe for that. You'll thank him too. You have to go. One place you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com. All right. Since we got 5-star in Vegas, next segment we got Beat the Warehouse live guy, and then we got News of the Weird. This is the last segment of the 3 best friends for the week. So
I like that nickname.
Yep.
I like to change.
I like to change.
I don't know why we're lying
show.
to the people, but
we are. We're the 3 best friends, and we do a show every day together.
So let me ask you something, John. Since we're best friends, as you say, the 3 best friends, in this group of friends, did anyone wish anyone else Merry Christmas or Happy New Year?
No.
Sam did. Sam called us losers.
I said in this group.
Sam said Happy New Year,
Didn't say
losers.
anything about the team mom. Didn't say anything about team mom.
No, I forgot to text y'all. But I tested positive. I went to urgent care and tested positive for RSV on
We're
Christmas.
best friends,
so
and you didn't tell us.
I should have told you I was sick.
See?
Yeah.
No, I knew you were sick, but I didn't ask how you were. I didn't wish you a Merry Christmas or Happy New Year.
So
no.
The best friend stuff is
that's what
real.
Best friends do.
We don't have to. We don't need to.
You know what? You guys knew that I was wishing you nothing but the best.
I knew that.
The only thing we got from you over the holiday was, "Oh, this pretty cool stadium." He was at the Rams game or something. Oh, look at the stadium! Look how good it is.
No, I did say that. Who has a better defense, Miami or what's his name, Luigi?
Jesus. He did take his shot at your team. Now, yes.
The problem for John is with that, I've been out on that meathead since he got hired. The Miami slander's not going to hurt me. I've been out on Mario since he got hired. I don't care what happens. We'll say whatever. I'm like, you know what? You're right, John. Anytime you say something about him, I'm like, you're right. You're right. I'm not going to get upset.
That's what the best friends do. They prop each other up.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I said this before, John ain't got no weak point because he doesn't care. He doesn't root for anyone. He flits no matter whatever.
I root for the Texans.
Whatever the T-shirt is, that's who he roots for.
That's not true.
When
I've been with the Texans organization
Alonso
since
was in
day
Cleveland,
one.
you were a Brown or Seahawk. It don't matter. It doesn't matter who he roots for.
That was a T-shirt guy.
LSU, Oklahoma
I'm
State.
an LSU guy, and I'm a Texan
Cougar.
guy.
Yeah, it does not matter as long as the T-shirts roll in. It don't matter who's playing.
T-shirts and pizza.
Yeah. Who cares? So he works from a position of strength because you can't shoot at him about college football because it doesn't matter. He ain't rooting for a team since he grew up. What's your childhood team, John?
Notre Dame.
But you don't care about him anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
See? Doesn't matter.
I didn't work. I had to. Here's the deal. Okay, I'm not Charlie Palillo talking about Syracuse basketball.
Well, obviously, he's one of those.
No, or Rich Lord talking about the New York Giants. You know what? No one here cares about them.
I didn't say talk about them.
You got to adopt the team that you're.
No, you don't. That's not how sports fans react.
Yes, it does.
That's unique to you. Not a lot. Sports fans generally don't do that. I didn't say
talk
about them.
In this business, you do.
I'm a fan of a team. I talk about the Texans all the time because that makes sense. But do I bleed?
I'm a fan.
Texans.
I'm a fan
Steel
of the
Blue?
Texans.
You're unique in that way. Not a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
That's a unique thing for you.
Okay, so you just admitted it. I'm unique. Okay?
I didn't say it was
there
good.
You go.
A lot of things are unique.
In a great way.
But I was more talking about college football. You're a Notre Dame fan as a kid because you grew up in the Midwest. But taking a shot at you about an LSU like you try to take at people for their schools, it don't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same for you because you didn't grow up rooting for LSU.
Here. You know why
Here we go, the money thing. We've heard the money thing.
I paid money. I put my money in that
John,
school.
Paying for the school for your kids to go there ain't the same as growing up watching the team play.
Yeah,
it ain't the same.
It's better.
It ain't the same.
You don't put nothing into Miami's program.
Same. But you know, all of my childhood memories about rooting for that school, so
it
sticks.
About your childhood
exactly.
memories?
It doesn't.
You had a terrible
John,
childhood.
The point. Actually, they were good ones.
All your family.
John, actually, they were good as a kid. That's the point. So when you shoot at someone about their college team or who they root for, it don't matter because I listen to you and there ain't nothing there. You're an empty vessel, as I said.
Yeah.
Empty.
Yeah. No, I actually put my money where my mouth is.
Congratulations.
With the Texans and with the
Well,
LSU.
you stopped actually.
Yeah, you don't do that
pay
anymore.
The Texans.
Yeah, that's okay. I still love them. I still want them to win.
You don't put your money there anymore.
Okay, so
if you really love him, you'll keep buying season tickets.
He don't love him that much.
I haven't been to a game in 3 years.
Oh,
what about
you? Don't love him?
All that love.
I watch him every week.
So do a lot of people.
Well, that's what happens when you get old. When you're old, you do that.
Spend your money. Start giving them more money.
How come you haven't?
If you love them,
they got new jerseys, new merch. You haven't bought any of that stuff. You got all the old stuff.
I've given them plenty of money over the years.
That love ain't the same
with it, and they've done nothing with it. All right, Jimmy Butler to the Rockets, 4-1.
Play Jimmy's audio.
4-1 right now.
Here's Jimmy Butler, the guy who's never been satisfied everywhere he goes.
Right.
He got, who is it? Was it Chicago? Okay, take me through.
Minnesota.
He made Minnesota people cry. He was too hard for Minnesota. They were too soft. So he couldn't play there. He got out of the Bulls, right? Went to, what's the time? Take me along the Jimmy timeline.
He was traded from Chicago, Minnesota, Philly, Miami, and now who's next?
That's right. Philly didn't last long in Philly. Like he's never happy, John. Never. And now,
I don't want him.
No, I didn't either. Did you hear him yesterday?
Yeah,
about his joy. Here's Jimmy Butler talking about being joyful.
And I don't shoot the ball a lot, but we won't sit here and say that I don't play hard. What will fix it? What do you want to see happen to fix it? What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, off the court. But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop. And I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that. Can you get your joy back here on the court? Probably not.
Meanwhile, his hairdo looks like the mayor of Whoville. Have you seen that? You got to look up the mayor of Whoville and look at Jimmy in that press conference, and I think it's almost identical.
Mayor of Whoville.
So in the movie,
oh my God, was Jimmy's hair like that? In that?
Yeah. Look at.
Remember when he had emo hair? It was the most disconcerting thing that's ever happened in humanity.
So Jimmy says he'll go. Apparently, behind the scenes, the word is he'll go anywhere.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Not behind the scenes. It was in the article. Shams in his report after that presser. It's in the article. He'll play anywhere.
Right. Well, the behind the he didn't say it. Behind the scenes, he said it. He's saying it.
Well, he can't because he'll get fined. You can't make a public trade request.
So he'll go anywhere, which means he doesn't care about winning.
That's not true because he said he wants to go somewhere dominant. He wants to go somewhere where he can win a
no.
championship.
He wants to be dominant again. He's just a role player in Miami now.
He has taken on that role himself.
No
one put him there. He decided to do that.
No one asked their best player or one of their top two players to play like that. He's trying to get out of there. Let's be honest. He probably wants to go to a place that has a chance to win a championship.
Look, this has vacillated between I want my money and Pat Riley said, I'm not going to give you your money because you're not available and I need you to stop talking when you're not available. That has become a point of contention. This is all about he wanted that extension for what he's done in the past. And he said, well, you don't play enough currently to give us the reason to give you that. So if you play and play well, we'll be glad to have this conversation in the summer. And that wasn't going to fly. He felt disrespected and all the stuff that's come after about his role that we first heard that for the first time last night and Pat Riley insulting him and that being something that broke the relationship up. It all stems from the one thing that has mattered since that end of the year press conference in April of last year. We're not giving him his money. Yeah. And that's where this is.
And yeah, I mean, how much of this, John, is he wants his money? And do you want to give it to him as the Rocket? Like, I don't want Jimmy Butler.
No.
I do not. I'll talk about De'Aaron Fox, but then something came out yesterday with beat writer from, I guess he's a beat writer or maybe a radio host who was like, apparently De'Aaron Fox is a guy who's known for not really playing hard all the time, for not caring enough, that he made a comment, I guess, one time where he didn't get a closeout late in the game. He's like, it doesn't matter. And that sits really poorly because I did wonder, why is De'Aaron Fox potentially tradable? Only if you want to get rid of him is he potentially tradable, if you want to shuffle the deck. So just keep that in mind. That De'Aaron, I think a lot of things changes when you get with a team who has a culture that Ime's building. So I'm a little less worried. And Jimmy fits culturally. Jimmy would fit. Butler would fit culturally. But do we want to get artificially old and throw more money at an old player? That's just such a dumb way to shut a window sooner than it needs to shut.
No, I'm not done with that. All right. Who makes the playoffs? Denver, Miami, or the Bengals?
Miami. Who does Miami play this week, Dale?
You got the Jets.
Yeah, Miami.
Miami? I got Denver. Chiefs are going to lay down.
Lay down for what reason?
Because they don't want the Bengals possibly being
there.
Well, they wouldn't even play the Bengals in round.
You just don't want them in it at all.
You don't want them in at all.
I don't think they're laying down.
I don't think they'll lay down.
They'll lay down in the act that they won't play their starters, but that ain't laying down.
Wentz is
going to play a football game.
Yeah, Wentz is going to play.
Okay,
he's going to try his hardest.
That's what I said. They're laying down.
I think they'll try to win. And are they good enough with Wentz to beat Denver? Is it in Kansas City?
They almost lost at home. They almost lost at home to Denver with Mahomes.
They've almost lost 10 games. They're almost losers.
No, they don't.
And all they do is win.
Denver beats them. And who wins? Who's the number one seed?
Actually, I think you're right. I think Denver is going to win.
And who's the number one seed in the NFC?
Number one seed in the NFC.
So Lions or Vikings
will be right. Lions.
Yeah, probably the Lions. They're at home, and they're just really good.
Man, see if they get stops.
Defense. Hey, that defense with all those injuries against this Minnesota team.
So it's a problem. I actually thought for no good reason, I thought Green Bay would come in and cause problems for the Vikings. Whew, was I wrong?
Yep. All right, we got a break. 5 stars going to give us winners next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance and I are both talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. There's a lot of plumbing. We had the recorded spot. We had an earlier live spot here. I'm telling you, January is a problem. You got a problem with your plumbing right now, okay? First of all, cold weather. Pipes could freeze, whatever. You don't know when we're going to have a freeze. We had one before, and guess what? A bunch of people had problems. So when you have a problem, you have to have this number in your phone because you don't want to be looking when water is spouting up in your home, or all of a sudden you look at your floorboards and they're all buckling. You're like, I need to do something now. I don't need something in about 10 minutes. I need something now. And Aqueduct Plumbing will be there for you. 281-488-6238. Because when you got a problem, they're there and they're going to fix it. 281-488-6238, Lance.
Yeah, and make sure that you have everything taken care of before this big freeze is coming up. Big freeze coming up this next week where it's going to drop under freezing. If you need them to come out before that happens because you don't want anything to burst with your pipes, you want to check on, make sure your pipes are in good shape. There's no leaking. You want to make sure that they come out and take a look at the pipes that are unprotected. Whatever the case may be, remember the big freeze is on the way next week and it's going to stay cold. So why don't you have our friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out there and make sure you're ready for it. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Del being joined right now in the new year by our good friend, 5-Star. What up, 5-Star? How we doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What kind of year did you have last year, 5-Star? You always keep track. You know where you're at. Did you have a good one?
Really good year, man, especially early. We did really good from August all the way to Thanksgiving. Had a little bit, coming back to the mean at the end of the year. But, man, as always, over 60% and a really, good time, man. And the group did well.
That's because you continue to look at games like a handicapper as opposed to a casual bettor and taking all the favorites because all the favorites are coming in every week.
Yeah, man, that's what's happened lately. Lately, they flipped the script on us. Guys who bet sharp, man, have been really struggling. I know a lot of good handicappers, and this last couple of weeks has been rough in the NFL especially.
Yep. Well, it's been rough. We got bowl games that we got, and not – it doesn't matter. Listen, okay, Texas State is playing or the FCS championship. There's money to be made. Who cares what the game is? It could be whatever game. It could be a 1AA game. Who cares? There's money to be made if you're on the right side, right?
Yeah, the thing about college football that I like the most, guys, is you have advantages. You have a discrepancy in talent. When you have that, that's a better screen because now I can see an angle to have an advantage on the books and the line and, take advantage of the lack of talent on one side and the better talent on the other, and let's ride it out. Sometimes you find places also in college football where they don't understand the recruiting grounds like I do, whereas I know that if I got a team full of Texas guys and a team full of Louisiana guys, they're going to be able to compete and play with teams that the book thinks are really better than them.
Well, give us a winners.
All right, let's go today. We got a game actually I think it's 3 p.m. you guys' time out in Houston. It's 1 p.m. out here in Vegas. It's going to be the First Responder Bowl. Going to be North Texas battling Texas State. Texas State actually won this game last year. They beat Houston's own Rice last year, 45-21. Two young coaches that really love offense, and G.J. Kinney and Eric Morris. Both those guys are Texas natives, so it's going to be all Texas affair. Most of the rosters on both sides, all Texas guys. Like most colleges, these teams are both dealing with transfer portal. We got 11 players leaving from Texas State, 16 from North Texas. But North Texas is losing their most important player, man, and their best player on the field, and that's Chandler Morris. He earned a third-team All-American Athletic Conference honors this season, and now he's going to Virginia. He's going to, play with the big boys again and go to D1. He originally started at TCU, so now he's going to Virginia, so they will not have the trigger man. Whereas you look on the other side of the field, Jordan McLeod, who's a really dynamic quarterback for Texas State, will play. Texas State will be without their normal starting running back and one of their starting receivers, but I think that they have enough depth. And I actually even like their backup quarterback a little bit more than Jordan McLeod. He doesn't get a lot of play, but I have seen him play, and he's a little bit more physical than McLeod and just as good in the pass game. I think G.J. Kinney and Texas State does what it's done all year and get up early. I think that North Texas will be trying to figure out a way to, play around a new quarterback, and it won't be the same system that they usually run with Morris as the quarterback. So give me an early start by Texas State, who's known for getting up early on teams. I got -7 at -120 last night. I'm seeing some books at -7 in the hook right now. I still would play the -7.5. So first half, Texas State on that one.
All right. Texas State -7 or even
first
7.5.
Yep.
Buy it down to 7. Buy it down to 7
Yeah.
if you can.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Next game.
Okay, let's go to the FCS championship. You guys know we play this one every year on here. I think this is my 3rd or 4th year with you guys. We play it every year, and we've done really well with it. Monday, the game that the FCS has been waiting on. Number 1, Montana State against number 2, North Dakota State. We're big Bison fans over here. We're going to continue to ride with them. I know Montana State is really good, man. I bet them a lot this year. They're undefeated. They have the number 1 FCS scoring offense, 41.3 points per game. Number 2 rushing offense. Tommy Mellett, they call him Tommy Football. He's a really good player, man. He graded out as the number one quarterback in FCS and FBS by PFF. So you know that he can really play, man. He's accounted for 2,564 yards passing, 29 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, 68.8% of his completions. This kid can really play, man. He used to scramble a lot and be a guy that run around, but now he's, sitting in the pocket and throwing darts. But even with that said, he's already ran for almost 1,000 yards this year with 915. His counterpart, though, is Cam Miller. And Cam Miller's a really good player as well. He's ranked by PFF as the number 3 quarterback in the FCS and FBS. So he's a baller, too, man. He can really spin it. 31 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions. His top target actually is the brother of Trey Lance, Bryce Lance, and he's a really good player, man. Top target in the country in the FCS. He's 66 catches for 964 yards and 16 touchdowns. So he's got in the box every game this season. All things point to the over on this game, guys, but it's too high for me at 57. Montana State only allows 17.1 points per game. They're ranked number 6 in the FCS in defense, whereas North Dakota State only allows 17.7 points per game. So even though it seems like the offense is going to dominate the day, I would not be surprised if we see some key stops by the defense. But in a game with two teams that are so talented and have so much tradition, you got to take the points. So I'll be on plus 3.5 for North Dakota State. This team never gets points, especially in the championship situation. So I got to ride with that. Give me North Dakota State plus 3.5.
The Jackrabbits win it every year. How are you going to bet against the Jackrabbits? Of course, you got to go North Dakota State.
Yeah, North Dakota State, baby, good.
That's it. And then finally, we talked about it just a second ago. Vikings and Lions. Which way you going?
I got to take the points with the Vikings. I caught 3.5. You might. It's probably worth. I'm sorry about that. Someone just gave me a text. Actually, it's your boy. Actually, just text me there, John. But yeah, man, North Texas, man. North Texas, not North Texas. I apologize. I got lost in my thought. The Minnesota Vikings. Plus 3.5, I got to take that, man. We got a game where both offenses are fireworks. The over 55.5 is probably good, one of the higher totals that we've seen all season long. But even with that said, man, I like the fact that Minnesota at least plays a little defense. You know that you're going to see something from Brian Flores to try to at least slow down the line. I don't see how Detroit, with all of the guys they have missing, they've not been able to stop a nosebleed. So I don't know how they're able to get that Minnesota offense off the field. We know that Kevin O'Connell is going to be throwing it up. We're going to see the best of Justin Jefferson. We know that. And he's not the only guy. They got weapons everywhere over there. Probably be a shootout. Even with that said, I got to take the points in the shootout. Give me plus 3.5 in Minnesota. I actually think Minnesota wins this one outright.
I like that 55. That 55 that's a good number. It's the last game of the year. Sunday night football. Number. It's for all of the marbles, and you're right. Aaron just doesn't have anything to work with now, so it's going to be difficult to stop Jefferson.
They're just waiting to get out of this.
Yeah,
this season is
just they need turnovers like against the 49ers, as you saw in the second half. Great job by Kirby Joseph. He's a hell of a player. He made 2 interceptions, and that kind of made it where Detroit was able to get in the lead. But man, they struggled with Brock Purdy. So what you think they're going to do with Sam Darnold and the way they're clicking on offense? And you know that Kevin O'Connell, man, is one of the best coordinators in the league. He's the head coach, but he's one of the best OCs. He knows how to design some really great plays. So I think Minnesota won't have problems scoring, but the problem with Detroit is they're going to have to score every time they get the ball because I think Brian Flores will have some way to kind of slow them down where they end up getting off the ball a couple times, man. They had a classic game earlier this year in the Metrodome. We'll see if Minnesota can get us revenge this game, but I got to take those points in this big game, man. Huge game.
Yep, that's a big one for who's going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. All right, and that's a Sunday night game, so that'll be fun. All right, that's 5-star in Vegas, man. Let's get off to a great start. We got the college football playoffs here. We got NFL playoffs, so we're going to keep 5-star with us through the month of January and beyond. So we'll get winners every week, Friday, 9:15 every week right here from 5-star. At 5-star in Vegas, at 5-star in Vegas. Yep. Hey, man, we appreciate you as always.
I'll text you guys, too, man, to see about next week. Maybe I'll try to come on the day of the football playoffs. I think they're on Thursday next week if they are.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense, yeah.
So I can come in early and get the people the games for that one. I'll text you and let you know. Okay,
Absolutely.
brother.
All right, bro. That's 5-Star in Vegas with us every week right here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, I got to talk right now about Gulf Coast Windows. I got to talk about Jim Fiume. I got to talk about 40 years of a business that has been a primo business that's been, the Better Business Bureau says it's the top. It doesn't get any better than what Gulf Coast Windows has done over the years. They're fantastic. They are. It just doesn't get any better. Jim Fiume has been doing this, but he's had a philosophy. The philosophy is, let's get the best window in the market. Let's get the best installation. We'll give you the best warranty we can. Let's put the number one product in the market out there for people, okay? Why would you go with a second-rate window? Maybe you're going to save a few dollars. Over the long haul, you're paying money because that window, first of all, security. Do you care about your family and your safety? Secondly, do you care about your energy bills because you're going to save money? Third, do you care that, hearing stuff outside, okay? The beauty, privacy, security, all of those things. That's Gulf Coast Windows. That's the only place you should go. Doors, windows, doesn't matter. Installation, second to none. They've always had customer first philosophy, and that continues today. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John, Lance, and Dell, along with Warehouse Live guy, letting the bodies hit the floor. He's been letting the bodies hit the floor all season long. He has had his greatest season ever. Greatest ever season. Not giving away tickets, but that's going to change today. As a guy, how about this, Justin? I don't know. Have we ever played another Justin?
This first one.
I don't know about that.
This is the first time, I think.
Yeah.
Justin v. Justin. A death match. A grudge match for the name Justin. The loser can't be called Justin.
Oh, man, that is rough.
All right? The loser loses his name, okay? What's going on the holiday season over at Warehouse Live?
It's been kind of slow. We're starting to pick back up this week. Tonight we got Emo Riot Night. Tomorrow night we got a free show with a couple of the best tributes in town, tributes to Ozzy Osbourne and Motley Crue. And then Sunday Funday, we got a band called AM/FM, which is a 70s rock cover band. And joining them will be Double Vision, which is a Foreigner tribute, which I think you've seen a couple times.
I've seen that, yep. Great stuff. I love all that. I would have been there if it wasn't for this cold I have, this pink eye I have. So
we can isolate you. We can put you in your own little booth. You can isolate you and come on out.
I canceled my flight, so I'm just going to lay on the couch here until I get better. Yeah, I'm not flying, but they wouldn't let me on the plane right now. If I went up, when I was checking in, they'd be like, "Oh no, sir, you can't get on this plane. I'm sorry, you are definitely contagious." We're being joined. And by the way, if you want to find out how to get there or get tickets or whatever, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. And we're being joined by another Justin. Hey, Justin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. What do you do for a living, Justin?
Going to school right now.
Oh, nice. I like you listening to the show instead of studying. So you were listening to the show, and you said, oh, you know what? I'm a student. I can win. I can beat Justin because I'm smarter than him because I'm in school right now. I can go to this game. Justin pays for it with the tickets and the ride there and back. That's good thinking there, Justin. Good thinking.
Yeah.
So what school do you go to?
Go to College of the Mainland down in Texas City.
Texas City. Very nice. Very nice. That's Dell's stomping grounds right there. Dell grew up right next to the school.
No, I didn't.
I thought,
I grew up in California.
Well, kind of close. I mean,
not at all.
Grew up right next to the school.
Right. I thought you were right there. So Justin, we're gonna have to call. We're gonna have to somehow. Justin, Warehouse Live guy. You're gonna be Warehouse Live guy, and he's gonna be Justin. Okay. So we can make sure that there's no confusion.
No J-Dog.
Yeah. Right. So we're going to make sure that there's no confusion. What are we playing for, Warehouse Live guy?
Well, since it's the last Beat the Warehouse Guy of the year, I thought I'd pull a good one here. Let's do the Rockets versus the number 2 seed Memphis Grizzlies on the 13th of January.
Well, how about that? The number 2 seed, Ja, coming to town. And let's go. All right. That'll be fun. That's a good game. You got a good game, Justin. All right.
Nice.
But play well. Don't suck. Because everybody that's played Justin, the Warehouse Live guy this year, has sucked. Okay? So don't suck today, Justin.
What a confidence booster.
Well, I'm just giving him some encouragement.
Motivation.
Yeah, that's why I do it. So try not to suck today. All right. Justin versus Warehouse Live guy. Warehouse Live guy, as always, goes first. Warehouse Live guy, who you got?
Well, this was actually going to be my 4th pick, but 5-Star threw it out there, and people have been poaching his picks all year long, so I'm going to bump it up to my number 1 pick and take the Minnesota Vikings +3.
The Minnesota Football Vikings +3 right now, not 3.5, +3. Justin?
I'll take the over in that same game.
He liked the over. It's 56.5 now. You know that, right? 56.5 at this point in our lives. 56.5 over Vikings and Lions. Warehouse Live guy?
Never in my life did I think I would say these words, but give me the Ravens -19.5.
19.5. Wow. The Ravens -19.5. Ravens need to win so that they can hold on to the division title, and the Browns suck. So there you have it. 19.5. Have you ever laid 19.5 in your life?
I don't think there's ever been one that high that I can remember.
Not in pros.
In the NFL.
Yeah.
In the NFL, I know, right? All right, Justin.
Let me go with the New York Jets +1.
The New York Jets at this point in our lives are +1 against the Miami Football Dolphins. The Jets at home +1 against the Dolphins. Warehouse Live guy?
Let's take the Seahawks -6.5.
The Seahawks -6.5 at the LA Rams. 6.5. Seahawks -6.5. Justin?
Let me go San Francisco +4.5.
San Francisco is +4.5 at the Arizona Cardinals. San Francisco +4.5 at the Cardinals. Warehouse Live guy?
Let's try the Carolina Panthers +8.
The Carolina Football Panthers at this point in our lives are +8 at the Atlanta Falcons. Carolina Panthers +8. Justin?
Let's take the over in the Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game.
Pittsburgh and Cincinnati will be playing on Saturday night. Pittsburgh, it's over 47.5. Over 47.5. And your last pick, Warehouse Live guy?
Well, I don't like to go against any of his picks, but it's the last segment of the year, so I got to find a banger here somewhere. So let's go ahead and pick the Dolphins.
The Dolphins are a double!
Shut up, Stroud!
That was a double banger. And finally, Justin.
Let's take the under in the Giants-Bills.
Oh, wait. Okay. That's not the Giants-Eagles. Under 37.5. Giants-Eagles. Under 37.5. All right, Dell.
For Warehouse Live guy, formerly known as Justin, Vikings +3, Ravens -19.5, Seattle -6.5, Carolina +8, and the the Dolphins -1. We got Justin, Vikings Lions was that over 56.5, Jets +1, 49ers +4.5, over Cincinnati Pittsburgh 47.5, and the under in the Giants Eagles 37.5.
Yep.
Those are your picks. Those sound good. Good luck to Justin and the other Justin. We'll see how it plays out.
That's it. Well, Justin, thank you for listening, but I think you should probably study more.
It's college of the mainland. How much studying needs to be done?
Oh my God! You're the worst.
Sorry, okay. I grew up next to the school. You grew up right next
to it. I would know. Yeah, Dell should know.
I would know.
You know,
as a long time
lover of college of the mainland, I would know.
It's the Harvard of Texas City. Okay,
that is what they send in the brochures. Yes,
that's what they say. That's what they say. The people say that. All right, Justin. Good luck in school. Kick ass, and I hope you're going to that Memphis game on Warehouse Live guy.
Me too. Thank you, John.
All right, man. There is Justin, listener to the show, and we appreciate it. Student, and hopefully much smarter than Warehouse Live guy. That's what we're hoping for. Not that we want you to lose, Justin. Not that we.
No, it's pretty clear you want him to lose.
No,
it's been pretty clear all year. Maybe you should take a different approach. Root for him so he will lose, because you've been rooting against him all year, and it has not helped.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm rooting for you here. Jay. This is your week. This is your week, buddy. All right, go get him. Go get him, pal. We appreciate you. WarehouseLive.com, WarehouseLive.com. Get to that show Saturday night. That's a good show. And Sunday Fun Day is great, too. Those are a couple of your 70s fan, Foreigner fan. Get there because that's fun. Those are fun days, and they're free. Both of them are absolutely free. So get to Warehouse Live this weekend. And you can tell her, right, Jay? You tell her, oh, listen, I'm taking you a concert. I'm taking you to a show, bar. We're going to go see live bands. And it doesn't cost you a dime. That's how good that is, right?
Well, I'm hoping you'll buy a couple cocktails, but yeah.
Well, yeah, no. I mean to get in. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, absolutely. Don't bring your own. So So there is that. WarehouseLive.com. Justin, as always, hey, thanks for a great year. We appreciate you as always, and we'll do it again next year.
All right. Enjoyed it, guys. Feel better, John.
All right. There it is. Justin from Warehouse Live versus Justin from Texas City School of Mines.
Double justice.
No.
That's not the school.
College of the Mainland.
What is it?
You know, it's COM. College of the Mainland.
Oh, College of the Mainland. Oh, okay. Texas City.
The Harvard of Texas City, as you earlier said.
Harvard of Texas City. That's right. That's what the people say. But right now, we've got Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is it's the best way to watch games because you're watching and playing at the same time. And what I mean by that is when you have the Pick'em challenge that they have, where it just says picks in the lower left-hand corner of the app. By the way, download the app. Super easy to use. Very instinctive user interface. And you're watching these games, you say, okay, I know what's going to happen in this game. I study these games. This quarterback's going to throw for this many yards. This receiver this weekend, I'm looking for, Mike Evans he's got a contract that's going to pay him $3 million if he gets this many catches and this many yards. Good. Go play that higher. That's a chance for you to take that knowledge you have and go play it, and a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. It happens all the time. You can play two players, you can play 5 or 6 players. They have flex picks, which means that you can put 4 picks and win 3 of them and still make money. But you win obviously more if you hit all 4. You can do 5, you can do 6. You've got flex picks, you've got the ones where you've got to win them all, which has huge payouts in many instances. And when you use the promo code Lance for your first deposit, they're going to give you a free winner, a free pick, and they're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Listen, I'm making money. You can make money. Take your sports knowledge and make it even more fun when you're watching your college football playoff games, your NFL games, your NBA games. And don't forget to go to the Pick'em lobby because there's boosts and discounts on picks all the time, making it even easier for you to win more money. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org.
All right. Game Day Men's Health. Here's why I go there. They focus only on guys' needs, different than other options, because they only exist to make sure that you improve how you feel, how you perform, treatment plans for guys to recover quicker, have better results in the gym, improve sleep, mood, work, sex, all of it, okay? You want to heal from your injuries faster? This is what you do. Game Day Men's Health. They have programs absolutely free, a free lab, okay? You get your results in 15 minutes. You can find out your PSA level. You can find out your testosterone level. You find out a plan. Then you talk to a practitioner, absolutely free. All of this is free about what your program is going to be, okay? How often you're going to get your testosterone, how much you're going to get, what else you can do, peptides and everything else. It's the way to go. 6 locations now with a couple more opening downtown and Friendswood opening real soon. It's all at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. You're looking for a great way to feel better, look better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right. An intoxicated police officer allegedly.
DUI.
What?
I was predicting what it was going to be.
No. He released prisoners in Zambia because he wanted to have everybody to have a good time. Do you think that prisoners should be released to have a good New Year's?
Not typically. I mean, you can let them have more time on the yard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, I mean, released?
Released. Let him out. Hey, we're having a good time.
Maybe he had prison hooch. There's just too much for him.
He
said he was drunk. He must have got some prison hooch.
He was drunk. It's
called Pruno, John. I've seen enough, like 60 days in and enough prison shows to know it's called Pruno. That's what they, out of the fruit, they get the fruit to rot and it turns into alcohol. It's called Pruno.
Wow, that's got to be tasty.
Yep.
Just give me my Coors Lights. I'm good.
Yeah.
Greg Abbott sent condolences to Rosalind Carter.
Okay.
She's been dead for a while now.
Ooh, that's a tough call. That's a bad beat.
Yeah, that's Diplo. Do we know who Diplo is?
Yeah, DJ. Well,
yeah.
Diplo's a producer or DJ. I think he's a producer / DJ.
Well, he was on CNN's New Year's Eve coverage.
Uh-huh.
And he was on LSD.
Yeah, it's okay. Is this news of the weird, or what are we doing here?
Well, it's a little weird to be going on a national show on LSD. Yes.
Okay, you know what? If you want to have DJs, international DJ types on your shows, you're going to get what you get. Sometimes some guys, do you know there are some guys who will throw cakes? Steve Aoki, have you ever seen that, Del, where he can cake people? He can take a whole cake and throw it into the crowd and hit people with incredible accuracy. Like women who are standing or sitting on somebody's shoulders with a sign that says cake me or hit me with a cake or whatever they say, he can throw it from the stage and smash them about like 15 to 20 yards away. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
Slowick's calling the good routes for him.
Yeah, apparently Bobby Slowick is not his offensive coordinator. In Uttar Pradesh, a mobile phone thief company.
Mm-hmm.
This is a company that steals mobile phones. And they made headlines for offering employee-friendly work environment. They pay its members a fixed monthly salary, but also provide them with free food and travel allowances, turning organized crime into something that's corporate. Do you want to go work for this company that steals mobile phones?
I mean, I'm good with what I'm doing now. I'm going to stick with radio and NFL. I'm not going to do that, but I will say that Mason's going to need a job soon.
It's not a bad way to make. Listen, the benefits are better than a lot of places.
Are they?
Yeah.
What are the benefits?
Well, free food, travel allowances.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? You dress for the job you want, not the job you have.
Well, you got to dress with a mask on. You got to be total black. tight black and like a ninja.
But if you're going to get, if you're going to get like food and travel and all that stuff, like if you want to get the very best, you're going to have to entice them with the very best.
Yeah.
With the very best. Yeah. With the best incentives.
Do you want to be incentivized to steal phones or not?
I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'd rather do it for more incentives.
And I got a guaranteed income.
Yeah.
I think this company's onto something here. Saskatchewan appeal court gives 2 thumbs up to a decision that emoji is contractually binding. So let's say we make a deal over our phones and you give me a thumbs up on it. That is legally binding now.
What?
Yeah.
A thumbs up is legally binding?
Yeah, because we got a new way of communicating in 2025.
I mean, let's face it. There's a lot of people who don't. It's all emojis and stuff like that. I think we do have to start changing some of this.
Yes, absolutely. I'm with this judge on this one. If you give me a thumbs up, first of all, you're not a 12-year-old girl, so don't send emojis, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Don't use emojis because unless you're a 12-year-old girl. But if you do that, then it should be legally binding, right?
Yes.
So
apparently,
I'm with them on this one. All right. We are done. That was a nice week, a 2-day week. I'm all about 2-day weeks, especially when I am feeling the way I'm feeling. So with double.
Can we have more of those 2-day weeks?
2-day weeks are the best weeks.
I'll work forever. I'll work till I'm 90 if I get a 2-day week.
Yeah, Lance, you're only going to live 2 more years.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
I like to
say you better get in a bunch of shows. All right.
I just like to say things like that when I already know Gilbert's going to have me dead.
Dead.
And I would still rather I die than have to keep bringing him women and clothes and food. Like that feels like
pimp?
That's what I'm saying. I have to bring him women, clothes, and food. What does that make me? It makes me something. I don't know that it makes me a pimp. Yeah, maybe. I traffic in steaks and corn on the cob.
We'll call you an import-exporter is what we'll call you.
Female television personalities.
You are. There's a lot of trafficking going on in this country right now, and you're a part of the problem,
part of the
not
problem.
the solution.
I'm part of the problem.
You're not the solution. You're a part of the problem. All right, we are done. We appreciate you as always. We will talk to you again on Monday after the Texans beat the Titans' ass on Sunday.
Is that what's happening?
We're trying. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying to make Hannah happy. Okay.
I thought
that's what we're going to do.
That seems sarcastic.
No, that's not sarcastic at all. We're trying to make Hannah happy. So let's go. Beat their ass. We're done. Have a great weekend. Delvin and,
not my
and
name.
Sean, our next. It kind of is.
It really isn't. But first, before you go, John or Lance, you should be talking about taquerias.
I'm not talking about them.
I'll talk about taquerias
John.
around us. I'll talk about a chance for you to go grab yourself lunch today. Breakfast is over. Now, I don't want you to forget that the Aranda Sports Bar, inside of 14 different locations of Taquerias Arandas, you've got the bars they're turning into their bars into sports bars. They got a lot of space, they got a lot of televisions, and they're actually turning them into sports bars. They're changing up some of the menus to give you bar menus so that you can watch with drink specials. You got your beer, your margaritas, your authentic Mexican food, or your bar menu, and you and the fellows go hang out, post up in your chairs, and go have them turn on the games you want and watch your games there and enjoy yourself. That's a great way to do it. Now, lunch is just right around the corner. It's 10 o'clock now. You want to go out and grab your lunch, 11:30, 12 o'clock. Stop in at a local taqueria Arandas and enjoy yourself. I'm going to suggest some street tacos. Very, very simple. I love carne asada. I love al pastor. You get those with the onions and the lime and the cilantro. Oh my gosh, so delicious. Homemade tortillas, and they're waiting for you at any of those 14 locations here in the Houston area. Make sure that you go to taqueriasarandas.com to go find one near you. Stop in and enjoy some great food and some good times at Taqueria Arandas.
I got to admit, I was a little conflicted by what happened yesterday afternoon into the evening because I live by the motto of death to UGA. I don't want anything good to happen for Georgia football, but I grew up as a person who hated Notre Dame with a passion. Those two teams played yesterday in a less than thrilling game. Credit to Notre Dame for finding a way to scrap away and get a win. They had a sequence that spanned about like 60 seconds of game time where they forced a fumble, scored a touchdown, and on the kickoff to start the second half, they returned it for a touchdown, and that pretty much was the ball game. What did it go from 13 or 6-3 to 20-3, and that was ball game. Kirby Smart decided to, in a close game, to try to drive down for points with Gunnar Stockton at quarterback late in the first half, and that backfired because his tackles couldn't protect. Strip sack, fumble led to a touchdown, and then, as I said, the kick return. So that game was over in about a minute, thanks to Notre Dame making plays on special teams and defense. I didn't know who to root for. I always like to pick a side when I don't have a real rooting interest, just to make the game more interesting. A lot of people use gambling to do that. You can go to MyBookie for that type of vibes. But for me, I just wanted to watch the game and go, hey, I got to pick a side. It's tough. I mean, it's Notre Dame or Kirby Smart. How do I pick a side? And I decided to just watch the game and not pick a side and see how it came to be. And how it came to be is Notre Dame can win a game where the quarterback throws for under 100 yards. So we talked about it. Is Notre Dame actually entering a college football playoff semifinal for the first time with a better quarterback? By numbers, Gunnar Stockton played better if we just go by passing yards. But Riley Leonard didn't make any giant mistakes. He moved the ball on the ground with his legs. He was Notre Dame's leading rusher, and he did just enough with the help of the defense and special teams. So I'll ask you this, Sean. Now that we know who the quarterbacks will be in the semifinal, and with this new format, now we're down to what we've been used to since 2014. Is this the most bus rider filled college football playoff when it comes to quarterbacks? Like, Quinn Ewers is, at least coming into the year, was the best draft prospect. He had the best moment of all these quarterbacks so far with his throw to Golden to tie the game. Drew Aller, people look at as a potential pro prospect, maybe a first-day pick. He is coming back. But I guess I will ask a couple questions. Could you swap all four, just blind swap, and have them land on a team, and would there be much difference between how the teams performed? We'll start there. If you just randomly put a guy on each team, would there be much of a difference?
I think the difference would just be like, oh, we have to they
play differently.
Change, yeah, we'd have to change the way we play.
Like, could Texas?
Because Riley Leonard and Quinn Ewers don't play anything.
Exactly.
Alike.
So could Texas be a playoff team if they had to play with Riley Leonard? Could they run the ball enough? Could they run him? The stuff they thought they would do with Arch. Could they actually go full in on that with Riley Leonard?
I don't know.
And make the playoff and get to a semifinal with him at quarterback because of where their strength lies when it comes to their wide receivers. I kind of doubt it, actually.
Yeah, they kind of need to be able to
throw the ball. Yes. I think for them, you could not swap Riley Leonard.
Yeah.
I think
which is only true for half the field where they kind of need to throw the ball.
Yeah.
The two teams that play each other in Miami, they don't really need to throw the ball.
They don't really need to. I think Drew Aller would be fine with Texas or with Ohio State.
Aller, Howard, and Quinn
could swap.
Are the most swappable.
They could go play for any one of the four and be okay. Riley Leonard is the outlier. I'm not sure he could thrive any place else than where he's thriving.
Yeah, I mean,
could Penn State just turn themselves into a?
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe Penn State. Maybe they're good enough because of their two backs in Allen and Singleton to just have Leonard pick up key first downs with his legs, not screw up, and win games that way.
Yeah, because the issue with Ohio State being you would look at them and be like, I don't know, they could kind of Cardale Jones it with Riley Leonard. It's but Cardale Jones also had the deep passing stuff. He could actually just chuck it.
He could do that, yes.
Riley Leonard, like you said, if I'm just watching the game, I'm like, Gunnar Stockton's might be better than Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard's just the heart of the champion. You know what? He was Haynes King against Georgia. That's what he did. He just did Haynes King against Georgia. Even though Haynes King, I think, threw for like
Haynes
200
King was
yards.
great against Georgia. The problem for Haynes King was he didn't have Notre Dame's defense. He didn't have Riley Leonard's defense. Georgia doesn't beat Georgia Tech that night if you could give Haynes King the defense that he had. In fact, it's probably a blowout, as well as Notre Dame play. Of course, the Carson Beck thing, Gunnar Stockton, there's all different variables.
I don't think there's that big of a difference between Stockton and Beck. Or at least the performance. Like, you could have told me that was Carson Beck that turned it over
yesterday, but there are certain things Georgia wasn't going to do in certain situations because they don't believe. Maybe it's the tackles too, but the fact that they weren't trusting Gunnar Stockton to drop back.
I mean, like you said, they trust him at the end of the half for some reason.
Yeah, that was odd. It's 6-3. Just get to the half. Why do you think that particular offense on this day was going to drive the field for points?
A guy making his first start. That's where I actually don't think there's, because they would have done the same thing with Beck, and maybe Beck has more awareness in the pocket, knows, but it felt like they're just calling a regular Georgia game. They're protecting him a little bit. It was a little bit like we talked about, whereas the little Stetson Bennett, Jake Frommie, where it's like we're not asking him to do too much other than the kind of design Cash Jones wheel routes and the one to the one wide receiver who Kyle Pittsed it and basically it hit his hands and he just threw it away from himself.
That was awful. Funny, but awful.
I busted out laughing when saying that. It's like, oh my God. I know that the receivers have had their struggles this year, I'll say. If I want to be charitable, I'll say that. If I want to be uncharitable, I would say, how does Georgia not have any good wide receivers?
Well, the two guys they tried to bring in, Ra Thomas and Colby Young, had legal issues. I think the Colby Young thing has been dropped, but those guys had major legal issues. They knew they had an issue at wide receiver. They brought a couple guys in, and they weren't around. So that's part of the issue. Of course, you ask, Georgia, you can recruit in a lot of spots, but how come you can't recruit wide receivers? Well, I would think if you're a great wide receiver, do you play at Georgia? Their best receiver decided I want to go play at Texas. A.D. Mitchell, after winning a national title, I believe, right? He goes, actually, I don't want to play here anymore. It's not good for my future. I'm out. And of course, he got drafted pretty high. So maybe as good as they've been, it's not a place for receivers. It's a place for tight ends and linemen.
Tight ends.
Yeah, it's a place for skill position as the tight end. I mean, even their running backs are fine. They're not great. They don't have an elite running back. They went and got a transfer.
Sony Michel,
Nick Chubb. They haven't replicated that recently. Injuries have been an issue, certainly, but they haven't found that big time 5-star back to translate to the college level. That's why they had to go get Trevor Etienne from Florida. He's fine. Yeah. He's a fine player.
Yeah, Etienne's good. Yeah. I just think that Georgia this year is just it is a weird team all in all. And maybe this is where you see some of the transfer portal stuff. Like you said, they had a wide receiver leave.
A couple.
Yeah. And that's where you see these teams at the top aren't like just completely overpowered, where they have zero holes, zero deficiencies anywhere, where, there's Georgia, the guys that would have gone to Georgia that because of NIL or the transfer portal are now somewhere else.
Yeah, the SEC will push back. Well, Nick Saban did, because Shane Gillis, the Notre Dame alum and comedian, I don't know if he was an alum, but I know he's got Notre Dame ties. He made fun of Alabama for paying players in Nick Saban's face, and people are pointing out that now that the transfer portal is a thing and guys can get paid legally above board, that the dominance of the SEC is trickling away. Of course, the one SEC team that remains is 1 year in to their membership. They are what we know them as Texas more than we know them as the SEC school. And of course, before the SEC, they're in the Big 12. So maybe that is what is happening. The dominance of the SEC slowly trickling, because they were the best at cheating.
Yeah.
And now nothing is cheating at this point. Even tampering is allowed because you can't really enforce it. And that now leads us to the likes of Notre Dame making a semifinal with, let's just say, a middling quarterback when it comes to playing against the best teams. Hell, they used defense, special teams, and the Duke quarterback to make a college football semifinal. And, of course, Drew Aller, pro prospect at Penn State. Quinn Ewers, not living up to the initial projections for him when he came out of high school, but pro prospect. But he's a good college quarterback, not overwhelming. There are flaws there, but on the college level, that's a good college quarterback. And then, of course, Will Howard's a transfer himself, who was at K-State, who was fine at K-State.
If we had to rank the quarterbacks left, the 4 quarterbacks left, and some of this is just present form,
the way they're playing now.
Yeah, I think I'd take Howard 1.
Yes,
some of that is like he gets to throw to Smith and Ibuka, but still,
some of it.
But then he still puts together some good throws.
Yes, the throw down the seam to Ibuka was a good throw. There's a lot of Jeremiah Smith where there's no one within 4 or 5 yards of him, and because of who he is as a player,
like
it doesn't matter if there's someone.
Get credit
for. It doesn't matter if someone is on him. He'll just out athlete them for the play. But Will Howard has done what Ohio State has needed him to do outside the Michigan game, not screw it up.
Yeah,
and maybe put a lot of that on Chip Kelly. So that's where we are. We got a Final Four, a lot of prestigious names and programs. The uniforms, the classic uniforms will be abound. And
the helmets.
Yeah, it's all, if you're a college football purist, it's weird to get here because we've got transfer quarterbacks all over the place. But if you're a college football purist, the uniforms, the schools, it's what you would be looking for. No upstarts in this Final Four.
Get out of here. See ya, Boise State.
Yeah, all of a sudden, college football isn't a Southern Invitational anymore. Look at that. I know Texas, I wouldn't even consider Texas the South when we talk about the SEC, but you've got Penn State, Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Texas. Yeah. Look at that.
SEC finally stopped cheating, so now Texas can succeed.
Yeah, because Texas would never.
Back when people were paying players under the table.
Yes.
Texas was like, what?
Yeah, how did they get Ricky Williams out of San Diego?
Just visited the campus, loved it. Academic opportunity.
I bet that's how that happened. But sure, a new day, which means Penn State can, and James Franklin of all people, can be in that semifinal. Yeah, he is really ruining our agenda.
I do think that. Oh, by the way, I did think when, especially once Notre Dame started pulling away, I was like, wow, Quinn Ewers, Drew Aller, Will Howard, Riley Leonard. One of them's going to be a champion.
Oof. But if it's your guy, the slander aside, that'll be great, right?
No, I just mean for like 4 guys that I don't know how complimentary we've been on the show.
That's true.
I don't know who we've been the most complimentary.
Riley Leonard,
Aller.
Riley Leonard, we haven't talked that much about, to be honest.
That's true.
So I would say he
beating up on service academies. And
Notre Dame's schedule hasn't been one where we've been focusing on them quite that much. We kind of took them off the radar once you lose to Northern Illinois. But hey, doesn't matter now.
Yeah, doesn't matter, Brian.
Does not matter at all.
Sugar Bowl, right? Yeah,
Sugar Bowl champions. And now in the semifinal. So we've gotten there. We'll see how it plays out once those games kick off. And if you aren't aware, you're going to be able to hear the semifinals here on ESPN 97.5. If you were driving around, you could hear the quarterfinal yesterday here, and we will continue to carry the college football playoff up until the national title game, where we will have that as well. So stay locked in with us if you are out and about on those game days, because we'll have it here for you on ESPN 97.5. Okay, there's a lot to get to beyond the college football playoff. The NBA was messy last night. NBA is always good for mess. So, Sean, I'll give you dealer's choice when we come back, or producer's choice in this case. Do we want to start with Barkley on Redick, or do we start with how sad Jimmy Butler is and where he'll find his joy next, as he has officially let the Heat know he wants out? Where do you want to start with? Or what do you want to start with?
Give me Jimmy Butler losing his smile.
Yes, and we will come back and do a compare and contrast between Jimmy and another star player who was upset about where he was and what that sounded like, because what Jimmy did was very similar to what a certain Beard did on his way out. And the question will be, will the Heat trade Jimmy as quickly as the Rockets got James out of here once he had his final press conference, because that happened really quickly. The Heat have let it be known through sources that no, they haven't gotten a trade offer, and they weren't going to trade him. How Pat Riley made the statement. Now that Jimmy pulled a James move, kind of quitting on the court and then telling the world that ain't going to happen here, will they get him out of here before their next game? Because I think that's what the Rockets did, right? He didn't even miss a game. They said, okay, beat it. You got to go. So we'll compare and contrast those two sound bites when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
A player that had a Rockets speculation around him until the Rockets said, nah, we're good. They did it through reports, is Jimmy Butler. He had destinations that he preferred. Now he doesn't really. He just wants out. I don't think the Rockets are going to be a team that are going to be into Jimmy Butler, and rightfully so. They should be shooting higher than the 35-year-old who is looking for, at least at this point, a max extension. Not a long one, but one that rips up next year's deal and gets him 2 years at max money. That is what he apparently wants. He won't be getting it from the Heat. Will he be getting it from anyone? That feels unlikely considering this play. He'll get money, but we're talking $50+ million for the next 2 years. Feels unlikely. And he's not happy about what's going on. Here's Jimmy Butler after the game where he once again did not play in the fourth quarter of this time of a loss to the Indiana Pacers, where he was like a minus 27, shot the ball a couple times, but the man has lost his joy.
And I don't shoot the ball a lot, but we won't sit here and say that I don't play hard. What will fix it? What do you want to see happen to fix it? What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, off the court. But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop. And I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that. Can you get your joy back here on the court? Probably not.
So if you are someone who likes to dissect sound bites, a lot of conflicting stuff. Like, I want to help this team win, and then asked about, can you find your joy here? No, probably not. So you don't actually want to help this team win, and you didn't need his quotes for that. You can just look at his game. He's come back after an illness and an ankle tweak. He was, I guess you can say, benched or told or asked, maybe not asked, but he didn't play in the game against the Pelicans a couple nights ago. The Heat went with their young guys, went on a run, won the game. Last night, where they were struggling, he played 27 minutes on minus 27, shot the ball 6 times, didn't play in the fourth quarter. So he doesn't appear to be someone on the court who's looking to help his team win. The question is he capable of helping another team win? That's probably a yes. There's a yes to that. In what role? Because now he has an issue with his role. So you hear Jimmy Butler not officially wanting out through the media, at least with his own voice. Like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes after his presser, the Shams report pops up, and Jimmy Butler has let the Miami Heat know he wants out. He is a mercurial figure. It's tough to introduce him into your team without the thought of him blowing it up. He probably would be on his best behavior someplace because he wants his money, but I wouldn't take any of his words as bond when it comes to what's going to make him happy, because the money is going to make him happy. So we hear Jimmy Butler, sad Jimmy Butler,
looking to get his joy back.
He
is happy in Miami.
Off the court. I do appreciate him throwing that in.
What does Zach do? Like, I am happy.
I love living here. I just don't want to play here anymore.
You know how you love Miami and hate your job? That's me. Because my job's not going to pay me $50 million to be a 37-year-old basketball
player. No, it will next year. It hasn't agreed to pay me $50+ million for 2 more years.
When I'm 38.
Yeah. No, it was going to pay me at 36. It just hasn't agreed to pay me at 37 and 38. Because, sometimes I'm just not available. Or I'm available and put up a minus 27.
Yeah, taking 6 shots.
Yeah, in a game where your team needs you and you're supposed to be the star player. Okay, so that's one person who is very unhappy. Let's go back a couple years now. Let's compare Jimmy to James and see who was sadder. This is James Harden before he was traded from the Houston Rockets.
I mean, this situation is crazy. It's something that I don't think can be fixed. So, yeah, thanks.
That was Fat Suit James. That was quitting in Sacramento James. This was a home game after they got beat on. And the Rockets were steadfast, much like the Heat were. Hey, we're not going to trade him until that presser. And then he was done. Now, that's a shorter clip. Jimmy went on for like 2 minutes or so, and a lot of stuff about him being unhappy with his role. James pretty much said, hey, we can't win a title here. I want to go. I'll ask you this. 2 different organizations. Daryl Morey. Was he still the GM?
Yeah. Oh, no, this was Stone.
Stone. Daryl Morey had already departed.
He resigned to spend more time with his family
and then
went to be the GM of the Sixers.
Yes. So Rafael Stone. Rafael Stone at that time in his career, much different profile than Pat Riley. He got rid of James quickly. To some people, it was great. They got draft picks, and they're benefiting from that fact to this day. James was still in his prime, under contract for longer. I think he was recently signed to max, I think. Pretty close to
Yeah,
that.
I think he had 2 or 3 years left.
Jamie's a different ballgame, although he could opt in for next year. Do you think he's traded like James was, like before the next game? Or do you think, I guess there's a couple options. Does he get traded before the next game? Do they suspend him for conduct detrimental, or just tell him to stay home and don't suspend him? Because he, in the Shams article, said he wants to continue doing all the basketball activities. He just doesn't want to play for Miami anymore. But until a trade happens, he will continue to do all the things he needs to do. That's just agent speak for my client's going to be available. Yeah, you can't find him.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not going to break rules.
Yeah, you can't find him because he's going to be available. Do you think their next game is tomorrow against the Jazz?
Or Saturday. Yeah.
Tomorrow
Saturday.
against the Jazz. Do you think he plays?
I don't think he plays in that game.
But he's still on the roster.
I don't think he's traded. Yeah.
I don't know how you play him.
Oh, you definitely don't play. I mean, at the very least, you like suspend him, like you said, conduct detrimental, whatever,
or
healthy scratch.
Or you come to an agreement that until we can find a trade partner, he doesn't play. Because the reporting from Miami sources is now that the Heat weren't looking to trade him, but they want to get this done as quickly as possible. So they have moved off of, we won't trade him, like Pat Riley said, to this has to change.
I wonder what their expectations for a Jimmy Butler trade is.
Well,
because like you mentioned, with no one, you imagine there's no team that is banging down his door to sign him to the deal he wants. That if you're trading for him, you're probably trading for him with the understanding that like this might just be a rental, right? Like there's no one that's like
so that would.
That's the thing with James Harden back then. Like there's a bidding war for James Harden.
But he told pretty much anyone who needed to know. It's 2 teams. Jimmy knows he's in a different situation. It appears like at least his agent does. So he has opened it up from that preferred list to anywhere but Miami. Maybe that's just him insulting Miami. But now 29 other teams can get involved. That doesn't mean 29 other teams are actually involved.
There's already one GM that's like, nah, we're good.
Yeah. So 28 right now.
And one that would make the most, or not the most sense, but one of the most sense.
That would make the most sense for certainly the team trying to make the trade.
Yeah, that's would
be the Heat saying, hey, Rockets, you got young guys. We can take on some salary. That'll work. But they're off the table. I think it's going to be more difficult than people think to get this done.
I do. I think that's why I think it's going to take a while. It's just that it's like hard. It's just hard to make trades now. Like all the teams that would be interested or that are theoretically could be interested. It's a situation where it's like, it's so hard for the Denver Nuggets to make a trade. It's so hard for the Warriors. We talked about the Warriors the first time he demanded a trade, and Bernie Lee pushed back against Jams. Did Bernie Lee? Let me see if Bernie Lee.
I don't know if Bernie Lee has apologized to
You're
Shams.
fake news.
I don't know if he's apologized to Shams or he said, "Hey, man, you're still wrong about this." It feels like
now I want out. Yeah. Now you're right. Before you're wrong.
All that sourcing you did before, wrong. Now, like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, right. I don't know where Bernie Lee is going to land, but we know who won this battle.
Yeah.
Shams comes out ahead of Bernie Lee here. So
I'm still trying to think of teams that are.
It's tough when you think about the age, the money he is owed. Even if he opts in, is anyone looking to pay 36-year-old Jimmy Butler $50 million plus?
Yeah.
That's even if he just takes the deal. that he signed.
You kind of have to be a team that's like ready to go for it.
Yeah, and
so that cuts
willing,
out.
willing to give up salary, which may not be that difficult, but compensation the Heat would want. So
could the Clippers do it?
Who are they giving up?
I don't know.
So we can. You would have to. That's.
I'm just looking right now. I'm looking for suitors.
Yeah, that's going to be Pat Riley's problem and Jimmy's problem. Who wants anywhere but Miami? So
Nick Batum, Mo Bamba.
That was the messiness on the player side.
Terrence Mann. No, you can't trade Terrence Mann.
No, I can't. Untradeable.
PJ Tucker's still on the Clippers? What?
Still waiting for a place to go.
Oh, okay. So now,
but Jimmy's one of his boys. He doesn't want to get traded for Jimmy to go to LA. He would want to go join Jimmy someplace. So that's where we are with the messiness there. I'm sure this will play out. I don't think the Heat will get a deal done quickly, just because they'll try, but it's going to be tough. We might be having a saga here, but there was other messiness, and we'll get to that when we come back, because Charles Barkley has some thoughts about JJ Redick. The continuing drumbeat of the NBA is unwatchable because of threes got JJ Redick upset. He took a shot at media members, not by name, but Charles Barkley thought he was talking about him. So Charles Barkley has some thoughts on the Lakers overall and JJ Redick in particular. So we'll hear that when we come back. But first, let's talk about a place where you can put some money down for the games this weekend. Maybe you like the Texans to win because you think CJ Stroud's going to play, or maybe you just think the Titans stink. A lot of games that mean nothing. So MyBookie is your chance to make them mean something. Go to mybookie.ag and put some money down. Whether it be the NBA, the NFL, hockey, soccer, it's all there for you at MyBookie. They will match. They will have a 50% match up to $1,000. So, hey, you want to put $400 in, just trying it out, you'll get $200 extra to spend or bet. That's pretty cool. So, we've got college basketball this weekend to take a look at. We have the casino option as well. So, if you like playing cards, it's there for you. It's all there for you at MyBookie. You got a big game, maybe the best game of the season, Lions, Vikings. That's something to check out as well. I give you so many options because that's what MyBookie does. They want you to place your bet and make the games more fun. Remember, use that promo code BET975 to take advantage. You can check out all they have to offer at mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
That is Michael Carroll. He'll join us at 11:30. And that was a product of Sean thinking I wasn't going to get back on time, it feels like. That's generally his go-to. I was just in the other room. I was keeping track this time. We will get to the Charles Barkley stuff in a little bit. But Pena wants to ask a non-sports question. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, man. So I got a question for you, and I have a follow-up question afterwards. So let's say two of your favorite athletes from any sport, whatever. Two of your favorite athletes and your one favorite actor or actress. They're all a group of friends. They text you. They say, "Hey, Dale, come hang out with us." What are the chances of you going hanging out? Is there a yes or no? Are you going to go hang out with them?
So the scenario is favorite actor, actresses asked me to come hang out. Would I hang out?
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
Yes.
I would do that.
Okay. So now my follow-up question is, they ask you, "Hey, come hang out with us," but Lance Zierlein is going to be there. Is it still a yes, or is it going to be a no now?
How much time do I actually have to spend with Lance?
I don't know.
Do I have to talk to him?
I don't know where y'all are going. I guess I don't know. I mean, just hanging out. I don't know. You're at the bar or something, watching a game. Watching a Texans game.
Let's just say there are four other people besides Lance: two actors, two actresses, and Lance. There's enough buffer where I don't have to hang out with him or talk to him that much. That's still a yes for me. I mean, there is enough a divide. Yes. I mean, you're giving me people I've never met before and may never meet as a reason to go. So yeah, I'm still gonna go. Lance doesn't deter me from that. But if you gave me like, hey, a couple of your favorite athletes, or hey, Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson, say, hey man, you want to come hang out? But Lance is there. No, I'm staying home. I don't care about.
That's all I have, man. Have a great, good vacation. Peace out.
Well, I just came back from vacation, but I appreciate you for my next one. Yeah. Maybe in February. I might take a week off then. So I appreciate that. Yeah, the Lance thing ain't great for me.
Who'd be on the list?
That's a tough thing to come up with very quickly. I don't make lists. I'd have to think about it.
Okay.
Because you got to turn off your man brain for a second and go, yeah, she's attractive, but do you want to talk to her for an hour? Yeah, you got to turn that off. So I'd have to think about it. So I appreciate the prompt. Maybe I'll have an answer at the end of the show. We will see.
Maybe in time for the Michael Carroll segment.
Do I lean into childhood crushes who have aged well, or do I go with women who?
Let's get La Salsa on the phone.
Or do I go with women who, as I've gotten older, I like now? I don't know. We will see. I mean, I grew up watching a lot of CW, WB stuff, so that might be where I lean into if I go with childhood crushes.
It's just women from the CW and WB, and then also Dwayne Wade, or like
yeah. If I was talking about childhood crushes, but I'm not sure where I go. Maybe I have a list a little bit later. Okay, let's get to this before we go to break. Charles Barkley, Inside the NBA, great show, but is taking some criticism because they don't appear to be proponents of the way the game is played today. I think they're the voice of a lot of people who can't stand the way threes have become such an important part of the game. JJ Redick in comments earlier didn't name anyone by name. He didn't specifically go, these are the guys who are making the game not attractive to fans. But he said, how come we don't have guys who are pushing the positives of the game and talking about how great the game is? We have a lot of people with prominent voices taking shots at the game, which is something others have said because you don't see that in the other sports. Now, there is no show like Inside the NBA for the other sports, but you can't tune in to Countdown on Sundays for the NFL on ESPN or NFL Network and listen to guys talk about how crappy the product is. It's not how the NFL works. I don't watch MLB Network, but I imagine that's not how they do it there. NHL Network, even less likely for me to be watching. Don't think they do it there. But once again, no show like Inside the NBA. So here is Inside the NBA last night, unprompted. Charles Barkley had thoughts on J.J. Redick and the Lakers.
Hey, J.J. Redick says something about me. J.J., you better calm down, because when you come for the king, you better not miss.
Did he name you specifically, or was he just talking about folks on TV?
What did he say? He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, J.J. Yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 103 tonight. J.J., I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but J.J., if you come for the king, you better not miss. Because I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvin Ham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
So he came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77,
Put the makeup on that pig.
Man, the Lakers are big.
The Lakers stink, man.
Oh, man, okay.
Come on, man.
Tatum, by the way, has
What you say? Put some makeup. What you say? Put some makeup on that pig. I'm J.J. Redick. I can make this thing work.
No, way to go. At 94.
I'm being a professional. You come for me. You better not miss.
We heard that already.
Okay.
And so Tatum.
come for you? I missed it. We're the reason ratings are down.
Oh, we're the reason.
We're the reason. Like we playing.
We're only on an hour.
Well, hey, listen. If me and Shaq, a week. That's exactly right. If me and Shaq played, then the ratings would be down.
Look at Derek White.
But in fairness, if me and Shaq played, we'd be like the third or fourth best players on that Laker team right now.
That is the last gasp for Minnesota.
LeBron AD did. Chuck, get in the game. Chuck, get in the game. Damn bombs out there.
I do
But it's
appreciate
Frank
Ernie
Vogel and Darvin Ham's fault.
trying to power through and get to highlights of the game they had, which was a compelling game, Boston and Minnesota. It is interesting that was going on while Charles was talking, because I believe they combined for like 103 pointers taken in that game, which would make a lot of people's points. But it was a close one. Yeah. Going after Charles, and when he has this type of platform, it's tough. JJ tried to avoid naming him specifically, but Charles said, yeah, you're talking about me. So that's what happened last night. Told you it was messy. It was messy last night. This one wasn't fun. The sound we played earlier is just putting an entire franchise in flux. But as far as Charles and JJ Redick and the Lakers, he's right. The Lakers aren't good. JJ Redick's like, hey, I used to be one of you guys. Now look at me. Now look at me. I got yelled at for 2 minutes by Charles Barkley.
I mean, the fact he is yelling at him during a completely unrelated game featuring good teams.
Which speaks to JJ's point. Yes. JJ's not wrong when Charles decided to ignore the highlights in front of him of a game that came down to the wire. Where
the last second shot by Anthony Edwards.
One of the NBA's next great players missed a chance to tie the game against the defending champions. Charles, JJ's kind of right. You illustrated this point. I'm not saying you weren't funny.
Yeah, no, it was funny. It was
but
good
he's not.
TV,
but you didn't make him sound wrong when it comes to you criticizing the product. Now, is Charles Barkley the reason ratings are down? Probably not. It may have more to do with the product than Charles Barkley's commentary on the product. But when you are a part of the game, I think you're just looking for people to promote the game in a positive way. And because of that voice that they have, you could criticize them for not doing enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Or you could say they are actually an additive to a product that ain't great. I guess it depends on which side you fall on.
I mean, if it is going to be the only studio show that people like in sports, it would probably be helpful for the NBA if they didn't just take a giant crap on the NBA every time they had a chance. That in that way, they are hurt. They're not helping.
Yeah, they talk about the NBA like I would actually say a regular person does. Because when we watch the other shows, they're not talking about the NBA like anyone else would do off air. I don't know if you want to call it the barbershop or just around your friends. You will take shots at people. It ain't sports conversations don't tend to be positive. It's like either I love my team and I hate your team, or my team sucks and I wish my team was like your team. It's a lot of that stuff going on. So yes, if it was off air, it would sound what they're doing sounds exactly what we do off air. Hell, we'll do some of that on air too. But you ain't hearing that from Dan Orlovsky. you ain't hearing the NFL sucks from the guys on ESPN. Mike Greenberg's not talking about how bad the NFL is.
Like, think about if for the first 6 weeks of the NFL season, every show has just been like, how do we fix this awful product?
And this is, the NFL, I guess, had some of that with the cover 2 and explosive plays being down. Passing yards are down earlier in the season.
That was 2 weeks.
Yes, but it wasn't railing about how bad the NFL as a whole was. It was more talking about how quarterbacks and explosive plays are down, and that was analyzing the game, but not crapping all over it. I don't mind it, honestly. I watch the games, and I'm not bothered by the conversation about the threes.
Because the thing is, with the threes, you'd replacing those with shots that happen 3 steps in.
True.
That was most of NBA watching in the 2000s. Was
no spacing and
it was
mid-range.
just jump shots from 19 feet instead of 23.
Yes. Now, were you hunting mid-range jumpers all the time? Probably not as much as you are threes. So you'd like to see some variety in actions. You'd like to see
dump it down low to Al Jefferson a couple times.
Sure. Everyone loves a post game until you remember how bad that looked.
Watching Dwight Howard in the post,
yeah,
where you're just like, oh my god.
Yeah. We remember the days when Dwight Howard was complaining about lack of touches.
Yeah. And by the way, they played on a team that shot a bunch of threes.
Yes. And he was the guy who didn't fit because, hey, I'm Dwight Howard. Give me more touches. And everyone's like, we've seen you in the post. You're a roller. Why would we throw it down to you? That's not how you win basketball games in the NBA.
You know who's not going to complain about getting post-up touches? Clint Capella. Bring him in.
Exactly. Let's accentuate our best player, Harden, and get you out of here. And that was how the Rockets operated for years, and things have certainly changed since. Okay, messy night in the NBA. Interesting to get to. We'll get to some NFL stuff because the Texans do have a game that feels inconsequential, but they're going to play it. And at the moment, it feels like their important players are going to play. We talked about why we thought that's a bad idea yesterday, but it doesn't matter what we think. They have different ideas. We have not mentioned, at least on this show, that a prominent Texan is back. He spoke to the media a couple days ago now, but Azeez Al-Shaair is back. He had a statement about what he talked to the NFL about. We'll get to that. And we know CJ's not had a great year. We will talk about where he ranks, at least according to one report, in the quarterback rankings for teams who are either in the playoffs or still alive for the playoffs. We'll do that when we come back. Texans-Titans, Sunday, final game of the regular season, as the Texans really just need to avoid a major injury before the playoffs. We will see if they're playing the Ravens or the Steelers or someone else, because the Ravens are like a 19.5-point favorite against the Browns. They win that game, they win the AFC North, and the Texans don't have to see them. That will be great, because the last time, well, you know what happened last time. The Texans scored 2 points on a safety, so you don't want to see the Ravens. The Steelers feel like the most appealing option, just because, do I trust Russell Wilson? No. I don't like the thought of their pass rushers coming after CJ, but in a world that no option feels great, I guess other than the Broncos. Like, if the Broncos came here, I'd feel okay. Their defense has kind of faded a little bit the last couple weeks. They haven't been as great as they were early. So maybe if that somehow was a matchup, I'd be fine with it. But other than that, I think Steelers would be the best bet. So will the Texans be a 9-8 team, or a team that found a way to turn the slide around and win a game that doesn't matter that much? From every thought right now, it feels like CJ's going to play. He's not on the injury report, despite talking about his injury being a little banged up. The question will be will they just treat him like the Chiefs are treating Patrick Mahomes, where he's clearly not playing because the game doesn't matter? I don't see an upside to playing him. I don't see an upside to playing Nico Collins. That doesn't mean they won't play. Is this simply, hey, we're just going to F with the Titans until game day, until it's time, like, 10:30, when we have to announce
the
our
actual
inactives?
inactives?
Yeah. Is that the plan?
At this point, that's the hope, I would say, at least when it comes to CJ and Mixon and Collins, where I hope this is some sort of long con that they're running, which also, like, okay, cool. I don't know how, Tennessee's going to be like, oh, man, now we have to play with Davis Mills.
Well,
we had to play this terrible offense without all of its good players.
Yeah. I don't know how beat up they'll be about that.
Yeah. Also, but if this isn't some ruse by D'Amico and company, then it is like, what are we doing? Either way, it's what are we doing? But at least the ruse option, it's okay. At least they're ending up where I want them to end up, which is not playing these guys.
I only understand it from the aspect, if you think you have some answers to your problems, and you believe you need to get them all the kinks out of whatever your answers are now, as opposed to the playoffs. I don't think they have any answers to their problems, because I think their answers will have to be bigger than simply making adjustments to a blocking scheme here, calling more quick game that doesn't involve the screens. I think their problems are bigger than that, so I don't see what's going to happen on Sunday that'll change things. So I was going through some playoff scenarios, and Steelers Texans is what it is right now. It could be Chargers Texans. I'm not sure it could be Broncos Texans. If the Broncos finish 10-7, their conference record would still be worse than the Steelers and the Chargers. I think the Broncos,
I'm not sure they can be the 5th.
I think they have to be the 7th seed. Yeah. I think the Broncos are either the 7th or they're out of the playoffs. I think that's how that sets up. Of course, Bengals and Dolphins still alive. They aren't options to play the Texans. So I it's either Ravens, Steelers, or Chargers.
And the Bengals play the Steelers, correct? Is that
yes? The Bengals have to beat the Steelers to have a shot, and then they have to hope for the Broncos to lose to the Chiefs on Sunday. That game's tomorrow. I'm getting it wrong again. Bengals Steelers is tomorrow.
I'm just thinking of that more as a Texans are going to play the Steelers or Ravens question, where if the Steelers or the Ravens, you expect to beat the Browns.
Yeah, they're 19.5-point favorites.
You expect them to beat the Browns any given Sunday.
Not with DTR.
This is getting played on Saturday. So let's give the Ravens the win over the Cleveland, and then it will be Bengals Steelers for at least for Pittsburgh, the chance to play Houston?
Yes. Steelers. Well, Steelers.
Or if they win, do they? Or
if the Steelers win, and the Steelers win, and they're the 5. If the Ravens win, which we're giving.
Yeah, we just have to work under that assumption.
We just assume that the
just
Ravens,
to make it more or less complicated,
with the division championship to play for and a home game in the first round, are going to play hard against the Browns team who has stopped caring. We can assume that'll go the Ravens' way.
And then
so it's either Steelers or Chargers.
And Chargers play the Ravens. They're only 4-point favorites, it looks like.
Chargers play
Raiders.
Yeah. Well, Pierce's team is trying.
I understand that. They're 4-12.
To the chagrin of their fans.
they've been trying all year. They're 4-12.
No, I mean, they're actually not tanking like the Browns are. They haven't quit like the Jets have, which doesn't make their fans happy. But Pierce and the Raiders are probably going to give the Chargers a fight.
Are they starting Ritter? I think it's going to be Ritter for this one.
Yeah, I don't know who's starting in that game. But yeah, only 4.5-point favorites for the.
That's what I'm saying. Ritter and DTR. DTR's worse, but it's not that big of a 15-point difference.
Understood. I guess.
Maybe no. I think it's O'Connell. O'Connell started last game.
Yeah, and the Chargers don't have the same type of explosive capabilities that the Ravens do. And how much do the Chargers care about where they go play? We don't know. How much will Justin Herbert play? Those are all factors. But feels like we're going to see Steelers, Texans with the possibility of the Chargers.
Steelers Texans definitely feels most likely. Yes. Which that is the best draw that you could ask for in a funny way. That the number one wild card, you're like, yes, got the Steelers
but all the options lining up this weekend. Steelers coming to Houston for a playoff game.
That's the best.
It's the best option.
Because that is you can junk it up, win 19-16.
Yeah, you can believe that you don't have to be great on offense. Yeah. You can force turnovers. You can turn Russ into what he's been the last couple of weeks and find a way to get a win with your pass rush and your secondary, and there'll be chances for turnovers. You feel like that's the shot you have, and maybe some short fields. You're not great in the red zone, but maybe you'll be able to convert a couple, and your defense will do enough to fight off the Steelers. The other options, the Chargers aren't explosive, but you have a quarterback that is better than Russ. The defense is okay, and I just think they're more solid. I think they're a far more solid team than the Steelers, mostly because of the volatility at quarterback for those Steelers. And if it's not throwing up a moon ball to George Pickens, as long as you can stop Warren and Harris from running the ball, I think you kind of got the Steelers boxed up.
Yeah, it's a team that's playing trying to hide their quarterback, where the Chargers aren't trying to hide their quarterback. They're not trying to overcome what where, like you said, it's going to be underneath stuff and then a moon ball to Pickens, and that's their offense. It's also a situation where I trust that DeMeco Ryans knows that and could scheme up a defense that we've seen give Josh Allen his worst game of the season, Tua's worst game of the season, all these guys their worst game of the season, except for Lamar at NRG Stadium.
It's true.
and Lamar, I guess Will Levis. Will Levis and Lamar are the exceptions.
Yeah, for a lot of sacks, but Will Levis made plays.
The home Texans defense, normally very good against quarterbacks.
And you would expect that to continue against the Steelers' offensive line that isn't very good. The Chargers are better, but the Chargers aren't a great offensive line, but we've gone through it. I think if they get the Steelers here, you got a chance to at least not regress on paper as far as how far you advanced. What you actually are as a team, are you much different? You've got Lassiter. You've got Stingley solidifying himself as a potential All-Pro. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson. Yes, you're better defensively. Offensively, you're worse. So you're probably ending up the same, but you feel worse because this was supposed to be a step forward. So if you're stagnant, what does that mean, Sean?
You're falling behind.
That's right. That's what they tell me. If you're stagnant, you're falling behind.
I mean, look at the last 2 times they played the Ravens. They're falling behind. They're getting worse.
Yeah, it's not getting better.
In relation to the Baltimore Ravens.
Crazy that C.J. Stroud's first game, or was it second game? First game. Right?
It was first game.
His first game as a rookie. the next 2 games against the Ravens were worse. Somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Injuries have played a part, certainly. That he didn't have Tank in either of the last 2, but that doesn't explain going scoreless.
Yeah, 2 points. 2 points worse than 0 points, by the way. I
were
fully
talking
agree
about
with
them
that.
not scoring offensive touchdowns. They didn't score an offensive point this time around.
First half, second half, doesn't matter, Brian. 0 points. No, 2 points.
And this one was at
on
home.
defense.
At least you get, on the road, first game, on the road in the playoffs. This one was at home.
M&T Bank was rocking.
Yeah, tough place to play. This one at home, not so tough for the Ravens to play.
Absolutely.
At NRG.
Absolutely not. Never been easier for the Ravens.
Yes. Cakewalk. They don't ask locker rooms this. What's the easiest place to play? They don't do that to
They
us.
should. They should.
NRG. That was pretty easy.
NRG. You kidding me?
Not a hostile environment at all.
Everyone there just by the second quarter was like, all right, when's Beyonce? Come on, and we can head out.
Saw a lot of Raven fans tipping their cap to us out there. It was weird. A lot of Texan fans were. It was an interesting environment.
It was an interesting environment.
And Beyonce was coming up. So that kept the excitement going, at least for the 15, 20 minutes she was doing her thing. But surrounding the Beyonce experience, it was like a morgue. Unless you were a Ravens fan, then you had a great time.
It felt like one of those like bowl games where they show the stadium shot and it's like just completely empty.
Yeah, it's like Mobile.
Yeah, you're like, wow, we are just doing this just for TV and for, whatever. This random sponsor for R&L carriers to get some TV time.
The game was really did turn into just inventory for Netflix. That's what it turned into.
I was like, oh, okay, cool. At least Manti Te'o's getting paid for this.
And Mina Kimes and others. Kay Adams, I think, was there too. Certain segments of the population weren't thrilled with that particular studio crew. You can guess the reasons. RG3 was there.
He was there.
A lot of people like, hey, this isn't what we're used to.
I like watching a handful of games a year with my parents because every once in a while my mom will lean over and be like, that's the same Robert Griffin III? Why is he like that?
Can't tell you, Mom.
I don't know.
I can't. That 2-year span of winning the Heisman and then Rookie of the Year with Washington.
Yeah, and then my mom has probably seen 0 Robert Griffin III since 2013. And then, wait, why is he making so many weird jokes with Manti Te'o?
Can't tell you, Mom.
Oh.
Mike Shanahan ruined him. That's all I can tell you. So, we were talking about RG3 in a great rookie year. You know who else had a great rookie year? CJ Stroud. He hadn't been as bad as RG3 in his second year. Hasn't been great. And I mentioned we would get to this. CJ Stroud ranks 15th of all the quarterbacks who are either in the playoffs or still have a chance to make the playoffs going into the final weekend. This is just one random publication. Bleacher Report has it. And the little blurb about CJ is the deep ball hasn't been there all year. For a bottom 12 rated passer who has clearly experienced a sophomore slump, he just isn't himself, but he gets some credit still for a magnificent rookie year in 2023. That is the saving grace for people who are looking at CJ. He was great as a rookie. Those first impressions mean a lot. So he's not going to get crushed, but he's in the bottom 5 of the quarterbacks remaining. And that includes Russell Wilson. He does rank below him, which is insulting enough. He's in the unproven category. The unprovens is actually what they label it. Of the 17 quarterbacks remaining who still are alive, he ranks with Bo Nix and Michael Penix. So the 2 rookies. Michael Penix, not a lot of starts. Bo Nix, plenty of starts. I think CJ's better than that, but I just think that. I've got 2 years of evidence, and at this point, you combine the 2 years, what do you got? What, a B- quarterback?
Yeah. Even if you combine them, it's like, yeah, you're coming out in the Knicks range. Because Knicks hasn't been all good this year. There's been a lot of times where we're like, there's Bo Nix.
Yeah, we saw.
There he is.
Well, it happened within a matter of like 10 minutes of game time in their last game. He leads the touchdown drive to tie it. He's got a wide open Franklin that he misses on a deep ball, and then he misses on a crossing route. It might have been Franklin again, a chance to extend the drive to get a first down and maybe not win the game, but in the game because they didn't need a field goal to win. They just needed a tie, which Sean Payton's getting a lot of bail. No one's mentioning that Sean Payton's calling timeouts. A lot of people talk about bad clock management, but the fact that he called timeouts to give his defense a break and save time when you didn't actually need to win the game. So after the Bengals missed a chippy, the scenario is if you don't call the timeouts, then maybe they don't have a chance to get the ball back and win the game.
I think he's not getting crushed because people don't want ties. So people are like, they're not looking for because on the flip side, if you are playing for the tie, you're Brandon Staley.
Sure.
So I some of this is just, hey, get this, NFL coaches. We're going to crush you no matter what. Good luck.
That's true. But as Lance Berkman once said in this very room, it doesn't say the people on my paycheck. So you know what?
That is true.
Play for the tie. Don't call timeouts. Limit the opportunities the Bengals have because, if they kick a field goal to win, the game's over anyway. The one that they missed. You weren't going to get the ball back. Why are you calling timeout for? And it turned out to burn on the Bengals. We know the result. Now the Bengals are still alive. The Broncos have to beat the Chiefs, led by Carson Wentz. We will see what they have. They're like a 10.5-point favorite right now. I think that's a little disrespectful to the Chiefs who are actually going to play because they can't bench everybody. So they're going to be starters playing for the Chiefs on Sunday. How many minutes they get is one thing. And how big is the difference between Carson Wentz and Bo Nix? Is it that large that it should be 10.5 points just because Chris Jones ain't going to play and maybe we don't see which receiver? Hollywood Brown? Should it be 10.5 points?
No Kelsey.
No Kelsey, clearly. I still think that number's too much.
Yeah, maybe like 7.5.
Yeah, you want to give him a full touchdown? Understood. But 2 scores just because.
But there's also a big opportunity of like.
Will they pull guys?
Or not even pulling, just like letting go of the rope, where it's just like, all right, we're no longer really taking if
the Broncos jump out.
The strategy is we're not taking this seriously at all.
Well, it was different because the Chargers had nothing to play for. Last year, Justin Herbert wasn't playing. I don't remember who the quarterback was. Maybe it's Easton Stick. I don't remember who it was. But the Chiefs won their final game last year with Blaine Gabbert playing quarterback.
That's true.
But I laid it out. Different scenario. The Chargers were just counting down the minutes, so they got out of there. So
1, 2, 3 king.
Yeah, the Broncos care certainly about it. But we saw the Chiefs who did play care and win that game. The funny thing is Chris Jones, I think, had a bonus that he needs to reach. So he played the game, got a sack, and got out of there. He didn't have a bonus this year, I don't believe, so he won't be trying to get his final sack. So we will see how that plays out, and it matters to the Bengals and certainly to the Dolphins as well. They need a Broncos defeat. CJ Stroud, one of the unprovens. Didn't think we would be here, where a publication would actually put him there. We will get a quote from Ime Udoka when we come back. We played the Cam Whitmore sound yesterday. Ime has responded. He did an interview with 790. We won't play the audio. I believe that's not allowed, I believe. I will credit the show. He was on the Matt Thomas show. Ime heard what Cam Whitmore said after the game about not being sure about his role and thinking no matter what he does, it won't really matter that much. The Rockets coach will have an answer for Cam Whitmore. Ime, understanding of his young player and his frustration. Before we get to that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. You need a car? Is that your resolution to get yourself a new car? The place to go is Monument Chevrolet. Check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. Whether it be a Trax or Colorado Silverado, they have it all for you there. And the best part about it is when you go out there, the price that you see on the website ain't going to change when you get out there. And plus, the salespeople you're going to meet are going to do the best they can to get you in the car that you want. Salesperson of the week this week is Sam. He's a Pasadena resident, so he knows. He's been around, and he knows Monument Chevrolet has been serving that community for 50 years. They want to make you a part of the family, just like they've made Sam a part of the family. That's their vibe. You go out there, they're not pushy, they're friendly, and they understand when you buy a car, you want it to be as easy as possible. Sam and the rest of the people out there will make it easy for you. Whether it's new or pre-owned, or maybe you need something for your business, you can do that as well. They have a large fleet, the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. They'll take care of you no matter what you're looking for. Just check them out. First, the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and then you can go out there. It's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. I've been out there, shot a commercial out there. It's a great place, great people. Monument Chevrolet. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
If you want to ask me a question about which ESPN 97.5 radio personality would dissuade me from hanging out with my favorite actor or actresses, you can do that, because that's what Pena did earlier today. 713-780-3776. He used Lance as an example because he knows I don't want to hang out with Lance.
I was going to say, I feel like Lance is maybe Granado. It's either Lance or Granado.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out with Granado either. We talked about it earlier today that nobody in the group wished another Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. It just didn't even cross anyone's mind. I don't care. It's not that important.
No.
So, yeah, if you are saying, hey, you want to hang, Natalie Portman's there, but Lance and John are there, I'll catch Natalie later. I'll catch her later.
I'm trying to imagine now what Lance would talk to these people about. Because Lance would I'm not going to say elbow his way into the conversation.
Definitely would. You can say that. He would.
He would.
The question would be
he wouldn't just be sitting there silently, only like, well, I only know Dell here, so I'll only talk. No, he'll be like,
no, it wouldn't even be fun because I wouldn't
bring up Black Swan or something.
Yeah. I wouldn't get a chance to talk to the people I want to talk to because he's there moving me out of the conversation. That's why you can't have him there. What's the point? Thank you, Pena, for the question. So I guess Natalie Portman was on the list. That's the first actress that came to my head, but I guess throw her on the list as people I would want to meet. She's been around a long time and didn't fall into the trap of, being a Hollywood star who screwed up. It helps to back away and go to college, I think.
Yeah.
I think that helps.
Yeah. Some of the pitfalls of being a child actor get mitigated, I would say.
Yeah.
When you go to Harvard.
Yes.
If you have the opportunity to go to Harvard.
Yeah, and it's because you earned it, not just because you're Natalie Portman.
Yeah, earned, not given.
Exactly. So that's what we're about. And you know who else is about? The Rockets. Cam Whitmore had a nice game against the Mavericks, helped the Rockets snap a 2-game losing streak. And he wasn't as excited about it as the media thought he would be. He was very nonplussed. He talked about how nothing he can do will help him. Well, Ime heard it. Ime Udoka was asked about it on the Matt Thomas show. And here's what Ime said. I'm totally fine with people expressing whatever they need to express. We've had a ton of meetings and one-on-ones, myself and him and other coaches, so there's an understanding of what's expected and what's going to help you get on the floor. If you know me, you know I'm not a sensitive person. So he reiterates that everything I say publicly, I've said 10 times behind closed doors. And that's not surprising that Ime would be straightforward with it. I don't think Cam Whitmore's unaware of what needs to be done, despite his sentiments on, Wednesday night? I think the Rockets organization is pretty clear. These are the things that need to get done. And until you do them, we don't have any pressure to play you. Sean, you talked about it. He is a talented player, but he was drafted in the 20s, right? In the
20th.
He was 20th.
Yeah.
He ain't a top 5 pick. Hell, they don't even play their top 5 pick. So you think they're going to be pressured by Cam Whitmore to play? Reed Shepherd, consensus, flat out, he's winning Rookie of the Year. The Rockets don't even play him. Now, they don't send him down to Rio Grande, but they don't play him. So, Cam Whitmore, understand your frustration. We talked about it. We understand. But this isn't an organization that's going to bend to, well, our young player is unhappy. We're going to give him minutes because he's unhappy. There are things that need to be done. And right now, he's not doing them on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and his problem is that he came along with the Ime Udoka Rockets. He wasn't drafted in time to play for the Steven Silas Rockets, where I saw a stat on Twitter yesterday where it was Jalen Green and Jabari Smith have started every single game that they've played as NBA players. And that to me is like that's the encapsulation of like Cam Whitmore's frustration is that I get sent down to the G League and barely play unless 2 guys are hurt or suspended. And meanwhile, you have other guys that like just will be able to play through their struggles. I'm not even saying that's like anti these guys. It is more of just anti the minute distribution of like, wait, so these guys just got the most runway, the most leeway possible of playing terrible basketball for 2 years. And now some of that's like, that was a previous administration came with more. We're a little bit more serious of an outfit. But that is like, to me, I think the boiled down version of it is a lot of guys that Cam Whitmore looks around and thinks he's better than, not just on the Rockets, but around the league. They get to play and they get to do whatever they want, including making those mistakes. And they don't get sent down to Rio Grande Valley.
Yeah, it's a product of what the Rockets want to be. We've talked about them looking for the ability to acquire a star, but they're not going to be pushed into acquiring an older one they don't think fits. That's back to the Jimmy Butler conversation. But they want to win. Ime wanted to win last year. The organization was tired of being awful. You know how you don't win games? Letting rookies and young players play through their mistakes, at least letting all of them. I mean, Jalen and Jabari last year played through mistakes quite a bit. But those were cemented starters, as you laid out. There are some guys who don't get that opportunity. I guess there's a quota, and Ime's like, I got Amin, I got Tari because they add what they do defensively. Jalen and Jabari are my starters. I cap it at 4, and then Şengün plays through mistakes. I cap it at 5. 5 is enough. I got 5 young players who I will allow to make mistakes. 6, 7, that's a little much. We're still trying to win, and so Cam Whitmore is not going to get the leeway the others have gotten because maybe that front office, that coaching staff doesn't think his mistakes are something that coalesces and combines with all the other guys, and the team will be fine. Because despite the youth, despite some of the frustration, still a top 3 seed. Not that Cam Whitmore playing more would turn them into a 7 seed. That would be too much on Cam Whitmore's shoulders. But, the pecking order is the pecking order. And right now, he's below the younger players. And I don't think it's draft status because, as we said, Reed Shepherd's top 5 pick, it doesn't play. It just so happens that Cam Whitmore is younger than the other guys. The other guys have been around long enough, and their leash from the Silas administration to the first year of Udoka was long enough where they could figure some stuff out. Cam Whitmore hasn't gotten that type of leash, so this is where we are.
And the team is more invested in those guys. Like, just talking about
they have paid Şengün.
You paid Jalen. Jabari was the top 3 pick.
Well, that's draft status. Do we think Jabari's starting because of draft status?
I mean, he's starting over Tari Eason, who plays the same position, and a lot of nights is better than him.
That would be surprising consider what they push out there. I'm not saying you're wrong that Jabari Smith is starting because of where he was drafted. I'm not saying that's wrong. It would just be counter to what it feels like they want to push. They're all about earning things.
I don't think it's like 100% draft status, but like, I mean, I think the tie goes to like, well how does Jabari? This guy's the 3rd overall pick, and and some of it is, trusting your own evaluation of, we thought this guy was going to be awesome. We're still going to give him the chance to prove us right.
And while Jabari's not a great 3-point shooter, he does add spacing, and maybe that they feel is more important to their starting lineup than the hustle and grit.
That's true.
And the offensive rebounding that Tari provides. And, maybe it's just simply, hey, we like him off the bench more.
And some of that is also Eason seemingly always dealing with injuries, and it's easier to have a lower minute guy to implement a minutes restriction on someone who's coming off the bench.
Yes, Jabari at least is far more available. That might be that might be a plus in his favor.
That's a plus for all these guys, is how available you are. I mean, it's something we kind of talked about going into the season, where I thought that's really their edge against some of these Western Conference teams led by old guys or top heavy teams, where it's just like the Rockets just have so many guys that play all the time. And really, other than Eason, all these guys have been.
Yeah, Amin was banged up last year.
Yeah,
but Şengün plays.
Yeah,
Jalen plays.
Brooks,
Jabari plays.
Play like
that helps.
They all play.
Even if your guys are struggling offensively, which what the Rockets do, the cohesiveness of knowing for the most part your starting lineup is going to be out there night after night after night is an advantage. And speaking of Tari Eason, this is from Daniel Lerner of the Chronicle. He was at shoot-around, did not participate in the last few minutes, and is doubtful to play tonight. So it appears that Tari Eason won't be playing tonight either, which has become a far too consistent thing for him over the last couple seasons. Tari Eason not available, it looks like, again, for the Rockets. Okay, we'll come back with Michael Carroll of Comicast. He hosts that with Jong Lee. You can hear it here on ESPN 97.5 and also in podcast form. He has not seen Nosferatu. He has seen Red One. What else has he seen? What else will he tell you not to see? We'll hear from Michael Carroll when we come back. Some guy is back.
Hello.
After a little time away, Michael Carroll joins us to tell us what we should or shouldn't watch. So he is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee.
It's true.
You can hear that. Thank you for confirming.
I just don't want any misinformation out there, but it is true. I do co-host with Jong Lee.
And he's the guy who got pepper sprayed that one time.
That one time.
Yes.
And it got in his mouth.
We heard him say
that.
Yes,
it did.
And so a lot of things being confirmed on today's show. we're glad to have it.
We did use chocolate ice cream or chocolate cake to try and help with that pepper spray incident.
Did it help?
It didn't work. It
I
made
don't
it worse.
Why would chocolate cake help?
We didn't. They didn't have milk at the time, so thought.
So you thought a chocolate bread would help?
Yeah, that's what they. I should be clear. Not me. I wasn't there at the time, but yes,
people.
that's
people
what people. Yeah, involved
decided.
thought. Yeah.
Well, I would say a chocolate breaded dessert maybe doesn't help with pepper spray. We found that out.
I thought it had dairy in it. I thought that's how it works. No, okay.
Well, apparently not. No one here is going to have that happen to them because, frankly, I think it may be against policy at this point.
You know, if we tried to do that today, I don't think we would get away with it.
No, I think different times.
Especially the aftermath of it. Yeah, no, I'm probably not.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with that. But we thank John Lee for walking so we can run away.
Could we tase someone?
From the pepper spray.
I mean, I don't know, like reaching a goal or something.
I don't know who's volunteering for that. There's no one about that life right now.
Sean, you about that life?
Joe George said we could.
Oh, see, there you go.
He just yelled yes.
Tasing or the pepper spray?
Tasing. He said that we could get away with tasing. I think, again, for some sort of goal, some sort of
like if
subscriber goal. Or
like if we're trying to reach a subscriber goal, or we're trying to help, like a raise money or something like that. Somebody should get tased. Yeah. Why not?
Oh, there are reasons why not.
Getting tased for the kids.
Yeah,
for the kids.
What did Michael Jordan say about what did Michael Jordan say about them kids?
Well,
exactly.
All right, so Dell, I'm going to put him as a no.
Yeah. It's a good assumption on your part.
If you're wondering why I brought up tasing and whatnot, and why we're not getting to what you should be watching this weekend, it's because there's not much.
There's not much.
Fun fact: there's not much. Dell, this is the list. That's 4 things.
It's not a large list.
And I don't even really want to recommend some of these things.
That's fine. Now, while we were delaying, while we were vamping, I was trying to find the next edition of Comicast because preempting is happening for Comicast. Did not happen this week on ESPN 97.5.
Didn't happen last week.
Won't be happening next week, it looks like.
Yeah, Texas A&M. We're back on the Wednesday after next Wednesday. From next Wednesday.
Okay, so 2 Wednesdays from today.
But we're on all your podcast platforms, just to be clear. We've been releasing.
Spotify, Apple. You can find out what's going on Comicast, hosted by John Lee and Michael Carroll.
We reacted to the Superman trailer. We talked about the casting of Jason Momoa as Lobo and the Batman Part 2 delay, which, I don't like it.
Yeah, the Batman Part 2 is delayed, which means Penguin Penguin Season 2 come out before Batman Part 2?
With the way the story was structured, it shouldn't.
I know.
But now you're possibly not looking for a season 2 until 2028 because the film was delayed to October 2nd, 2027. So that's going to be 4 years before we get a season 2. That's insane to me.
Yeah, considering the momentum behind that show, it seems crazy that they would wait 4 years because of continuity issues. Speaking of continuity issues, we talked about, you weren't here for it, but we talked about Bad Santa that I watched for Christmas, my Christmas movie.
That was your Christmas movie?
That's my favorite Christmas movie.
Oh,
it doesn't hold up in the sense that you could ever make the movie again, but
Probably
as far as making me laugh, it made me laugh quite a bit. I will say one thing. They did not care about continuity because Billy Bob Thornton from Scene to Scene either had a scar or didn't have a scar, depending on the scene.
The continuity. There's always a person on sets that
is supposed to handle
to watch that. And that person was just like, I think it's right.
It was not right. Or they shot a lot of stuff out of order and just didn't care. Either way, great movie. Just if you're pick up on it. Look from scene to scene. The scar is there sometimes it's not. Okay. I think we've wasted enough time to fill a segment with things that you can or can watch or shouldn't watch, depending on Michael's recommendation. So, not a lot on the list, but let's start with something you think people should watch.
Stuff that released a couple weeks ago, probably.
That's fine.
Theater-wise, there is nothing. There's 4 movies, and I can't recommend any of those 4 movies.
You can't recommend Nosferatu because you haven't seen it.
So I'll recommend Nosferatu, but like of stuff that's releasing this weekend, like today, Friday, January 3rd, this is out now. I looked at the trailers. I was like, I can't. No, this is hard pass on all of these. So watch Nosferatu, watch Sonic 3, watch if you want to. Mufasa, I can't recommend that one, but like just watch whatever, but don't watch whatever's coming out this weekend in theaters. If anything, stay at home and binge Squid Game or something like that over the next few days outside of football, of course. Because also when it comes to streaming, there's The Rig season 2. I don't know if either one of you heard the show.
Season 1.
I watched season 1 when it first came out too.
Is that the one where obviously they're on an oil rig and
correct.
People are getting picked off one by one and then there's some like what we think is a norm, like a weather event, but it's more supernatural type.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
I've seen season 1.
It's most of the cast is Scottish. It's like a Scottish show. What's his name?
Jorah Mormont's in that movie.
Yeah, him. Ian Glenn,
yes.
He's in it.
In that show. So is Robert Baratheon. Mark Addy's in it too. Yeah.
He's in it as well. So it was a fine show. Like
it's fine.
It's fine. It's not something you should drop everything for and watch. I think season 1 was like at a 67%, which is correct for this type of show.
Much. Yeah, it's about a C-.
If anything, if you just want to watch a little something that's kind of horror, kind of suspense,
but not that scary.
But really not that scary.
It's more mystery, right?
Yeah, more mystery, I would say. It's quick. It's only 6 episodes. Season 1 is. Yeah, I don't know what season 2 is as of yet, but it's a solid watch if you're into something along those lines.
And season 1 is obviously, as you mentioned, completely available. Season 2 is also, at least the first 3 episodes, looks like they've dropped. They dropped yesterday. So if you got time to watch 9 episodes, you can do that. And maybe just want to be reminded of Game of Thrones without it actually having been Game of Thrones. You'll recognize some of the faces.
That's about it with that show.
Yeah.
That's on Prime Video. Anne Rice's Mayfair Witches season 2 on AMC. That premieres Sunday at 8.
If you love Alexandra Daddario, she is the star of that show. So if that's your appeal, she's there for you.
But yeah, I
saw season 1. It's whatever.
I saw reviews and whatnot. And I was like, I don't know.
It's part of AMC Plus. They bought up all the Anne Rice properties. They've run 2 seasons of Interview with the Vampire, which got great reviews, and this one hasn't fared the same.
No,
so if you like
so
witches, a convoluted witch story, this is for you. If you like a vampire story that's better, then you can check out Interview with the Vampire. Art, who sometimes is complimentary, generally not, says Challengers, which has been out for a while, but is streaming.
That's another
on
one.
Prime. You can watch Challengers. If you love Zendaya, she's the star. It's a tennis movie. You guys have probably seen the promos for it. That's available to watch if you want to watch that.
There's a lot of like Dune Part 2, I've noticed, is like on every streaming platform right now. So if you want to watch something like that, Challengers is available in I forget if it's Netflix or Prime Video, but it's available. Like there's a lot of the big movies that came out last year are available on most streaming services. And it's just a weird situation where a lot of the Max stuff is on everything currently. So if you want to watch Dune Part 2 or some of the Superman stuff, like anything like that, it's available on most streaming platforms right now.
Once again, Art actually being productive and constructive, he goes, watch Night Bitch. If you don't know what that is, that's an Amy Adams movie
that's out
on Hulu. Not getting great reviews, but Art likes it, so take it or leave it. It's a movie about a woman who's slowly turning into a dog. Like not like you can see her growing fur, I guess. Not that per se,
so
but
not wolf.
Yeah,
woman.
not like Wolfman, which is coming out soon.
Right.
But more like she'll take on dog traits. She'll wind up getting on all fours and not in a good way. Barking. She'll start barking in public and stuff like that.
Is there a spray bottle involved? Or
I don't know from the trailer. I didn't see that, but
is this on streaming?
It's on Hulu.
Yeah, it's on Hulu. I saw it on Hulu the other day.
She's slowly, and it's about motherhood, and there's some deeper psychological things going on.
Oh, it's not a slapstick comedy.
No, it's not. There may be some funny moments because there's a grown woman barking, but I wouldn't classify it as a slapstick comedy. Okay. I have not seen it.
So it's not Rob Schneider's The Animal. Got it.
No, that's a name.
That's a pull.
That's a name to pull. Movie and actor. But if you like Amy Adams and you want to see her acting like a night bitch, there's a movie for you. Hey, that's the title.
I know.
That's what the title is. And apparently she runs a lot at night, so that's where that comes from. I'm just looking at the trailer.
I like us. Like
She's not the day bitch.
Yeah. Can't call her day bitch. She's not running around in the day. All her running is done at night.
I don't know if this is a thing we can do in the future on this segment, but we kind of describe plots based off trailers. Yeah, they're doing this thing. I guess they're doing this. I guess they walk at night. I don't know what's happening.
And that's how they get the title. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
There's
we got
no
it.
Nosferatu. All right.
The question will
They said the name of the movie in the trailer. They did it.
Well, the question will be, will somehow Night Bitch be mentioned in the movie? And we can do that. They said the name of the movie.
Amy Adams, you're acting like a real.
Who has ever called anyone that? Who has ever called someone that? I don't think it's ever happened. So we'll see if it plays out.
No, probably not.
So not a deep list, but what else is there? Is there anything else to tell people not to watch or to watch?
There's a limited series, Lockerbie, with Colin Firth on. I don't know if I said that right. Lockerbie. It's based off a true story. It's middling, but Colin Firth does give a good performance in it. That's on Peacock right now. And then honestly, the highest rated thing is Wallace and Gromit.
Classic.
Vengeance Most Foul, a new film on Netflix. 100% and 98%.
Wallace and Gromit have been entertaining people for the better part of what? Are we talking about 3 decades now?
Long, yeah.
They've been around a long time. When I was a kid, they were doing their thing. And by they, I mean the people who created them, not the actual dog and claymation.
They were also doing their thing.
Well, they were being directed to do things. Whatever.
Directed, yeah.
Whatever. However you want to put that. Wallace and Gromit still making movies.
Putting out work.
Yeah, outside of those things, just watch what you haven't watched as of yet.
If you haven't watched Red One.
Yeah, if you haven't watched Red One.
Yeah, these two have actually watched Red One. We talked about it earlier. Yeah. I have not.
Wow, you're missing out.
Am I?
I already told him the best part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait,
he's told me the best part already. What's your favorite part of Red One that you can find on Prime right now?
Probably
the end.
That it's over?
Yeah. No, that's a good pull. I would say, like, if I'm being real, the slap fight thing and with Krampus.
Okay.
I'll give that.
That part's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's no giant polar bear part of the Secret Service named Garcia.
Why is the polar bear Garcia?
This is the same question Sean had.
It really stuck out that they made him Latino.
Did he have an accent?
Yeah.
Like a polar bear accent, though.
A polar bear
yeah,
accent.
Polar bear.
He didn't
sound like he was from Guadalajara?
No, it wasn't blood in, blood out.
Oh. No, I didn't say he was. We had
I
a
didn't
salsa
think
dude.
we were
I didn't
going
mean
to blood
that.
in, blood out.
I mean just legitimately a guy who's from Latin America. No, or a polar bear in this case.
Yeah.
Not a guy.
No.
Why'd you go to blood in, blood out?
Because it's a distinctive accent.
That's a very distinctive one.
Yeah.
To pick.
They all have accents in that one.
They don't sound like me, so they have an accent. So Garcia is the star, although The Rock is
I'm
the
excited
headliner.
to see what Garcia does next.
I mean, if that's if anything,
is there a chance of Red 1 too?
Red 2?
Red 2.
I mean,
yeah, you just call it
right
Red
there. I just came up with the name.
Yeah, we just got it.
Spoiler alert: Red 1's the code name for Santa Claus. Whoa, how'd you get that?
Well,
so maybe Red 2, Mrs. Claus gets kidnapped. I don't know.
Literally what I was thinking.
I don't know.
Literally,
is
what
there
I
a
was
Mrs.
thinking.
Claus in the movie?
There is a Mrs. Claus. Yes.
J.K. Simmons is a taken man in this movie.
Yeah.
Is it like a CBS comedy where she's far too attractive for the husband?
No,
not in this case.
Well, because J.K. Simmons is lifting a bunch of weights.
That's not CBS comedy, you know. CBS comedy is like, what's the movie called? King of Queens.
No, it's not. It's not King of Queens.
It's not. Yeah,
it's not one of those scenarios.
Mrs. Claus is age appropriate. And relatively attractive,
and not out kicking. And he's not. And Santa's not.
It's
out kicking
not Margot Robbie as Mrs. Claus.
That would be.
And why not? Is my question. Why not? If The Rock and Chris Evans is going to be in it.
It literally could not make this movie.
Scarlett Johansson could have been. Let's get all the Marvel people.
Just get all of them.
Let's get her in there.
As an elf. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson, Mrs. Claus. Why not? She's in a Jurassic Park movie coming up. She can't do a Red 1 movie for the bag.
Can't wait for I can't tell you to watch this when the Jurassic Park movie comes out in 6 months. I can't wait for
July is going to be a busy month.
Michael Cera to be like, do not watch this movie. Watch Superman instead.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. It comes out the week before, so I'll give Jurassic World a push.
Is she as far as those movies are concerned, because they've had Sam Neill, who's an accomplished actor. He in the first one.
Chris Pratt, accomplished actor.
Sure, if you want to go there.
So accomplished. Garfield.
He has accomplished things.
Yes.
as we all have in some cases. Is she the most surprising inclusion to the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World?
Him or her or Mahershala Ali? I think he's also in the movie.
Well, that Blade movie ain't getting made. He's got to find a way.
He's got to do something.
He's got to make a blockbuster some way.
Got to keep the lights on.
Yeah. What was it? Moonlight ain't paying the bills.
No, it turns out did not.
Green Book still is though.
Well,
it did win a reward, so hey,
yeah,
accomplished actor Mahershala Ali.
I would think those two. Well, Mahershala Ali's been acclaimed. I don't know if Scarlett Johansson's ever won anything, as far as like an Oscar or an Emmy or anything like that. She's just famous, right?
I don't know her awards background offhand, so I can't say whether.
I think I'm going to go with Mahershala as the most accomplished outside of Sam Neill,
right? Yeah,
of being in the Jurassic Park movies.
Wayne Knight,
Samuel Jackson, but acclaimed in a different way.
Wayne Knight, that's
Wayne
a
Knight.
good one.
Yeah,
Newman. That's who everyone.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Wayne Knight is, he's Newman from Seinfeld. As you can tell, there's not a lot to watch.
There's really not. I promise.
They take the holidays off too.
Yes.
They throw some slop at you in time for Christmas.
Well, it's always like the early stuff is typically stuff that's not going to be at all contenders for anything outside of maybe one movie that could do well at the box office. But typically, January is a quiet month for releases, and especially noteworthy ones.
So
typically,
the overview is beyond listening to Comcast to hear their review of Jason Momoa becoming Lobo and other news and pop culture. Watch Nosferatu if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, watch
Sean
that.
and I both have seen it. Michael, it's a horror vampire movie, so Michael may be a little wary of it, but
it's not that.
It's not.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll probably watch it.
But that's entertaining, and as I said, it's a hornier version of Dracula. So if you like that combo, it's good. It's great. It's great for you.
The original one is available on Prime Video, I think. So
yeah, the 1920s one.
The
silent
guys.
It's a silent movie.
Yes, heads up.
So
For
just a heads up.
Looking to give it a try.
Yeah, Michael, you can't.
I need to do my research beforehand.
Michael, you just can't recommend it without telling people there will be no words spoken.
No, it'll be.
You know how John?
It'll be funny. Let's see what happens.
You know how I complained about reading subtitles in Shogun? Now imagine if there's no words.
That is, and in black and white. That bothers people too. But we're done for the week. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. You can
Thank
hear
you.
Comcast 2 Wednesdays from today because there's some preempting going on. College basketball. We had the college football playoff. We had the holidays. All the stuff is going on. But it'll be back 2 Wednesdays from today.
But it's available right now on all your podcast platforms.
I was going to get to that.
I'm sorry, I had to jump in.
Professional.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You can't hear it on 97.5 next Wednesday, but you will be able to hear it, as Michael mentioned, on Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to your
I jumped the
podcasts.
gun. I'm sorry, listeners. Sorry, Dell.
He's a little hyped up. He hasn't been around for a couple weeks.
I got pimped up.
It's pumped up.
Yeah, whatever. That's
Pimped
same
up's
thing.
a whole different thing. We don't need to
I didn't
get
say
into.
pimped up.
Yeah, he did.
It sounded close. I get it. You know,
Okay.
pronunciation.
Michael Carroll, you can hear him very clearly on Spotify and Apple going forward. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Enjoy your weekend. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Welcome in to Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes here with you today. You know what? Paul Gallant, when I was out the last Friday, did it Ask Gallant Anything. He did that every Friday on the Paul Gallant Show. I'm going to tell Paul we're bringing that back, Sean. We're going to ask the Gallant and George Show anything. So to kick that off, we're going to do an Ask Joe Anything today. So any questions you have, except for how much money Joel makes, because that's already been asked on the Twitch. I don't know the answer to that one. Don't ask about people's salaries. Besides that, because I don't know the answer. I'll answer whatever questions you want. Question, not asked yet. But since we know from yesterday's show, Jeremy doesn't listen to this show ever. I would just like to clarify, there was no trades. There's no lineup change. Paul's back on Monday. Since people are gullible. Our listeners, I love you all. But my God, from when we fired, in quotes, Jake, a.k.a. he took vacation. He did call out John, so like it would have made sense. But like, guys, like, we're not going to fire people on the air like we fired Jeremy. We didn't trade Jeremy and Paul. Paul's back on Monday, we think.
Yeah, that part we're not sure about. There's travel stuff. There's Paul just saying adios to the world, the radio world.
Yeah.
And wanting to settle in Cabo or wherever he is.
Yeah, Paul Gallant, real estate agent in Cabo. I don't know. Like, whatever he's doing down there. But Paul will be back on Monday. So any questions you guys got, we'll answer today. What's my favorite subject in school growing up? Softball from Eric the driver. Gym. Or history, I guess. I don't know. I was terrible at school. I was awful at school. You know who's not terrible at school?
Who?
Notre Dame football players. Because they had to take calculus 1 as freshmen. That's something I know. It's why I didn't go to Notre Dame. You have to be good at math to go to Notre Dame and just good at school in general. Notre Dame wins 23-10 yesterday over Georgia in the delayed Sugar Bowl. And now our Final Four is set. Next Thursday, we'll air it on the station. Notre Dame, Penn State, pregame at 6 o'clock. As soon as the Bees get off the air. Friday, Ohio State, Texas. Sean, I'm going to guess that I feel better about Notre Dame going into the Final Four than you feel about Texas.
Did you see Ohio State? Honestly, it's like a little bit less about Texas, more about Ohio State, where it's just like, you got to hope that they forget how to play football like they've played football the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or else this thing, for everybody, thanks for coming out.
No, it feels like it's over. I think Notre Dame and Penn State have a shot against Ohio State.
Yeah.
Because they're going to run the ball a ton.
Yeah, their shot is to, like you said, just play keep away as much as possible. Try to keep Ohio State under 28, 25 points, and they have these two offenses have a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Penn State has a shot. I think Notre Dame might have to keep Ohio State under 20. I mean, look, they won a game. They scored 23 points yesterday. They scored 17 points in 25 seconds of game time. So that was their entire game happened within, field goal, fumble forced, touchdown, kick return touchdown. That was it. Like that was everything for Notre Dame yesterday. The defense was incredible. I actually was really impressed with Gunnar Stockton, to be honest. Like he might be one of the best stories out of the college football playoff. That like he's going to be like the next darling of college football. That for at least one season, Arch Manning versus Gunnar Stockton is going to be the best quarterback matchup we have next year in college football.
Yeah, I mean, paper, at least. You would think that Georgia has liked what they saw out of him the last 6 quarters, or the only 6 quarters that he's played. And yeah, I would assume that they're going to just roll with Stockton next year. I don't know, because the thing with the portal quarterbacks, like a lot of these guys aren't that good. Like you can get a guy in the portal, but I'm not sure you're going to get someone better than Stockton with a full offseason of working with the starters, working with the offense. I thought Gunnar Stockton on the list of reasons Georgia lost. Gunnar Stockton's kind of at the bottom of that list.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the drop that Bell had when they're trying to get back.
That was such a bad
That was brutal.
I chuckled out loud when I was like, that's a blooper.
I mean, when the ball's in the air, as a Notre Dame fan, my life is over. Like that's what I'm assuming. Like, oh, this is it. Like this game is done. I mean, like Notre Dame, like they had a lot fall their way. Trevor Etienne.
Yes,
he fumbled for the first time in his collegiate career. 425 carries or times he had touched the ball in his career, and that ball popped out like a hot potato.
Yeah.
It was a perfect hit. That went their way. There's definitely penalties that went Notre Dame's way. I mean, they had 10 penalties themselves. I cannot believe that Bryce Young was not called for roughing the kicker on one of the two. I mean, I thought the first one was roughing the kicker. They didn't call it. When it happened again the next play and it looked exactly the same, I just kind of assumed they were going to penalize him.
Yeah, I thought the second one was it was gonna be the just cool out guy. Like, it was just be like, all right, chill, dude. Here's 15 yards and a first down. Like, the first one I agree with running into. The second one I'm like, they should probably just call it roughing just to get this guy to chill out. And then in the second or third quarter, he just is lined up like a half yard off sides. Just he's like his head is past the ball for some reason and he didn't notice.
Yeah, he had a bad day.
The fact that I know his name, it helps that his name is Bryce Young, but
yes,
but the fact that I know his name so clearly today, and he didn't, I don't know, but he had like 3 tackles. That's not good for Mr. Young.
No, he's got three or four block punts on the year. So like that's
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
I mean that's why he,
is out there.
Out there doing that. Did he have now? Thankfully, he won because
yes,
of all the things that happened in yesterday's game, I've never felt as bad for a person as I feel today for Parker Jones. I feel bad for Parker Jones, number 39. Gets collides with the referee as he's running down the sideline. I mean, they called him Steve Bartman on the broadcast.
I think that's
harsh, man.
Completely unfair.
That's totally unfair.
Completely
like,
unfair.
of all the things you're going to call this guy, Steve Bartman, Notre Dame alumni, learned that last night. Didn't know that, honestly. Honestly, makes sense. Nerd, doesn't know what he's talking about, like looks like a Notre Dame kid. Like that's kind of what you think of like a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
Of what Steve Bartman looks like. So it makes sense. I feel so bad for this kid. I mean, people were saying on his portal, I mean, his page was crashing.
Yeah, on the UGA like team site, so many people were and by the way, I don't understand why people were so obsessed, why the broadcast like brought him up. I don't know, 3 separate times, like after the penalty and after all that. In the third and fourth quarter, they showed him again. I'm like, who cares? Like, this Georgia offense hasn't done anything. It's not his fault. I think it was it Aeneas Smith? No, Arian Smith. Arian Smith, he got tackled on that play. Like, that wasn't a touchdown that got wiped off the board. Like, they're going to still have to score a touchdown at some point to win this game. It's not Parker Jones's fault that they had to settle for a field goal.
No, but they just kept showing him over and over. And look, honestly, like, you never know how a game changes, but it wasn't like a massive penalty. Georgia could have still easily scored.
They're still in the red zone, I think.
Yeah. So it's not the end of the world that like this happened, but this is the crying Northwestern kid. Like, in terms of like how much they're showing him.
Yeah.
Like there's always one person in March Madness, the crying flute player from like Princeton, or whatever it was,
Villanova,
yeah. Like, and typically it's like a college student or a child, the Northwestern kid,
a 100-year-old woman,
or a 100-year-old woman, like in March Madness, like they show time and time. But honestly, at the same time, like it made me feel like, hey, like this is like March Madness. Yeah. Though the person they should have shown was the girl with the grumpy face and the big outfit
with the big spiked shoulder pads.
and the Road Warrior old school WWF shoulder pads. When the kick return touchdown happened, like she should have been the one that like they kept. She might have left, honestly, like with how that game was going. But like as a Notre Dame fan, that game went better than I could have imagined. If you had told me at the end of the game, without seeing the score, that Riley Leonard threw for 88 yards and they won a football game by 13 points against Georgia, I would have said you're insane. But from the moment, I mean, the first series showed you Notre Dame has equaled SEC speed. Like they are a crazy fast athletic team. 5 of the first 7 Georgia plays were for negative yardage, and the only first down they had on that first drive was because of a 15-yard pass interference penalty.
Yeah.
So now it's set. We got the final 4 teams. Ohio State wins this thing, though.
I think right now it's Ohio State. Like, the only chance is that they come out looking terrible against Texas for some reason.
Yeah, like this was like a quick, like this is like a quick little story. Like
it was like a blip. It's the whole idea of like Ryan Day, this is kind of why people were mad at you, is because this wasn't the Ohio State team the entire season. Like I think they're up more on Oregon than they were at any point against like Purdue this year. Like they just like crushed Oregon so much worse than they crushed anyone else on their schedule. Like I think Western Michigan played them closer than the number one team in the country. So there's a little bit of like, this is not what we've seen from the Buckeyes so far this season, but it is the two most recent games against the two best teams that they played all year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I guess they played Penn State. So Tennessee's probably not better than Penn State, but that's what you're looking at, is a team that is absolutely hitting their stride and only need to do it for two more games. And honestly, with how they played in the first half against Oregon, they probably only need to do it for three more quarters.
Yeah.
And they can win this if they just have a big quarter against Texas and two big ones against whoever they play next. Like that should be it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Texas is like the lulls that they have. Where like they go quiet. If you go that quiet against Ohio State, they're going to run away with it, because I don't know. It's nothing against Texas, Penn State, or Notre Dame. Jeremiah Smith is the best player in the country now already. He's 19 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he is absolutely electric, and I don't know how anyone's going to stop him over the next two games. I mean, honestly, for the next 2 years. Like we have 2 more years of this.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that you're right that he is probably which is funny because maybe even before like the Oregon game, I would have said that it was Tyler Warren. Like Tyler Warren is the guy that you're like, oh, for Penn State, the tight end, that I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
How does anyone deal with this guy? And then Jeremiah Smith's like, watch this. And yeah, he just ran past the entire Oregon Ducks team, and Oregon is a team that is laden with talent. They're probably not equal to Ohio State, but they're as talented as anyone else in the country other than Ohio State in talent. They look like a JV squad against Ohio State. I mean, Jeremiah Smith was awesome. Also, their defense held Oregon scoreless for the first almost the entire first half. They got a garbage time touchdown right before halftime, which it was already garbage time at halftime. So yeah, I think that unless you get a sleepwalking Ohio State performance like you got against not even Michigan, like even if they play how they did against like Penn State, then whether it's Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas, they have a chance.
Yeah, they're just have to grind the clock. I mean, like there's both Penn State and Notre Dame have really good running backs. Honestly, I think these teams are almost mirror images of each other. The biggest question for that game is really who's the healthiest. I mean, Abdul Carter didn't play pretty much the entire Penn State game. We have to wait and see what's going to happen to him. For Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love, Xavier Watts, and Howard Cross, their three best players, all left the game at some point. Cross and Watts returned, but Jeremiah Love, like Jadarian Price is really good, so like I think like they'll be fine running the ball. But if Love can't go, they're going to be trying to get to the college football playoff without him. I mean, he had the flu. That's why we didn't see him play much against Indiana after that 98-yard touchdown run, which like we didn't know that at the time. I didn't know that until they talked about it on the broadcast yesterday, honestly. From the 832 says, I can't take Notre Dame serious since they lost in Northern Illinois. I think you got to get past that now. Like,
yeah, because
they just beat Georgia.
Yeah. They just beat Georgia. B, like they're 2 wins away from holding up the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna talk about this later in the show, just like the reformatting of the college football playoff, and like part of the problem is Notre Dame is spitting in the face of every narrative that you can have. Like they have the 45th, I think, ranked strength of schedule. They had like the second worst strength of schedule in the college football playoff, besides Indiana and third, I guess, because of Boise State. And then they have the worst loss in college football this year, and they're now 2 games away from winning a national championship. Like they're kind of just like spitting in the face of like half the arguments that people are going to make. But I honestly, even though all the conference champions have lost, the top 4 seeds have lost, if you're a college football fan, if you're the college football playoff committee, if you're college football in general, if I told you before the season that Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, and Notre Dame were your final 4 teams, I think we'd all be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they're all top 10, probably even higher, probably like top 7 teams. Penn State was probably the lowest ranked of those 4 in the preseason AP poll. Like it's not, Cinderella stories, but it's also not 3 SEC teams,
Yes.
which is kind of what people thought this would be.
All right. We will be doing an Ask Joe Anything throughout the show. So any questions you got, we will answer, and we will also talk a little bit about the Texans. We'll talk about them next. The start-sit question. Should the starters play? How much should they play this weekend? We'll get into that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just Joe and Sean today. Paul returns on Monday. We'll do an Ask Joe Anything. So any questions you got, King of Twitch wants to get me in trouble. We'll answer it anyways. Is Joel Blank your favorite person at 97.5? If not, then who? No offense to you, Joel. You're not. Who's my favorite person? I think it's Michael Carroll or Sean Mapes. Or Paul. I'll give a top 3.
Okay.
I don't know the order. I think, no, what? No, I do. It's Michael Carroll. He's the best. He's the best. Like, he's the GOAT, like, at the station. Like, I've known him the longest of anyone at the station. That like I've like worked with, because like I've known Dell and John and Lance for a long time too, but I was on the the dying network at the time, so I didn't really work with them very much. Also, John made fun of me my first day here.
Oh yeah,
I wore a Cubs hat. He's just, oh, the Cubs suck. I know, John. I know.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'm aware. Okay, I'm aware of what it was at the time. So Michael Carroll, he's my number one favorite person. I would say on the station. Start versus sit this weekend. The Texans, all signs are pointing to that the starters are going to play at least a portion of this game this weekend, right? Like I don't think like Deontay Johnson's obviously going to be out there. They were talking yesterday about how, like he's learning the offense very quickly. But the line opened up as like the Texans were not going to play anyone. They opened as 4.5-point dogs, I think it was. It's moved to 1.5. So that to me, like that tells me that Vegas is under the interpretation that the starters are not going to play the whole game. I think they're going to play a half. And I think CJ will play until he gets hit really hard. And I think what should happen with
the
CJ
first
Stroud.
time he's slow to get up. It's like,
so like maybe like the first play of the game, like like we'll see what happens. But I'm not totally convinced that like I don't think he needs to play more than a half. Like what are you going to get out of 4 quarters with him and Deontay Johnson? Anything you need to run, you can run in a half of football. If you're worried about your passing game and getting these guys in, cool. Don't run the ball. Like don't play Joe Mixon. Just play Dare, put him in the backfield, run out of shotgun. Who cares if the Titans know what's coming? Just pass it every play for a half. They won't do it. And then take everyone out.
Yeah, because like the whole thing with they're going to play a portion of the game. It's like I don't understand. I don't understand the reason why. I don't understand why you, if you're going to sit them at all, why not sit them the whole game? Like what are we gaining in the 4 drives that you get in a half of NFL football? Like what is the the chemistry that's going to be unlocked with a guy Deontay Johnson, a guy who showed up on Christmas?
It's almost just like I kind of want Deontay Johnson to actually prove to me what Joe Mixon said yesterday, that he's learning the offense very quickly.
Just run the right routes.
Yeah, go out there and run the right routes. Like that's all. And honestly, he could do that with Davis Mills.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying sit at like Deontay Johnson, but I don't care. He probably actually of any Houston Texan, Deontay Johnson should probably play the most. If he's going to have any role at all in a playoff game with the Texans, which I'm still not entirely convinced that he'll have a huge role, or at least the role that you would assume he would have if you line up his name and resume versus all the other Texans receivers. Like he would be the number 2 receiver if this was Madden and you could just plop him in there, but that's obviously not how this works. So Johnson's really the only guy that, like you said, I just want to see know the playbook, run routes. Everyone else, Mixon, Collins, Stroud, none of these guys should play.
No, I honestly, I'm kind of with you, and I don't think it has any impact on like the future. I mean, we saw what happened coming out of the bye week. The offense was terrible.
No, they
had a week off to prepare, so it's not like, and the offense has been terrible when they've been playing every week. So whether you take a bye or you play your starters, the offense is going to result in looking the same, I would imagine. So the only disadvantage of playing your players is that we have to watch the backups and that people can get hurt. Are you watching when Davis Mills is in the game?
No.
Thank you. I'm just to make sure that we're all on the same page.
No.
Like,
I mean, it's like you said, like there's no incentive. Like, oh no, they might be rusty. The Texans offense might be out of sync in the first quarter of the AFC wildcard game. I have bad news for you folks. That's going to happen no matter what. There's going to be a 3 straight possession stretch with either 3 punts or 2 punts and a turnover, like the 2 punts and a missed field. Like there's just this team is who they are at this point this season. Through the first 16 games of the season, we know who these guys are. They're not going to change their stripes. They're not going to unveil some sort of new offense. And even if they do, if they have that, why would you show it in week 18 against the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah, you would show it, in
the playoff game.
In the playoff.
That matters.
Like when, CJ is running for his life.
Yes. So
TJ Watt.
I don't see any reason to play any of these guys because what sucks more than the current Houston Texans offense? The current Houston Texans offense, if Davis Mills has to be the quarterback against the Pittsburgh Steelers, like or this Texans offense without Joe Mixon or without Nico Collins, like none of these guys should play.
Yeah, and in terms of the injury report in general, I think we saw Kamari Lassiter return to practice yesterday, but now Jeff Okudah's out. So he got a concussion in practice. So he ran into someone.
That's tough.
So
that's tough.
That's not good. But Christian Harris, Kamari Lassiter, both limited. Will Anderson, full practice. Denico Autry did not practice. Foley Fatukasi did not practice. Shaq Mason did not practice. Juice Scruggs was limited. The offensive line that they've been rolling out there in practice has been Tunsil at left tackle, Howard at left guard, Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at right guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Okay.
I'm kind of confused. I guess it's you don't want Kenyon Green out there. And I don't blame them, but at least they could run the ball with Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
But they really are not moving Titus off of left guard. Like that seems that's set in stone the rest of the year.
Yes, I think that's set in stone for the rest of Titus Howard's time with the Houston Texans. I think we're officially in the Blake Fisher is the right tackle zone. Like going into next year, like say they lose first week of the playoffs against Pittsburgh or whoever. I am going into the assumption that Titus Howard will probably not be on the team. I think they're showing us that they're ready to start the Blake Fisher era of right tackle.
I think Blake Fisher is your starting right tackle for the foreseeable future, unless they find someone in the first or second round that they happen to like more and they happen to draft another tackle. I would imagine that he is the guy going.
It just seems like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, my guess is Titus Howard does not want to be here anymore and will not be here anymore because I think the right tackle only stuff and the fact that he's now back at left guard, he's going to want to try to go to a team that's going to let him be a right tackle only, who will then at some point put him at left guard. Like this, I think that's just who he is. I don't think he's that special of a player. I think it was a bad contract when they gave it to him. It was a fine draft pick for what he gave you. They should have moved on personally and just invested elsewhere, I would have said. But I don't think Titus Howard will be the right tackle going forward for the Houston Texans at any point in the near future. We'll continue asking me, Joe, anything, and Sean, whatever questions you got for Sean. We'll try, see if we can make Sean uncomfortable today. Or just, ask normal questions.
Throw me one.
Yeah, whatever you got for Sean. Sean's here too. This isn't like when Paul's here and people ignore me, okay? We're a team. We're all here together today, just the two of us. All right, we'll talk about Jimmy Butler demanding a trade. Shams Charania mentioned the Houston Rockets as one of his preferred destinations, even though he told the Heat he has no preferred destinations. We'll get into that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
Joe and Sean here today. Paul returns on Monday. We'll get to Jamie Butler. We'll go through some of these Ask Joe Anything. We're just going to fire through these, and we'll get to sports when we get to it. King of Twitch, who would win in an arm wrestling match? You weirdos. Sam or Abigail? Abigail. Hugh Dab followed up. Abigail or Paul? Abigail. Fair? Paul's not going to like that.
Probably won't.
She's training to be a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
I'm taking Abigail.
Yeah. It's a bad matchup.
I think it is a bad matchup.
Bad matchup for Paul.
Yeah, it's no offense to Paul over most everyone else on the station. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Blank's in the gym quite a bit.
I was gonna say Blank
playing basketball.
Yeah, that's true. Blank, he would be he might be on the medal stand. Depends on the old man strength with the morning show.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. I mean, well, Lance might break.
Yeah.
And he might break Lance on accident. So I want to avoid that one. But maybe John. I'll take John over Paul. Just the old man strength.
Okay.
Just
so Paul not on the medal stand.
Yeah. Paul just got bumped off. For the 281, one sportsy question: will the Titans draft Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter? Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders? I think Travis Hunter goes like number 2 or 3 because I think someone trades up. If the Patriots hold on to the number 1 pick, someone's going to trade up. I think the Giants or Raiders or someone will trade up and take a quarterback. But the first 2 picks in the draft, I think, will be quarterbacks for sure.
Yeah. Tennessee should take a quarterback.
I would actually be
unless they win, and I have like the 7th pick now. Because if they win, they do drop.
Yeah, I mean,
they might beat the Texans.
A lot of these teams. I mean, the Patriots might win this weekend.
No. The Patriots have 3 wins. The Chicago Bears right now are number 9, have 4 wins.
Yeah.
So and I'm not going to spend even 1 ounce of my time figuring out the different scenarios for teams to fall, but not fall that far. But that just shows you have 9 teams with 4 less wins.
Yeah, chaos might unfold tomorrow. This weekend. That might be more interesting, honestly, than a lot of the playoff stuff. I mean, the Bengals can make the playoffs. The number 1 seed's up in the NFC. I guess the NFC South is still up for grabs.
I mean
Tampa and Atlanta, but honestly,
NFC North is the only thing that's interesting.
Yeah, I think the draft order, who wins this weekend that isn't supposed to win, might be more interesting.
Yeah,
of just the chaos that could unfold.
And honestly, just looking at the teams in the mix, the Titans probably have the Titans and Jags. That's funny that they have probably the 2 best chances of winning.
Especially because the Colts are a dumpster fire.
Yes,
they are a total dumpster fire.
As we've known, but we've learned especially over the past week. The Giants are playing the Eagles that aren't playing anybody.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett and Jalen Hurts not at practice today. So Ian Book,
Tanner McKee, I think.
I was saying it's Notre Dame week. Just let Ian Book go out there. He was terrible in college. Let's see what else. Hugh Dab also asked favorite spot for pizza. Pink's for me. Pink's Pizza.
Pink's. I am
and Frank's for sure.
I'm a Star Pizza mark because I lived basically in the shadow of it for most of my life.
Fair.
So we'd a lot of birthday parties there. But Pink's is good too.
Kook Blaze asked, can you take down a whole case of beer in a day? Yes. I could drink a whole case of Coors Light in a day. What I normally drink is IPAs. That I could not do a whole case unless it's a 12-pack. That's easy. A 24 case of Coors Light. I could do.
Coors Light. Yeah.
Oh no, IPA. No, I'd die.
Yeah, your stomach would explode.
No, you would. There'd be a couple rallies in there. You would need you
need Cam Scattergood,
and you'd be starting at 6 a.m. probably.
Yeah,
but I could put down a whole case of Coors Light in a day. I probably got a quarter of the way there just at the Christmas party, and that was from 9 to 3, so 8:30 to 3. So, and that was trying to be a little responsible to do a radio show that day. So I would say,
yeah, you got that.
Yeah, Coors Light easily. We'll keep going through this throughout the show. So any questions you got for Sean? Oh, we got one for Sean. We'll get to. How many headbands do you own?
Probably in the 10 to 15 range.
Huh.
Probably a good amount.
That's more than I thought you had, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought it was a low. I thought it was like a 5 or 6.
I'm at the very I'm in double digits.
Yeah.
I'll count them tonight.
Okay. And we'll
if I can find them.
Report back on Monday.
I do have a lot that are just like in different places, so that it might be hard to count them. But yeah, I'm definitely double digits.
Man, things just get lost. I wore a Notre Dame hat to work yesterday. I wore it during the post-game show that I did yesterday for my other job.
Okay, so that's like 8 o'clock right there.
I couldn't find it this morning.
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., just somewhere.
Maybe the 3-year-old took it and he hid it somewhere. It's very much a thing that he's doing right now. He loves to play hide and seek with the things that are important. Lost my phone for about 6 hours this weekend. He put it under the bed mattress. Don't know how he got it there. My wife wasn't home, so I had no way to contact her. I don't have a Mac, so I couldn't text her.
You're just like in her Instagram DMs.
Yeah. She didn't respond. So I just was looking for my phone for like 6 hours this weekend. Finally found it. Not thrilled, to say the least. Not maybe the worst part of having a 3-year-old. Right
I don't. Is the kleptomania? Is that a normal thing for 3-year-olds?
He thinks it's just the game. He just thinks it's hide and seek. He just thinks that
okay. But I don't know. Is that just might be a Joe Jr.
I might be. It might be. I honestly I don't know.
Okay.
I hope it's not. So I'm not the only one suffering through this. But yeah, it was not fun. I was not thrilled, to say the least.
No.
A lot of tears, not from me. A lot of yelling. I'm just like, where's my phone? And he would just cry. Speaking of crying, Jimmy Butler, not happy. He's sad. Here's Jimmy Butler in his green hair after yesterday's Miami Heat game, asked if he could be happy going forward in Miami.
And I don't shoot the ball a lot, but we won't sit here and say that I don't play hard. What will fix it? What do you want to see happen to fix it? What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be, we'll find out here pretty soon. But I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, off the court. But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop. And I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that. Can you get your joy back here on the court? Probably not.
Can you get your joy back here on the court? Probably not. Then we got very quickly after that happened, very reminiscent of James Harden, of where James Harden said, it's just not going to work here. And then immediately Woj and Shams had James Harden has requested a trade. That's what we got last night. Windhorst and Shams immediately after this press conference. Jimmy Butler has indicated to Miami he wants to be traded, doesn't have a preferred destination. But then Shams went on ESPN and said Jimmy would like to be traded to Houston, Dallas, Golden State, or the Lakers are his 4 preferred destinations, I believe it was. I've kind of talked myself into Jimmy Butler as a Houston Rocket because I don't think the Miami Heat want to just tear it down. And I think that they, in the best case situation, would like to just get a bunch of stuff that's expiring and they could reload in free agency. I wonder if you could trade Reed Shepherd, Fred VanVleet, and like a pick for Jimmy Butler. And then your starting lineup is Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, Jimmy Butler, Jabari Smith, and Albie. Like, I wonder, like, he has an expiring contract. He doesn't want to be there. The Warriors can't make the trade. The Lakers don't really have the ability to do so after the D'Angelo Russell trade. Like, they shot their shot early, and they went in on Dennis Schroeder. And besides the fact that it's been a disaster for them for the most part, like, they don't have the cap space because with the second apron in the NBA, with the way the cap structure is set up, if you go past the second apron, whatever that number is, you have to do dollar in, dollar out. You can't add excess players and things. It's very complicated to make trades. That's why the Milwaukee Bucks are kind of stuck where they are. There are a lot of teams who are just stuck. And so if Miami wants to trade them, like, I don't even know how Dallas makes that trade. Like, I don't know how Dallas can find a way without trading, can make it work with all these rules and everything that are in place.
They basically can, because I'm looking at it right now. Luka makes 43, won't get traded. Kyrie Irving makes 41, won't get traded. The next highest is Klay Thompson, a little under 16. So you're going to have to add up so many guys to get to 40, almost 49 million for Jimmy Butler. And that's what makes it hard. It's just how much money that Jimmy Butler makes, that it like you were talking about with the Rockets, where it's like, well, you kind of have to start by Van Vliet or Brooks, and then it's like Brooks, Adams, and a bunch of other, like it's just very hard to, swap in, one or two guys out of your rotation for Jimmy Butler. It's like, actually, it's probably gonna have to be like 3 or 4, unless you do have a guy that's making 40 million. So yeah, for the Rockets, that's kind of why I'm out. Is just like, you're really blowing up not like blowing it up, but like you are making a very drastic change to how your team operates for the upside of having Jimmy Butler on your team for 4 months.
Yeah.
And then maybe re-signing him, which I am not interested in the next Jimmy Butler contract that Jimmy Butler would be willing to accept. So, or you could just opt in and be $50 million next year, and you kind of have your Fred VanVleet all over again. So I for the Rockets, I'm kind of out on Jimmy Butler. For some of these older contending teams, like if there's some way that the Lakers or Warriors could make it happen, that would be more interesting to me. If the Phoenix Suns can make it happen, but Bradley Beal would have to waive his no trade clause, which is just a funny thing funny situation that they're in. But yeah, like you said, with all these second apron teams, those are the teams that kind of need Jimmy Butler the most, and that's where it's hardest to make a trade. So
yeah, it's really put them in the league. This is what their kind of goal was with the second apron, was that players couldn't just demand trades and move, wherever they wanted to, because like they're just, it's not feasible anymore. It's going to change how the offseason works. It's going to change where people sign. I mean, like, I wonder how often we're going to see Fred VanVleet's out there and Dylan Brooks, where they sign these massive contracts to teams, because one of the presumptions was that if things don't go well, then they'll just unload you to a contender, and the Rockets take on a bunch of expirings. But that's not necessarily how it can work anymore. And so I think the NBA did a good job with this. They wanted to stop player movement, and this is what it's doing. And yes, you're going to have unhappy players, but now they're not tradable. Speaking of unhappy players, Cam Whitmore. I wonder, when you think about trades, like if they were to explore Jimmy Butler trade, like I don't know what the threshold is for Ime Udoka of like everything that's going on. So we'll start with Cam Whitmore. Here is Cam Whitmore yesterday, or 2 nights ago, after a performance where he had 18 points, but a very strange post-game press conference.
Done enough to show that you deserve a consistent role and consistent minutes in this game?
No, don't. No.
What more do you think you need to do?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I have a lot of question marks for myself, just as you guys too. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what other things I can do.
The problem with that is then Ime Udoka goes on the Astros flagship station, and he says everything that Cam Whitmore has said. He said he's fine with them saying it. He's not offended by it. He said players can air out their grievances. Like he basically said, I'm not soft. It's okay. Like, don't worry. My feelings are not hurt. But he also said that Cam, quote, understands what he needs to do to be on the floor and improve as far as that. I think he's taken those steps and done that. He expanded. He talked about his shot selection, his effort on defense. He said that those things improved. He said that they've been meeting privately multiple times with him, other coaches, one-on-one in group settings, about like what it takes for him to get more minutes. So what's strange, honestly, about all of that is more of the I don't know from Cam Whitmore, when actually it's pretty clear, like, you do know. Like, you know exactly what it takes to get on the court.
Yeah, that's why I think it is just, it's frustration kind of bubbling over with Cam Whitmore, where it's, it's when you are complaining about your job and you're just like, I don't know what they want me to do. It's like, chances are they told you, especially if your boss is Ime Udoka, he's told you what he wants you to do, probably very plainly, what he wants to do. So I think it's more just, I don't know, Cam Whitmore kind of, it's not a good look. It is pouting. It is public.
100%.
It's publicly just kind of pouting about the situation that he's in, which, I've said before, I understand his frustration. I understand it. I understand if I'm Cam Whitmore and I'm looking at the Rockets that need scoring, and I'm sitting here being like, that's what I do. I'm a scorer. I can do that. I especially I could play over these guys ahead of me in the rotation, but the thing is with the Rockets, they've just invested so much more, whether it's dollars or draft capital or both, into Van Vliet and Green, that he's not going to be able, and Dylan Brooks, even if you want to say maybe he starts at the 3, it's there's just not a lot of space for Cam Whitmore to, spread his wings, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think that, I don't know. He's got to figure it out, or he's not going to be on the Rockets very long.
Yeah, and that's not everyone's cool being a role player. That is just something in life where just not everyone's you know what, I understand. I'll sit behind and learn for a year. So Cam Whitmore just no, I want to play. Let me play.
Yeah,
and is he better than Jalen Green? I'm not sure, but on a Jalen Green stinker night that you get every other game, basically, that Cam Whitmore probably is better.
That I do agree with.
And the gap between starting every night for the Rockets and being in Rio Grande Valley, where Cam is, unless people get hurt or suspended, the gap between that is larger than the gap between what Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore are as actual NBA players.
Yeah, and I heard you and Dell talking about this, and it's but the big difference between these two guys is Jalen has very clearly adapted.
Yes.
He takes better shots. He plays better defense. He plays better team basketball. He plays with better effort at all times on the court. While the shots are not going in, while he has not proven he's the guy, I think it's really the opposite at this point this season, that as they've won, he still continues to be super unreliable when you need him the most. I think that he has adapted more to the coaching philosophy than anything. And we talked about this a little bit with Joel and Jeremy yesterday. Cam Whitmore fell for a reason in the draft. I mean, he got dogged by his college basketball coach. That does not happen, because that reflects poorly on the coach. You never will hear a coach say bad things about their players. They typically are the opposite. They gas them up. This guy, in his first year as the coach at Villanova, said, I'm not staking my reputation on Cam Whitmore. And he fell in the draft because of it. And look, there were mock drafts that year where he was projected by, I think it was the Ringer, to be the Rockets pick.
Yeah. It wasn't
top 5.
It wasn't. Yeah, he was going to be a 5 pick, top 5 kind of pick. He was going to be 4, 5, 6, 7. So and he went 20th.
Yeah, I still have hope for Cam Whitmore in the long run, but I think someone needs to kind of wake him up a little bit and tell him hey man, just keep doing what you're doing. Jalen Green's the perfect example of this.
Yeah,
and I think some of it might go to the fact of what you were saying, is he just thinks he's a better basketball player than the guys who are on the court.
Yeah, I mean, you are right that Jalen Green has really stepped it up in doing all the other stuff, that we needed him to do when Ime Udoka took over, and the stuff that we weren't sure if he could do when Ime Udoka took over, being more committed on defense, playing in the system a little bit more. But also, if I'm Cam Whitmore, I'm going, yeah, he's doing all that, and then going 4 for 13 on a team that needs scoring.
A couple other questions here before we go to break. From Eric, the driver. If you could change one first-round pick for the Texans, who would you select in what year? Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton instead of Kenyon Green.
Yeah, best secondary in the NFL if Kyle Hamilton's back there.
And that's not even that much hindsight, because I think
I think it was pretty obvious then, but people looked at his 40 time and were scared to draft a safety.
And they're pretty close together as far as picks go.
Yeah, the Texans.
They weren't I'm not saying they should have picked, Brock Purdy or something, someone who was nowhere even close to being in that range.
Yeah, the Texans traded back, didn't they? And then they still could have taken him and they didn't. Yeah. It's it's not great. It's a bad
but that, to be fair to Nick Cassera, that's basically the only huge miss in the first round that he's had.
For sure. Does 97.5 when are Gallant and George t-shirts coming? Probably never.
I don't think we're going to get our own T-shirts.
Kyle Hamilton went one pick ahead of Kenyon Green, but I think there was a trade back.
Yeah, that's right. They did. Yeah, the Texans traded back. They could have taken him, and he went off the board. Part of me wonders if they traded back hoping to take him and then got screwed. Other one here. Let's see. I lost my spot. Sammy asks on YouTube, do you plan on buying a makeshift half Cubs, half Astros Tucker jersey? No. No, I think they're weird. I think it works for Paul. I think you have to be Paul to make it work.
Or
Brady Quinn's sister.
Yes.
Who had a half Notre Dame, half Ohio State jersey.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one way that works. Or the Watt family.
Yeah, or Donna Kelsey.
Yeah, they have to be like family. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna buy a Cubs.
Or Paul.
No, my Cubs Tucker jersey's on the way. Kook Blaze, trying to get me. You guys see the thing with the only problem with this is they're trying to get me in trouble, Sean. They're trying to get me in trouble. They're asking a bunch of ratings questions, things like that. I'm not answering those guys. Nothing that's gonna get people mad at me. Too mad at me. I've already got people in my fantasy football group chat ratting me out for not saying Jeremy's in my top 3. Snitches. He doesn't listen. Come on, guys. That's why I answered it that way. All right, we'll continue talking about what's going on. Alex Bregman, where is he going to land? I even saw some people on the Astros Twitter trying to talk themselves into Alex Bregman or Isaac Paredes, the DH, and Alex Bregman back at third base. Not happening, but where does he land? We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you today. Paul will return on Monday. We will be back in action, getting you ready for the Texans playoff game, which I'm assuming will be at 4:00 on Saturday. I don't know what else could upset it. I was looking at the standings. I was talking to my dad about this yesterday because we have our season tickets, and he's like, "What time do you think the game's gonna be?" I was like, "Well, I'm pretty sure that they're always the 4:00 game, the first Saturday game." The only matchup I think that would be less interesting would be Tampa, Detroit, Tampa, Minnesota. But even then, there's a 13 or 14 win football team that has a bye. That's a 14. Yeah. I mean, that has to play in the first round of the playoffs. So, and Tampa Bay is fun. That's it. That's the only one. Like the Texans are going to have the 4:00 Saturday game. I think we should all be aware of that at this point. I don't think there's any other matchups that could happen. Even if Buffalo plays Miami and Tyler Huntley in the first round of the playoffs, it's still Buffalo.
What would be the Commander? Would that be Commanders Rams?
Commanders Rams will play in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. I guess technically, I don't know if that Rams Buccaneers could flip. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if they played head to head this year, but so that'd be the only one potentially that and they did not play. So I don't know what the tiebreakers would be, but I guess the Rams could lose this weekend and. You got two teams at 10 and 6 for the 3 and 4 spots. So maybe that could flip. But even then, even if it's Buccaneers Commanders, it's Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
It was CJ Stroud last year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, it's CJ Stroud versus Lamar
Jackson. But it was CJ Stroud versus Joe Flacco.
You're right. But still eat Joe Flacco. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, same number of rings as Stafford.
Yeah. And Rodgers.
Yeah. I think that we're pretty locked into this. I'd be actually very surprised if they're not the Saturday game.
Yeah, I've already penciled in for my calendar. All right, so Alex Bregman, still sitting out there. Latest report is that he ain't gonna hit $200 million, and the Tigers are still talking about Alex Bregman. Apparently, one of the latest things I saw was that a 5th year, 6th year is the problem. Is Boris wants 6 years. Bregman's getting 5. And I don't know. And it doesn't sound like the money is the issue. It just sounds like a straight up years issue. We've heard Boston and Toronto for months now. There's no way he's going to be on one of those teams, I think. If he was going to be a Red Sox, wouldn't he already be there? If he was going to be a Blue Jay, wouldn't he already be there? I think he's going to be on a team that has not been really reported about yet. I think it's Detroit, and I think John Heyman is accurate in saying, sorry, Houston sports fans, that Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker might be on the same team next year. He said the Cubs are the team to watch now at this point.
Wow, really?
Yeah. A lot of it's going to happen. What happens in the next, 22 days with Roki Sasaki, the kid coming over from Japan. If they hit on him, that if they miss on him, they might go get Bregman and then trade Nico Horner and move some stuff around. But to me, it's the team that if he's going to take a short-term deal, I think that's the team to watch out for at this point. They just did it with Bellinger. They just did this. They just did this with a Boris client where they offered Bellinger 3 years, $60 million and opt out after each year. So they're already in this business. They've already been there, done that. And then when Bellinger didn't have a good year and opted back in, they traded him. And that to me feels like kind of where we're headed now with Alex Bregman is Detroit or Chicago. I think those are the two teams to watch out for the most because I just don't buy the Boston stuff. And I don't buy Toronto. It just seems illogical to me.
I think Boston still has a chance, but it's a little bit what we were talking about with the Astros before they made the Walker move is that they're in the situation if the market comes back to if Chicago does something else, if Detroit is tired of waiting and they do something else, then the last open seat might be with the Red Sox, who don't move off their number, but they just they are more willing to give even close to what Bregman and Boris were looking for. So I think that they're still in it, but I other than that, I agree with the appraisal that it's the Tigers. I still kind of think the Tigers won I don't know. Maybe Heyman might know more about a Scott Boras client than I do. Who's to say?
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything, John, by the way. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
But I think that I would still suspect a Hinch Bregman reunion. Probably most. I guess it's Hinch Bregman or Tucker Bregman or
Cora Bregman.
Yeah, or Springer Bregman.
Yeah,
if he goes to Toronto.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, and that's why. And then I wonder, like, if there's going to be another team out there that just like surprises us. That if it starts going into the, 3 years, $60 million with a bunch of opt outs, like, will someone surprising jump in here and just change the landscape for Alex Bregman? But I'll tell you, I don't think he's going to get $200 million, and I think that this contract is. Jeremy Booth alluded to the fact that the Astros did offer a counter, that they did bring up the number. And my prediction is that when Alex Bregman signs, it will be very close to what is then leaked by the Astros to what their final offer was. I think it's going to be a lot. And Astros fans, like, I don't know how to tell you, I don't want to tell you how to feel about that. I mean, it's just the reality is that, like, that's Bregman's fault, and that's Scott Boras' fault. That's not the Astros' fault. I mean, the Astros, if that's the way this plays out, is that the Astros were close on a deal, then that he ends up getting. The Astros were right, and they were right all along, and they couldn't wait. They pivoted in the way they needed to. Like, they brought in Paredes, they brought in Christian Walker, and then Bregman's going to get whatever he gets from somewhere else, and it just sucks it's not here. It's just kind of the reality of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all fully braced for that, but I do wonder how people will process it if the numbers aren't that different. If it isn't very far away from, something the Astros just couldn't have paid, because it does go into then, like, so you would have wanted the Astros just to wait and Christian Walker go somewhere else, or maybe even you don't pull the trade. Although I think the Kyle Tucker trade was independent of this.
I think so too. Yeah.
But so you are waiting, and who's to say that the Astros are even done? Maybe they can flip Ryan Presley for somebody, and now they get another outfield bat. There still is some moves to be made, but if they were in the Alex Bregman or nothing else game, like, they would be in a holding position. They would have the same team that they had when the season ended, except they would have traded Kyle Tucker, and you would just be waiting for Alex Bregman the entire time. So
Yeah.
I think that there will be, like, another kick up on Astros Twitter when that number comes out, and it isn't that far away from either the McTaggart offer that we know about, or the offer we know about from McTaggart, his reporting earlier this offseason, or if it's the rumored leak of the counter offer. But I do think that there's definitely going to be hard feelings among some Astros fans.
I think it's already there
when they see how low the number is.
Yeah, I think we already saw, like, as soon as Christian Walker got signed, you saw, at least on social media, people flipped on Alex Bregman. The slow starts and everything became the narrative. Like, people are just going to fan the way they want to fan, which you should, but it turned into a trashing of Bregman. And if he would have signed here, everyone would have been ecstatic.
And I think that you're going to get both sides. And maybe it's not the same people, because we do have to remember that you are just seeing different people that are Astros fans. But I think that if he signs, and he signs for a number that the Astros could have easily paid, people are also going to be like, wait, so the Astros didn't pay Alex Bregman, club legend, this? They gave it to Walker and Paredes?
I think the Astros are sneaky, man. I think that they will make it very clear that they did the best they could, and they will pin Alex as the villain and Scott Boras. Like, they will pin it as, like, this is the offer we gave. This is, like, this should have got it done. And they just wanted to keep waiting for $200 million that's not there. And that really seems like what's happening. It's like they had $200 million in mind. It doesn't matter if you get there at 5 years or 6 years, like maybe 7 years even. They didn't get to it. And now Scott Boras' wash is confirmed again.
Whoa.
Confirmed again.
Wow.
Double down. But yeah, I even like this idea, like I saw, like, I'm part of Astros, like the actual, like, Astros Twitter thing. And then King of Twitch even says here, Breggy coming back. No chance. No chance.
Yeah. Someone would have to stand in left field. one of the corner infielders that they will be signing would have to stand in left field.
Hear me out. Let's entertain it for a second.
Okay.
Is Jordan your everyday left fielder and Paredes is your DH?
I would not want that.
Okay.
I would almost prefer Paredes, who, to my knowledge, has never played left field, to play left field.
I got a better one for you.
Okay.
Alex Bregman, your shortstop. Jeremy Payne, your center field.
I don't like making a 30-year-old a shortstop after a decade of not playing shortstop.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. Like that's why it just doesn't make sense. Like they've already said they don't want him and Jordan on the left.
Alex Bregman said he would move to second base.
Altuve in center field
or left field. Take it a little bit easier. Crawford boxes. Don't have to run as far.
Okay, you can sell me on that. You can sell me.
This is very MLB The Show.
100%. Like that's the point. Like, but that's the point. Like the idea of like if you're holding out an ounce of hope, like it doesn't make sense. Like they've already said, Dana Brown has already made it very clear he wants Jordan Alvarez as the DH of this team and not in left field. Now, if they came with a sweetheart offer, maybe it does change the formula a little bit of like what you're doing here, but I just can't imagine a world in which like even on like a 1-year $20 million deal, Alex Bregman's on this team. It's definitely over.
It'd just be so hard. It'd be so hard for it to manage that. Like, surely there'd be some other team that's willing to give him just a dime more to play. I mean, it is funny. We're talking about how few suitors there are. There is a team that like desperately is trying to compete and desperately needs a bat, any bat whatsoever, to add to their lineup because they had a historically anemic offense for how good their pitching staff was. And it's why they missed the playoffs and why they didn't win their division. And it's a team that if they signed Alex Bregman, everyone would freak out about. The Seattle Mariners. The Seattle Mariners should 100% sign Alex Bregman. It's just they're not interested in the money spending game. So they won't, or at least so far they haven't. Maybe Alex Bregman, his market goes so far down that maybe they're the team that gives them the Cody Bellinger kind of
I could see that
prove it deal. But I mean, there's just so many teams that either couldn't use them, isn't a fit, or could use them but won't pay them. So it's hard being a 28, 29-year-old MLB free agent.
Yep. And I'm sure there are other teams that like are offering him deals like he doesn't want to be a Marlin. Like I think Alex is that.
I'm not even sure the Marlins are.
No, probably not. Yeah.
That's the thing. You would think that in the NBA you always get the Detroit Pistons have $60 million worth of cap space, and they will find someone to spend it on. In the MLB, the Marlins are just like, no, we won't. Raise, we're good.
Yeah, the other team I was looking at too, like of just like why is this team not in on it? Like just based off the production that they had from some of their young stars, like superstars already. I thought Pittsburgh might be a little more like in it this offseason with people. Like I thought the Pirates were going to be, and they're a cheap organization, but
historically, yes.
But like I just wonder, like I thought maybe there was a chance that they would do something of interesting.
That's the thing.
With baseball, that's the problem with baseball.
All these teams. It didn't really work out for the Texans, but we saw it with the Texans where they have a good young phenom. They have actually 2 or 3 young phenoms on their team last year. And they decide, you know what we're going to do? We're going to build around Stroud. We're going to build around Anderson. We're going to build around Stingley. And we're going to throw some chips in to compete. Now, again, did not work. But that's something that happens in the NFL. That's something that happens in the NBA with the Rockets. The two teams in the city have done the come out of a rebuild. We have some hits. We're going to build around just to see what we have. I mean, even like Green and Şengün were not as proven as CJ Stroud was this time last year. So that we have examples of like, this isn't some foreign weird concept. Like this is something that should happen. That if you have a Skeens, if you have some young talent, if you have the Seattle Mariners pitching rotation, you should be trying to solve the issues on your roster. But MLB teams just either can't or won't.
Yeah, I think the Mariners' big move is they're going to trade. I think they're going to trade Luis Castillo or George Kirby and try to get like a 1 for 2 or 3 cheap players.
Try to get like 2 bats for 1 starter.
Yeah, I think that's still their plan at this point is to unload, which is actually like the most logical thing that they could do is unload one of their great rotational pieces. Honestly, they could trade 2 of them.
I was going to or you could do both. You could trade Luis Castillo for a bat or two, and then also get Alex Bregman, Pete Alonso. They need a hitter everywhere. Like what we're talking about with the Astros, where we're trying to move things around, and we're saying that Altuve. What if Altuve played left field? Like the Mariners don't need to do that. The Mariners, other than center field, they really can put anyone anywhere. It does not matter. You will improve the hitting situation at that position.
Totally agree. All right, what's next for the Astros this offseason? We got a report yesterday that the Astros are still one of the top teams in pursuit of Anthony Santander. Does that make sense? And there's one thing that I want the Astros to do this offseason to avoid future headaches. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A couple other questions here. Anything you got? Ask Joe anything. I'll answer as much as I can. What would be an ideal trade package to trade away Nico Collins?
Jamar Chase.
That's the name I was thinking. Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall. Garrett Wilson and the Jets' second-round pick. Yeah. Garrett Wilson. No, it's not enough. I mean, Nico's got one of the best contracts in the NFL now. He's already, when he got paid, he was like the seventh highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. before the season started, he moved to like 10th. And then now T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are both going to get paid this offseason and move him outside the top 10. He's going to be one of the most productive receivers in the NFL. 3 first-round picks from the worst team in the NFL and their best wide receiver. Probably still not enough. Like it's really one of the best contracts in the NFL at this point. So you couldn't pay me enough to do that. Sean, for you, Texas beats Ohio State if blank.
If Ohio State plays like they played against the first 12 games of the season, really, if they play like that and Texas can run the ball and you get big game Quinn Ewers the last 3 drives of the game, that's the path. Like you have to there's no way that it's going to be an easy or comfortable win. Like there's no like matchup that I like against Ohio State. That it is hoping Ohio State plays like crap, and then you can capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's really I don't know if there's just like a clear like Texas does this so much better than Ohio State, and that leads to a win. Like I think they have to take a huge step back.
Yeah, or like the closest thing I can think of is they find a corner that they can pick on Ohio State, like Oregon did the first time that they played. I forgot which one it was. I think it was Igbinosun. It was Evan Stewart and Tez Johnson's like best game of this, or it's definitely Evan Stewart's best game of the season. I think Tez Johnson also went crazy, and so that's kind of what you're looking for is like some specific matchup that they can find to pick on. But overall, I don't see this happening, guys.
No, I mean, maybe Will Howard's so upset because he's still upset because he couldn't get on the podium.
Texas 4-0 against Will Howard in his college career at Kansas State.
Is that where he played before this?
Yeah, he was at Kansas State.
It's funny how like he like when Syracuse's bowl game was happening, like why did they change quarterbacks? And he's changed that narrative. He flipped that one around on him. Yesterday, Hector Gomez, I think it is, reported that the Astros are the biggest like thorn in the side, basically, of the Toronto Blue Jays from acquiring Anthony Santander. I mean, look, if the Astros are going to go over the luxury tax, good. Like they need help. They don't need to be bringing in the bullpen guy, who I don't know his name, who has a 5 ERA last year on a minor league deal. Like that doesn't
Miguel Castro.
Yeah, that guy. Hopefully won't remember much of him. This is not one of those reclamation projects. He's on a minor league contract.
He's the Wander Suero and the there's another one that they brought in.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, what was his name? There's Caleb Ort.
Caleb Ort. I like Caleb Ort last year.
Ort worked out.
Yeah, he worked out.
He was the success story of the.
Yeah,
I feel like there's another guy too.
But Santander makes a lot of sense. I mean, they need outfield help desperately. If they go into next year with that team, I mean that group of Dubon in left, and then McCormick and right, and Jake Myers in center. I mean, they're going to be we're going to be asking for them to be trading for a pitcher before the season starts. And by week 2, we'll be begging for them to trade for an outfielder. I mean,
yeah,
it's not sustainable.
I'm in the mode of like, if it's Santander, awesome. That's probably the best that they can do at this point. At any point in this offseason, if they sign an outfielder, I'm going to be like, cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, Bassmasters here says would rather have Jerks than Profar. Totally agree. Like that'd be a good move too. He's going to be cheap because you have to worry that he's a one-hit wonder.
I was going to say he's a little bit of you're buying. Like he had a 1-year contract with the Padres, had a career year, and that's the price you're buying him at. Now, he hasn't already been signed. So I think MLB is kind of hip to that is the question with Profar is that a lot of teams has is this sustainable for him? But again, all I'm asking you is to be better than Myers, McCormick, or Dubon.
Low bar.
Yes.
I mean, I really don't think is it crazy to think there's a world in which he's better. Like they signed both of them. I mean, if Profar is not going to get that much money, and then Santander is out there. Like the reported number is like 4 years, $82 million for Santander. Like that honestly surprises me that the Astros would be in on that.
Yeah.
But if they're willing to go over the luxury tax, then like they might as well just go over it.
Go over by more.
And get both of those guys. Like don't no half measures. And I mean not the luxury tax. Is it luxury tax?
The competitive balance.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. Got my sports confused.
It's all right. It's the same thing.
I still think I do have one request for the Astros though. This offseason. I think there's one move they can make this offseason. I would like to start to see the Dana Brown Atlanta Braves, method start to creep its way into Houston a little bit. I would like to avoid Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, George Springer, Carlos Correa contracts in the future. Pay Yainer.
Yeah.
Pay him now.
Get it done early. Like the Braves did with Austin Riley, with Acuna, with Ozzie Albies.
Yes, they did with basically their entire team.
Yeah.
Like I think they should pay Yainer right now. Get him locked up. You can put the money down the road. But like he's gonna be your catcher of the future. I mean, there's really no disputing that. It's Christian Walker's at first base the next 3 years. Yainer Diaz is your catcher. Yainer's not playing first. Yainer's not your DH because Jordan's in left. Yainer's the catcher. And the framing stuff, by the time this contract would even kick in potentially, probably won't be an issue because we'll probably have robotic umpires. So I would be, to me, I think it's the most obvious thing the Astros should do this offseason at this point is lock up guys that you believe in long term. Not Jeremy Pena.
Okay.
Yes, to Yainer Diaz.
Diaz, no Pena.
So really, that's it.
Hunter Brown.
I'm ready. I would do Hunter Brown right now.
For me, it would depend on the price. Are we paying him like the second half of the season? Hunter Brown is like we're just accepting that as who he is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as enthusiastic about paying that right now. That is like it might just be more worth it for me just to play out the string on that. Now, if you're getting some sort of, deal on that, or if you're getting, you're not paying sticker price for that. Now I'm more interested. But in general, I don't really love, and it's weird because a lot of this has been kind of the theme of the MLB offseason is that these starting pitchers are getting way more money than I thought they would.
Uh-huh.
And for me, I would take the kind of by committee approach with these guys, knowing that they are probably going to blow out their arm at some point, and you're just not going to have them for 18 months of the contract. If you're lucky, it's only going to be 18 months. There might be a second one somewhere in there. So when you're signing Corbin Burns, Blake Snell, Max Fried, all these guys to $200 million contracts, you have to accept that there's not going to play for your team for a third of that contract.
Yeah, I mean that's the Christian Javier deal, right? Like they extend him in February or January of 2023. He got paid $5 million in his cap hit was $5 million in 2023. It was $7 million last year. It's $10 million to not pitch for you this year.
Yeah.
And then it's $21 million and $21 million.
I mean, and maybe
that's why also Christian Javier not pitching for the Astros this year. No chance. They're not going to rush him out there.
Yeah.
They owe him $42 million over the next 2 seasons. They are going to let him wait. I would be stunned if we see Christian Javier pitch for the Astros this year.
I could see him as reliever late in the season.
We said the same thing about Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers.
That is true.
Neither of them pitched.
That's true.
And there's a reason why they cut, Urquidy. Also, they didn't fire the medical staff. Thought there was a chance that was finally going to happen. Or at least hasn't been reported.
Yeah. Yeah, that, that's another move that they can make that would make everyone feel bad.
That would be so funny. Just like, best moves of the Astros offseason. Top 5. Trading Kyle Tucker and getting a good prospect in return and Isaac Paredes. Not waiting on Alex Bregman. Signing Christian Walker. Firing the medical staff. Don't know what the 5th one would be.
Signing one of these outfielders.
Maybe it's like signing this third base coach who works with Christian Walker every day, and that's pretty much the reason why he's here, or part of the reason why he's here.
Oh, I missed that story. I missed that story after the signing.
Yeah, Pettis' replacement is the third base coach from the Diamondbacks. So when Christian Walker did this special on MLB Network, and he went through like his pregame routine and like how much work he puts in. And it's this coach who they hired as the third base coach who does all of the pregame work with Christian Walker.
You know what? Not mad at it. Do it.
Yep.
Who cares? That's the third base coach in baseball. I guess that is slightly more important than the first base coach, but yeah, if whatever gets the job done.
No offense, Gary. Not gonna miss you.
I didn't say that. I just meant,
I did.
College teams will give someone's brother a scholarship to get the good recruit. They'll put their dad as an assistant coach.
Yep.
That guy's your friend. Sure, we'll pay him.
Yeah. Texter says, sign Randall Gritchick. Yeah, that'd be fine too. Like
again, if this person can stand in right or left field and you go, what about him? I'm gonna go, yes.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're making your team intentionally worse this year with that outfield. I don't know who your left fielder is when Jeremy Pena needs a day off and Mauricio Dubon has to play shortstop. Like, I guess it's Jordan Alvarez and then Victor Caratini's your DH or Yiner's your
Catches
DH.
and Yiner DH.
Yeah, like, so, which is fine, but
at the very least, they need another outfielder.
Yeah,
they just need, I'm not even saying that they need, someone over these guys.
No, but
even if they just get another guy at this level, that would help. Especially if you could do a platoon split with with one of them, and they can, you're putting these guys that aren't, they're not Kyle Tucker, they're not Jordan Alvarez, they're not George Springer. But if you're just mitigating how often they are against right-handed pitchers, and instead you have a lefty that crushes righties, there we go. Like that is better.
Over under this year for the Astros, by the way, right now it's set at 87.5 was the number we were looking for during one of the breaks.
Yeah, it's a good number. Good number.
It's a good number.
I would feel
it's a very good number
if we get the the notification on our phone that they're signing Santander. Over.
Smashing it.
Yeah, but right now, I just need to see him actually do it.
I lean under right now. I think that they get to about 85, 86 wins and win the division this year. I think it's going to be
85 wins the division. Is this just what the Astros are going to do every year, is see how bad they can be and still win the ALS? Much to Jock Peterson's chagrin.
I hope they suck this year, the Rangers, and I just hope they crush him. Also, it wasn't hard for, was it Braves? I don't remember who Peterson was playing for, throwing out Christian Walker at home and hitting a tank after that relief pitcher he mentioned in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that happened. They found that quick. So, but I don't believe in that.
Real quick on the Jock Peterson thing. I'd be so offended if I was a Rangers fan.
Yep.
I was just like, wait, it's not their division. We won the World Series 14 months ago.
Yeah, we're the most recent champions of this division.
And you know who we beat on the way over there? We beat those guys on the way over there. Like, don't put them ahead of us.
Yeah, well, he did. So, he did. All right, we'll do the 10-minute drill next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
10-minute drill here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you. We'll kind of rapid fire through this to get back on track. But the Jets they're working hard. I'll give them credit. They're of the three teams that have fired their coaches, the Saints, the Bears, and the Jets. They're the only ones that have conducted any interviews. They've also are interviewing their GM candidates. Yesterday, we got the news that the Jets had interviewed ESPN's Louis Riddick and for their GM job, and then Ron Rivera for the head coach. Today, they completed their head coaching interview with Mike Vrabel. So far, they've interviewed Thomas Dimitroff, the former Falcons GM, John Robinson, the former Titans GM, Louis Riddick of ESPN, and then Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl for their GM position. And they've interviewed Ron Rivera, Mike Vrabel for their head coaching job, and maybe interviewing Rex Ryan. It sounds like.
Hey, listen, they're being extensive. Whatever you want to, they're being thorough with it. If you're a former disgraced front office member, they're taking a look at you.
I'll tell you, this list.
If you're on TV, they're taking a look.
This list makes a lot of sense for this the 33rd team, this website run by former NFL executives that are helping the Jets with their search. Their search list for GMs, I think, makes a lot of sense so far. Yeah. I don't think it will be one of these, but I feel like very inspired by social media approval interviews is what's happening right now.
Got to have Woody Johnson's son checking them. I mean, you can't check Madden ratings on coaches.
That's true.
And front office members. So the next best thing is what's the 33rd team say?
It looks like this was a temporary decision. I was kicked out of my fantasy football league just now. Because I did not say Jeremy Brandon was one of my three favorite people at ESPN 97.5.
Oof.
So soft boy, Jeremy Branham.
Oof.
Actually, he wasn't the one who kicked me out. It was someone else, and then Jeremy had to bring me back in. At least I was kicked out of the group chat for a minute or two.
Oh.
So.
Look, you're back in.
Yeah, stand your man. Jeremy is our commissioner. So got to defend the shield.
Defend the shield, yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury said he wants to be a head coach again, which was an interesting, that he had to say that, but there was a report going into his weekly press conference yesterday that he didn't want to be a head coach again, that he liked being an OC. So he had to make it clear he wants to be a head coach. A lot of people think he will be the next Bears head coach. As I said yesterday, I think the Bears are going to do something outside the box. I said Josh McCown because I think they're going to do something stupid. And God-fearing man like Josh McCown makes a lot of sense in that organization. Someone that's worked with quarterbacks. I don't know. Just something hasn't been reported by anyone, but that or Brian Flores.
I guarantee you that's very funny. I guarantee you that Josh McCown crushes the meeting with the McCaskey family.
Yeah.
The handshake, the look them in the eye. I think Virginia and George McCaskey. I think they're gonna like Josh McCown just in the room. Brian Flores would also be funny just because of how things went
with Tua
in Miami,
yeah.
And how you basically have to ask Brian Flores, "Hey, are you going to just tell our quarterback that he sucks to his face every day? Because if so, we're less interested."
Well, I mean, now the only thing he has to know is that just Caleb's dad will say you suck every day, also, because that is a thing.
Oh, is there some? I didn't know much about Caleb's.
He's an active tweeter, Carl.
Okay.
Carl's an active tweeter.
Okay, so it's a little. I think it's Kevin Murray. Is Kyler Murray's dad?
Yeah, he just does a lot of things that make you go, Just retweets a lot of interesting things.
Okay, that's good. Love that.
Yeah, that you go, wonder why he retweeted this one about Kevin O'Connell having so much success and things like that. When he didn't want Caleb to be a Bear. So not surprised. Joe Burrow is going the Jose Altuve path and telling the Bengals they have to bring back T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, thus leading to stealing from the Killer Bees since I let them invade the show yesterday, leading to Bad Take Boulevard of the year already on January 3rd. Mike Florio saying T. Higgins should sit out the playoffs if they make it. Because of his knee injury and because he doesn't have a contract.
That's why Florio's the best.
What planet do we live on that like people think that like that's what we should do?
I get what he's saying, where it's like if you're gonna like the like I guess the to crank the dial all the way up to 100, like that's what you do. Like that's the hardball negotiations like that you could do. No one in the right mind would ever actually do it.
No, but like, remember
no
like
one would ever do it.
Remember like Garrett Crochet, the White Sox pitcher, who's now the Red Sox pitcher,
Yeah,
who at the deadline said he wouldn't pitch in the playoffs if he didn't get a new contract.
Yeah, if he didn't get extended immediately.
Like that was like the first time we've ever heard someone say something like that. Like publicly say that. It was, and it was.
I mean, he
it
never
was
ended
stunning.
up having to do it though.
But it's probably why he didn't get traded. Like if I was the Astros, like I wouldn't have traded Mauricio Dubon for him because it's like he's not going to pitch in the playoffs. Like why am I giving up an asset for this guy if I'm not going to pay him?
That's true. That is true. I do. I mean, this is what Flora is all about.
Yeah,
you just gotta
the clicks.
Yeah, it's like, hey, theoretically you could do this. It's like in theory you could, Mike. In theory you could.
And while he was somewhat laughing as he said it, Amon-Ra St. Brown said on his podcast with his brother that they should change the NFL playoff format based on the fact that the Vikings and the Lions, one of them will have 14 wins and be on the road. I do feel like we're like overdue for like playoff restructure in the NFL.
I mean, they did just add a team. They added a team like what 4 years ago.
Yeah,
but yeah. I mean, this is what we do now. I guess I'm glad it's not just a college football or baseball thing where we just feel the need to tinker with the playoffs if you don't get a instant classic every single time. That hey, what if we change this? What if we change that? It's like I don't know, dude. Sometimes this happens. Like this has always been a thing. Like they would have been the 5th seed no matter what. I don't know under what playoff format that they wouldn't have had a road game to start if you don't win your division. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm glad he's seemingly joking about it.
King of Twitch says Mike McCarthy to the Bears.
Ooh. That feels bad. I'm doing this based off of how Bearsy this feels.
I think I'm out if that happens. I think that's it for me.
Okay. Sure.
I'm not sure I can handle that one. To be honest,
think you could.
Like the John Gruden rumor that's also out there.
Oh.
I don't buy that. I don't buy the Gruden. I don't buy the Gruden stuff. That feels very like coming from Gruden only.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a quick timeout. What expectations do you have for Deontay Johnson the rest of the season? We'll get into the next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Gallant George here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you today. Paul will make his return to the show on Monday. So, thinking back to like the trade deadline, I said the Texans should trade for Deontay Johnson. They did not. The Ravens did. And then Deontay Johnson had one catch for 6 yards in 4 games. Yikes. That's all he had for the Ravens. So they cut him. He didn't want to go on the field for whatever reason. And he was signed by the Texans. And I don't know how you feel, Sean, but just hearing people talk about it now, there still seems to be a little bit of hope that he can actually contribute to this team. And I think when you look at what Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie have done this year, which is very little, I can get where fans are going with it. That the guy that was in Pittsburgh, who had a 1,000-yard season in 2021, had an 800 and 700-yard season the next 2 years. I get why you're hopeful that could happen, but the reality is that this year he had 31 catches in 8 games, which is better than those guys. Than when Hutchinson and that's more catches than Hutchinson and Mechie combined this year. That is a fact also. But I have no expectations for this guy. I don't expect him to be on the field as much as people think he's going to be.
Yeah, and so much has to do with just the fact of when he was signed. He was signed. What it was the day of our Christmas party, right? Because we talked to DJ. No, we talked about DJ about how it probably won't happen,
and then it happened an hour later.
Yeah, it happened. I think when I was driving back.
Yeah.
So yeah, it happened. So he got signed on the 23rd, and I just have so. I guess I just have so low expectations of how much he will be out there and how much of the offense he'll be able to run. Now, Joe Mixon did say that he was impressed by how much Deontay Johnson knew the offense. I will say,
yeah,
that is exactly what everyone would always say every time that someone gets added mid-season or late in the season. It's, wow, he's really picking up things fast. I don't know. There seems to be a reason that they do mini camp and training camp and practice throughout the season. And this is still an offense that barely is functional.
Yeah, the offense is not functional. He's never played in the system before. In Pittsburgh, Carolina, Baltimore, never played in there.
Yeah, so again, he could make some big play. I mean, shoot, just put him out there if you want to tell him these are the 2 routes that we're going to tell you to run.
Yeah,
when you're on the field, you run these 2 routes.
Yeah,
and that at the very least could be an approximation of what Hutchinson and Mechie have given you. The thing is, what they've given you isn't much, and so I'm not expecting that much from Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, I have very little expectation. I think it's a great point of just one deep post, just run deep, give a guy a breather play.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to be actively involved in the offense. Anything that he can give you is a nice bonus and surprise. It is, but it also, even if he gives you something, I don't view it anywhere as a difference maker. It doesn't move the needle with how bad things have been this season. Because frankly, I mean, we saw him last year. They won a playoff game without Tank Dell, without Stephon Diggs, without Joe Mixon. They beat the Browns when one of those guys wasn't on the team and the other 2 guys were hurt. So, or 2 of those guys were not on the team and one of the other guys was hurt. So
yeah,
they can win without him. They think they could beat Pittsburgh with how they're currently constructed. But when they then play, Kansas City, even though it was close to Saturday before Christmas, I don't think it's close again in the playoffs. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it.
No, and yeah, Deontay Johnson could, again, it's like what we're talking about with the Astros and the outfielders. Could you be better than the guy that's right there on the roster? Sure. Is that good? Not really. That's not anything to write home about. And that's where I am with Deontay Johnson. I just have very little expectations. Does he get a catch? Do they run a terrible screen pass for him? Probably. I just don't know. You're not getting him you're not getting the Deontay Johnson that you would have gotten if you would have traded for him at the deadline. You're just not, which by the way, the Ravens did get that person and he had one catch for 8 yards.
Yeah, like maybe I would like I think like maybe you get something out of him if
if it happened 4 weeks ago, yes.
Yeah, or in the offseason. Like if you would have got him instead of Carolina.
Yeah.
Like maybe things would have gone differently. But
yeah. I don't know how much you can expect a guy who's been on the team for 10 days.
Yeah. Very little expectations. Over under
Oh, like what?
2.5 catches. Deontay Johnson in 2020.
Sunday?
No, the next 2 games.
Next 2 games. Okay.
2.5 catches.
I might take the more on that just because
screen passes.
And I'm just gonna treat the Titans game like it's an exhibition. It is gonna be a preseason like atmosphere.
Yeah.
Once Davis Mills is in the game, and I expect Davis Mills to be in the game at least at some point. So I think there's a chance that he runs up some numbers in the late third quarter of a Titans Texans game that no one is watching. But if you're just gonna give me like how many playoff catches does he get, like I'm probably taking less than 2.5.
For the playoffs, I probably said it like half.
I think you can get one. It's easy to get like one catch.
He had one catch in 4 games with the Ravens.
But he was in active rebellion.
He wasn't out there a lot.
It was actively rebelling against the Ravens.
All right, what would you change about the college football playoff? We're down to the final 4 teams, which is now we're at the starting point to where we would begin, in the previous format of college football. Plus the latest on them trying to already change it after 1 year. We'll get into the next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe and Sean here with you for the next hour before the Killer Bees take over. Yes, they're back. Yes, they have the normal show. The normal lineup has returned, except for Paul. He'll be back on Monday, assuming he gets back from Mexico. But the final 4 teams of the college football playoff are set after Notre Dame took down Georgia yesterday, 23-10. So we got Notre Dame, Penn State, and Ohio State and Texas playing in the first round of the playoffs. Obviously, like Sean, like we look at what it's been. If it was the BCS, none of these teams would have been in the BCS.
Oregon, Georgia.
If it was the college football playoff, the 14 playoff, none of these teams have been in the 14 playoff.
I think it would have been.
I think so too. I think
it's the 5, 6, 7 seed, and Arizona State and Boise were definitely not making the 14 playoff.
Yeah, people are doing it based off seeding. I also think Penn State drops out of the top 4.
I think Texas drops out.
I think they both do. I think it would have been Georgia.
I think Georgia, Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Notre Dame 3.
Yeah, and then 4. It might have been Ohio State, honestly, because of the
Ohio State, Texas, Penn State. That would have been the debate.
Yeah, but so if you go off the rankings, none of the 4, obviously. But so all 4 teams that had a bye lost. The top 4 seeds lost. So everyone's trying to build these narratives since the first game, Notre Dame, Indiana. It started with Indiana doesn't belong. Look at their strength of schedule. Well, if you look at the final scores, which I don't think tell the whole picture, obviously, Notre Dame beat Indiana by less than they beat Georgia. Every narrative that people are trying to build has almost been can be so easily disputed. The Alabama, Ole Miss, South Carolina, only Ole Miss won their bowl game. They're the only one that took care of business in the bowl game. Frankly, I think Boise State and Arizona State, they played really good games. Obviously, Arizona State went to overtime. I think Boise State was in that game for the most part. They had 2 missed field goals. They had a bad red zone turnover. They were in that thing.
Boise State, Penn State was the best game of the college football playoff for less than 12 hours. and then a better one kicked off.
Yeah.
Or actually more than 12 hours, but less than a full day. And then the next one was better. But that I think it does get undersold how in it Boise State was in that with Penn State.
I don't know. I don't really. And Jeremy called this, I think rightfully so. He called me on this yesterday, but last week going into the games, I said, before the Christmas, I said I don't need to I think they should change the seeding format. It should just be the top 4 teams. But honestly, now after watching it play out, I think again, I'm good with the way that this all shook out. I don't think that they need to make a drastic change after just 1 year, because you don't really know what the sample size is. To assume that these teams that had buys are all going to lose in the first round that they play in, I think it's totally illogical to think that way. The only thing I would really be pro changing right now would be going to what the NFL does, and that's just a reseeding format. That if you're going to advance in rounds, you can reseed based on how things go, but that wouldn't even have mattered this year. So I don't think they need to change anything. And then definitely the reports out, because if you don't know, they have to unanimously decide that they're going to unanimously vote on these things to pass changes after only a year. There's no way that's happening. There's no way the SEC and Big Ten can threaten of hey, we'll just leave. I don't think anyone actually buys that. They'll actually just leave. At least not right now.
Not in time, in 1 year.
Yeah. I just don't. I don't know. I don't think anything's going to change next year.
And the real change that would I guess the easiest change would have been that the top 5 conference winners are automatically in, but the top 4 seeds, the 4 buys, are not automatically conference championship game winners. So that in that scenario, I think the top 4 in the rankings were the 2 SEC and Big Ten team winners, and then the 2 Big Ten SEC conference losers. So it would have been in some order: Oregon, Georgia, I guess Texas, Penn State, because they're 5 and 6.
Yeah. So
that's the one that I could that's an easy one to do. I don't know if the Pac-12 or not Pac-12, they they don't get a seat here. I don't know if the Big 12 commissioner or the ACC or the Group of Five or any of those would vote to approve that just because you're just like, okay, so we won't get a bye next year. Thanks.
Well, but also like the argument against the bye, Arizona State and Boise State acquitted themselves of playing good. Like
yeah,
they showed up, like they proved themselves. Really, the only team that, like, of the 12 teams that have played so far that I look at and go, the committee made a really big mistake. It was SMU. SMU should not have been in. Like, they were towards the back end already in terms of seeding. They lost their conference championship game. That should have put them out. But they wanted to keep the value of these games. I think that's the mistake that the committee made. I also don't. People have to remember, and like I forget this all the time too. And that's what like is so weird about even some of these conversations is the fact that the committee changes every single year. So there's no like the way that this committee protected the conference championship games. There's no guarantee that they're going to do the same thing next year. There's no guarantee that they're going to put Boise State as one of the top 4 seeds. They might just auto put, one of the better conference champions because of resume in front of them. Like it's just totally different. And
that is part of the like shock value of Arizona State, Boise State being the 3 and 4 seeds. A lot of that is that the ACC winner was 9-3 Clemson and wasn't the team that was expected to win it the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
Miami. Like if it's Miami in there, and then I guess it would have been Boise State, would have been the 4. They're the 3. Like that looks more like what you would expect this format to look like. Maybe even, a Big 12 team in there. If it's Arizona State, then no, I don't think anyone's really blinking twice at having the automatic qualifiers for conference champions. And that combined with the fact that it's probably only going to be 1 year under this format, I agree that I think like inertia just kind of keeps it from happening.
Yeah, and then I still don't even know like what the big change is, because if part of the argument is that the buys aren't good for these teams, then why are they going to 14? Then they just go to 16.
Yeah,
honestly, I kind of think that's where we're headed. I think they're going to jump from 12 to 16. I don't think they're going to do 14.
After next year.
Yeah.
Basically, for people that don't know, they have the TV deal rights for a 12-team playoff already locked in for this playoff that's halfway over.
Yeah.
And the next year's playoff.
Yeah.
They don't have anything for the 26th season onward. So that's why they can make more sweeping changes to how many teams are in, how many games there are going forward after next year.
I think they're going to be big changes. I think there's a change that if they go to 14 or 16, I think we're going to get the rebranding of the college football playoff. I think we're going to have a Fox division and an ESPN division. I think I
don't know if they'll just do division. Like
no, but like side of the conference, like of the playoff.
Like they'll just do, this is the SEC part and this.
No, just like half this. Like it doesn't matter if you're SEC, Big Ten, Notre Dame, whatever. Like half the college football playoff games are going to air on Fox.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what they should do. I mean look at every other playoff. Like,
yeah,
they're on no one broadcaster owns the entire playoffs for any other sport. So
the only one is what they added TNT this year and Peacock. Was that it? Like the first round of the playoffs?
For what?
The first round, some of the games were on TNT, right?
But they're ESPN productions that were just on TNT.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it was like, I think like Greg McElroy called one of the TNT.
Yeah, you're right. He did. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think he was one of the guys ranting and raving.
He did the
Indiana.
Texas game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. He did.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big changes. Honestly, we see is I think we'll see Fox.
I thought you were saying that there's like a Big Ten, like there's the Big Ten bracket and then the SEC bracket.
No, but I think eventually like that's where college football is headed. Is basically Fox and ESPN are pretty much two super conferences. One plays on Fox and one plays on ESPN, and the winner meets in the national championship game. And however they determine getting there, but like I think that's the long term, like where we're still headed.
I wonder if they kick teams out. That's the thing with like the Big Ten and to a lesser degree the SEC. But it's like if you are going to make the like super conferences where like these are the only two power conferences, like are you going to have Mississippi State in there? Are you going to have Northwestern in there?
I think you do relegation.
No, but no one signs up for relegation.
I don't know. Like
The top of the conferences would, and that's all that really matters. But like,
I would. If I'm Tennessee, I wouldn't, because if I'm Tennessee, if I'm Texas, if I'm Notre Dame, if I'm Michigan, I'm like, I know what happens. I go 5-7 for 3 years. All of a sudden, I'm playing. I'm playing. In Division II.
Yeah, you're having to play. Florida State.
Yeah, I hire a bad coach, and all of a sudden, I'm down here with Purdue.
Yeah, I see. Okay, this is how I think like the best way to do it would be like you get by branding Big 12 and ACC as part of these, and those are the lower level conferences, right? And hear me out.
I'm sure they'll love that. Okay, cool, sweet.
The Big 12 and the ACC get one automatic bid to the college football playoff, even in relegation.
Okay.
But that team that gets
the relegation champs
make the college football playoff, and they move up,
and they get promoted.
Okay. The last place team in the SEC and the Big 10 moves down. I don't think they just kick out Northwestern.
Do 3 teams.
Yeah, I don't think they just kick out Northwestern, or Rutgers or Maryland or Vanderbilt, and they probably should, but
just be like, sorry, we're taking Florida State instead.
Specifically, the Big 10, they do care about the academic branding of their conference outside of football, but I still think I don't think they just kick people out. I've always wondered the same thing. Is like when do you just tell Rutgers to go?
Like logically, you're just like, okay, so if we're just gonna keep adding the bigger brands, at what point do we just
buy Rutgers? Hello, Miami.
Exactly.
I don't think they would kick out Northwestern, as ironic as it is. Buy Maryland. Hello, Clemson.
Well, because they have Chicago's team.
Yeah, Chicago's Big 10 team
and Rutgers, New York's team. They can't kick these teams out.
That's true. We'll take a call on this first. Rob, what's up, Rob? How's it going?
Hey guys, appreciate you taking my call. I think the biggest disadvantage for the teams getting the bye is just the amount of time they have off. You look at the teams. I know you said Arizona State played well, but they came out super rusty, got down 14-0 to begin with. You look at the NFL teams almost fear 2 weeks off, and we're giving these college teams almost a month. So it's a disadvantage to be off when you have another team that played a game. Yeah, I know you come in having to play an extra game, so there's a chance of loss. But if you're good enough, you're going to win that game, and you get 10 days off before the quarterfinals. I think the biggest change that needs to be done is the second round should be on campus. You get teams going into Autzen or Boise State or Tempe. There's just no advantage to getting the bye the way it's set up now.
Yeah, Rob, I think that's a good point because I do think I don't know how college football if they care about the fans, honestly, but it is a big ask for Penn State fans and Notre Dame fans, not Penn State fans. Well, see, we didn't see any upsets happen this year. So, but let's say Indiana fans. Let's say Indiana would have beat Notre Dame and won the national championship this year, or got to the national championship game. You would have asked them to go to 4 games. You're going to ask Notre Dame fans to go to 3 games. It's a big ask.
Even going to Notre Dame, Penn State, Ohio State, Texas fan going to 4 games. One of them is going to win 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, you still are dealing with the first one of them was 4 days before Christmas. And then you're asking them on New Year's to go to a neutral site. And then on January 10th, go to another neutral site. And then on January 20th, go to Atlanta. So, and I get it. You're not, obviously, I seriously doubt there's one other than Matthew McConaughey. There's not one person that's going to all these games.
No. Especially when the tickets get more expensive every game.
And these are all giant fan bases where Notre Dame has fans everywhere that they can fill a stadium with, or at least fill their allotment with. Same thing with Texas. Same thing with Ohio State. I mean, maybe to a lesser degree, but same thing with Penn State. These teams aren't hurting for rich alumni or even just T-shirt fans that want to buy tickets to these games. So that part, I understand. I also just think at what point do they do things for the best interest of the fans?
Yeah.
At what point have they proven that they'll do that at any point?
So my only counter and then to the time off is, so Georgia played on December 7th in the SEC championship game. And then they played yesterday, so January 2nd. So that's 23 days?
Sure.
Something like that. I mean, Notre Dame had 20 days off. From when they played USC on November 30th to when they played Indiana on December 20th. Like,
yeah, the teams that don't play,
the team that don't play in the conference championship game, like they're gonna have 20 days off.
Ohio State and Tennessee both had 20 days off.
So like that's the only it is more time between the conference championship game by a couple days and between then and then when you play your first round of the playoffs, and then
it's like another week.
And you have a team that's coming in off of playing more recently, but whereas Indiana and Notre Dame is more neutral ground, where neither team had played since the last weekend in November.
Yeah.
So that's my only counter to that is like we did see teams take large chunks of time off and have success. And that's where I think we also need like more.
How about you get to pick? Do you want a home game or do you want to bye? If you're a 1 seed, Oregon, you get to pick. We'll put you the 5.
They're all going to take the bye.
Well, then what are we talking about?
That's the point. Is like everyone would take the bye. Everyone would take less games because you look at what Penn State and Notre Dame are going through as they go into their third game of the college football playoff. The 4 of the 5 best players on these two teams are hurt.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. It's like, okay, so
now they all got hurt in this last game, but
Riley Mills didn't.
See, I don't put him in that top 3 of Notre Dame, so yes. So
okay,
I like 4 of the 3 of the the 4 best Notre Dame players are all hurt, and then Abdul Carter is hurt for Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like that's the downside. I mean, look, Gunnar Stockton. Like, this will not be the first time we see a Gunnar Stockton in the playoffs. Like, there will be injured quarterbacks.
Yeah,
because of what happens in the first round,
or in the SEC title game, like. Georgia's the team that won the bye probably the most. They needed to teach a new quarterback how to play. They need that extra 10 days.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like I think it's a good structure. It's not perfect, but it will never be perfect.
Yeah. Also, we do the same thing with the baseball playoffs, where the Dodgers and the Braves lose in the first round after getting the bye, and they complain about it all off season.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Astros go to 7 straight ALCSs while having a bye every single time. I think it's a loser's lament. I think it's when you lose, if you're a bye team and you lose, you go, oh, we weren't ready, and that's you just move on.
Yeah, and now look, if they stuck with this format for like 3 or 4 years,
and every time it was a sweep, then yes,
then yeah, but like it's 1 year. Like
going individually, it's Penn State beat Boise State. Texas beat Arizona State. Ohio State is playing like the best team ever right now, and they beat Oregon. And then you got Notre Dame
over Georgia,
who Notre Dame was favored.
Yes, by 1.5
against the quarterback who never played.
Yes,
when you say all 5 conference champions lost their first game, that's like, whoa, that's crazy. When you go game by game, you're like, well, of course Texas beat Clemson. Like Clemson should have been in.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's more. I think the seeding is still the bigger question mark. I really do think that if they're going to try to pass the seeding change for next year, the only way that you can do it is if you guarantee every conference champion that doesn't get a bye a home playoff game. And that's complicated because, well, what if there's only 2 of the 5?
Yeah.
I guess the other 3 could all host playoff games in the first round, but like
this is where
but then you're going to be literally making up seeding to give teams home games.
You're still messing around with the seeding just higher or lower in the bracket.
Yeah.
Like cuz the seeds are wrong. Yeah. The rankings and the seedings do not match up right now. And what you're saying, like, if you're going to guarantee these teams home games, then the seeding would still not match up.
And then I think, honestly, like, even like the home games were awesome, but people want to focus on the buys and the time off and the seeding issues. But what if the bigger picture of the college football playoff is that these young quarterbacks are all terrible every year on the road in the first round of the playoffs? I mean, these guys, they all looked besides Klubnik. Like, the only guy who's like been there, done that. But the SMU quarterback was awful. O'Rourke from Indiana was terrible. I mean, they all looked overwhelmed by being there at home. So if you flipped it and it was, well, Quinn, like in Texas, like you didn't win your conference. So yes, you're the 5 seed, but you're going to Clemson.
Yeah.
Like Doesn't that balance things out a little bit? Like
it would balance it a good amount because I told you before I think before the seed started where I was like a team that starts with a road game is like never winning, like never winning this thing and probably only winning one game.
Yeah,
like they're never winning. They're never going on a run if you start on the road. And
unless you're the 9 seed.
9 seed playing the 8 and then the 1.
Like if Tennessee would have like the way Oregon played. Tennessee might have won that game.
See, I think that's the way Ohio State played because Ohio State did that to both of them.
No, I know, but like I think Oregon also like got a little overrated as the season went on. But like if you catch a 1 seed on an off day, like I think you'd be more likely because you're the 9 seed.
I mean, it'd have to be like, yes, it is Ohio State who like really the reason they're 8 seed is because of how disappointing they were the entire season. Like that's why.
Yeah.
Like you need to be a good team that sucks for the entire season.
Totally agree. Follow up from the beginning of yesterday's show. Apparently, in one of the Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes, Larry David specifically says that today is the last day you can wish someone a Happy New Year. I only know that because Adam Schefter just tweeted it, and I got a notification for it. So I figured I'd let the world know.
Thank you,
Adam Schefter.
And I believe.
See, I think you have to be more you have to carefully tweet more if you're a guy like Adam Schefter.
Yes. Oh, 100%.
Like I don't need that tweet.
Yeah.
I now want to unsubscribe for your notifications.
Yes.
Like I unsubscribe from Woj's immediately.
Well, of course.
Like I don't even know if he's tweeted.
I don't subscribe to any of them outside of like when I know that there's going to be a flurry of activity. So like the draft for, I mean, really just baseball and football or basketball and football because baseball, like who knows how long I'll have to have Jeff Passan and John Heyman notifications on the Alex Bregman might not sign for 4 weeks or 4 months. So really just like trade deadlines, start of free agency and drafts, and then I just go and turn them off.
Yeah, I need to start doing that because like Schefter and Ian Rappaport.
Yeah, they just Schefter tweets about like college football. Like he'll just tweet like a college football highlight.
The real problem is that like I don't need notifications at midnight about players that are not playing the next day.
Oh yeah,
because all of a sudden my phone just starts going off at like 12:30 at night on Saturdays, getting ready for the next day. Quick Texans update here before we go to break. Danico Autry is out officially for Sunday's game, as is Foley Fatukasi, as is Shaq Mason, as is Jeffrey Okudah. But Kamari Lassiter was a full participant in practice, so is Will Anderson, and Christian Harris is currently listed as questionable for this weekend's game. Drew Scruggs also a full participant in practice for the first time this week. So that offensive line of Tunsil, Howard, Patterson, Scruggs, Blake Fisher from left to right might be what we see actually this weekend for the Houston Texans. All right, who's in and who's out of the playoffs, final Texans thoughts, and a New Year's resolution for Houston sports fans that I have. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
Gallant George here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you today. Reminder that there was no trades, there was no change. Paul's back on Monday. Back to usual. Everyone will be back. Watch, someone's gonna be sick on Monday now or something.
That's definitely what's happening.
Yeah,
sick or travel, mishap, something.
Yeah, definitely. Now something's gonna happen. I go, Joe, what are you talking about? All right, who do you think who gets the final AFC spot? You think it's the Bengals, Broncos, or Dolphins? Tua's not playing this weekend officially.
I think the Dolphins are definitely out.
Yeah, Dolphins are a no for me.
Because they need to win and also have like several things go their way.
Yeah.
I think it's most likely that the Bengals win on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And then it comes down to Broncos Chiefs. At the end of the day, I think the Broncos get it done. I think they get it done against the sitting everybody.
Have you seen this line?
Which one?
The Broncos Chiefs line?
Are they? No, I haven't seen
10.5.
Broncos 10.5.
Yeah.
Actually, we talked about it this morning on Dell's show.
We
talked about a lot of them.
I'm probably going to take Carson Wentz and the Chiefs plus 10.5.
Oh yeah. We said it should have been like a touchdown.
Yeah,
like a touchdown. I understand 10.5.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the biggest like Bo Nix guy. Like I think he's had some good stuff this year, but I think like when you actually like look at what's transpired, some of it's just a ton of deep shots and where he's missing half of them. For the benefit of our entertainment, I really need the Chiefs to win this weekend. And I need the Bengals to win because I need Burrow Allen in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, that would be incredible to have something of like that magnitude in the first round of the playoffs. Like it's way better than anything else we would get.
I was going to say, because all the other matchups that we're looking at are going to be, I don't want to call them like bad in the AFC. All right, I'm not going to call them like bad or
I like
uninteresting.
Chargers Ravens.
Yeah, Chargers Ravens is good.
But then we're going to have to hear about the Harbaugh.
Yes. And then Texans, Steelers, we have to be interested, but I'm not that interested. There's two teams that aren't going to win their next game. And then it would be, if it's not the Bengals, it's going to be Broncos and Bills. That to me is not that interesting. But Bengals is like the marquee matchup that I'm not going to say that super wild card weekend needs, because the NFL is like they don't really need any of these to be good matchups.
Yeah,
but it is that's the main card, and I think that the Harbaugh Bowl is a good undercard to that.
I think Jordan Love and the Packers versus Jalen Hurts and the Eagles is pretty good too.
That is good. That is good. That's the rematch of the Brazil game.
Yeah, assuming that that's how it plays out. That
the NFC is a little tougher. That I don't have it like as locked in, where I feel like I know pretty much what's going on in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, Washington has the tiebreaker over Green Bay based on win percentage in conference games.
Okay.
So, and you would need Washington to lose to Dallas and then Green Bay to win,
beat the Packers,
or beat the
Bears.
The Bears, yeah. To then move into the move into the 6th spot. But so, and I think I don't know if Jane Daniels is going to play, or like is this Marcus Mariota time versus Cooper Rush or Trey Lance? Like,
if you're the Commanders, do you care about who you play in the playoffs?
No, I just want to get Jaden Daniels. They're healthy.
I agree.
Like whether you play the Rams or the Eagles, like I don't think it really matters.
I want to play the Rams more, but there is a little bit of like division stuff with the Eagles.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, yeah, Packers, Eagles is good. Commanders, Rams is pretty. It's really the 4 or 5 matchups that I think are actually Tampa Bay, Minnesota could be fun, or Tampa Bay. Baker
or Atlanta. I was thinking Atlanta. Atlanta. Either the Lions or the Vikings. That's gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, if Atlanta gets into the playoffs, it's gonna be sad. Tampa Bay at 9-7 has control of their destiny. They can score at least. Like like
true.
Buccaneers Lions would be the over-under might be 60 in that game, because
that'd probably be like the Monday night game or something.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean they put Tampa Bay on the Monday night game before. It's 2-3-1.
which it's still not the best week. The best weekend is the following one because we're going to have Notre Dame, Penn State on Thursday, Texas, Ohio State on Friday, and then we're going to have divisional round playoff games on Saturday and Sunday.
No, isn't that the wild card? I thought that was the wild
card.
Oh
no, you're right. It is the wild card.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of later on. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so it's games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. So the following week it'll be playoff games on Saturday, Sunday, leading into the national championship game on the 20th.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah, on the 18th, 19th.
It'll be the divisional and then the final.
Yeah, so that one will be very fun at least. But yeah, I think the Broncos get it, unfortunately, but I'm really hoping they find a way to lose that game and the Bengals get in.
The Chiefs won the last game of the season last year against the Chargers when they sat everybody. The thing is, the Chargers had nothing to play for. They ended up getting the 5th pick in the draft. So they haven't actually been in this situation where they do beat a team that has something to play for while they have nothing to play for. So I tend to agree with you that I wouldn't be surprised if it's a close game. You know, if you're sitting there and there's points in the game where we're like, are the Broncos actually going to blow this against Carson Wentz? But ultimately, I think they do enough to get it done.
Minnesota or Detroit for the 1 seed? I'm taking Minnesota.
I think I'm taking Minnesota too.
They're just so banged up on defense.
That's what it comes down.
And I think right now the best coach in that matchup is Kevin O'Connell. I mean, it's so impressive what he's done. He has the latest line of reasons why I hate the Bears. Didn't even interview him. But like I think Minnesota wins this game. I love Detroit's story, but I'm definitely going with Minnesota.
Yeah, Vikings. They're just playing good, right? Or playing better, I would say right now. Some of that is just they're healthier than the Lions, and yeah, really like their defense. Like I feel like their defense doesn't. I mean, the story is kind of Justin Jefferson and then Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
how awesome he's been. Brian Flores, he's coaching them up on the defense side. It's a lot of good coaches in that matchup.
Things I learned, because I've talked about with my friends about like wanting the Bears to hire Ben Johnson. The thing that always would come up is like, hire like Robert Saleh or steal Brian Flores. Didn't know Brian Flores fired Ben Johnson.
Brian Flores fired Ben Johnson when he was at the Dolphins?
Yep. Ben Johnson was a wide receiver coach, and Brian Flores fired him when he took over.
I'm not sure if I have Brian Flores to be a head coach.
I'm not sure I do either.
I think if I love him as a defensive coordinator. It seems like he doesn't really know offense that well, or
totally agree.
Doesn't know how to manage the offensive side of the ball whatsoever.
Have you seen what the line's gone up to for the Browns game where Bailey Zappi will be the starting quarterback?
Is it 20 and a half?
It's 20.
20. Okay.
Open it. I cannot believe that we have a 20-point line.
20 point spread's insane.
Yeah.
Boise State was 11-point underdog against Penn State.
I mean,
like this is twice as bad.
It sucks for Baltimore because like they have to play. They have to play their guys.
If I'm Baltimore, we have to play our guys for the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
I'm going in there. I mean, they're a team that last time we saw them, they went to NRG Stadium and they could have pulled. I mean, did they pull their guy? I stopped watching. I don't know if they pulled their guys or
honestly,
not.
I have no idea.
I know. I watched the first drive of the 3rd quarter, and then I looked to my parents and I was like, you guys don't have to. If you think I need to watch this, I don't. We can turn this off.
I didn't watch it. I was doing a show the next day.
Okay.
I was like we had like a family party we were going to with my wife's side. So we're there. We're in Tomball. So we're leaving League City at Tomball. Leaving as the game is starting. So I'm like, I'm not listening. I'm gonna watch. Like I get there, I immediately check the score and it's 17-2. And I was like, yeah, I don't really want to watch this. And then one of her cousins came up to me and he's like, it's 24-7 or 24-2. And I was like, definitely not watching this. I was like, Jeremy can carry the load the next day. Like Jeremy can talk all he wants about this game. Like I have zero interest in at all in watching that game. I didn't care for wanting to see Beyonce. The only thing I wanted to see was eventually the HD clip of Cal and Hannah coming out in the car.
Yeah, that was honestly probably the highlight for me of the game was just the moment that I saw Hannah and Cal being in any way involved in a Beyonce halftime performance. I was like, what? I had to explain to my parents who the owner of the Texans are because, of course, they don't know what Cal McNair looks like on site.
Well, as they shouldn't.
Yeah, I was like, you should not be upset about this.
Yeah, no, it was. Who gets fired by Monday? Do you think? So we got 3 openings right now.
Doug Peterson.
So that makes 4.
Let me open up the.
I don't think McCarthy. I don't think he has a contract, but
he is currently a lame duck.
I'm gonna say one of Antonio Pierce or Gerard Mayo. I'm gonna kind of take like a cheating way out of this one, but
Shane Steichen, does he get fired?
Yes,
I think they clean house. I think Ballard. And,
I think Ballard. And I think they're all gone. Yeah. I think there's really no other way. Everything that's coming out with the Bengals. I mean, with the Colts right now, Anthony Richardson doesn't show up on time. You've got reports about how players are going to tell Richardson, like, I signed here because of you. I believed in you. He can't walk. He's crawling because of his back issue.
That's crazy.
Like, does he have a degenerative back issue they just, like, didn't catch?
Yeah, that's one of those where you read and you're like, wait, more about this, please? Like,
yeah,
what
he's crawling around his house, like, and then playing.
Is it just, like, how much pain he's in?
Yeah. Like, it. Yeah, they have to clean house. They have to. There's no circumstance in which they don't.
Giants also.
Yeah, I think Daboll gets fired. Even though I saw the report today was that John Mara, the owner, is going to meet with both Daboll and Joe Shane, the GM, individually, discuss their individual plans on how they would fix the Giants. And it might be whichever person's plan is better keeps their job.
I don't hate that, but I'd fire.
I don't hate it either.
I don't hate that.
Just fire both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think Ryan Poles gets fired by Monday.
Okay, so you do think Poles gets fired?
I do think he gets fired because I think the Bears know they're going to lose out on Ben Johnson for sure. Which the reports out of Jacksonville today is that he wants the Jags job, which that sucks for the Texans because if he fixes Trevor Lawrence, yikes. But I do think they fired Ryan Poles because I think what you're seeing happening is there's a reporter in Tom Pelissero who is very much in the pocket of Ryan Poles. And then you have a reporter in like Albert Breer who is more talking in the pocket of Kevin Warren. And Kevin Warren's going to win that power struggle. I think it's
president of the
Chicago Bears. The man who tried to ruin football, who runs the Bears. Yes. He killed football, Sean.
Yes, no. Justin Fields and
he killed football, and Justin Fields and John Harbaugh saved it.
And Trevor Lawrence had to pick it outside of his window.
Yeah, they signed a petition because he canceled the Big Ten because of a pandemic that wasn't whatever. Like the SEC was playing, everyone else was playing.
They're playing in full or not
Big
full
Ten?
stadiums. So
Big Ten can't play, and Justin Fields saved the day. Probably why he's not the Bears quarterback anymore, thankfully.
Well, there's other reasons. There's other reasons.
I do no. As soon as Kevin Warren was hired as the Bears president, I was like, oh, Justin's gone. Like, there's no way. Like this kid who
after 3 years.
I know.
Of Justin Fields playing quarterback.
I know. But I think it's also why Harbaugh is not the coach either because they were.
I believe that.
Yeah, a huge part of it. All right, we'll get to garbage time. I think Paul might be upset with me for this one. Because I found this story like a week ago. And I made sure to save it to when Jeremy was not with us when we did garbage time. We just like split between garbage time and car wreck of the day. So we split between it. And I was like, I probably should save this for when Paul's back. I'm hoping Paul just finds it on his own so we can talk about it again. Because it's going to be like, we're going to start garbage time with a good one, I think. Next, here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
Final segment of the show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul Gallant will be back with us on Monday. You think he's thrilled to come back from Mexico and watch a Texans game? I would be. I'm so ready for this game to be over. I don't know if it means like the NFL got it wrong with the expanded week, because I don't know if I would feel any differently if this was week 17. I'll tell you though, right now I hate week 18. It's a total waste of time. There's like 3 important games. You have games with 20-point spreads.
Yeah,
like those games. Yes, I know math. I get it. Could have happened last week. I'd rather the playoffs just be here closer.
They probably, or some of them would have still happened last week. But when you do add games, it does make it to where teams clinch earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Just that's also math, where teams will just clinch. In baseball, teams will clinch with 15 games left.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really love the idea of having to have start-sit conversations all the time, like having to have them before Christmas.
Yeah, I was gonna say when we're doing the show from Nick's place.
Yeah,
we're already like, when do you play these guys against Baltimore?
Yeah, and that's why it's like maybe that's why you do break away from the current playoff format, is because if all these divisions are locked up, then what are you playing for?
I still think the best thing about the NFL playoffs is that how much the divisions matter to me.
I do agree.
I think that's that's what they get right most.
For sure. The Texans would, be playing for a playoff spot this weekend.
I mean, yeah.
Between
large.
Yeah, the Broncos. The Broncos, the Dolphins, Bengals, and Texans game would actually matter so much this weekend.
In the NBA, just try to sit there and think about what division, who's in the division with the Rockets. I guess it's easy because there's 3 teams in the state.
But and then I'm guessing the one right next to us is the other one's New Orleans.
Yes.
Yeah, I get.
And then there's one more, but who cares?
Memphis?
Yes.
Ooh.
Because Oklahoma City is in the Northwest.
Oh, it makes so much sense.
Because they were in Seattle and they never bothered to change them back.
Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, let's do a little garbage time. A couple other questions here that we'll get to in garbage time, along with one story. Sean, question for both of us here. Go to order Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell? I really like to change things up a lot. See, I like to spray the board.
I love the cheesy. I like the steak quesadilla or chicken quesadillas.
Okay.
I like the Crunchwrap Supreme.
Yes, that's in my rotation.
And then I also have I don't want to spend a lot of money, but I'm gonna be very happy, $8 meal. That's all things from the dollar menu.
Okay,
just a variety of things.
Yeah, I'll do the grilled cheese burrito. I'll do the beefy 5-layer crunch wrap. Or I'll do the burrito. I'll do the crunch wrap. Doritos Locos Tacos every once in a while. So yeah, normally I just get 2 or 3 of those, and maybe some of the Fiesta potatoes.
Love those.
And call it a day. Baja Blast, call it a day.
I'm not a Baja guy. I go regular Mountain Dew.
Really?
I don't know why Baja Blast I like Baja. Never got it done. Oh, it's been
I think that's my favorite Mountain Dew variant. That's another one. That might be my spoiler. That might be my Mount Rushmore +1 soon. Is Mountain Dew flavors.
Code Red.
Probably not on the list.
What was the orange one?
Yeah, I would have to consult.
Can I tell you something?
There's another Baja one that was even better.
When I didn't drink in high school, so I started drinking in college. So I really didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't really like the taste of alcohol very much. So everything I drank was kind of fruity. And all I drank for about a year and a half was Bacardi Apple
with the white Mountain Dew. Incredible. We used to crush that stuff all the time. That's all we would drink. Also, because we could put it in our fridge, and like if the RA come, like we would never get caught.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
Garbage time. Story of the year. Tanya Harding meets the animal world. 17-year-old poisoned a goat in a competition. I don't really quite understand like why the need to do this. I know like you're trying to win a competition, but like
because that goat was better.
But this happened at Vista Ridge High School.
Oh, this is like local. I saw Texas cheerleader, and Texas is a big state.
No, that's Austin, right?
I don't.
Yeah. So I think it's Austin, like a suburb of Austin. But so she originally denied like trying to kill this other goat. But eventually admitted to the cops that she had injected the white and brown farm animal with pesticide at the school's barn facility, leaving him bellowing in pain before dying in a 15-year-old's arm. This is terrible. You shouldn't be laughing. I'm laughing because you're laughing. Garbage time of the year, Sean. You laughing at this?
It's well written. It's well written. The leaving him bellowing in pain before dying in his 15-year-old owner's arm.
She apparently Googled how bleach kills a goat.
It does. Oh,
if goats inject bleach, do they die?
That's
and poisoning pets. What should you know?
Why are you laughing? Poisoning pets. What
the
should I know?
Google searches are great.
What should I know about poisoning pets?
I mean, that's
bleach
like
works.
Like,
okay.
That's like I watched this documentary. And it's like someone Googled like how to get rid of a body, or like how long before a body stinks. It's like that person probably committed the murder.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's facing
is this? I'm guessing
a $10,000 fine and up to 2 years in jail.
Wow, 2 years in jail.
I mean, it's animal cruelty.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. If Michael Vick had to go to jail, I think the 17-year-old girl has to go to jail too. Is this like FFA related? I'm guessing.
Okay. A local contest entered by the school FFA have a cash prize of up to $50 with the largest.
with $50? 50
with the larger state fairs having a grand prize of $30,000.
Okay.
Yeah, this is FFA related.
Okay. $50 is not, like the bleach probably costs what, 20?
Yeah.
Enough. How much? Let me see. How much bleach do you need to kill a goat?
Don't Google that. Not that our internet works well enough to probably be able to
I won't have
look at it.
I'll have an answer by the time the killer bee starts.
Yeah. Man.
FFA, they don't play.
They don't play, man.
They don't play around. I had cousins that were in FFA, and yeah, they had to like raise rabbits and stuff. Pretty gross stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, good first garbage time of the year. I hope Paul finds that one.
Yeah.
We might just have to bring it up again so I can get his take on it. So
yeah, maybe we just see if it's in the rundown and then just add it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to get out of here as quickly as possible so the bees don't complain about us getting out late to start the new year. So goodbye. Talk to you Monday.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy show. DJ Banamy will be joining us a little bit later. Deontay Johnson will be making his Houston Texans debut. What are realistic expectations for him? Do you want any part of Jimmy Butler in Houston? Do you want any part of Anthony Santander in Houston? I know what all of you were thinking, though. Brian, why are you on with Blankers 3-6? You were traded. I failed my physical. You're stuck with me.
Yeah, I was.
I'm a dog.
Little disgruntled by that, and then the future considerations got me BMAC back too.
Yeah, this is like when the Rockets traded for Sean Elliott.
Yeah, with Matt Bullard and Robert Horry, and they were really ticked off about it.
I'm Sean Elliott. I failed my physical, so the trade has not happened. I will still be here 3-6, much to everybody's disappointment. The Texans will be playing football on Sunday against Will Levis, by the way. Brian Callahan announced that Will Levis will be getting the start, and when Will Levis plays the Houston Texans, he's a Hall of Famer. Against everybody else, he's a bum. No good bum, can't do nothing right. Against the Texans, he's really stinking good. Not that Sunday matters. But it does lead you to the question, should the starters play or not? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Where do you stand on this, Blankers?
I've been going back and forth on it because I think you look at Saquon's situation, you look across the league, if there's really not that much to play for, if you really don't have any great hopes and aspirations of making some kind of a move as it relates to the playoffs, I don't play my significant players. I just don't want to take the risk. And you know that no matter what you think that there is to gain, that you don't want to run the risk of, no matter how slim you think the playoff hopes are of your particular team, without CJ Stroud, without Nico Collins, without some of your best players, it gets significantly worse than I think the one I saw 1% chance of winning the Super Bowl for the Texans by one of the prognostication groups. But overall, when I look at it, I just don't find the benefit, except for the fact that this offense is so inconsistent. And I do believe that Deontay Johnson should play a lot. I said that when you and I were talking about that whenever they brought him in, like this should be his dress rehearsal and you should get him as many reps as possible. But if that involves CJ Stroud, then that's a risky proposition to take.
Yeah, like playing Deontay Johnson with Davis Mills does nothing for me.
Right.
Like
because of the timing and stuff. You're not getting anything.
Like maybe it helps him with the routes and knowing the playbook a little bit, but it's not the same as playing with CJ Stroud. I'm of the opinion that the offense definitely should play. And I mean, we'll get to some D'Amico sound here. He's going to play his starters, at least some. I think the offense should definitely play. And like the 1%, if CJ gets hurt, it probably goes down to 0. If Mixon gets hurt, it probably goes down to 0. But I wonder if they play really well if it goes up to 2. You know what I mean? I think that they need some positive momentum, more offensively than defensively. Like the defense should be out there for like 1 or 2 series and then get them out of there. Yeah. The offense, I want them leaving the game feeling good. I think I did this earlier on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. I think that the offense needs to be treated like a starting pitcher that the manager's trying to get right. And you know this, you were a pitcher in baseball. Like, there's always that time whenever you leave like the 5th or 6th inning where you're like at 80, 85 pitches where you could probably go another inning, maybe another batter or 2, but the manager's like, you've been struggling. You just pitched a really good game, 6 shutout innings. Let's get you out of here feeling really good about yourself. That way you're confident and you're feeling good going into your next start. I feel like D'Amico Ryans needs to baseball manager a struggling starting pitcher that pitches well and then leaves the game feeling good going into his next start.
Yeah, that's like you have 2 on, 2 out. You got a shutout going. You definitely take him out now. The chances are, he gets out of it. He gets the win. He's happy. If he gives up a hit, then it's a different story because you leave with a bad taste in your mouth. Mm-hmm. I think you're right from the standpoint of, look, all the talk all week from Slowick to everybody else is CJ a little off? What does it take to get CJ back? Is it his footwork? Is it his mechanics? Is it that internal clock? What's going on with CJ? But the thing that worries me on a lesser degree, again, like the Saquon instance, is Joe Mixon is 102 or 3 yards away from a $250,000 bonus.
How many?
I think it's like 102, 103.
Nah, that's too many.
Yeah, I don't like that. Everybody's like, make sure Joe gets his bonus. How about give it to him and sit him down and say, forget what you have to get. We're going to sit you because the smart move is we know what you can do. We know how important you were because when you were out, it was a different situation with the running game. I don't want to risk it. I'll give you the $250K. and sit you down because I don't want you getting hurt.
Yeah. I don't either. I just don't care about giving him the bonus because I don't care about his bonus. I care about my team winning games, or I do like what you said and make it right, or you like tear up the contract next year. Here's your new deal that implements the bonus, although it does kind of mess with the salary cap a little, not too much. But yeah, I don't actually. I think that Joe Mixon's actually unimportant to play. Like I know I just said that I want the offense to go out there and like leave the game feeling good after a series. But if there's one guy I do not want on the field to be Joe Mixon, because I don't think that Joe Mixon needs the reps. I think that Stroud could use the reps. We might see a different offensive line Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Like there might be a different offensive line. They need the reps. I don't know. It's up. I'm curious. Like of the few things that I'm actually curious about this game, like obviously there's not a ton of intrigue in this one. I am curious what the offensive line looks like now that Drew Scruggs is healthy. Like is Drew Scruggs going to be back in the starting lineup? I don't know. Let's find out. Like that's one of the small intrigues I have about this game. I'm intrigued to see how many snaps the offensive starters and the defensive starters get. And then I'm intrigued by Deontay Johnson. And that's about it.
Yeah, my big thing with the offensive line is that, look, I know Shaq's not going to play because he's nursing the knee, and he shouldn't play. But I think that from a lot of the perspective of we've been hear it all season long about continuity. Well, continuity comes with the fact that you're back to playing musical chairs, taking guys and having them play multiple positions. You got to figure out what you're going to do for the playoffs, and you have to figure that out before the playoffs start. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's so important in this game that aside from Shaq, that everybody else, probably maybe Tunsil, everybody else needs to see significant minutes where they're going to and snaps where they're going to be playing in the playoffs.
Yeah, like that to me, that's why it's more important that the offensive line plays. But I think there's a possibility. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I think there's a possibility that Drew Scruggs could be your left guard and Titus Howard could be back at right tackle. Like I think it's in play. I don't know. Like I'm curious to see what they do because I do think that the starting offensive line against Tennessee will be the starting offensive line and whoever you play in the wild card. Because why else would you do that in week 18?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is Shaq's not going to play, and Tunsil, I could see them not playing.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I think you're right. The internal offensive line, there's so much to be worked out, especially on the left side, that I think that you have to figure that out, and they have to play.
Yeah, maybe from left guard over, like because maybe Laramie Tunsil is just a healthy scratch because they want to make sure he gets there. But that's how I feel about playing the starters. Here was D'Amico Ryans when he was asked about it throughout the week. D'Amico resting starters or not? Question mark.
Yeah, going into this game, as I mentioned to all our guys, that everybody has to be ready to go. And that's where we are. Everybody will be out there playing, and we'll see how the game goes. But for us right now, we got to go play better. And our last outing on the field was not good enough, not representative of who we are defensively, offensively. Just it's not a good representation of our team entirely. So we got to go out. We got to play better football.
I think I think he's doing whatever I'm telling him to do. I think that he wants to see some good ball from his team, and then go watch the rest of the game from the sidelines.
Yeah, I think that more so than anything else, he's sending the message that there's still a lot to be figured and sorted out in this last game. So we've got to be playing better football, and if you start doing that, that's probably when guys start sitting down. But until then, we got too many kinks to work out to be worried about who needs, unless you have an injury already. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to rest healthy scratch guys when I know that our offense has been so off kilter.
And you can't rest everybody because of the game day roster in the NFL. It's limited to 46, but you're getting your best players off the field. I can see a possibility where you get a 3-and-out defensively, and then you take over offensively, go down, march down the field and score, and calling it a day. Mm-hmm. I could see that happening too. Now, maybe that's not enough reps for Stroud and Deontay Johnson. Like, it's a very fine line. Here was another one. That was actually DJ Bieniemy's question to D'Amico. Here's D'Amico Ryans a little bit later on the pros and cons of playing guys and what we think is a meaningless game.
Yeah, there is a balance there. For us right now, I think it's a feel for where your team is at this point of the season. And for me right now, our team needs to be playing better before we head into the postseason. So, we'll see where we are and how the game goes, and of course be smart about what we're doing and be intentional about everything that we're doing, knowing what we have ahead of us, but I still want our guys to go out and play good football.
There you go. So to me, he wants them to play a little bit, he wants them to play well, and then he wants to get them out of the game.
Yeah, and I think that that's what he should be doing. As long as you see, like, the offensive line's tricky because you want to see the continuity, and no matter what you do, you're not going to see the full continuity because you're going to have one and probably two guys that are going to be there in week one of the playoffs that aren't going to be playing. But I think that the rest of the guys, you got to figure that out. I need Deontay Johnson to get a lot of reps and even after CJ's out of the game, he needs to get more because he's still learning the system, running the routes, and understanding where he has to be. So I think he's a guy that needs the full game. When it comes to the defense, they've shown you enough all year that you don't need Will and Autry and Hunter and those guys. You don't need them out there, and Foley won't play. So, yeah, you just need to be your best self. Now, I think from Aziz's standpoint, Aziz needs to play because he's got to get back into it.
Yeah. And I think that's what he's talking about. Like, it's a fine line, like there's certain guys that need a few more reps. There's certain guys that might need 3. So that's the line that you play. And then you also have to try to factor in the whole rest, avoid injury versus trying to find your form. So it is difficult. Like, I don't envy D'Amico Ryans in this spot because this isn't a team that's clicking on all cylinders. No. This isn't the back-to-back champions. Like Kansas City, they have a bye and they're resting all of their stars because they're the back-to-back champs. I think they've probably earned that right, deserved that right, and we always feel like they can flip the switch and turn it on. The Texans aren't there, and the Texans have been very mediocre on the offensive side of the ball to where, I think they do need to find their form to try to get right for the playoffs if there's any hope of winning a game or two in the postseason.
Well, I think the other thing that's key, Jeremy, is when you look at guys with not just the offensive line standpoint, from a continuity standpoint with Aziz playing with Christian Harris, I'm not sure that they've played together all season long. So you'd like to see those guys play alongside one another. They both need the reps anyway. Mm-hmm. So I think those guys are probably going to go longer simply because of that. Whereas if there's any guys that have been dinged up or any guys that that are so significant for you, those guys have the shortest leash. You're going to yank them out as soon as you possibly can. You'd like to win the game, but if you look at most, prognosticators and Vegas and everything else, most people would think you're one and done the way you've been playing. So you got to get right on offense to figure out a way that maybe you can get hot going into the playoffs.
Yeah, because, we don't think that they have a shot, but the coaches can't coach that way. No. Like, the coaches are coaching with whatever they can possibly do to try to advance as deep as they possibly can in the postseason. Key from L.A., speaking of Key, he says the Texans have no type of rhythm on offense, too much pressure on the defense, so they need to go out and play. I would agree to that. I would agree with Key. Have some rivalry, Texans. Don't they want to crush the Titans? Have some rivalry, Texans. I've never heard rivalry used in that way.
Me either.
Like, have some rivalry, Texans? That's a weird way to say that.
I think Dalton Schultz needs to play through overtime.
You just want him to get hurt or what?
No, I don't want him to get hurt. Well, if that happens, then I don't wish anybody to get hurt, but I just need him to get right so that he plays with a little fire and intensity and does things on a little different energy level.
Yeah, a lot of people want to get rid of Dalton Schultz. I was looking at his contract the other day. It would cost you money. There's like zero cap savings, actually negative cap savings if you cut Dalton Schultz. Now you could trade him and save some money. I just don't see a trade partner out there for Dalton Schultz. Texter, do y'all conveniently have $250,000 to lose? They need to go in the playoffs with a W.
The $250,000 comment. This is the NFL. They get checks written to them. They are bathing in money, no matter how good or bad you are as a team on the field. That is a drop in the bucket for them to take care of Joe Mixon and make sure he doesn't get hurt.
They have to play him. $250K is something he deserves. Easy for y'all to say. Play him, pay him. Let's go, Joe. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. I don't care about pro athletes and their bank accounts. Like, it's so weird to me that fans care when a player like makes X amount of dollars or misses an incentive or is chasing an incentive. I don't care if Joe Mixon has plus or minus $250K in his bank account. Maybe that makes me insensitive. Maybe that makes me a jerk. I just do not care.
I think that the other thing is that suddenly there's this sensitivity for a guy that's just made a boatload of money and ended up, thanks to this team reaching out and doing what they didn't have to do with an extension of taking care of him even further, to realize that same team that went out and extended themselves to give you the extension also wants to make sure that you're available to play at the biggest time of the year. So they're going to do something smart and not play you. And if it's $250,000, you don't have to. I'm saying I hope he gets it. I hope the organization finds a way to be able to give it to him, even if he doesn't get it. But at the same time, if they just choose to sit him and he doesn't get the $250,000, so be it, because I need him to play when it matters most.
I had a weird thought, a little brainchild earlier today when I was driving in. And it wouldn't impact our viewpoint of the Texans. It probably wouldn't impact anybody's viewpoint of the Texans for the next 3 months. Like, this is more previewing the 2025 season and getting closer to kickoff in the 2025 season, maybe over the offseason, and more nationally than locally. Because locally, I don't think our opinions are going to change. But do you think there's a difference in how the Texans are viewed nationally going towards 2025? Playoff result is the same if they have 10 wins instead of 9 wins. Like 10-7 Houston Texans that lost in the divisional round versus 9-8 Houston Texans who lost in the divisional round. I feel like even though it's only one game, I feel like that actually would have a little bit of weight nationally. Nationally, and talk in like when we get removed away from the end of the year.
I see your point simply because of the fact that so many of these guys have so many games. They don't watch these teams regularly enough to go, that was a double-digit win team that had a tougher schedule this year. So maybe that gives them a little bit more credence to say, oh, they're going to be on the rise. They're going to continue to play well. But I think that the flip side of that is they spent a lot of time on national TV this year laying eggs. And so a lot of people saw a lot of tape that the realization came, they're not a Super Bowl contender right now, whether they have 9 wins or 10 wins. I think that they've seen a lot late in the year of their worst football.
Yeah. I feel like some national people that don't watch the Texans that closely would have a slightly different viewpoint if the Texans were 10-7, lost in either wild card or divisional round, versus 9-8 Texans that lost in the same round as compared to the other scenario. I was wondering about that because like the difference between 9 and 10 feels more substantial than the difference between like 5 and 6. Like I feel like 5 and 6 are the same thing.
Yeah.
9 and 10 to me feels like a great divide. Like if it was 12-13 wins, I feel like that's kind of the same. Like 13-4 Chiefs, 14-3 Chiefs. Does that matter? I don't think it matters.
It doesn't.
But I think the difference between 9 and 10, even though it's still one game, is far greater when it comes to like national opinion and casual opinion than the other two alternatives.
Does the division winner title go into that? And if it does, is it a positive or a negative? Because you could be, hey, you won the division, or it could be you won the division as the worst division in football because you only had 9 wins.
See, I kind of went there too because it like this conversation kind of reminds me of Bill O'Brien a little bit. Like 9-7 Texans or 10-6 Texans. I know that now you play 7.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But if Bill O'Brien was winning the division title going 10-6 as opposed to 9-7, locally our opinion would have been the same. Mm-hmm. But don't you think nationally it would have been a little bit different?
Maybe.
I feel like the double-digit win is pretty significant versus the single-digit amount of wins.
Yeah, I can see it. I just think that, again, the fact that you could win the division, and regardless of how many wins you have, the way that they've played, and if they're truly limping into the playoffs, and they've seen Christmas, they've seen Monday night, they've seen Sunday night, where they blew the big lead to Detroit, you're like, I don't care if they won the division or not.
Yeah. Is draft position affected? I don't believe so. I believe that draft position, it could be.
Yeah, it could be.
But it's when you're eliminated. The NFL, the playoff teams are sorted in the draft based on their elimination. So like every team in the wild card is slotted whenever they're eliminated. Every team that loses in the divisional round gets slotted.
There's no
tie
breaks based
on. But that's the thing. That would be the tie break. So like if the Texans were to lose in the wild card round, there's 3 wild card games in each conference now, right? So that's 6 wild card losers. So I believe that whoever would have the lesser record of those 6 wild cards would have the first pick of all the playoff teams. So I guess it is a little bit affected.
Yeah.
It would be better if the Texans
I wasn't sure
go 9-8.
how they do tiebreakers with the teams with the same record getting in the playoffs.
Yeah, it would be better, I guess, if the Texans go 9-8 than 10-7. Branham, is it weird? Do you worry more about how billionaire owners spend money and don't care about player incentives? See, I don't really care about billionaire owners and how they spend money. To me, it's how they spend money and it affects the team. Like, if you're going to spend stupid money, that means it's going to restrict you to be able to spend money later. So that's why I care about owners spending. Like, if they just want to spend a bunch of money to sign every player like the Dodgers, cool. But Jim Crane, whenever he signs Jose Abreu and spends stupid money, that's going to restrict him from signing guys going forward. So that's why I care about billionaire owners spending money versus player incentives. Another texter, it's the texter that was telling us that Mixon needs to play for the $250,000. That's you. We don't care what you care about. Who the F are you? Well, you listen to us every day, so I think you care a little bit. I think he cares all the time. He texts all the time. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Should the starters play? We'll talk about Deontay Johnson's realistic expectations later. Some college football talk, too. I'm really enjoying these playoffs. And then Anthony Santander rumors. Is there any legitimacy to it, and does it make any sort of sense? Also, when we return, how much do you care about the rivalry with the Texans? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Collectively, we are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texture, you could do an entire segment on just Cam Scattaboo and that performance. He's really good. I want him to be a Houston Texan really bad.
Okay, I was going to ask you. He's really good on the college level. How do you think that translates to the NFL? Is he an every down back?
I don't know. I didn't watch him close enough to know how well of a pass catcher he is. Although he did have that great pass. He did have that great catch on the sideline whenever he got away with a little OPI.
Texas won the game, so I'm not going to harp on it. But he definitely shoved off on that play.
Yeah, he shoved off a little bit. I don't think that anybody in the NFL is really an every down guy anymore. Like Derrick Henry, great year. He doesn't really play much third down. Maybe Saquon Barkley's everyday guy, every down guy. Probably Christian McCaffrey.
Kyron Williams has been.
Kyron Williams.
Yeah, there's
end of list.
It might be.
3 to 5.
There's a handful. There's not nearly as many as there used to be when you had bell cow tailbacks.
Bijan, of course.
Bijan, yeah, but even he gets
rested from
Algier. So that's why it annoys me that the Texans have Joe Mixon end of conversation.
Josh Jacobs, he's majority, like you said, but they do what we were hoping that they would do with Mixon when he was healthy, which is at least one series a half. He sits out.
Yeah, so maybe 5. Maybe 5 running backs are just every down backs. That's why I'm annoyed that maybe even Joe Mixon is at a necessity. Although we do see a lot of Dare. It's not a great, third down back, but he plays on third downs. That's why it annoys me about them. But I think that he has a spot in the league. I really do. Now,
no, there's a difference. Yeah, I think he definitely has a spot in the league because his lower half, he moves regardless of whether the lineman helped him get in the end zone or not. He moves after first contact. He can move defensive linemen. He is strong.
Yeah.
But is he more of a situational or I saw I forget who it was, if it was Saban or Belichick or something. Well, he can definitely he's a special teamer in the NFL because he does all these different things. I don't think he's just a special teamer, but I don't think he's a feature in an offense.
I don't know. I don't know. What does he lack?
He's short.
So
running backs are almost always short.
I understand, but he's also, I don't think his quick twitch and his side to side. I think he's more of a kind of like get the ball full steam ahead.
He shows somewhat. Now I agree with you that he's not like super shifty, like breaking guys' ankles, but he shows really good ability for kind of the one cut and go. I wouldn't say he's just a straight ahead runner. He shows a lot of like a zone concept if he gets in the right scheme, some one cut ability.
Yeah, I think Lance had him like as a third or fourth rounder, but like third or fourth rounder is eventually a starter in the NFL. Like if you're drafting a running back in the third or fourth round, you think that guy will eventually start for you.
Yeah, like you said, if he's here in this scenario, if he's backing up Mixon and you can use him in a variety of different ways, I think that he could be used as a situational weapon. I think he could hold his own as a series here, series there for Mixon better than what they have. But do I see him being like a focal point weapon in an offense in the NFL? That's a different conversation. I don't think so.
Like he's not McCaffrey,
right?
Like he's not. I don't think he's a superstar running back because like most superstar running backs are drafted in the first round.
Right.
Like the most recent first round running backs that we see. Was there anybody drafted in the first round last year? Yeah, Gibbs is a guy. Hey, Gibbs is even an every down guy because he shares time with David Montgomery. But Bijan Robinson was a first round guy.
Gibbs and Bijan same year.
The kid from Pittsburgh from Alabama a couple years ago was the
Najee was a first round pick.
Late first.
And we all think that Jincy will be a first round pick.
Probably.
I think he'll be a late first.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that I've heard late first to middle first.
Was there anybody drafted in the first round last year?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head because the
Gibbs rookie
the
year last
stars.
year?
No.
The stars in that class were all wide receivers.
Gibbs was the same year as Will Anderson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
no, because the first running back off the board was Jonathan Brooks from Texas that went to Carolina in the second round. Who has played one game?
Yeah, he tore his ACL.
He tore the same ACL again. Yeah.
I mean, that might be.
His career might be a wrap.
I don't want to say career ending, but
no, I'm with. Look,
same knee. That's
same
the bad
knee.
thing.
Like probably never going to be what anybody thought he was going to be.
It sucks.
Might be a good case study to not draft injured running backs early.
Yeah.
Like we already have the notion of not drafting running backs, but maybe the added notion now of avoid injured running backs no matter how good they are. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if you want to take that project in the fourth, okay.
Sure.
But using a second-round pick on a running back, and then he's also injured and won't be playing to the halfway point of his first year of a 4-year contract, might not be a great idea, Carolina.
Yeah, it wasn't a great running back class. You had Brooks was hurt. I believe the second running back was Trey Benson from Florida State.
Second
went to
pick
Arizona
of the third round.
in the third round. Yeah, it was not a great running back class
Blake
last year.
Corum was the next one. Marshawn Lloyd from USC, who's a
Green
Packer,
Bay.
is the next one. Jalen
like
Wright, fourth round. I actually like Jalen Wright. The best running back in this draft was drafted with pick 125. Bucky Irving.
Yeah, that's right.
He's been great.
Best running back pick in the whole draft was pick 125 in the fourth round. That's actually what I want the Texans to do. Oh man, this makes me sick. I wish I wouldn't have seen this. Bucky Irvin was drafted 2 picks after Cade Stover.
Oof.
Oh boy!
I just made myself a little sick.
Yeah, no matter what you like about Cade
just
Stover,
made myself a little sick.
That one's a miss.
All right, let's go to
Nick.
break.
That's
That's gross. 713-780-3776. This is why we should stick to what we're supposed to talk about. Why are we having I don't even know what I'm talking about. The Houston Texans, Tennessee Titans. They're playing on Sunday. Is this a rivalry that you actually still care about? What is this?
I haven't had many chances to use it.
Titans
the
theme,
Titans drop.
Cheer song.
That's brutal. That's worse than the Indianapolis Colts guy. That one's better than the Titans. Who was that? Malibu Slim?
Malibu Slim? No, I have no idea. It was the day when we pulled. I think it was the day when we found
Nashville
the Colts
Hot.
thing. We played bad stuff from all the teams of the division. Bad fan
Like
stuff.
the Wangs.
I'm not sure I'm going to be the same the rest of the show after seeing that Bucky Irving was just a few picks behind Cade Stover. I don't feel good. I'm instantly depressed. How much do you care about the...
Never quit.
That help?
No.
Okay. Well,
no.
I tried.
No. I would have liked to hear, let's draft Bucky. All right, how much do you care about the rivalry with the Titans these days? Is it old hat?
It's
Is
always
it
fun
an
to
antiquated
win.
thing? It is fun to win. Maybe not Sunday, though. How much do you care about the rivalry with the Titans? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
6181 Epic Radio is off the cusp. We're going to do more of that in 2025. Just kind of go with the flow, see where it takes us. I'm still sick a little bit.
Threw up in the back of your mouth a little bit?
I did. Yeah. Gibbs was drafted last year. He was drafted 2 years ago. He was in the same draft class as Will Anderson and CJ Stroud. He went 12.
Yeah, so it's his second year. So he was drafted last year. Yeah.
I mean, that was 2 drafts ago, though.
This is 10 days.
I guess technically you're right. You did lawyer me. You're right. It was 2023. Oh, no, it was 2 years ago. This is 2025
That's true.
I just lawyered you. It's 25. It was 2023 draft. That's
Let's have
2 years
this
ago.
Conversation last week.
Well, yeah, that changes things. It's not last week.
Still,
that was 2 years ago.
The last draft.
It was not the last draft.
The last draft was in 2024.
No, okay.
He got drafted in 2023.
He's been in this is his second year in the league.
Yeah, but he's not a rookie, so it wasn't the last draft.
It wasn't the last draft.
Potato.
We'll argue about anything. Yeah. Scattaboo equals Toby Gerhart. Nah, that's not fair.
No, see,
Scattaboo's too
I've heard
slow.
Peyton Hillis. I've heard.
See, that's just
Gerhart.
lazy though.
I think it's Maurice Jones-Drew.
White guy.
I go Maurice Jones-Drew.
Behan on
I
Twitch.
thought Mark Ingram.
MJD.
He stole my take. I said that yesterday.
Well, but my thing is that I think I could see body type wise he could be MJD, but I don't think in terms of like quick twitch and cutting that he's as quick as MJD was sneaky quick.
He was sneaky quick. I see more Mark Ingram. I see more Mark
quick.
Ingram than Scattaboo because they're both big, bulky guys who aren't burners, but have that one
Not
cut,
tall,
one cut and then acceleration, but aren't long distance burners.
I just really want a running back in the middle rounds. So if it's Scattaboo, great. If it's another guy Nick Caserio likes, great. I just want a running back desperately.
I'll tell you what,
in the middle
if he
of
would
the draft.
slide it all, but Genty would be a guy that would fit really.
Would
really
you
well
draft
here.
him with your first round pick?
In the 20s?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might.
If
Well,
he's-
you need offensive line so badly. You got to address that first.
I
round.
just- but I don't
trust them drafting offensive linemen in the first
I don't
round.
want an offensive lineman in the first round. I want him to
Running back in
sign
the
him.
first round is risky, but at the same time, he's probably the best running back in the draft by a good margin.
If they drafted Genty, I wouldn't be banging the table for it. But if he's on the board when the Texans are on the clock, I might change my mind in the moment
because he's got the quick
Change my
twitch
mind
and
in
he's
the
still
moment.
got that lower half where he can bust tackles and he's strong.
You're a big fan of the lower half. On a running
Well,
back.
it's impressive when you you run into a defensive tackle or two and you can still get 2-3 yards after first contact. I think that's impressive.
And people are like, "Oh, he didn't play well against Penn State." Well, he had 100 yards. You know how many times Penn State's given up 100 yards to
Yeah,
a
they
rusher
had
this
great
year?
rushing
Once.
defense, yeah.
Genty was only the second 100-yard rusher against Penn State this year.
30 carries.
He can't run against a P4 team. Okay, he ran for 190 against Oregon.
They did.
So
And there was someone tweeted the video of he hit 3 different Penn State linemen. First contact was behind the line of scrimmage and still got like 7 or 8 yards on one of the carries against Penn State. Going, that's tough to do against anybody, especially when your momentum stopped from the first contact. He hit 3 different guys and still like a pinball got 7 or 8 yards. You're like, he can play.
Yeah, he can. He's a ball player. All right, how do you feel about this rivalry? Texans Titans are going to wear their throwback Oiler uniforms. They tweeted like, "Oh, this is our logo." All this stuff. Of course, you always have the ownership stuff. You were telling me about this the piece that you saw from the Tennessee Titans, where like it combined like Bud Adams and Floyd Reese, and actually it wasn't Bud Adams, just Floyd Reese and Jeff Fisher talking about the draft where they selected Vince Young, and Bud Adams was so desperate for Vince Young. I think out of spite because he wanted Houstonian to be his quarterback. And we know the history. Bud Adams leaving Houston, Titans, blah, 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 blah. How much do you care about this rivalry now?
I think that it goes to some of the quote unquote rivalries where when you're the better team now, you don't worry about it as much as the lesser team trying to like stay relevant. It's not as bad as Yankees Astros when the Astros just own the Yankees so many times. It's like, well, they consider us a rival, but we have bigger rivals, teams that, we play for bigger things with. But I think that from the standpoint of the Texans, I don't consider it much of a rivalry because, their rivals are good teams. That the Ravens are a big rival for them right now because they got to get over the hump and beat the Ravens. I don't think the Ravens consider the Texans a rival as they would, their own division. So I think from the scale of like how as a Texans fan do I view the quote unquote rivalry? Not much.
I think I'm over it.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm over the whole Titans, Texans, the Oiler, like the wrinkle of the Oiler logo every now and then. The Texans going with the H-Town blue, whatever they're calling it, but they're not really having the Houston blue. It's more of an accent color, and they're selling a little bit of merch. They also haven't really been competitive at the same time.
Right.
So I think that takes away from like a rivalry. Like you mentioned Astros-Yankees. Like that was hated, and they were playing some games with some high stakes. Astros-Dodgers had the drama of the sign stealing and the players chirping at each other, and they met in a World Series. Joe Kelly, Carlos Correa, like those had like real moments. Texans-Titans, what moment has there been in that rivalry other than like Vince Young running into the tunnel in overtime way back in the day?
Stands,
What is the biggest Texans-Titan rivalry moment? Finnegan, Andre Johnson, maybe back in the day. But like, has there been anything in the last 10 years that screams, there's the rivalry moment? I'm over it. I don't think it's a rivalry
it's
anymore.
Just the off the field
it's
stuff.
the pettiness
bickering
between
and
Miss Adams and Hannah.
Yeah, Skunky and Hannah get into it quite a bit. But other than that, it's not anything that's been on the field. And I think the other thing that I was thinking about in this whole question about what kind of rivalry it is like if you're a team, if you're a city scorned, or you are a team like you know, from the Houston perspective, the minute that the Titans left, it was tough to take. The minute you got the Texans, the shift was, we got a team again. We'll be just fine. And like you said, they weren't competitive at the same time. But you look at other teams where the city loses a team, Baltimore got another team. They don't still worry about their ex-girlfriend. They're not still worried and this kind of bitter and posting and doing these things to get back at the Colts. The teams that have left and gotten another team, they move on. It's like we're moving forward. But the Titans don't seem to be able to do that, as every time they get a chance to throw the Derek logo and the uniforms and everything at the Texans, they think they're doing something.
And I feel like there's more pettiness than like disdain between the players and the organizations.
Game ball to Amy Skunk after the win earlier this year.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't feel like a rivalry anymore. It doesn't.
I think you guys nailed it. I think it's just a rivalry between the owners, but I don't know. I think last year weirdly kind of ended it for me, where like there was a little bit of newness with hey, we're going to wear the Oilers logo against you, and Mike Vrabel's coming out with Bum Phillips' hat, and it was kind of shoved in your face, and the Texans weren't even starting their actual starting quarterback. Case Keenum had to start the game, and the Texans went in there and took care of business and won the game. And I don't know, if it kind of felt like it ended the Titans thing for me. I mean, they left in '96. I mean, all our part-timers are interns. They weren't even alive when that happened. It just doesn't, I don't know. I've kind of moved on to who are you facing each year that feels like you're actually facing with the division on the line. And that's been the Colts over the last 5 to 10 years.
Maybe even the Jags a little bit.
And the Jaguars were a rival early in the franchise. Even I would say, early, like first 10 years of the franchise, the Jaguars were a much more heated rival than the Titans. I don't feel like the Titans, at least for me as a fan, has the steam that it does for the two owners.
And I love rivalries. I like to conjure up rivalries. I like to conjure up drama. I can't do it with this one. Like, to me, it just doesn't have the storyline other than
Colts
ownership
pettiness. Colts is their biggest rival right now,
like
for sure.
Rivalry, the Bills might have a gripe with us, says a texter into the hive. The Bills don't care about the Texans. The Bills don't care about the Texans. The Houston football fans might hate the Bills for what happened in the early 90s, but even that was
the Bills'
35 years
rival
ago.
Right now is the Chiefs, because they got to get over the hump and beat them when it matters the most.
And that's a division that has a lot of like history, you know.
The division does too, yes. But I'm just saying, from recent history, from a Bills team that's trying to get to their ultimate goal and have been close so many times, it's Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Yeah, like there are some legit divisional rivalries in the NFL. Bears, Packers, AFC North with Hard Knocks right now. You look at the AFC South, like no one has tons of history. Like the Colts have been around for a while as an NFL organization, but the Jags are relatively new to the rest of the NFL. The Texans are relatively new to the rest of the NFL, and the Titans moved cities in recent memory, or at least we all remember it. So like they don't have those long sustained hatred between the cities as some of the other divisions do.
The Colts, before they realigned to the four divisions, weren't they in the East?
I think so.
So, I mean, that's part of it. You have three teams that were founded in the 90s or the 2000s.
I think
I'm pretty sure they were.
They were in the East?
I think maybe this is going back to when there was two divisions. I think at one point the Colts were in the AFC East.
Didn't it used to be the East, Central, and the West?
Yeah. I think they were in the East.
Because they weren't. Because the Central was the Bengals, the Steelers.
Yeah,
because they wouldn't
Oilers
have been
were in the Central also.
They wouldn't have been in the Central.
I don't think so.
They
I
had
think
to
they're
have
in
been
the
the
East.
So they weren't in the West,
goes to the point of like this division has no history, because the Jaguars and the Titans were founded in the 90s, the Texans in 2002, and your fourth team is a team who wasn't even in this division until they redid everything in 2002 when the Texans came in.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like the division has no history before the Texans.
It really doesn't.
The big divisionals are the both conferences north and the
NFC
East,
Yeah,
no
NFC
doubt.
East for
It's
sure.
weird to think that the Colts were in the East. It just doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't feel right. But yeah, they just don't have the hatred of some of these other divisions. It feels like a rival being forced upon us by Tennessee. If they weren't doing everything with the Houston Oilers, I think I would care very little about them, says a texter. Yeah, it feels almost desperate. Like it feels desperate for
They're
them.
absolutely irrelevant at this time of the year, and then they have to do these kind of things, grasping at straws, saying, "Hey, look, new profile pic," and it's the Love You Blue with the logo of the Derrick.
Yeah,
come on, man. You are thirsty as hell trying to stay relevant.
Our rival is expectation, says a texture, and not doing very well against that. Another texture, Colts area, bigger rival game than the Titans. I would agree. Colts, to me, are a bigger rival than the Titans. Brandon T, I don't give a dang about the Tennessee Titans rivalry. Titans aren't relevant and haven't been for a while. Just another game to me. They were relevant with Vrabel, but the Texans weren't relevant then. Ravens and Colts' success winning Super Bowls and having guys like Manning and Ray Lewis have helped them move forward. Yeah, I don't really understand how that's relevant.
I think that once you get another team after you're, in that regard, you get another team and you just move on. You turn the page and you're like, I can't worry about things I can't change in the past, but I got a new squad to root for and I still have football in my town.
TJ on Twitter, hearing that Amy cried after the game ball and hearing Titans players saying it meant a lot to her makes me hate them even more. Another texture or tweeter, don't care about it. Pablo, I don't care about the rivalry. I just want the Houston Oilers back. I'm even over that. I love the nostalgia of the Oilers, and I love the Houston Oilers. I don't think I want the IP back. I really don't. I've moved on from that too. Like, I love the colors and I'll wear the colors, but I don't need the Houston pro team to be called the Oilers.
We want to see the ketchup and mustard back with the Rockets from nostalgia and winning the championships and those heydays. But that's the only thing. I mean, and you didn't have to change the name. At the same time, yes, is it fitting that all the history, the retired numbers, and the uniform, if they so choose to wear their quote unquote city edition version of a uniform, should be in Houston? Yes, but that's it. I don't need a name change. I don't need to go back in time because the Texans are moving forward now. And now that they're not a cellar dweller, you see the light at the end of the tunnel.
All right, Houston, jump on board with us. We no longer care about this rivalry that the Titans are trying to force upon us. We're all moving on. All right, 713-780-3776. I'd say that year one of the college football playoff has been a major success for a variety of reasons. And then also, I think this is the first year in a long time that the SEC is not the best conference in college football. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How do we feel that the first season of the college football playoff is gone? You good with the way things have? Yeah, I like it overall. I think there are a few things that they could change up, some small tweaks to the college football playoff. And look, the seeding's a big hot topic, but do you know that the 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds are all that's left? The top 4 seeds are gone. And yes, they had the weird scheduling quirk, but even if you went college football, like rankings, the College Football Committee, their Final Four rankings, they had Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State. So if you would have went old school, College Football Playoff Committee decides the 4 teams that make it, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State, half of those teams have been eliminated.
Yeah.
Half of those teams have been eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as we've talked about previously, the fact that there's been so much parity throughout college football, there hasn't been the 1 or 2 dominant teams that you just know and expect are going to be the final 2 standing, and one of them's going to win it all, has done everything to even fuel the fire of people clamoring for 16 teams. And, you know, the fact that they should extend it even further, because it has been enjoyable. And we were just talking during the break, except for the meaningful playoff games, it's really hard to even pay attention, know, or care about the other bowl games going on, because you've added significance to so many more games, whether they're a bowl, you know, whichever their bowl affiliation is or not, as it relates to the playoffs, as opposed to so many bowl games, you just go, it doesn't matter, because they're not one of the 4 teams that are competing for a national championship.
I don't know. I'm glued right now to the Serve Pro First Responders Bowl, Texas State and North Texas.
We're watching the Century in here.
Yeah, we're watching golf.
Not going to catch me that. First Responders Bowl, baby.
If you went just strictly based on the college football playoff rankings from the committee, the 3-team, the 4-team, the 5-team, and the 6-team are the final 4 teams, which is like, okay, 12-team playoff made some sense then, because you have 2 teams that are in the semifinals that would not have been in the former playoff. And look, there could be some tweaks. I don't mind the whole, like, just do the seeding based on the rankings and only guarantee that the conference champion gets a seat at the table. I think that they probably need to do something with these bye teams getting 3 weeks off. Like, they all lost.
Yeah.
Every team that had a bye lost. Every single one of them. All of them. Arizona State, Oregon, Boise, Georgia, all of them lost. And you had Kirby
and a lot
Smart.
Of them look bad.
Yeah, Kirby Smart's out there running his mouth.
They look bad.
Kirby Smart's out there running his mouth after yesterday's game. Like, he was asked about this. The byes all losing, all 4 of them. He said, well, there was 2 teams that were better than the other 2. Well, was yours one of them? Because you might have looked worse than all of them. Because, look, Oregon was the top team in the country. Arizona State went to overtime, double overtime with Texas, and was a 4th and whatever away from winning that game. And Boise was right there in it in the 4th quarter until they missed that field goal, and then Penn State kind of ran away with it late. I also have a secondary opinion of what we've seen so far, really throughout the whole season, but then especially with this playoff and even in the bowl season, that has cemented another take for me. I think without doubt that the Big Ten is better than the SEC this year. Without doubt. And it's the first time in a while that I feel like the SEC is not the best conference in football. I believe that the Big Ten has 3 teams better than the top SEC team. I think Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State are better than the best SEC team. And yes, Oregon got beat by Ohio State, but you have 2 Big Ten teams left in the semifinals. You have 1 SEC team, Texas, who almost lost to the weak Big 12 champion in double overtime.
See, but I think there's a different way of looking at this. I understand that you can say from the cream of the crop and the very top of the conference that you could say the top of the Big Ten was better than the top of the SEC. But I think from top to bottom, when you compare the teams and you compare the ranked teams and you compare where they finished, I think it's a good discussion to have, because yes, Indiana was there as well. But you can look at the fact that, you know, Ole Miss had a great season, and you can have, you know, all the SEC was still very, very strong. And the bottom of the Big Ten, and it got deeper in terms of, you know, Wisconsin was terrible. Michigan State wasn't anything close to what they used to be. And a lot of the Big Ten teams have fallen off, and you add an SC and you add a UCLA to the point where, yeah, there's arguments to be made, but I think it's a better discussion where you could have either side of it if you look at the entire conference as opposed to just who finished where at the top.
Never said the SEC was bad. I do think that the SEC is a really good conference. I'm saying they're not the best conference this year for the first time in a while. And don't sleep on Mississippi State being a really bad football team either.
True.
Like, you want to throw out the bottom of the Big Ten, which is bad. Admittedly, it's not very good. But Mississippi State wasn't very good. Mississippi State was 2-10 on the year. Kentucky wasn't very good. They had 1 upset win. They were 4-8. They were not very good. And you talk about like the middle of the pack and all of that. Well, let's go through it. Big Ten versus SEC this year. This year, they have met up a combined 8 times. Ohio State hammered Tennessee. Let's consider the margin of victory here. Ohio State hammered Tennessee, who many people thought were a national title contender. They go into the Big House, they get drummed 42-17. Okay, there's just one result. How about when big, mighty Alabama faced Michigan? How did that one turn out? Michigan beat Alabama. Michigan was the 7th best team in the Big Ten. They were 5-4 in the Big Ten. They were 7th best. They beat Alabama, who a lot of people, including me, were saying they should have been in the playoff, who tied for 4th in the SEC. So there's an advantage to the middle of the Big Ten over the middle of the SEC. Illinois beat South Carolina, who a lot of people were saying, well, they should have been the team that was in the playoff, not Alabama. They beat Clemson. They should have been in. Well, Illinois beat South Carolina. Well, it's a bowl game. Who cares? NIL, transfer portal. Well, that affects everybody. And Jalen Milroe played for Alabama. Sellers played for South Carolina. They had their starting quarterbacks. But let's go beyond that. How about USC beating A&M in the Vegas Bowl? There's another Big Ten over SEC. Well, how about regular season? USC beat LSU. 5 Big Ten wins over the SEC. The SEC does have 3 against the Big Ten. Missouri, a favorite, squeaked by Iowa, needed a come-from-behind victory to do that. Texas did beat Michigan early in the year, and LSU beat UCLA. How is the SEC better than the Big Ten?
No, this year, I mean, you can look at it. I think that there's 2 ways of looking at it. If you look at it just from the cream of the crop, it's one thing. But if you look at the totality and when you go through the games like that, then you can see that it's much more of a competitive balance and a discussion to where you can give the advantage to the Big Ten for 1 year. Now, over the longevity of prior or going forward, that'll be a different story, I think. But overall, the Big Ten showed out because Illinois wasn't supposed to be this good. No one knew Indiana was going to end up being a playoff team. I mean, they have their top 2. They're top. I mean, they're top. I say not 2 teams, but they're top 4 or 5 teams. But yeah, it's definitely a discussion this year for sure. And the Big Ten should, for most people, get the nod.
I was arguing with my acquaintances yesterday, and they're like, well, half of them SEC's better. How? Based on what? Based on what? History? Straw man fallacies? Like, how is the SEC better? And Texas can maybe change this conversation. If they beat Ohio State, where they are a heavy dog, another advantage to the Big Ten over the SEC, because Texas, Big 12 team from a year ago carrying the water of the SEC, they're dogs in this game. So, Texas can throw a wrinkle into this. But if Ohio State drums Texas, and maybe you're looking at a Big Ten, all Big Ten final.
If you get an all Big Ten final, Paul Feinbaum's going to have to eat a whole lot of crow.
Not even arguable. Or even if it's Ohio State, Notre Dame. How can you argue?
That's the final I expect.
And how could you argue if that's the final that the SEC is better than the Big Ten this year?
Because there's no SEC team. It's Notre Dame.
I just don't get how the SEC this year is better than the Big Ten. This year specifically.
I push back on some of your argument overall, maybe the bowl game aspect, because I get it, the NIL and the transfer portal is the same for both teams. I just don't know, and I don't think we can know the motivations of every player on the field.
Even if you eliminate the bowl games that aren't in the playoffs, the Big Ten's 3-2 against the SEC.
Because overall, I still agree with you. I don't like using the bowl game argument, but I still agree with you overall. It's not been a banner year for the SEC. Right. The SEC at the very top with Georgia and Texas, as much as I don't want to admit it, is flawed in that they don't always play their A game very often. In Georgia, through losing guys in the draft on defense and obviously injuries on offense and wide receivers that can't catch for some reason, is not a classic Georgia team. So at the very top, those 2 teams are flawed, and then it trickles all the way down. I don't think it's been definitely not an A+ year for the SEC.
No, it's a down year for the SEC. I admit that. I think the SEC will be the best conference next year? Yeah, I do. I think they'll be right back there next year. But this year, I can't see anything that is actually tangible that tells me the SEC is better. Texture, casual, Branham points at a couple bowl games where the SEC school is clearly not motivated to play in. I always hate that these straw mans from the SEC. Oh, well, you can't look at bowl games. They don't matter. But then when they win a bowl game, they matter. What? Alabama had Milroe playing. South Carolina had Sellers playing. Why can't I use those bowl games? But let's eliminate those meaningless bowl games. How did Tennessee do in the Big House? How did LSU do against USC earlier this year? Because the only 2 SEC wins over Big Ten schools in non-bowl games, because we can't use that according to this texter, were Texas, who beat Michigan. Michigan then beat Alabama in a bowl game. And then LSU beating measly old UCLA. Like the Big Ten wins over the SEC are far greater than the SEC wins over the Big Ten, even texture when we eliminate your meaningless bowl games where the SEC teams had their starting quarterbacks.
Look, I'm a Big Ten guy, but I didn't expect this. I think that to look at this and say from the totality of conferences over a 3-year, 5-year span or going forward, it might be a different story. You've got to give the Big Ten their flowers this year because I did not see Illinois and Indiana having the seasons that they have had. I did not see Penn State staying in there, but their quarterback play was raised to a different level. They got an all-world tight end, and they won the games when it mattered. When people were saying who have you played, the Big Ten this year deserves all of the recognition and flowers of the top two conferences. They're the better conference.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. There are rumors out there about Anthony Santander joining the Astros. How much do we believe in this, and how much do you want him to be in Astros? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Key from LA, the Big Ten Conference is the new SEC. I really think it's a one-year thing. I don't think the Big Ten will be better next year, but I'm arguing strictly this season. Another texter is paying players, hurting the SEC. Was told Alabama AD was begging for money. Besides UT and Texas A&M, Big Ten probably has more money, right? I mean, Underwood went from being an LSU to commit to being bribed with money from Dave Portnoy and some other, billionaire or whatever to flip him to Michigan. I do think it's weird because everybody's like, oh no, the NIL stuff and transfer portal, it's going to be unfair and it's going to be, the powers are going to get even greater. And I was one of the few arguing, no, I think that the divide is the divide. I think the gap is the gap. I think there's a chance that it's going to stay even, maybe even help some of these schools. I think parity's greater now because of it.
I was going to say, I think that it's in the best interest of everybody that the Big Ten stays this competitive in a comparison basis and has the money to float around as well, so that we have more of these type college football seasons with more parity and more excitement when we get key matchups, not looking at Alabama steamrolling everybody, Georgia steamrolling everybody, and meeting for the third time in the national championship game. This is what everybody should want to see.
Another texture, Branham has never bet bowl games before. Motivation always plays a part. The SEC schools you mentioned had very little in your examples. Okay, I don't bet college sports because I can't do that. But let's eliminate the bowl games, texture, which we just did. Let's eliminate the meaningless bowl game. Ohio State beat Tennessee 42-17. USC beat LSU. Texas beat Michigan. LSU beat UCLA. The Big Ten has 2 wins: Ohio State over Tennessee, USC over USC over LSU. The SEC has 2 wins: Texas over Michigan, LSU over UCLA. Which 2 wins are greater? The Big Ten wins. So even when we play with your rules, which is what the SEC arguers always do, is they try to move the goalpost. Every SEC arguer will always do that. They'll move the goalpost. Well, I just think they're better because they're better. Prove it to me. Oh, the bowl games don't count because they're not motivated. Okay, let's eliminate them. Let's play by your rules. Which wins are greater? Tennessee by 25 points, another win over LSU, or beating Michigan and beating UCLA? It's obvious. It's a no-brainer. It's very easy to see which of the 2 are better wins. Another texture. How do you deal with the argument from SEC truthers that the SEC teams beat up on each other, so they're more worn out at the end of the season compared to the Big Ten teams who have softer regular season schedules because they're not in the SEC? I do think that there is something to that. I think that is a fair argument. Because like Blanker said earlier, I do think that the bottom of the Big Ten is weaker than the bottom of the SEC overall. Like Mississippi State, awful. Kentucky, not very good. But then you get up to Auburn, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt and Oklahoma are capable of beating you. Yeah. Whereas the Big Ten, you have Purdue, awful. Maryland, awful. Northwestern, awful. Wisconsin's okay.
They got a lot of turmoil. They had a less than season, and now they've got an entire coaching staff that is under fire, and players are bailing.
Michigan State, not good. But then you have Nebraska. Nebraska's capable of beating you. Yeah. Washington, capable of beating you. USC, capable of beating you. Yeah, so I mean, I do think there is something to the SEC, tough week in, week out, but I also think we overrate that a little bit too. Yeah, you don't think Mississippi State's a cupcake?
I was going to say, but we look at this and say over a 5-year span, 10-year span, you're going to see the middle to the bottom are going to fluctuate. You're going to get years for different teams that they're going to be on the upturn all of a sudden. But for the most part, when you look at it, Vanderbilt's been bad. Right? They've been terrible. Northwestern had a couple.
Vanderbilt was okay this year for their standards.
No, this year they've been a lot better. But normally Vandy is the bottom feeder. Northwestern was good for a lot of years. And then now they've become a less than and a bottom feeder like they used to be. So I think that it's a little cyclical, but for the most part, Illinois wasn't normally a powerhouse in the Big Ten. But Illinois has kind of become the Michigan State for at least a year or 2. Indiana, no one saw coming. Indiana might be a team that replaces one of the teams and Nebraska.
Yeah. It is a fun conversation, though. Good to debate some college football. 713-780-ESPN. So there's a report out there from Hector Gomez. Look, I don't know how much to trust Hector Gomez. He seems big in the Latin community for Latin ball players and stuff, but I haven't ever seen him break a story. And I scrolled through his Twitter timeline today to see if he had anything this offseason. He really didn't. So I don't know how much to really put validity into this Hector Gomez report, but he is reporting that the Astros could be the fly in the ointment for the Toronto Blue Jays signing Anthony Santander. Is this something you would like to see? Now, the Jays' offer on Santander, according to another report, is 4 years and $82 million. So you're looking at a little over, what's that, 20 and a
20
quarter, something like that. So a little over $20 million per year, 4 years for Anthony Santander. Do you like the idea?
Love it. I love it. I mean, we've talked about it over and over again that no matter what they've done to this point, that they still need to add a bat to the outfield. If you're trying to replace Kyle Tucker now that you've, I think in both of our cases, rightly moved on from him and got something before he just walked out the door. If you get a guy that's going to give you 100 ribbies and 40 bombs, and you can put him in the outfield, and he's better than what you're projecting to put out there right now, if it means Jake and Chaz and Dubon and periodically Jordan. I love it. I mean, you talk about Bop in the middle of the order replacing a Kyle Tucker. It ain't Kyle Tucker, but it's damn close. And if he can give you some consistency and do that for these years that you're signing him at a far lesser price than even what Bregman's going to command on the open market, and you've gotten the guys that you've added via trade, I love it.
Yeah, 44 home runs, a career high. He had never had 40 prior to this past year. 102 RBIs, career high. Never had more than 100 prior to this year. But he has been consistent. Like prior to that, 28 homers, 33 homers the year before that. You look at like
cavernous ballpark he plays in Baltimore.
That is a very big ballpark.
Yeah.
Now he is a switch hitter, and it's not as big to right as it is to left. But playing a Minute Maid would up his power. Like if he had, I hadn't even looked at his baseball savant to see how many homers he would have hit at Minute Maid Park. There is some downside. Look, I'm in. Like, you want to bring Santander to Minute Maid Park, take over for Kyle Tucker in right field, I'm down. Now, he's not a good defensive outfielder, but he has a strong arm, so you can play him in right field, and he doesn't kill you like Chas McCormick's arm would kill you in right field. So I think it's more natural. Chaz, you play left. Santander, you go play right. At least give us an arm there. Might not be the most rangy guy out there, but at least an arm that opponents are going to respect. The home runs are obviously the thing that you really look at. You're adding some dongs to this lineup. 44 home runs for him. Isak Paredes might be a guy who could chase 30. Christian Walker could chase a 30. You have Jordan Alvarez already in this lineup. Yiner, if he could ever lift the ball, could be somebody who's a home run threat too. So you would have some serious thump. Like, this would be a lineup that you would be fearful of making mistakes, because this team would hit mistakes a long way, and they would hit a lot of home runs. The negative of Santander, he's not a great defender, but I do think that it's an actual upgrade in right field because of the arm. He also would come with draft pick compensation because he rejected the qualifying offer. The Astros have already used their second and fifth round pick. They lost that because they signed Christian Walker, and they were in the luxury tax. If they were to sign another qualifying offer, they lose their third and sixth round picks. So they would be without their second, third, fifth, and sixth. They'd be limited to their first and fourth, and then 7th through 20th. So that would be the downside of it too. You're now operating at the competitive balance tax. If you feel like that's going to have a negative impact on the Astros going forward, you might not love that, although the Astros do have a lot of money coming off the books next year. I'm in. I like the idea of Santander a whole lot. I don't know how true this report is, but this actually feels like something Jim Crane would do. Because while Crane, might not want to operate in the competitive balance tax, we do know twice that he's willing to do it for a shiny new toy.
Yep.
And I think Anthony Santander fits the mold or fits the definition of a shiny new toy.
I think it's also the impact, too. I think around baseball, a lot of people's feeling are the Astros are done unless it's kind of a minor move for a less than guy that's sitting on the market that's like a veteran, like even if it's a profile or a guy even less than that. But if you go and shake the market up and go, hey, by the way, we're not only are we not done, but if we put Santander in the outfield, along with everything else that we've done, bringing back the pitching that we're bringing back, and we still have Framber right now, this team should be right there in the thick of everything in the American League.
Yeah. He actually would have hit lesser home runs at Minute Maid Park.
Really?
Believe that. He must hit a lot of pull home runs to right, because the right field's gettable at Camden Yards. It's the left field that's really, really tough. So he must pull a lot of balls out to right field.
Didn't they move the fence in last year too?
It's weird though, because
in Baltimore?
No, that's this year.
Oh, I thought they did it a little bit.
You might be right, actually.
I think they did it last, and they're going to do it again.
I'm 50-50 on that. I know that they're doing it again this offseason.
Yes.
I can't remember if they did it again or previously. It's weird though, because how Baseball Savant does it is they assume that all your ballparks are at that home park. So he had 44 home runs last year, but his Camden Yard expectation was 37. It's because they base it out for 162 games.
Right.
Like if he played every single game that he played at Camden Yards, so he hit a lot of road home runs is what it tells me.
I was going to say he's hit a lot of
So he hit 44 last year. The expected home runs at Camden were 37. The expected home runs at Minute Maid were 39. So it would have actually been 2 more than the expectation of Camden.
Huh. Yeah, I believe that he could have good offensive numbers in Minute Maid Park.
Oh,
I'm sorry. In the
The
Big
dike.
D.
The dike.
The Big D. Yeah.
You're going with the Big D?
Well, I think that I got a lot of raised eyebrows when I finished it, so you just call it the Big D.
How did you finish it? Oh, when you said the Big Dike.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. And I said Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's so, like, I understand that the con isn't fantastic. Like, hey, this is a team that's trying to reload its farm system, and now you're giving up an additional 3rd and 6th round pick. But I'm also of the thought that if you're willing to give a 2nd and 5th in basically surrender that when you sign Christian Walker, that it actually makes sense to sign another qualifying offer player. Because look, I'd rather sign 2 qualifying offer players in the same offseason as opposed to signing one this offseason and then another next offseason, because now you're going back to back if you're operating in the competitive balance tax, losing a 2nd and 5th back-to-back years. I'd rather lose a 2nd and 5th and a 3rd and 6th in the same offseason than a 2nd and 5th in back-to-back seasons.
It's almost like when you got the punishment and you lost the picks, but if you could just keep it consolidated to one season and realize, hey, we need what we need for this year. We'll deal with it for 1 year, almost like the punishment for doing what you had to do to stay hyper competitive, but then bounce back after that when you start figuring out what you're going to do with some of your other contracts and where you might be able to get, whether it's finances or otherwise. But at least this signifies they're still in straight go for it mode and the window is still wide open.
Yeah. I would be in for this. It feels a little counterproductive. What am I looking for here? Counterproductive. It feels a little counterproductive to the whole, like, let's trade away our guys that are about to leave for prospects. But at the same time, we're just going to make the right move at all times. We feel like trading Kyle Tucker feels like the right move. We feel like signing Christian Walker, although we lose our 2nd and 5th, feels like the right move. Or we believe it's the right move. Shouldn't feel like it is. You better believe it's the right move. Signing Anthony Santander, it feels like the right move. We believe it's the right move. We would trade off Anthony Santander. We would like to acquire him for a 3rd and a 6th round pick. So maybe the Astros are operating that way. You look at Santander's road numbers last year and his home numbers, a huge divide. At home at Camden Yards, he hit 218, 756 OPS, 18 home runs. In away games, hit 251, 866 OPS, over 110 points greater, and he had 26 home runs. So 18 at home, 26 away.
I think he will be very productive in Houston.
Could you I love the idea of the thump in that lineup. The thump in the lineup would be scary for opposing pitchers.
I'm very skeptical about Crane doing this, but I would love it if he did.
Yeah. Now, I'm kind of torn on that too, because I don't think he wants to operate above the competitive balance tax. But at the same time, hey, we're going to be over the competitive balance tax if we trade for Greinke. Do it. Hey, we're going to be over the competitive balance tax if we sign Josh Hader. Do it. It feels like Santander can be in that mold. So I'm kind of torn on like the prediction of what Crane would do. Texture, shouldn't we get some picks back once Bregman is signed? Only a 4th rounder. And
then what about, and if you lose Fromber?
Well, that's next year. But
I know I'm saying next year to try and get picks back.
It depends on where you are. If you're under the competitive balance tax, he would come with a 1st round compensation at the end of the 1st round. But if you're over the tax, which Santander would clearly put you way over the tax, that would come with you only get a 4th rounder for him. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, just to piggyback on what you were just talking about with regard to Fromber and getting a pick for him possibly in a year. There's also the possibility that, hey, instead of taking a high school guy this year, you take a college guy to accelerate it next year, and you kind of flip it so that you're saving a year of development possibly by just prioritizing college next year over high school this year. So there's some gimmicks you could do. I mean, I'm not too worried because so many of these 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round picks don't pan out. Yes, the top 5 guys, even a lot of them don't. But you would love to have a top 5 pick. I'm not discounting the next Bryce Harper or whatnot. But a lot of times, even the most hype guys don't pan out and get to the big leagues. So, I mean, there's so much talent they get from international signings and everywhere else that I'd rather have the guy that is proven that is a major leaguer than worry about the guy that might someday be one 3 or 4 years down the line. And I understand that's one more bullet in the gun, so to speak. But there's a lot of bullets to this gun. Like it holds a lot.
No, that's a good point.
Different quality, true, but I mean, what's the difference between a 3rd and a 5th?
Yeah.
or a 4th and a 7th in baseball.
No, it's
probably
good.
not that much ultimately.
Right.
Good point, Phil. Appreciate the call. I think the other thing on top of that is if Dana Brown's best strength is indeed talent evaluation and development, then you got to believe you get a guy that's going to do exactly what Philip said. He can analyze the college ranks if he needs to, because he needs a guy like Drew Gilbert that's coming out of Tennessee, that's been seasoned in a very high level college program, that I can plug and play in my minor league system at a higher level than a high school kid that's going to take a couple more years.
I'm usually a draft pick hugger. I'm usually a prospect hugger, or at least I lean that way. But would I rather have Anthony Santander or a 3rd and 6th round pick?
Taking Santander.
I'd rather have Anthony Santander. And to Philip's point about Dana drafting college guys, I mean, he's nailed it. You look at what Dana Brown has done in the last 2 drafts. Sam Houston State, college guy. UC San Diego, college guy with his next pick, college guy, Seminole State, South Alabama, Radford, University of Illinois, Chicago, Southeastern University, James Madison, Cal State, Bakersfield, Oregon. Like his first 10, 12 picks are college guys. 2023 in the draft, Nebraska, UCLA, Georgetown, UNC Charlotte, high school guy in the 5th round, Towson, Stanford, Pepperdine, Toledo, and BYU. That's exactly what Dana Brown's doing. He's drafting these older prospects, trying to get guys that are closer to the big leagues. That way it tries to even out this big void that it was left in the Astros pipeline. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Jimmy Butler trade conversation is back out there. Would you be interested at all with Jimmy Butler as a Houston Rocket? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
DJ B Anime be joining us at 5 o'clock. Talk about the Texans. All right, Jimmy Butler trade conversation is out there. He had the you hear the audio yesterday with Jimmy Butler. It felt like James Harden talking about how he wanted to leave Houston, but Jimmy Butler yesterday about losing things in his life.
I've lost a lot of things, and one of them has been my smile.
That's not Jimmy Butler. That's the Heartbreak
it
Kid
mean
there,
a whole
Brian.
lot to everybody else.
Oh, is that not the audio you
That's
wanted?
not Jimmy Butler.
He lost his smile, though.
That's you know, you're a wrestling stan.
I fix myself.
Are you an
take care of
HBK
myself,
or Bret Hart guy?
And I have to go back and I have to find my smile
HBK guy.
because somewhere along the line.
Yeah, that's not no Jimmy Butler. That was Shawn Michaels losing his smile. Here's Jimmy Butler about losing something else.
What do I want to see happen? I want to see me get my joy back from playing basketball. And wherever that may be.
I don't hear the difference.
Find out here pretty soon, but I want to get my joy back. I'm happy here, you know, off the court. But I want to be back to somewhat dominant. I want to hoop, and I want to help this team win. Right now, I'm not doing that.
Can you get your joy back here on the court?
Probably not.
Shawn Michaels lost his smile. Jimmy Butler lost his joy. He doesn't want to play Miami. Would you consider him in Houston at all?
Here's the thing. Giving up any of your key rotational pieces is ludicrous to me, to where I would say no, and just his own explanation. He's looking for a max contract after this year. He wants major dollars. He's saying he wants to be somewhat dominant, or however he phrased it, but not basically saying to be a dominant player in the NBA, to be the kind of guy that's worthy of the kind of contract that he's chasing yet again. And the history of his antics have been in multiple places now, to where you don't need the headache. Yeah, when playoff Jimmy is at his best in the past, has he been able to do a ton to almost single-handedly carry his team like he did in the bubble year against the Lakers getting to the finals? Yes. Are those days behind him? I think that they are. And that's why if you want to put a package together for the rest of the year that includes guys like Steven Adams and Jacques Londale and guys with big contracts that are not going to be in the long-term plans of this team for the next couple of years, then I would consider him being a guy that for the rest of the season, because he's playing for a contract, he might be a guy that you could go to late in games that you're lacking right now, but that you don't have to worry about giving a max contract to. That's the only possible way I'm even considering this, because they're going to want draft picks. They're going to try and get some of your young talent.
I don't know how much they can get, though. Like, if a guy said he's not going to play for you and he's about to leave, like, what is his contract? Because it says 2 years on the NBA trade machine. Does he have like an option?
I think there's an option, because I think after this season, they were saying he's chasing one of those $60 million a year deals.
Yeah, I heard that he was also like a rental. Like if some team was acquiring him, that it's going to be a rental and that he's chasing a contract. Which I like players who are chasing contracts.
That's what I'm saying. For the rest of this season, if you don't have to give up too much, and it's just expiring veteran contracts that don't mean a lot to you in the grand scheme of things for this year. Yeah, so he'll opt out. He thinks he's going to get more. But I think that he'll be playing and be on his best behavior for the rest of this year. But I'm not giving up Jalen Green. I'm not giving up, your big, young, most talented players with the most potential. I'm giving up guys that, hey, you got something for him. Maybe you get a pick down the way a little bit that makes this a little better for you. But overall, he wants out. The writing's on the wall. Riley, came with this hard stance a week or two ago. We're not trading Jimmy Butler. Well, I don't think that there's any choice now. And I think that it seems like with his comments and some of the other comments that the conversations have already happened to the point where he officially asked for a trade. And on top of that, that he's basically saying we'll find out in a few days now, or however long it takes to get him moved, that he believes this is the final straw to get him out of Miami.
Okay. I just put it in the trade machine.
Mm-hmm.
Who says no for this trade? Because I'm with you. I'm not trading any of my core pieces. Would you include Reed Sheppard at all?
I might.
Oh.
I might. Probably
He's
not.
He's already out of the core?
No, well, no. I think that's what I'm saying. He's not there for this year. Jeremy and I talked about it yesterday. I don't think that he's been what even we thought in terms of being a little bit more of a rotational guy, contributing here and there. So I think that for this year's contributions, he's out. But I can't. You'd have to sweeten the pot for me to get something else for me to consider the fact that Reed Sheppard would be in the deal.
I don't know. I'm okay with the idea of trading Reed Sheppard, but it wouldn't be for a rental. It wouldn't be for an old rental like Jimmy. But it would be for like. if he has to be a throw-in to get De'Aaron Fox, if he has to be a throw-in to get Booker in the offseason.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a whole I wouldn't mind him being part of a big trade where you're getting your best perimeter scorer. I'm okay with that. If Reed Shepard's involved in a trade that gets you the best perimeter scorer and improves you there, I'm cool with that. I'm not cool with the rental aspect of it. Let's walk through this. How about Fred VanVleet?
Yep.
You would have Fred VanVleet in a deal for Jimmy Butler?
I don't really have any use for Fred VanVleet the way he's playing right now, and the fact in the future, even after this year, I don't think I have any use for him.
See, I wouldn't put Fred with him gone. Probably a man, but
you got Holiday and a men, and got other guys that bring up the ball. And normally in transition, it doesn't matter if you're a PG or not that you bring it up, and you get a guy that you can go to down the stretch, which Fred hasn't been. You get a more consistent scoring option that gives you a multifaceted game that Fred was supposed to be giving you again this year.
Yeah.
And he really hasn't. He hasn't shot the ball well.
I agree with what you're saying, but I wouldn't have him as part of a Jimmy Butler trade. It's Jimmy. Like if I'm trading Jimmy Butler, it's for all my garbage guys. I think it's a team option.
I think if you can get out of it, that's fine.
Yeah, I think
there's
it's
just one left.
I don't think that Jimmy Butler helps you more than Fred VanVleet the rest of this year, and they're both kind of rentals.
I kind of think you do.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting conversation.
Because I think from a leadership, from a on the court, from a go-to guy, from a guy you can give the ball to and get out of the way for the rest of this season, would I rather have Jimmy Butler or Fred VanVleet? I'm taking Jimmy Butler.
Look, I've been very unhappy with Fred VanVleet.
I would shot it well at all.
But I would go.
It's a club option, by the way, for Fred next year.
Yeah, I would go VanVleet over Butler, though. We're going to ask the Hive that one because that's
a good question.
I am interested about. How about Dylan Brooks in a Butler trade?
Goodbye.
What? What is wrong with you? Dylan Brooks has been good this year.
I get out of. I think after this year, because of the fact that Tari and Amen have become such great defenders, and that's what he hangs his hat on, that I get out of $90 million or whatever's left of that outrageously annoying contract that Dylan Brooks signed, and I get the opportunity to do something else with that at the end of the year, and I still have guys that can defend on the perimeter. Yeah, I would love to get rid of Dylan Brooks.
I'm out on that. I see where you're coming from the future. Like that to me is the most appealing side of the argument for me. If I'm looking at strictly this year, I think Dylan Brooks is far better than Jimmy Butler. He's your best defensive player, I think. I think he is your vocal guy on the defensive end, making sure everybody's in the right spot. And he's been a good shooter. Like, he's been a good shooter this year. So I much rather have Dylan Brooks this season over Jimmy Butler.
I got to get out of it. Yeah.
That's a compelling
point. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, that is a compelling point. 713-780-ESPN. So that's interesting to me that you would go both Fred VanVleet and or not that'd be too much contract. So it'd be one or the other. I'm surprised you would go both over for Butler.
Jeremy, what have we seen in the Minnesota game, in the Miami game, in the Toronto game, where at least they found a way to squeak it out, which is no matter what they do for the first 45 minutes of the game, the last 3 minutes they can't finish, and they don't have a guy they can go to that can basically be guaranteed bucket or line and make the free throws. And the way that they execute an offense, I think that aside head and shoulders above those two guys, Jimmy Butler's the guy that still can do that.
Yeah, I rather have. It's difficult because the Rockets would be kind of out without a point guard, but I would be way more comfortable trading Fred VanVleet than Dylan Brooks. I think Dylan Brooks' importance to this team is pretty substantial. Pretty substantial.
I don't see it as substantial.
You don't think he's your best perimeter defensive player?
No, I think he can be your
maybe
best perimeter
defensive.
Yeah, but I also think Amen and Tari are in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm worried
Tari's
about Tari's
playing
injury,
right now.
though.
That's it was supposed to be just a miss a game and be for like kind of R&R and getting some things right. And he's supposed to be back, and now it's a mystery. His mom's got to chime in and say nothing to worry about. I'm not worried when fans are worried. Well, then why isn't he playing?
Yeah, the Brooks contract is
that
really
contract for that many years at that amount of money for what he brings you is just not worth it
for
the long term.
See, I think you're underselling what he brings you right now.
Right now for this year, I understand your point. I think after this season, I think you can turn the page easily from Dylan Brooks, and with the money that you're saving, getting out from under that, I think you can recoup what you need.
The problem is that you wouldn't be able to spend that money. Like you're not going to be under the cap to where you can spend the money that you're losing. You wouldn't be able to be like, okay, well, Dylan Brooks is making X amount of dollars. I can now repurpose.
Alpi and Jalen kicking in?
Yeah, and then some of the other guys you're going to have to sign too. So, like, you're not going to be able to repurpose the dollars that Dylan Brooks has. And also, in a reverse escalator, like, it's a reverse escalator contract, so it actually decreases in terms of salary.
I think they might. They might have front loaded.
They shoot 39% from three this year on a team that a bad 3-point shooting team. I would not like to lose Dylan. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Coward D, Happy New Year, my best friend. What's up, Coward D? How are you?
Man, what's up? What's up, Jeremy? What's up, other guy? My bad.
Now I'm the other guy? What, you switched allegiances in 25?
Nah, look. Nah,
No blink, man.
Jeremy, you've had some bad takes before. I'm thinking of the Will Levis take.
Yeah.
But for you to say that Fred VanVleet would have a bigger impact on the Rockets the rest of the season than Jimmy Butler, that is the craziest thing I have ever heard.
Ever?
That is, I'm gonna hang up and listen.
No. Yeah, that's an even more reason, D, to respect and remember my name. Remember my name, Coward D. Don't coward out on this one.
Look, I'm not
blink, man.
Yeah, remember that.
I mean, Fred VanVleet's your starting point guard. Jimmy Butler hasn't played basketball much this year. Like, is that a wild take that I think Fred VanVleet would be more valuable to you right now than Jimmy Butler? When was the last time Jimmy Butler played basketball?
Played the other night. That's why he sat in the fourth quarter. They benched him.
Prior to that, he hadn't played since December.
He's also 36, so you're not going to expect these sort of things to get better.
That's
over
what I'm
time.
saying. Playoff Jimmy was at its peak when he was in the finals against the Lakers in 20, or whatever it was.
And then like 2 years
But
ago,
I
he had a
still
really
think
good
that
run.
going down the stretch of a key game, I trust Jimmy Butler to get me a bucket or get to the line and make more than Fred VanVleet.
Look, I'm not opposed to the idea of Butler. I'm opposed to the idea of Butler if it means that you're getting rid of one of your young players.
Right, I'm not doing that.
But the whole, like, I'm going to trade my starting point guard. Look, I'm not happy with Fred VanVleet either, but I'm going to trade my starting point guard and uproot what I've been doing all year that has me top 3 in the Western Conference right now to trade for Butler, who you don't really know what you're going to get. That's an older version of himself.
I think he's a better finisher closer than
I don't disagree with that. But I think that it's kind of a very, it would be a significant move. Like, there's a lot of upheaval there. Like, you're the third best team in the Western Conference, and you're going to trade your starting point guard for a guy who's played 2 games in the last month, that's in his late 30s, and he scored 9 points in each of those 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know which Jimmy Butler I'm getting. Now, I'm not opposed to adding Jimmy Butler and adding him to the rotation. I don't want to trade from my rotation to get Jimmy Butler, though. And you're also only getting him for 1 year.
Right.
Like, there is no way that you're extending Jimmy Butler. If you're trading for Jimmy Butler, that's going to be a prove-it deal. You come in here, play the rest of the season with us, and then try to go find your money elsewhere. So you'll be trading for, the rest of the season for Butler. Now, I do want to get out of the Fred VanVleet contract, which you can because you have a club option for that. But trading your starting point guard for a guy who has a lot of questions, I don't think would be in the best interest of the Rockets. Now, if you wanted to trade a bunch of young players, not young players, but a bunch of the cap fillers you were talking about and add him to this rotation, okay, because now there's not risk. Like, I put together this quick trade offer and trade machine, and you would have to include draft picks to entice Miami to do this.
Right.
But you can make it work contractually with Steven Adams, Jock Landale, Jeff Green, Jayshawn Tate, Aaron Holiday.
Those are the guys I was rattling off that I said, if you want to make that and throw in a draft pick down the road, I'm all good with that.
That's where I'm okay with Jimmy Butler. I'm not trading for my starting 5 for Jimmy Butler. But if I can get him for all my cap filler and then enough draft picks to entice I don't think it's going to cost a ton.
Right.
Because I can't see a team that's going to
he's
trade
essentially on the market as a rental because of that's a divorce. That's that's irreconcilable differences.
There's also, it's very tough to match his salary. Like, there's not a whole lot of teams in the NBA that can match his nearly $49 million salary. Like, the Rockets are going to be one of the few teams that can match that salary or enough to trade for that salary without giving up some of their key pieces. So I don't think the cost for Jimmy Butler would be a whole lot. I think you can get it for cap filler and a few draft picks. I much rather do that than trade my starting point guard or my starting small forward, and I'm certainly not trading for my young core.
I think your owner, and when they were talking about getting to the next phase, I think this gives you a clear chance to do that while not mortgaging your future to kind of make sure that you also stay relevant like this for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. So, like, I personally wouldn't trade Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks. I wouldn't trade from the rotation. You'd be okay trading either one of those guys. Yep. But we're in agreement that we wouldn't trade from the young nucleus.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's where we're definitely on the same page. 713-780-ESPN. Stop the cap. Brooks can't compare to Jimmy Buckets. I don't know why you need to trade Dylan Brooks to bring in Jimmy Butler.
The biggest thing is just if you're thinking big picture like I am about getting out from that ridiculously gaudy contract that I don't think he's worth, then for the long term, you're right. This year, as he is your best perimeter defensive player, I think you can replace him with Tari and Amen as we get down the road. But for this season, the only reason why I'm throwing Brooks in any deal is because I can't stand that contract after this year.
It's not really that bad. I mean, I think Jeremy mentioned that it'd be a de-escalate. Like the next 2 years, it's 21, and then the last year, it's 19. It's really not that bad by NBA standards.
I know they had to spend it, and they were able to do it so that then to give them the flexibility, they did that. But even still, that's a lot of money for that guy. But that's just my opinion.
Under 20 for a starter is not
He's
that
been
bad.
good. He's been good. Like he's not a guy you're going to go to for a bucket, but he's been a good. You want that type of player on a winning team.
That's what's driving me is the fact that this team is overachieving and doing so much more than I thought they were going to do for this season. And the fact that they're in the top 4 in the West right now. And the one thing that's hurting him is losing games like they did to Minnesota and Miami and almost to Toronto is the way that they don't close games. And I know Jimmy Butler doesn't have to do it for a full 48 with this team, but in the final 5 minutes of a game, is there a guy that I can absolutely hang my hat on and get a bucket from? That's what I like.
How do we know he's still that guy, though? Like, he's 35 years old.
I don't need him for next year. For the rest of this season, I think he's
Why,
still
35 this year, though?
But I know, but I think he's still got that in him for the rest of this season.
Yeah.
And he's not putting a lot of extra wear and tear this season. And Spoelstra's even out there after the game going, I've got to get him. I got to get the ball in his hands more than, and I got to get him the ball in the fourth quarter. Whatever, and maybe some of that is coach speak, but at the same time, based on what I've seen of the Rockets, the one need that they have is exactly what Jimmy Butler could help you fix.
I didn't expect anybody, quite frankly, I didn't expect anybody to be okay with Van Vliet and Brooks being involved in the Butler trade.
That money drives me nuts with Brooks. And I just don't think Fred has been anywhere near productive enough this year.
What does Jimmy's numbers really look like? Butler this year, he's only played 22 games and not much recently. He's averaging 17.5 in 31 minutes. He is shooting. He doesn't shoot many threes, but he's shooting 38% for threes.
He's not a three-point shooter.
He's shooting 38%, but he only takes 1.5.
Yeah.
Rebounds 5.5, assists 4.7. That's not that far off from what Dylan Brooks is doing.
But you don't. I don't like. I've made it my case. I can't stand that contract going forward, just because I think he's going to also diminish defensively in the next couple of years.
I mean, Brooks is only
he's 29 right now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my opinion.
I know, but just in the conversation, if we're talking about diminishing, Jimmy's 35.
I'm
Dylan's
only
29.
getting Jimmy for the rest of this season with a better chance to win more games, go deeper in the playoffs, and possibly rattle some cages with the big boys, as opposed to this team being who it is right now with what they're lacking. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is great to defend one guy, but how many more wins is he going to get you, not only in the regular season, but when it matters most, when you get a playoff-tested guy that can get buckets?
I mean, you could say the same. Well, I mean, I feel like you're describing Butler with what he has been in the past, and just assuming he's going to continue to be that guy.
I
this
haven't
year.
watched Heat games consistently enough to know how much of this is just the squabble that's been going on all year, and how much is it that he's not playing to his standards and levels. But if he's going after a full max again, then he's going to have to perform, and because he's got a lot to prove to get there, I would expect the best of whatever he's got left from Jimmy Butler, and I like that to finish a game.
Look, I'm not opposed to Jimmy Butler, so I'm like, it sounds like I'm poo-pooing on the guy. I like the idea of Jimmy Butler as a rental. I just don't want to do it from my rotation. Like, I don't want to trade away from my rotation for a team that's 22-11, and then we're making this huge kind of major move that kind of just shakes the foundation of what Ime Udoka has built. That's why I don't want to trade from the rotation. Now, if you're trading a bunch of fillers and draft picks and now adding him to this rotation, okay, now you're in business a little bit. You keep your starting five. You got your young players. Jimmy Butler's, I'm sure, would be a starter, although that would be kind of interesting. Who's he starting over? So, like, that to me helps your team the most. That's why I'm opposed to trading from a starting five that has led you to a 22-11 record.
Yeah, my initial thought was the only way I'm doing this is if you did the package that you ended up putting together. If you could just take the veteran contracts that have enough money to it, and you throw in a draft pick down the road, they at least save some face to get something for him, but it's not anything that impacts you negatively, that actually makes you better for the rest of this season. That's what otherwise I don't even want to consider it. And I'm never considering anything giving up the young core.
Yeah, that would be
You got another follow-up question. Just that one you just asked is very interesting too. Like, if he starts, which he's going to start.
Yeah, he would have to start
over Jabari.
That's a small lineup.
Or it's Dylan Brooks.
It could be Jalen.
I don't think they could do that.
It's probably not enough shooting, not enough offensive
creativity.
creativity.
That,
You can't do that because of why?
For a multitude of reasons. Just because you're going to get tons of pushback from him, and we know when he's gone in the tank in the past.
But you get more pushback from Dylan or Jalen, though.
Oh, I think Dylan Brooks got his money and everything like that. I don't think Dylan Brooks is going to push back if for Jimmy Butler.
You don't think so?
I don't.
That would be the easiest.
Yes,
it's just him start at the three.
Yeah,
over over
Dylan, then Dylan still can be your best defender. He maybe get more minutes off the bench, against the other team's second team, and then he may finish games for you.
And you could go small with that
Right,
4. You should
exactly.
probably don't want to start with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm open to the idea of Butler. I just don't want to trade for my starting 5
But
or
that's
my
the
rotation.
only reason. That's the only way I'm open to it. I'm not giving up any young guys.
Blankers, tell us how you really feel about Brooks. LOL.
I have in the past, so I've never shied away from that.
No, you have. You've been consistent. Brooks built our culture. It is core part of what you're writing. Core part of that. You're writing him off like he doesn't set the tone night in and night out. See, I think he does do that. Forget Jimmy. Go get De'Aaron Fox. See, I think they would be two separate
that's
trades.
A totally different conversation, because now I would include Jalen in a De'Aaron Fox move if it guaranteed that I'm signing De'Aaron Fox long term.
Yeah, I also think it's a different collection of players. Like we're not talking about Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks in a trade for De'Aaron Fox. You're talking now about the young core that we wouldn't trade. Yeah, like to me, it's a different player pool altogether.
That's a totally different conversation because of the fact that they don't want any of the veterans. They want they want a couple of your young guys and some good draft picks.
We're 22-11. Let's not get crazy unless it's a home run deal. This team has great chemistry. We finally have a winning season. Let's ride this out. That's why I'm not trading from the rotation, but I would add Butler.
That's the home run deal, is you don't have to give up any of your starters or your young guys, and you throw in a pick for down the road where presumably you're good enough that pick's not going to matter, and you get a guy that makes you better for this season than you are now with the record that you have.
We've gotten the most out of Fred VanVleet. Butler pushes these young guys to the next level. Another texture, Amin, Green, Butler, Jabari Brooks, Şengün would be a contender this year just on defense. Probably Fred VanVleet, a couple seconds for Butler. I wonder also if Miami would be interested there. The other texture, pass on Jimmy Butler. Heck to the no on Jimmy Butler. He doesn't seem like he seems like he's been a cancer everywhere he has been. I actually watched that Starting 5 show on Netflix. I like Jimmy Butler. Like seeing the behind the scenes actually made him more endearing to me.
He seems like a very, very likable dude. And being from the outskirts of Houston, which he doesn't like to be from Houston.
It's weird.
He's from Tomball. He works out at the gym I play basketball with in the off season, and he's social and friendly. And
I work out.
And I mean, he just seems like a really good dude.
Yeah, he seems likable.
I also like the fact that he can also separate that when it's game time, when it's business time. He can reel in the young guys. He can be a coach on the floor. He's a no nonsense guy to get guys to play the way they have to play, and this team always could use that.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of it. It's just we're different on what we would include for him. I think we're both open to the idea of it. Another texture also saying Dylan Brooks will have a bigger impact than Jimmy Butler moving forward. Branham turning into Joe George. Why is Joe catching strays? Why is Joe George catching strays on with us? All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is a realistic expectation for Deontay Johnson? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I shouldn't complain, but it's me. Some of these betting apps give you these free bets every now and then.
Yeah.
And like this free bet that they just gave me, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, combined total points, odd even. What am I
playing war?
Odd, I guess. Like,
it's just a 50-50 coin
Give
flip.
me the point total. Give me the spread. No, odd even. That's my free bet. I mean, I shouldn't complain because it's a free bet, but it just feels like a silly free bet. Hopefully I win. Hopefully it's odd. What's the play there? Odd or even?
I can't even. I don't even know if there is a strategy there.
Like,
I'm sure somewhere there's a gambler that actually would say there's a strategy to this, but I can't think of what it would be.
Maybe odd because the first points are almost always going to be odd.
Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it,
they're both odd.
maybe say odd because field goals were 3, touchdowns he kicked the extra point were 7. So we're talking about a lot of odd numbers.
But if you get 2 of them, now it's even.
Now it's even. I don't know, man.
Yeah, then you go 6-10 as opposed to 13-17 as you keep going up to 21, which is another odd.
Give me
it literally is a crapshoot.
Give me the spread.
Well,
Give me the point total.
What do you think the score is going to be, and then just go with that? Is it odd or even?
I haven't
like if you.
Yet.
Well, I'm sure you look at the game for BZ money, and like if you and in your mind. I'm just saying, like in your mind, if you think it's a whatever point game, and you think the over is going to hit or miss, then you could come up with it from there.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. Actually,
I think that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. All right. Nick Caserio, I kind of found this funny. Caserio, who loves to talk with John and rock and roll, Vandy, does his little weekly thing with those guys on Houston Texans YouTube. Here was Nick Caserio when asked from John Harris about preserving the health going into the final game of the regular season.
Every game takes on significance whenever it is, whatever the circumstances are. So fortunately, I've been kind of in this situation multiple times.
Listen to that. He's been in the situation multiple times. Look at that little subtle flex.
I'm the best there is, plain and simple.
A little subtle flex from Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
I've been there multiple times.
Were you in charge during all those times? No.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm the best there is, plain and simple.
I've been there multiple times. I have all these Super Bowl rings. Like Caserio, a little subtle flex.
And without... I had Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, but yeah, that's irrelevant.
It wasn't because of me. It's because of Belichick and Brady. But hey, look, I've had a lot of history with
I'm the best there is.
This final week of the year, having to rest. I remember I was in New England. Look at Caserio, a little subtle flex. All right, realistic expectation for Deontay Johnson. Here was D'Amico Ryans on what to expect from Deontay.
No, it's late in the season. Our last game, we add a new guy to our roster, but I told the guys, throw the kitchen sink at him. Let's see what he can absorb, see what he can handle, and go out here versus Tennessee, and let's see what he can do. We know he's a talented player. He's proven that at multiple stops. It's just a matter of him just coming in and, man, how much can he pick up and how can he come out and help us? Yep. And we'll see that this game, try to get him some opportunities there. And as I mentioned, Deontay, man, it's fresh start with me. Yep. Every guy that I get is fresh start. Really don't care what happened in the past.
Fresh start. We're a clean slate, all that good stuff. That was D'Amico on with Coach. I think they do Coffee with the Coach with Vandy and John Harris. A texture realistic expectation for Johnson is to have no expectations. That way, whatever he does produce is a pleasant surprise. That's the old saying of undersell, over deliver. It's very similar to that. Deontay going to be prime AB. Is that too much to ask? But listening to all of them talk, like D'Amico, CJ, Nick, they always talk about how good he is at separating, like kind of a man beater. Like he runs good routes, he gets open, all of that. What do you think is a realistic expectation for Deontay Johnson?
I think we're this late in the season to where realistically, I'm not expecting a whole lot, but I would expect that he can be better than John Mechie. I believe that because of his experience and his abilities that he still has, that I believe that he can be a guy that gives you more than what you have out of 4 or 5, 3, 4, 5 in your receiver room. I think that realistic expectations is all going to come down to how much of the offense he can grasp so that you know how much I can have him on the field. Because if he's on the field, I think he's better than Hutchinson. I think he's better than Mechie. And as long as he understands the playbook and the routes, I believe that can be a huge benefit. So I'm not expecting that. I'm hoping that.
Yeah, for me, my realistic expectation, that like more on the hopeful side, is that he just comes through at a big moment. Like he makes a big play. Like I don't think he's going to have this 7-catch, 95-yard, 2-touchdown performance. To me, it's make a big catch in a big moment. Like, and it might be in the wild card game against the Steelers, right? Like not this huge, like, oh, he's going to take us to the Super Bowl, but maybe he makes the go-ahead catch for the touchdown to beat Pittsburgh 20-17. Or maybe he makes a critical third down catch that leads to a game-winning field goal. So the optimistic expectation that I'm hoping for Deontay Johnson isn't this huge game, because I feel like that's unrealistic. It's just make a big play in a big moment that gets you a playoff win.
I mean, he'd love to get it against the Steelers, right?
He would.
I mean, he would love to do it if they played the Ravens. But at the same time, as long as he can get better separation and he can run the routes to give CJ an open target, I'm with you. I think if he gets 30, 40 yards and he gets a couple of catches, but at least one of them is a game changer in where it happens in the game and what it does, then I think it's a win. That's why I'm always pro kick the tires on the veterans when they're free, because they can be better than what you have on the roster.
Yeah, especially with the injuries. Expectations for Deontay, more drop passes and no effort. Sincerely, a Steeler fan. Don't expect much from Deontay. The only reason he's on the team is because the Panthers got rid of him for a few draft slots and a pick swap. Then he refused to go into the Ravens game against the Eagles in the third quarter and got cut. Okay, there you go. All right, 713-780-ESPN. DJ Baname covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. I'll ask him what are realistic expectations for Deontay Johnson and much, much more. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brian hasn't done a show a while. He forgot how to work the phones. He's trying to get DJ Baname on the line, 713-780-ESPN, though. Texter, I'm a Red Zone watcher, fantasy footballer, rely on you guys and Instagram Reels, so I know I'm not the most informed. But my understanding is he was tearing it up with the Red Rocket, he being Deontay Johnson. Baltimore acquired him just to block other teams, not to actually use him, and he caused a ruckus because that sucks. If that narrative is true, should expectations be high? Like if they were acquiring him just to block other teams, they wouldn't have released him. They would have kept him.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the bigger thing is that, how he handled the fact that Baltimore has a lot of talent to throw to. And if he couldn't find his way into getting the kind of playing time he wanted, but he couldn't be a team player in the process, that's the biggest thing to worry about. I don't think from a Texans perspective, they worry about the culture and the players and everybody being able to manage him coming in. And it's a better situation for him because of injuries. There is a huge need, and he should get the time on the field that he was, if you believe what you read, desperately trying to achieve, is get more time on the field that he couldn't break through to get.
Yeah, I just disagree with the whole, if Baltimore was trying to block other teams, they wouldn't have released him.
No,
they would have suspended him and told him to go home. Hey, we're going to pay you, I guess, but you're not going to be around the team, and we're not going to release you because we don't want you on.
Well, the rumor
Kansas
was the Chiefs.
City.
Yeah, the Chiefs were supposed to be top of the list, and then the Texans, because of the way the process goes, got the first crack at him and rightfully should have taken him and taken a chance at him.
Now, it might be telling, though, that Baltimore's like, okay, this guy's no good. We don't care where he lands. Like, hey, we're going to release him. He might go to a contender. We don't care. It's kind of like what the Commanders did with Johan Dotson. Remember the Commanders traded Dotson before the start of the year to the Eagles? And what are the Commanders doing? Why are they trading a talented receiver to Philadelphia? Because they knew he was a bum. They knew he was a bum. He wasn't going to hurt them.
Well, and I think maybe they needed the roster spot too. I don't know. I don't know what the predicament they might have been in.
I mean, the Commanders haven't had. They don't have a deep wide receiver room.
Baltimore might have needed the roster spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways you could break it down. And then the whole, like, he was killing it with Carolina. He had some big games, 8 for 122 in a score, 7 for 83 in a score, 6 and 78 for a score. But he also had some duds, 2 for 19, 3 for 15, 3 for 23, 1 for 17. So, like,
was that
again,
Bryce Young? Was that
looking
not
at it.
peak Bryce Young?
That's a good point. I don't know who's starting there.
Yeah,
that's a good point. All right, let's go out to the HR&P guest line, being joined now by DJ Baname. Covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. DJ, we're just kicking around Deontay Johnson, realistic expectations for him. What do you think are realistic expectations for Deontay Johnson?
Roughly like 15 snaps. Roughly like 15 snaps. I think realistic expectation is, maybe like one splash play within the next couple weeks. Maybe 2 max. A couple of catches. Like, I don't, I know he's gonna play. I know what Joe Mixon was saying, but again, like, heat is fire, all that. Like, it's a lot harder to just incorporate a guy, especially at this late in the season. And that's the reason why most guys, most receivers, when they go to a new team mid-season, it takes them a few weeks to get going. And, like, you almost got to give, like, a concerted effort to force them the ball. But Texans don't have time for that, right? Like, they got this game and they got the playoff game. So, and at playoff games, you can't really experiment at that point. A lot of people point to OBJ when he got to the Texans, got to the Rams a couple years back. But it was kind of like quiet at first, and then it started to pick up towards the end, and by the end, he was fully integrated. I think if they would have got Deontay maybe at the trade deadline, all right, cool, but obviously, like, they still had Tank, so, like, there was no need. But I think, like, hypothetically speaking, if they got him a little earlier, maybe they got him in the beginning of December, they literally got the brothers 2 days before they played on Christmas. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not too. I don't have that much high hopes in that regard. And it's not because he can't play. I just, having played football myself, having covered the game, having talked to receivers about the amount of stuff that they have to know, because the receivers got to be almost as smart as, like, the quarterback. Like, the ones that are really good are almost as smart as the quarterback in terms of being able to see coverages, see when it's a cover 0 blitz, get to the right spot, see, they're in cover 2, I got to run my route this way. Like, there's so much that happens on the fly that the best receivers, at least smart receivers, is the reason why, like, receivers that got all the talent in the world don't pan out, because a lot of it's chemistry, smart, all these things. So I think, like, all that's built with chemistry throughout an off season. Obviously, he hasn't had that.
DJ, obviously the number one topic of conversation this week is rust versus rest and how much are they going to play the starters and who's going to play and who's not going to play. But as it relates to specifically the offensive line, I'm really curious about your thoughts. Are we looking at that being one of those position groups where they've got to sort it out? Guys got to play. We know Shaq's probably not going to play or not going to play. And maybe they give Titus some time off. But that internal offensive line has been such a hot button all year. And now it's got to be shored up to the best you can. Is that one of those position groups where they're really going to focus on trying to figure it out during this Titans game?
That's a good. I think he should be at right guard. Right, you got Patterson center. You got Titus at left guard, and I think because I think this could be a good test run for them to just get in the just get that chemistry and that aspect. But I don't think CJ and Joe and Nico play along. But I do think like the interior of the O line going to play. They'll play a decent amount. Yeah, they'll play a decent amount. I think Laramie and actually, I mean, it's just because like, you gonna just take Laramie out? You know what I'm saying? Gonna just take Titus out? Like those two out and leave the other three out there. I wouldn't be opposed to that because they're all like in year 2 or 1. But I think I could see a scenario they play a little bit more than one would like. Well, not one would like. Maybe they would like. And see, put Davis Mills against someone, but it's hard to sort it out, man, because it's like D'Amico has said, it's really based on how their game is going. So, like, let's say 5 series in, they only got 10 points. What do you do then? D'Amico, do you keep them going? And let's say they score on the first drive with 3 points, and then they go second drive punt, third drive punt, fourth drive punt, fifth drive they go touch them. Then you pull them out, So I'm really curious to see how they handle all that. I don't necessarily think that there's going to be an overemphasis on trying to get the O-line right and figure out which line works. Come in week 18, your O-line is what your O-line is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. DJ Baname joining us on the HRP guest line. It might surprise you, but I actually want the starters to play, especially offensively, because I think you can kind of, not that you can get them right, but you're just hoping for a little bit of momentum. Do you think that exists in football? Where like, hey, if you finish the game, not play the whole game, but finish the game feeling good with where you're at offensively, even though the Titans aren't great, but maybe you play 3 series and you score all 3 times, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Do you think it's possible for momentum to carry over another week?
Well, if you ask Jalen Hurts, he'll tell you that momentum isn't real, but I disagree with him. So to answer your question, yes, I do think some of it can carry over because, a lot of offense is chemistry, vibes, ironically, and the execution and talent, right? Like, chemistry and vibes kind of go together. Well, actually, no, not necessarily. They can be different because you can have good chemistry, but the vibes of the team is offensively off, and then that's that. So I do think that if they have some success, they can carry that, mainly because they're half of the O-line, half of the offense, well, now that I think about it, going to be out there is pretty young. It's either year 2, 3 8 starters are in year 2 or 1. Obviously, Joe's older, but Nico's only in year 4. Mechie's only in year 2 of playing. Hutch is only in year 2 of playing. Tate is a rookie. Yeah, you got Dalton. So really, young guys, their emotions kind of can fluctuate from time to time because obviously based on how things are going, right? Where some guys can, older teams can be more steady and kind of ride the wave of what's going on and be just fine. Where avoid riding the wave where like younger guys can kind of ride the wave, which is why like again, when you're younger, as we all know, I'm no longer a young guy. I'm 30 now, unfortunately, but we all know when we were 21, 22, 23, like our emotions can fluctuate way more. We're not, we're older. We're a lot more steady and straightforward. So I do think if they can have some success, that would give them more belief that they can go and execute on game day in the playoffs. So I do kind of agree with you. Like, let's say they go out there and score 17 points in the first 3 drives. I think that could do something good for them, just to give them confidence and belief. Because, like, and actually, in reality, like, they know they haven't been playing well, and D'Amico having them play also gives, makes it apparent, obvious that everybody knows they're not playing well. So if they go out there and play well now, right now, things starting to turn. The only risk, though, is if you don't play well, now you're carrying that energy into the playoffs.
And you get hurt.
It's really twofold.
That's worst case, right? You don't play well and you have a critical injury. Like now it's kind of backfired on you.
Yeah. Right. So me personally, I just rested them and called it a day. Like, yeah, you got your teeth kicking on Christmas, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Let's not make it worse.
I'm on the flip side of Jeremy on this one, just from the standpoint of I understand the offensive continuity and everything, but for me, it's guys like I know Mixon has a contract milestone where he could make $250,000 if he gets a hundo or whatever it is. Don't care. We know how bad this running game is when he's not around. He, CJ, Nico, the guy, that Will and the guys on the defensive side of the ball. Does a win matter at all? We were talking about it earlier. Like you got, even if they get 17 on the first drive, does a win mean anything as opposed to the offense does play well? And also from the standpoint, I mean, are you with, I don't think Mixon should play a whole lot, and I don't think CJ should play a whole lot.
So if they win, offense looks good. They finish 7-7 and get boat race in the playoffs. Nobody will remember what they did in week 18. If they look like doo, finish 9-8, and win the playoff game, people won't remember week 18 that much. So I think to answer the question, no. What happens in week 18 in terms of the product doesn't necessarily matter that much in terms of perception, mainly because their perception only stems and weighs on how they do in the playoffs. When they spent the money that they spent, they bought in the guys that they bought. Now, unfortunately, some guys got hurt, some guys got suspended. When you make those moves, it's all about the playoffs, And I think, CJ's always mentioned that, it's about, trying to get back to having fun. I think, honestly, like, it's been harder for them to have, quote unquote, just have fun because they're not playing with house money anymore. Last year, it was fun because they were succeeding expectations and they were beating teams they weren't supposed to beat, and they were having comeback wins, and the offense was putting up points and, things of that nature, and people making some plays, and they were winning some close games. Because ironically, they have the same record going into week 18 as they did last year. And they've had very similar wins that they had last year. A lot of close wins, things of that nature. Because I think their wins against teams that make the playoffs or teams with winning records, it wasn't that. I mean, I think they had like 2, right, which is against the Steelers and the Bucs. So it wasn't like they were world beaters against teams with winning records. I think they were like 2 and 3 or something like that. But it just felt different. And this year, now it's all about the playoffs, right? It's about what they do in the playoffs. And I think that what happens in week 18 in terms of the product or the result doesn't necessarily matter that much. It's all about what they do in the playoffs. If they look good and they lose in round 1, people are going to push pitchforks out. They lose in week 18, and then they ended up winning the playoff game, people are going to put the pitchforks down. So I think everything's about the playoffs.
Do you think they'll have the pitchforks out if they lose in the divisional round?
Depending on how it looks. If they get boat raced, no, I still don't think so. Mainly because, like, that would mean back-to-back years you get a playoff win, back-to-back years win the AFC Championship, the AFC South, and you one of 8 teams back-to-back years that were left standing. So I don't think. I think all things considered, you could still look at the season in some variation of not necessarily a success, but it won't be a failure because you got back to where you last left off. Maybe it was disappointing, but you got back to right where you left off. And I think what a lot of people fail to realize, aside the Bengals, obviously, or the Seahawks back in 2013, there's a process that you go through before you finally break through, right? Like before the Ravens won the championship, won the Super Bowl, they kept losing in the playoffs. And they kept losing in I think sometimes the AFC Championship games in the division round in the wild card. They kept knocking and eventually got through. Right. And it was kind of, and same with Kansas City, like it got Mahomes because they could only get to like the division round at best with Alex Smith. But they kept getting there and they kept, building those calluses and getting ready for what it takes to get over that hump. And they eventually did get over that hump, right? Like obviously the Bucs, they did it in 1 year, but those teams are an anomaly, and that's still rare. Even the Rams, right? Year 1 with McVay, I think they won a game. The next year got the Super Bowl, and they were kind of fluttering, and then they made the moves, and then they got to the Super Bowl and they won the Super Bowl. Same with the Niners. The Niners kind of 1 year with Kyle. Well, actually, with the Niners, like they were like, all right, they're building program. Because remember, they started 6-10 in the first year. They went 4-12 the next year, and they got to the Super Bowl. Granted, it's a little bit different, but like in terms of building the culture and building the program, so then like you could finally bust through and become that perennial contender. So I think that they got to the division round. I wouldn't view it as a failure. A little disappointing that if they got boatworks or whatever, but at least they would have given you some hope that, they were right there to get into the AFC Championship game. And I think that you can't have the pitchforks out if that happens.
DJ, I'm curious.
But that won't happen though. They won't get to the AFC. They won't get to the division round.
I appreciate the glass being half full. With all the stuff that we've been talking about, I'm curious of two guys, how much you think that they need to play. Aziz coming off the suspension, the fact that Christian Harris is still, getting reps and getting right, and the fact that I don't believe that they've played together all season long. I would expect that those guys play some decent time together and snaps together to get ready for the playoffs to be your best defensive unit.
Yeah, so I do think that Aziz, a guy like Aziz should, mainly because, let's say he didn't play in this game, right? That means the playoff game, they'll probably have a Saturday game. Like we could be honest, they'll probably have a Saturday game, and I think that's January 10th or whatever. So that means he wouldn't have played football in roughly like almost 6 weeks. Come on, man, that's not that football's too physical for sport to not play for that long. You know what I'm saying? That's why like Christian Harris, that first game against Miami, he looked solid, but then against the Ravens specifically, like he wasn't disciplined in his he wasn't disciplined in terms of his keys and run stopping things like that. And it's not because he can't do it; it's because the man hasn't played football since January. Like, yeah, that one game you can look straight, but like now your body has to recover from the first time you play football in some time, and it's on a short week, and then you got another game on top of that going to Christmas. There's a mental strain that comes with that. So, Aziz, if you would have held him out for this game too, that'd have been too much for him to overcome. In my opinion, because even like with Nico, right? Like he missed like 5 weeks. He came back and he was on a pitch count. Granted, it's a little bit different, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. But the body, you still got to play football, and if you haven't played football in a while, going full throttle, that could lead to some injuries. That could lead to just the overall play not looking good because you're rusty. So this is a good game for him to just get that just knock off some of the rust and just build some more chemistry with Christian Harris.
All right, DJ, you're on record saying that the Texans will lose in the wild card. Who do you think is the best matchup for them? If they want to win, obviously they do.
The Steelers. I think the Steelers are the best matchup. And if they got the Steelers, I'll probably go back to a pick 'em. But I think the Chargers are a bad matchup for them, mainly because that is a very physical football team, and they have the formula to slow down the Texans offense. They feature a lot of shell coverage, so they'd be able to keep a lid over the Texans' defense, the offense, and then really, really be able to make the Texans have to drive the length of the field. And the Texans haven't just shown they've been able to consistently do that, and they have a pretty good run defense. That's why they have the number one scoring defense in the entire NFL. So I think that, I think that's a bad matchup for them. Obviously, Steelers is a better matchup. And it really would just come down to which defense makes the play. Because both offenses are going to have a tough day. Both of them will have a tough day in that game. But whoever can establish the run will probably win that game. And I think I would trust the Steelers to be able to establish a run better than the Texans will be able to establish the run.
So
it's like who's going to block Cameron Hayward? Who's going to block Cameron Hayward on the interior offensive line? Who's going to block that? You're going to have Blake blocking T.J. Watt. Come on now. Let's be for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's be for real. Like, that'd be tough.
So essentially, no matter what they do and how they can hold their own defensively, there isn't anything that's fixable at this point in the season to see that this team can get by the wild card?
The your offensive line being much of a problem, I think if you play the Steelers, you have a shot. I think against the Chargers, because they actually have a really, really good interior defensive lineman. He's Samoan, but I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's pretty good. And their DC, Jesse Minter, he's really good. Like, they look like he's going to become a head coach after 1 year. And that, the Texans, the Chargers, they have an identity, and they're going to commit to that identity. The Texans' identity is more of a cliche, which is swarm, right? Like, but when we say swarm, we're talking about, okay, they run fast to the, they run fast to the ball and defense. Cool. But what about offense? Like, what's your identity? What the Chargers have an identity. They want to run the ball and they want to play action you to death. You know, like at least we know that's what they're gonna. That's what they want to do. They'll stick to it. Where Texans, it's like you want to be this, you want to be that, we want to maybe get the run game going. If that is not going, we're gonna try to air it out. Well, if that doesn't work, then what? You know, where the identity. So like when things get rough, like what do they fall back on? They just fall back onto okay, we're gonna just span pass. You know, so.
That sound you heard was the whistle after BMAC threw the flag that he just can't have that kind of talk about his team. There's higher expectations and more to do for this Texans team.
There was, but, you know, unfortunately injuries have got the best of them.
Yeah. CJ, are you going to this? Do you have to go to this? Do you have to cover this Week 18 meaningless game in Nashville?
Sadly, but I got my flight. I'm leaving at 8 p.m. on Saturday, and I'm leaving at 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay, so it'll be a quick trip. Are you gonna go to the Bluebird Cafe, listen to some good old country music, and drink a cold beer?
No, I don't even drink beer.
Okay, well, you don't listen to some country music at the Bluebird Cafe?
I don't listen to country music either.
That is shocking to me. I can't believe
this isn't going to be as hurtful as your Tex-Mex commentary, but you know, country music's kind of big down here.
It was barbecue.
Oh, that's right. It's barbecue.
Is Tennessee barbecue better than Texas barbecue, DJ?
I'm not gonna. I'm pretty sure Tennessee barbecue ain't all that, but the Kansas City barbecue was good, man. I understand that, you know, it hurt y'all hearts for me to talk about it like that, but I was just being honest, man. That barbecue was good. I had to go run it off shortly after.
Listen, DJ's talking about how old he is at the age of 30. He's talking about still exercising. You're just flexing left and right, DJ. I love it. I love it.
Well,
KC barbecue is good. I do like KC barbecue for what it's worth.
I wouldn't call saying I'm 30 as flexing.
Well, going running after eating any kind of barbecue or whatever is a pretty good flex.
That's fair.
DJ, what was your event? What did you run? I've never asked you that. I'm embarrassed to say that.
I ran the 100. Yeah, I ran the 100.
What was your personal record?
10-4.
Sheesh.
At Louisville.
Sheesh. That's pretty good. Well, how fast do you think you can run it now?
I could probably break 12. But I don't know what I'll run in the 11s. I think if I train decent enough, I could probably get to like 11.5 or something like that. Maybe.
Man.
But I don't think I can get to the 10s. Like the amount of workout I have to do to get to the 10s, like I probably disintegrate my shins.
But Paul still thinks he can beat you, right? Or would that just be in a shorter distance?
Well, I don't think Paul could beat me in any race. I know it could be 10 yards, 20 yards, 40 yards.
Thinks he could.
You said what?
But the key would be that in his mind, he thinks he could.
I don't even think he thinks that. I think that he just says it, but I don't think he actually thinks he could do that.
Okay.
How fast do you think Blankers and I would run a 100?
Y'all probably both be in like the 15. It wouldn't be too bad though.
I ran
like 15.
DJ, I'll have you know that I ran a 4.840 in high school.
Yeah, so I think you can do the 15.
Do you believe that?
I did run a 4.8 in high school. 4.8? That's not fast.
Yeah,
that's Tom Brady's speed.
Yeah,
there you go.
In high school, you know
that's what I'm saying.
There you go. I mean, that was about 80 pounds ago.
I mean, BMAC thinks he can get 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line.
He does. All right,
80
DJ.
pounds ago is tough.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't have to say it twice.
What about BMAC? What about BMAC thinking he could get 5 yards behind a good NFL offensive line?
Man,
he would. 5 yards.
Yeah.
Behind an NFL offense. Which offensive line though?
Not the Texans.
Not the Texans. Here he comes.
Not the Texans.
I think he could probably get -2 yards, but he for sure would get at least 5 broken bones.
He thinks he's Cam Scattaboo.
No. Okay. See, Joel changes the narrative here. The questioning that came up is like if it was like just a wide open Detroit Lions offensive line that just opened the part of the sea like Noah's Moses, and it allowed you a huge lane to run through, how much could you get before being hit? That was the question.
He says 5 yards. He's not getting.
I know, but you
yardage.
don't ever include that part of it. You just think I'm running a regular halfback dive into the middle of a crowd.
You didn't fight me on this the last time it came up.
No, because here's the thing: like by the time you get going, though, the Moses C opens were close, and then like the linebackers will break your neck.
No argument on the last part.
Yeah.
Once I do get hit, I will die, but I will get 5 yards before I die.
5.
No, you're not getting fired. You're not getting fired.
DJ, we appreciate it. Good stuff as always. Safe travels. Enjoy the Bluebird. So say hello to Hawk Tua for us.
I will not.
Tongue tied.
All right, DJ. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you as always. Let's get to BZ Money. Let's make you some money. Real quick before we do that, by the way, some breaking news from the Rockets. It's not great news. I saw this with Big Sarge Sports on Twitter. Breaking Houston Rockets forward Jabari Smith Jr. will be out of the lineup indefinitely with a broken hand that was injured during the morning shoot-around session.
How do you get injured during shoot-around?
They're doing more than shooting around. They're practicing.
They're not supposed to.
How else would it be?
I mean,
unless you got into a fight with a teammate.
Or a freak accident or something. Like in the weight room, shoot-arounds are never contact.
Maybe some coaches do have contact.
Oh, my goodness. What's happened to the league if that's happening?
I mean, you're saying that this is the standard. It's not by rule, though.
No,
right?
no. It's not a rule, but by standard, you go through what the other team's offense is going to do, the defense is going to do, what they want you to do offensively and defensively, and you get a bunch of shots up, and then you get, just to get the blood flowing, and then you get something to eat, you go home, you take a nap, and you get ready for the game. I understand the end of the bench guys getting something, or rehab guys, not your starting power forward.
Danielle Lerner, who is taking over the Rockets beat.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith broke his left non-shooting hand. So that's probably not throwing a punch. That's good news. I think we can rule out a punch.
Let's hope so.
Because, usually you throw a punch with your
still don't know
hand,
what he was
unless
doing.
he's throwing jabs. Jabari Smith broke his left hand in shoot-around today, will be out 4 to 6 weeks. Ime Udoka just said. Smith will need surgery, but the date will be determined after the Rockets confirm the severity of the injury with a second medical opinion. That's not great. And then Tari Eason will be out tonight, 8th game, for Tari Eason to miss.
That's the second year in a row where Tari's got these mysterious injuries that keep logging DNPs. And this Jabari thing, I don't know if the truth will ever come out, but the last thing you should have even said it. How someone's got to tell me how that happened at shoot-around.
Ben DeBose just quote tweeted the shin from 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith talked to the media after practice.
Something's not right about this.
I smell a fish.
Something is not right about this.
Yeah. Huh. All right. Well, maybe we'll learn more. And if we learn more, we'll let you know. But it's fishy.
That's extremely fishy.
It's a bit fishy. Let's get to BZ Money. We're going to give you some winners when we return. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word for the good people at mybookie.ag. Look, there's still plenty of football to be played. Maybe some of these games look a little non-interesting to you, but you'd like to make them more interesting because they're going to be on your television. Go to mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975 and cash in before you even place a bet. Right now, if you've never been on MyBookie before and you go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975, you get a 50% sign-up bonus. You put 100 in, they put 50 on top of it. Now you got 150 in your account instantly. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. You can play all the sports. We got golf back this week. You can bet on the golfers. You can bet on college basketball, pro basketball, the NFL, and any bowl games or college games to your delight. They're all there and all for the taking if you want to put some money down, and always use our promo code BET975. Even when there's not games going on, there's the ability for you to gamble because you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana to play casino games like blackjack and poker with live dealers standing by waiting for you to play. It's fantastic. They've been in business for over a decade, and they want to take care of you as a customer. That's why they do these bonuses. They also have a rewards program called MyBookie Plus. It all gets started by you using our promo code BET975 after you get on the site at mybookie.ag. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it. mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975.
Oh, yeah. Jabari broken hand. He needs surgery, too. So, like, this
That's
isn't
the thing.
Broken hand, spoke to the media.
Knowing, unless something changed drastically in the NBA at shoot-arounds from when I was working for the team, there is no way at a shoot-around, during a normal shoot-around, you are breaking your hand. And if you are, it's like a hairline fracture. You need surgery. This stinks.
And you're probably not talking to the media afterwards.
Yeah, and if you are, you're going, man, something hand's a little iffy right now. We're going to have somebody look at it. You'd come out and have some ice on it, something like that. This stinks.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fishy for sure. All right, let's get to BZ money. That hasn't stunk. That hasn't been bad. We were 5-0 without Blankers yesterday, dragging us down. Blankers is in first place, actually.
Causation, correlation? I don't know.
Blankers is in first place, though, but we're better without Blankers. Joe, Brian, and I went 5-0 last week.
In the only game we didn't play, we also hit on.
That's right. It was
Joe playing Philly. Yeah, we didn't play it, but that also hit.
So we're up over $300. We made over $200 last week. But let's get you some winners. First and foremost, I hate all of these games. I hate betting week 8. In fact, I didn't. Personally, I didn't play a single week 18 game this week.
The only games that actually, from a legit standpoint for me, are the games that mean something for the teams involved. So that's where I went, because I'm with you. I think there's a lot of games that are just such a crapshoot, they're not worth betting on.
You see it in the lines.
I know
some of these lines are crazy.
Which I'm going to try to take advantage of a few of these, or a couple of these. What's your first one, Blankers?
First one to me is the game that means the most. It's Minnesota at Detroit. I just think that the 1 seed and everything that's on the line, winning the division, and as much as Detroit's been banged up, Detroit at home, Detroit with that offense, no matter what Brian Flores does, I like Detroit in this game. They're at home and they're only given 2.5. I think the Lions win it by a field goal. I like Detroit in this game.
I'm cool with that. I like Detroit too. I think Detroit's a better football team. I think they're a better roster. I think Kevin O'Connell's a heck of a coach.
He is.
But I'll go Detroit. I like Detroit minus 2.5.
Yeah, Lions at home, and the Vikings' run defense has been great all year, but Jahmyr Gibbs is special, and the Vikings' pass defense has struggled. I like the Lions to win by a field goal here.
I do think that rushing attack loses a lot, though, without Montgomery.
He said he was going to possibly he ain't trying it.
He'll be back for the playoffs, but I doubt he's here
I
this
don't think he tries it.
I even think he's going to be a shell of himself in the playoffs.
Probably right.
All right, first game I'm going to sell to you guys.
Well, how much are we doing on that one?
Oh, yeah, my bad. What do you want to do?
30? 25?
Sure.
25.
That's pretty good.
25?
Yeah.
First game I'm going to sell to you. I really wanted to bet Carson Wentz and the Chiefs plus 11 at Denver. But Denver needs to win that game. I still like Kansas City in that one. But the first game I'm going
to win it outright or just the spread?
Just spread.
Yeah, I like the spread, yeah.
I think they'll cut, but I didn't play that one. I'm going to start off with Cleveland at Baltimore. They're getting 20 points.
When's the last time you saw a line this big?
College football.
Yeah, I've never seen this one this big in the NFL.
When the Big Ten's playing an SEC team. It's the last time that I've seen it.
Where's my drop for that?
Give me Cleveland plus 20 over Baltimore. Look, the Ravens, yes, they have to win the game, but I think they're going to start to take a comfortable lead. I think they're going to pull all of their starters. I think Cleveland's going to cover the 20 points. I think it's going to be like a 27-10 game. Cleveland covers, pound the Browns.
I like it.
Phrasing, careful.
Yeah. I think it's the first thing I saw. And it actually came down a little bit because I saw it at like 20.5.
It was higher?
Yeah, it was 20.5 this morning, I think.
It fell to 20.
Yeah. I like Cleveland in the points, too. It's still the NFL, and I agree with you. I think Baltimore's going to get a double-digit lead and pull the plug, and I don't think it'll get over 20.
That said, I only want to bet 20 on it.
Yeah, I mean, not to repeat an obvious thing that we said at the front, but I don't want to play this game. But if I had to, I can't take a team minus 20.
Give me $1 for every point of the spread. $20.
$20, that's fine.
Good.
All right, what's the first game you're selling to us, Brian?
First one I'm going to sell to you guys is a team that has 9 wins but has nothing to play for this week. But they're facing a team that's pulling everybody. The Rams, Stafford's out, Puka's out, Kyron's out, Cooper Kupp's out. Even though if you had him on fantasy, he's been out for the last 3 weeks. But I think Seattle may be a little miffed that they sitting at 9 wins and have no chance of the playoffs. Take advantage of the Rams sitting everybody and win this game by a touchdown or more. Currently a 6.5 point favorite.
I can see it. I mean, I think the main thing is the
Rams
fact
are
that
a complete bye
the
week
Rams
this
aren't.
week.
Yeah, the Rams aren't playing anybody, and Seattle's got nothing to lose and nothing to save and rest for. So I could see that happening.
Yeah, I like it. The Rams, I think, are just completely going to crash out in the regular season and try to, go all in on the postseason.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Seahawks also don't have anything to play for either, though.
That's
but
what I'm saying,
I like you for spite.
I think there's a spite. There's also, you always hear coaches say, we want to build momentum from next year, which I think is mostly nonsense. But sometimes players believe it, so whatever. If it matters to them, then it matters for the line.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Well, how much you doing?
30?
20, 25?
No, 25.
25?
Yeah, Brian's in last place.
Yeah.
So we
Hey,
always
I'm
gotta
above
factor that
500
in.
again, though.
That's good. I'm happy for you. Don't worry if you don't get any further. You should be proud of that. All right, what's first?
Wow.
I think my second game is teams going in different directions. Chargers are going to make the playoffs, but Harbaugh has been pretty vocal about playing his guys and trying to do whatever they can and get the win. Las Vegas is trying to lose. They're trying to get the higher draft pick. They're not going to be very good. I like the Chargers giving 4 to the Raiders.
They have something to play for too, right? Chargers seeding and the whole thing.
The Chargers do. The Raiders do not.
And I mean, you much rather play the Texans than the Ravens.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm down with that. I like that.
Yeah, the Chargers absolutely have something to play for, so I'm with it as well.
I like them by a touchdown.
$40 here.
I'm good with that. A little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're in first, so I think we should, chase that a little bit. All right, next game I want to sell: Miami at the Jets. 2 is out. That's okay. The Miami Dolphins have a Pro Bowl backup quarterback in Tyler Huntley.
Come on, he threw 2 TDs that year.
Tyler Huntley, but he threw a touchdown last week. Look, the Jets are awful. Yes, they're on the road, but Miami can still get into the playoffs.
Yep.
Miami still has a chance to get in. That game matters to them. It matters for the Jets to actually lose because, again, it helps their draft pick. I think the Jets are going to mail it in. I think that Tyler Huntley, former Pro Bowl quarterback, is going to lead his troops again to victory. Let's not forget Miami won last week at Cleveland behind Tyler Huntley. Tyler Huntley was actually pretty good. 22 for 26, 225 yards. Tyler ran for 52 yards and a touchdown too, by the way. Tyler Huntley's for real, guys. I think the Dolphins might have got better at the quarterback. I'm kidding.
You said that
I'm
without
kidding.
smirking.
No, but he was solid last week. The Jets are awful. Miami won by 17 over Cleveland, who's pretty similar to the Jets on the road last week. I think Miami wins this game comfortably.
Okay, the one thing that just came to my mind as you were saying all those things that I don't disagree with is, what's the weather going to be like in New York on Sunday? Because Miami, below freezing, ain't great.
Yeah, but Tyler Huntley's Pro Bowl year came in Baltimore. It's cold in
2
Baltimore.
touchdowns.
36 is going to be Sunday. 36 degrees is the high. At least it's not freezing.
That's fine for Huntley.
Yeah,
Tua on the other
Miami
hand.
has to win the game, and it's only a point.
I know they
like
have
the
to win.
Dolphins.
They're all stay aways for us, but I would stay away. But I understand the logic, but I would stay away.
$50?
I'm not going that high. I'll go with you on the Dolphins. I am not going that much.
45.
$20.
Gosh. So what are you so soft?
Coward
bets. All right, $20 on Miami. Last one, Brian.
Okay, so Pittsburgh -2.5 against Cincinnati. I'm taking the other side of that because of the timing on when this game is going to be played. I think this is key here. If you haven't seen the schedule for this week, the 2 AFC North games, Baltimore and Cleveland goes first in the day. So when Cincinnati and Pittsburgh takes the field after that, Pittsburgh's already going to know if they have anything to play for. And we all expect the Ravens, as we picked earlier, to crush the Browns and then win the division, which case Pittsburgh has nothing to play for. I think they mail it in. They sit their guys. And Cincinnati easily covers the line. Currently, they're a 2.5-point dog.
Cincinnati they can still get in even after the result of that game?
Yeah, they can still. They need a lot. They have to win and have Denver and Miami both lose. But since Denver and Miami won't play till Sunday, everything will still be on the line for Cincinnati.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like Cincinnati in that game. Yep.
Yeah, they've been. Steelers have the division title to play for.
They won't, though, because if Baltimore wins...
it's earlier in the day.
That's why the timing of those games is so important.
Do you think Pittsburgh would pivot at that point?
I think so, yeah. If you have nothing to play for, especially with the veterans like T.J. Watt and some of the running backs who might be a little banged
Justin
up.
Fields will see some time.
Yeah.
Is there how about their seeding, though? Even if Baltimore wins, they're 10-6. Because they could still be playing for the 5 seed.
That's possibly true. Yeah. I haven't looked into that part of it. I still don't think it could be a situation where it's like a preseason game to them at that point. Maybe they get guys in. I still don't think they go.
I think Cincinnati wins it no matter what.
Yeah, I think so. Cincinnati is definitely more desperate. Pittsburgh still has some to play for. Maybe not as much if Baltimore wins it. Certainly not as enough. Yeah, I'm cool with this at a small wager, like $2, $3. You think? I'm kidding.
20?
Yeah, let's go $20. $20. All right, we're on Cleveland. Sassy. We're on Cincy. We're on Miami. We're on the Chargers. We're on Seattle. We're on Detroit. We bet. We confirmed and bet every game that we pitched.
We started by saying don't bet any of these games, and then we bet all 6.
Look at us, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed early in the new year. or just degenerates. All right, let's get to the car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is life. Soccer matters from 6 to 8. Glenn Davis. That'll be fun. Football is life. All right, car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-3776. Blinkers.
I'm going to nominate the Charles Barkley reaction to J.J. Redick being critical of how the media has spoken up lately. And Charles wasn't having it during the game while Ernie tries to, during highlights of the game they just called. He's trying to deflect. Ernie's trying to deflect, and Charles is killing J.J. Redick.
He said something about we're the reason people ain't watching this crappy product we got. I said, JJ, yeah, us, like we out there jacking up 103s a night. JJ, I don't know Jason Monroe. I don't know who that is, but JJ, you come for the king, you better not miss. 'Cause I can get you, brother, because I got your Lakers games. You can't hide them flaws they got. You just a dead man walking. They got rid of Frank Vogel, who did a good job. They got rid of Darvingham, who did a good job. But you came out there thinking you were going to change things with that same ugly girl you went on the date with.
64-51 was your halftime score. As we get back to the highlights, and Rudy Gobert.
He came in there thinking, I can make this thing work. Hell, you can.
77,
Put some makeup on that pig.
You put some makeup on that pig.
That was so good. What did Reddick say to him?
He blamed the media for people saying that the product in the NBA and teams like the Lakers shooting a lot of threes it's unwatchable and blaming the media, and Charles wasn't having it.
Yeah, that was funny. Eddie was trying to move along. He's like, no, he's going to blast JJ. I want to nominate Parker Jones, number 39 for Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Parker Jones. Looks like an accounting major.
Get off the sidelines, bro.
Looks like he's rushing for fraternity soon.
Yeah, how in the hell could you believe he was even a walk-on on that program?
And he's a corner.
He's a corner?
Yeah, I didn't even know what position he played.
Yeah, I
No
Googled it.
way.
Like, I could believe a kicker or punter.
Yeah.
He's a walk-on corner.
I would have guessed water boy before athlete.
You know why he's a walk-on corner, though? I'm
dad's
doing
a
all
big
sorts
booster.
of stereotypes. That's possible. Or he's just the guy who gets up the APR. Sorry, sometimes I say the things that nobody else wants to say. That's very stereotypical of me, but he's white. It's okay. Yeah, he ran into the guy who caught the ball.
That was terrible.
Also, the commentators were like putting him on
He
blast.
didn't run into the guy that caught the ball.
Yeah.
The ref.
Oh, the ref.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he ran into the ref, and then instead of being in the red zone and at the 15 or the 10,
They lost 15
yeah,
yards.
and they ended up settling for a field goal.
I'm surprised they didn't give him a warning. Usually they give him a sideline warning, but I guess because it was so bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I thought the announcers were going to dox him and just give out his address on the telecast. What do you
He's
nominate,
definitely
Brian?
not going to be with the program next year, is he?
No, probably not.
I can't imagine he would be.
Hey.
Since I didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday, I'm going to nominate Arizona State's defense for giving up 4th and 12. Hook them.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was not. I mean,
Come on, you had to be a little happy. It was the Matthew Golden.
Go Cougs.
There you go.
You know what they should do with the transfer portal? They should make it like the transfer window in soccer, to where you have to renegotiate the contract with the player, but you also have to send a transfer fee to the previous school. Cash or trash. I like the idea.
No, these universities have enough money. They don't need to. They don't need to send transfer.
It's not a U of H tag. It's a college sports tag. I think it's great. All right, what's winning? I'm gonna repurpose that for Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the Georgia player not getting off the damn sideline.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, but he's gonna get an MBA and he's gonna run like some bank. Hey, congratulations, Parker Jones. You're the winner. Car wreck of the day. Thanks to Brian for his hard work. He's blank on Branham. Have a great weekend, Houston. Football is life. Soccer matters. Glenn Davis up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.